Huaguo, Jiangnan State, 5th District, 9th High School. The awakening ceremony is about to start. I'm so excited. Throughout the entire 3rd teaching building, tens of thousands of students were discussing the same thing. Madman, today is the Unified Awakening Day for all major high schools. Aren't you nervous? In a 200 square meter classroom on the 4th floor of the teaching building, a short, dark-skinned, and plain-looking student nudged the classmate beside him who was slumped over the desk listlessly. What good is being nervous? Do you think just being nervous can awaken an SSS-level talent? The person called Madman lazily stretched, looking helpless. Madman, are you really not looking forward to it at all? The black monkey looked at his deskmate Yun Feng in confusion. Of course I'm looking forward to it, aren't I? But there was no expression of anticipation on his face. The two had been classmates since elementary school, and he was long accustomed to Yun Feng's lazy demeanor, as if he didn't care about anything. He had originally thought that Awakening Day would bring some change in him, but it turned out to be the same as always. How could I not look forward to it? I've been looking forward to this for 10 whole years. This was the truest reflection of Yun Feng's inner feelings. Ding! The class bell rang, and everyone returned to their respective seats. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound of high heels colliding with the floor came closer and closer. All the students' eyes turned toward the doorway in unison, especially the boys, who craned their necks, knowing that the class teacher was coming. Even the usually laid-back Yun Feng couldn't help but glance toward the door at this moment. At this moment, a tall, perfectly proportioned woman walked into the classroom. She was none other than Li Yanqing, the homeroom teacher of class 32 in the 2nd year. She was dressed in a standard black professional outfit, paired with a white inner layer. Her glasses had gold wire frames, and her hair was casually tied at the back, exuding an air of elegance and confidence. Students, today is the Unified Awakening Day. Everyone needs to stay focused. Actually, there was no need for her reminder. Everyone was already full of energy, except for one person. After all, this concerned their future. Today would determine whether they were a dragon or a worm. Finally, I can awaken. I've been over 16 years old for 25 days, 4 hours, and 7 minutes. I've waited too long for this moment. I think you're waiting in vain. Haha, get lost. Even if I'm bad, I'll still be better than you. How about we compete to see whose talent is worse? And then, as Li Yanjing spoke, the discussions in the classroom gradually grew louder, and everyone became as excited as if they were about to charge into a dimensional space to fight monsters. Heavens bless me, I hope I can awaken an S-level talent. Why not be bolder and awaken an SSS-level talent? I just hope to awaken a B-level talent, anything but an E-level or F-level one. On days like this, who wouldn't wish to awaken a powerful talent, embark on the path of strength, and become the object of everyone's admiration? Seeing everyone's enthusiastic demeanor, Li Yanjing didn't interrupt but let them discuss freely. When she turned around, she noticed someone lying on the desk, appearing completely out of place amidst the lively atmosphere. This guy is still the same as always. She felt helpless about Yunfeng's dispirited state. Alright, stop discussing it. The classroom instantly fell silent. Presumably, you all understand the importance of awakening. 300 years ago, our ancestors used their blood and flesh to create the living environment we have today. However, the current situation remains precarious, with new dimensional spaces constantly emerging, the monsters within growing increasingly powerful, and the number of rioting dimensional spaces steadily rising. The human race needs fresh blood to fend off the monsters' attacks, and you are the hope of humanity. No matter what talent you awaken, do not lose heart. You must adopt the mindset of the strong, as only then can you continuously improve and reach higher realms. Li Yanjing's words filled everyone in the classroom with determination, making them eager to rush into the dimensional spaces and battle the monsters immediately. Zhang Xingyu, take everyone to the playground to gather for the awakening ceremony. Yunfeng watched Li Yanjing leave the classroom, his eyelids slightly raised. Afterward, everyone in the class followed the class monitor Zhang Xingyu toward the playground. At this moment, the playground was packed with people, all full of anticipation, whispering among themselves. Look, is that the awakening stone? At this moment, everyone turned their gaze toward the podium at the front of the field, where a massive golden yellow stone was placed. Ahem! An elderly man stepped onto the podium. He didn't use any amplification device, yet this faint cough echoed throughout the entire field. Today is the day of talent awakening. I hope everyone can awaken the talent they have always dreamed of. Without further ado, let's begin. Yunfeng thought the vice principal would give a long speech, but unexpectedly, he went straight to the point. Class 2-1 of the 2nd year walked out from the far left side of the playground and headed toward the podium. As a student's palm touched the awakening stone, it instantly emitted a blue glow. Long Hui, grade B talent, element, fire. Didn't expect the first talent to be quite good. Looks like a great start. Grade B talent is indeed impressive. In previous years, among tens of thousands of students in a grade, those with grade B talent were rare, truly 1 in 100. Long Hui clenched his fist secretly upon hearing about his awakened talent. Lin Hu, grade D talent, element, thunder. Wow, it's actually a high-burst thunder element talent. What a pity it's only grade D. If it were grade C or above, it would be a amazing, definitely the main attacker of the team. It really is a bit of a pity. As everyone continued discussing, the students of Class 1 went up one by one to awaken. Huang Qi, Grade D talent, immense strength. Lu Yun, Grade C talent, self-healing. During the awakening ceremony, Grade D and Grade C talents appear most frequently, with occasional Grade B talents. Zhao Yafeng, Grade A talent, element, ice. As the announcement ended, intense discussions erupted on the playground. Class 1 has an A-level talent, that's incredible. Yeah, and it's an elemental talent. As long as it's developed properly, the future is limitless. An A-level talent awakener is considered extremely rare, even across the entire Jiangnan continent. Old Qin, your class has produced an A-level awakener, that's quite something to be proud of. Among the teaching staff, everyone was congratulating Qin Xiaoyun, the homeroom teacher of Class 1. Not at all, I believe your classes will also have such geniuses. Although Qin Xiaoyun spoke words of modesty, the pride on his face was unmistakable. In their own class, there is a high-level talent awakener, bringing glory to themselves. Shortly after, the awakening ceremony for Class 1 was completed. Ultimately, 1 A-level and 3 B-level talents were awakened. After all, this is just the 9th middle school, and this result is already considered outstanding. In a class of around 300 students, A-level and B-level talents are so rare, highlighting the preciousness of high-level talents. Class 2, proceed. The person presiding over the ceremony called out. Ultimately, Class 2's luck was not as good as Class 1's, as no A-level talent appeared, but 5 B-level talents did emerge. Next came Class 3 and Class 4. As the awakening ceremony progressed, some rejoiced while others were disheartened. However, so far, no E-level or F-level awakeners have appeared. In Jiangnan State, schools select students based on the awakening talents of their parents, especially in the top 10 schools, where the parents' awakening talents must be above D-level. Although parents' talents may not necessarily be inherited by their children, they do influence the children's talent levels to some extent. Therefore, those who can study here generally come from families with better genes in the previous generation, making the probability of low talent quite small. Therefore, at 9th high school, although S-level talent awakenings have been rare over the years, F-level talent awakenings are unheard of, and E-level talent awakenings are also extremely rare. Whoa red. At this moment, a beam of red light shot up from the awakening stone, illuminating the entire playground as brilliantly as flames. Someone shouted loudly, and the playground immediately erupted into commotion. Holy cow, a red S-grade talent. This is truly like a cow flying on a plane, absolutely incredible. Class 5, Shangguan Shui, S-grade talent, phantom dance. The voice of the announcer standing nearby was trembling slightly. It had been so many years since 9th high had seen an S-grade talent. At this moment, everyone on the field stood up, their eyes fixed on Shangguan Shui, who was standing beside the awakening stone. She was dressed in a white dress, her hair tied in a ponytail adorned with a butterfly bow, standing gracefully like a princess. An S-level talent? Our school actually has an S-level talent. Has our school produced another S-level talent? That's fantastic. The happiest ones, of course, were the teachers. The emergence of an S-level talent awakener could enhance the school's reputation and ranking, and future students would become increasingly outstanding. Meanwhile, the students below were also very excited. Since an S-level talent had appeared, there was a possibility of a second or even a third one. They still held on to hope. Although number 9 middle school is among the top 10 schools in the 5th district of Jiangnan Prefecture, its ranking is already quite low. The quality of student awakenings it recruits each year is not too bad, but not particularly high either. In previous years, most of the S-level talent in Jiangnan Prefecture came from the top 3 schools in each district. For other schools, having a few A-level talents was already considered quite good. Congratulations, Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu, our two classes should interact and exchange more in the future. As the homeroom teacher of Class 5, Gu Yun was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react. He hadn't expected such an honor to fall upon him. That was an S-level awakener over the past 300 years. In Jiangnan province, any awakener above S-level who didn't meet an untimely end ultimately became a powerhouse. Just as everyone was in an uproar, a powerful pressure swept over, making it difficult for those present to catch their breath. Truly an S-level talent. At this moment, a voice filled with surprise came from high above. Everyone looked up and saw a pair of massive flaming wings flapping in the air. That's the principal's fire feather. The principal has actually come out of seclusion. People familiar with the principal immediately recognized the owner of the fiery feathers. From today onwards, I will personally teach her. Then, the fiery feathers trembled and disappeared above the crowd, while Shangguan Shui on the stage also vanished. The principal personally teaching? Shangguan Shui is really lucky. If only I could be personally taught by the principal, even with a D-level talent, there would be a day to shine. With your lousy talent, I wouldn't even bother. Do you think the principal would take notice of you? Looking at the empty podium, everyone couldn't help but show expressions of envy. If only I could awaken an S-level talent too. The black monkey stood beside Yun Feng, its eyes already out of focus, clearly lost in a fantasy. Class 6, continue. The awakening ceremony did not stop due to the appearance of an S-level awakener. The situation was still unfolding. What do you think? With an S-level appearing, could there be a golden legend this year? Stop dreaming. Our 9th high school? And you still hope for an SSS level talent awakener? In the 9 provinces of Hua Nation throughout history, have the number of SSS level awakeners ever exceeded 5? A data freak immediately began to mock. Indeed, one class after another continued to awaken, but no S-level awakeners appeared anymore. For a school like 9th high school, having one S-level awakener in a year is already an extraordinary stroke of luck. The last class, Class 32, Madman, were about to go on stage. Black Monkey winked at Yun Feng and followed the main group toward the podium. Zhang Xingyu, Grade B Talent, Beast Transformation Tiger. Class 32 also had a great start, with the class monitor being the first to awaken, and he turned out to be a rare B-level talent. Next, Zhou Quan, Madman, I'm a bit excited. Hearing his name called, Black Monkey rubbed his hands and walked toward the podium. Soon, the results came out. This is Zhou Quan, Grade A Talent, Speed. As the host announced, the playground erupted in cheers once again, though it seemed somewhat subdued compared to the earlier Grade S. Madman, did you hear that? I actually awakened a Grade A Talent. Grade A Talent. Zhou Quan immediately ran to Yun Feng to share with his friend. Future powerhouse, remember to look out for me. Yun Feng was also happy for Black Monkey. Madman, the talent you awaken will definitely be higher than mine. The last one, Yun Feng. At this moment, the host also announced his name. Madman, go for it. Yun Feng walked step by step toward the massive golden awakening stone, feeling inevitably a bit uneasy. The day he had waited for so long had finally arrived, but just as he was about to awaken, a trace of timidity surged within him. He subconsciously touched the ancient jade pendant hanging around his neck. 10 years ago, he had accidentally traveled to this planet called Blue Star, becoming a 6-year-old child with the same name and age, still carrying this ancient jade pendant. Hopefully, this piece of jade that Grandpa left me will bring good luck. Yun Feng silently prayed and then gently placed his hand on the awakening stone. As a transmigrator, making a grand entrance and awakening an SSS level talent should be quite reasonable, right? He calculated in his mind. However, the result displayed on the awakening stone left everyone utterly astonished. Yun Feng, F-level talent, plunder. Shoo! The playground instantly fell silent as if lifeless, followed by a wave of hissing sounds. No one cared about the suffix, just hearing the F-level talent at the beginning was enough to trigger a tide of hissing. In everyone's perception, talent level almost determines everything. An F-level, no matter what name follows it, is basically unrelated to the strong. What's going on this year? Someone awakened an S-level before, and I thought things would improve, but who would have thought? It's hilarious. The talent name sounds pretty impressive, but look at that dull gray glow. It's really unremarkable. Glow? What glow? I didn't see anything. Is this the first time since the founding of our number 9 high school that we've had a student with an F-grade talent? This finale feels like it's just here to embarrass the school. This might be even rarer than Shangguan Shui's S-grade talent. An F-grade talent? What a joke. You can't say it like that. After all, talent awakening is related to the previous generation, and it's not something he can decide himself. However, the voices speaking for Yun Feng were quickly drowned out. In this world, only results are valued. They have no grievances or enmity with Yun Feng, but the level of talent has already defined the distance between them. F-level talent is also known as life-type talent. It is not related to life but offers almost no combat enhancement. Compared to risking one's life in dimensional space, it's better to live honestly in the safe zone as an ordinary person. Even those who awaken E-level talent today looked at Yun Feng differently, their gaze seemingly viewing him as a savior. Because of his appearance, their originally bottom-tier talent instantly rose by a level. Shangguan Shui is the school's lucky star, while he is the school's misfortune. Logically speaking, both his parents have C-level talent, so how could this happen? Seeing the awakening results, some teachers were left speechless. Our top 10 schools now have an F-level awakener, which will probably affect the admission rate for the college entrance exam in the coming years. Why not let him go to a lower-ranked school? There are plenty of F-level awakeners there. It wouldn't be awkward, and the school could maintain its reputation. The teachers were privately discussing this matter, and these words felt like needles piercing Li Yinjing's ears. No, how could that be? Li Yinjing looked at Yun Feng's awakening result, hardly able to believe it. Yun Feng's parents were both C-level awakeners, and the probability of an F-level talent appearing was extremely low. Unexpectedly, he encountered it. When everyone was staring at Yun Feng's F-level rating, only one person reacted completely differently. The vice principal by the ceremonial platform frowned slightly, seemingly pondering something. Plunder? I've never heard of this kind of talent before. Is it a completely new type? But he did not ask Yun Feng, as the specific details of the entry are only known to the awakened individual. At the moment Yun Feng touched the awakening stone, did anyone notice the ancient jade on his chest emit a faint glow? Even Yun Feng himself sensed it. Amid the mocking laughter, Yun Feng remained remarkably composed. Talent, plunder. After killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder a portion of their spiritual power, with an extremely small chance to plunder their talent. Spiritual power. Yunfeng understood it very well. The monsters in the dimensional space contain spiritual power within their bodies. Humans absorb this spiritual power after killing the monsters to enhance their strength, which is the most direct way for awakeners to grow stronger. If this talent can grow, it would indeed be powerful. But reality doesn't give me the chance. I can't even kill monsters. What's the use of having more spiritual power? It's completely useless. Yunfeng complained helplessly. Low-level talents without any bonuses are extremely difficult to develop. Awakeners on Blue Star can gain spiritual power enhancement as long as they can kill dimensional space monsters, provided they have the strength to do so. Sure enough, it's an F-level talent. As for the claim of an extremely small chance to plunder talents, as far as he knows, only humans have talents, and he hasn't heard of monsters having them. Could it be that this talent is meant for me to kill people and steal their talents? Isn't that a trap? With such a minuscule probability, how many people would I have to kill for it to work? Right now, it's already good enough if I don't get killed myself. Isn't there a joke about this? Question: if killing people were not illegal, what would be the first thing you'd do? Answer: hide. After reading his own talent entries, Yunfeng could only pin his hopes on the system that had yet to appear. Madman, don't mind what others say. If you're useless, then so be it. I've got your back. Black Monkey noticed Yunfeng's low spirits and quickly came over to comfort him. The way you comfort people is really strange. Don't say it again in the future. Yunfeng rolled his eyes, full of helplessness. His talent has just awakened, and you already consider him useless. Can you still be a good friend? The awakening ceremony is over, with a total of 11,284 participants from the school. S-level awakened, 1 person. A-level awakened, 12 people. B-level awakened, 152 people. There's no need to elaborate on the other levels. After the ceremony, everyone returned to the classroom. At this moment, the most talked about individuals were 2 people: Shangguan Shui with an S-level talent and Yunfeng with an F-level talent. Today's awakening went pretty well for our class. We have 1 A-level and 5 B-level talents. If it weren't for Shangguan Shui from class 5, our class would probably be one of the strongest. Let's give a round of applause for those who awaken high-level talents. After Li Yanqing finished speaking, she expected the classroom to erupt in applause, but it was unusually quiet. What's wrong with you? Teacher, you're asking the obvious. What is there to celebrate in our class? The school's only F grade in 100 years is in our class. Exactly, the F grade has already ruined our class's reputation. Teacher, I have no personal issues with Yunfeng, but this talent. Why not transfer schools? The schools ranked in the bottom 10 are more suitable for him. If he doesn't leave, I will. As soon as the words were spoken, many classmates chimed in. So what if it's F-level? Did F-level eat your family's rice? Does F-level bother you, a D-level? And you, a C-level awakener, what reputation do you have? Talk again when you're strong. As for the one talking about switching classes, go ahead and switch. Who cares about you? Black Monkey listened, suddenly stood up, and angrily rebuked those who were speaking. His gaze swept across the classroom. His short and dark figure seemed like a giant at this moment. He possessed an A-level talent, and everyone could only feel anger but dared not speak out in front of him. Alright, quiet down. Awakening is inherently full of uncertainties. For those with high awakening talent, I am happy for you. For those with low awakening talent, you are still my students. When Li Yanqing said this, she specifically looked toward Yunfeng's seat. The awakening is over. I hope everyone recognizes their talents, works hard to develop their abilities, and achieves excellent results to get into a good university. Don't think that just because you've awakened your talents, simply leveling up is enough. University is very necessary. Universities can teach you more comprehensive combat experience and provide richer dimensional space resources. Some universities even have unique dimensional spaces, such as the Nine Heavens space at Shangjing Awakeners University and the Demon Cavern dimensional space at Pinghai Awakeners University. Most importantly, every year there is the 9 Provinces Grand Competition, with generous rewards and even items that can break through limitations. That's all for today. Starting tomorrow, the school will offer practical courses. Please prepare yourselves. Dismissed. Li Yanqing knew that saying more at this moment wouldn't change most students' opinions of Yunfeng. She only hoped Yunfeng wouldn't be discouraged by this awakening. Yunfeng, come to my office for a moment. After speaking, Li Yanqing headed toward the office, and Yunfeng followed reluctantly. Just as he entered, everyone's gaze turned to him, filled with disdain and contempt. Didn't expect the teachers to be no different from those little brats. Yunfeng sneered inwardly. Li Yanqing noticed the teacher's stares and suddenly regretted inviting Yunfeng over. Teacher, you wouldn't want to test my mental resilience, would you? Feeling awkward under Yunfeng's gaze, he wanted to comfort him but ended up making things a bit uncomfortable. Teacher, I'm fine, don't worry about me, really. Yunfeng understood the homeroom teacher's intentions, but he simply didn't care. My system hasn't arrived yet. The universe is undecided, and anything is possible. He thought to himself, calmly walked out of the office, and faintly heard words like useless and transfer schools as he left. Madman, what did the teacher say? Black Monkey asked curiously. Mind your own business, this is an adult matter. Yunfeng didn't look back and walked straight home. He originally had a happy family. Both his parents were Class C awakeners, and their life was much more prosperous than that of an ordinary family. After all, hunting dimensional space monsters was highly rewarding, and with some luck, they could even obtain fragments, which were a considerable fortune. Speaking of fragments, we must mention the changes of Blue Star. Blue Star, like Earth, was originally a technologically advanced planet. 300 years ago, void rifts suddenly appeared, and countless monsters swarmed out. Humans were as weak as chicks in the face of the monsters. Fortunately, humans fought desperately against the monsters using thermal weapons. Reality is just that cruel. Countless sacrifices, exhausted ammunition and supplies, ultimately drove most of the monsters into spatial rifts, also known as dimensional spaces. Of course, not all countries survived. Small nations like Shaohan and Sakura were overrun by monsters, turning into monster paradises. When humanity wanted to press the advantage and enter the dimensional space to annihilate the monsters, they were shocked to discover that hot weapons were completely ineffective there. During the confrontation, humanity uncovered two major truths. The first is the Awakening Stone, which marked the emergence of the first batch of awakeners. The second is the colorful fragments found in the bodies of certain monsters, which, when fully assembled, can produce mysterious items far beyond the reach of technology. 2 years ago, Yunfeng's parents met with an accident while exploring the dimensional space and remained there forever. That day, a man and a woman came to his doorstep holding an iron box. Child, we are your parents' teammates. These are their belongings. Please take care of them. Yunfeng indifferently took the metal box at the time, not even knowing when they had left. From then on, he became an orphan. Fortunately, his parents left enough inheritance to support him in continuing his studies. It seems it's time to sell the fragments left by my parents. After the relics were returned, Yunfeng had opened them to take a look, but since they were of no use at the time, he put them away. Today, he rummaged through the miscellaneous items and found the metal box again. He entered the password and opened the box. Yunfeng once again saw his parents' belongings. For colorful fragments, a bank card, and a letter. One of the fragments was a golden level shard glowing with a golden light, with a silver ring embedded in the center. Selling it feels like a pity, but keeping it is useless. He sighed and picked up the golden fragment. Suddenly, the ancient jade on his neck emitted a faint green glow, shining onto the fragment in his hand. Yunfeng stared in astonishment as the fragment slowly began to restore itself. What the heck is going on here? He glanced at his hand and then turned to look at the ancient jade on his neck. He had touched fragments before, but this had never happened. Could it be that my golden finger has awakened? He reached out his hand, holding the ancient jade in the shape of a taiji, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. Could it be that this ancient jade can actually complete the fragments? Even without a system, this thing is enough. Yunfeng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, he enthusiastically began studying the ancient jade around his neck. If it really is as he speculated, then what does his F-level talent matter? He could still trample those high-level talent holders underfoot. On Blue Star, the most precious items are, of course, fragment composites. Based on color, fragments are divided into 7 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, scarlet radiance, and rainbow. Generally speaking, black iron level requires 4 to 10 fragments to form a complete item, bronze level requires 10 to 20, silver level requires 20 to 50, gold level requires 51 to 100, amethyst level requires 101 to 200, scarlet radiance level requires 201 to 500, while rainbow level requires more than 501 fragments to synthesize. It is not easy to synthesize the corresponding items, as only fragments of the same type can be combined. The drop rate of fragments from monsters is already low, and you still need to gather the required number of fragments. It is said that there is a talent in the market that can increase the drop rate of monsters, and all factions are striving to win over its possessor. So far, synthesized fragments have been regarded as strategic resources, collected by major factions and prominent families. Even a black iron level item can be sold for a sky-high price that an ordinary person could never earn in a lifetime. This is also the reason why countless people continuously enter dimensional spaces for training on one hand, to kill monsters and enhance their spiritual power level, and on the other, to obtain precious fragments. This is quite similar to playing online games in the past. When Yunfeng first heard this statement, his initial reaction was to recall his past online gaming experiences. This requires nearly 100 fragments to assemble into a gold-tier item. He looked at the synthesized item in his hand, a delicate silver-white ring, engraved with a creature he had only seen in books. This wouldn't happen to be the fragment storage ring produced by the most famous dimensional space sky hunter from levels 30 to 40, would it? Yunfeng toyed with the ring playfully before putting it on the middle finger of his right hand. Soon, he sensed a space with a size of 100 cubic meters. The feeling was quite magical. As long as he wore this ring, he could sense the existence distance of the space and even retrieve items through his thoughts. He gently moved his thoughts, and the metal box in front of him appeared in the spatial ring. With another thought, the metal box returned to his sight. Awesome, absolutely awesome. In my last life, reading novels, this was the thing I wanted the most. Whether this is truly amazing or not depends on this moment. Yunfeng took out a piece of bronze-colored crystal shard from the metal box, inside which a potion was sealed. At this moment, the ancient jade on his neck emitted another faint, barely visible sigh and glow. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yunfeng knew that this time he had truly hit the jackpot. A vial of potion appeared in his hand. Bronze-level talent upgrade potion has a certain chance to upgrade E-level talent to D-level talent. Seeing this potion, Yunfeng's mind roared like a thunderclap. I didn't expect such a potion to actually exist. He had once heard that some powerful figures searched the world for this kind of potion to enhance the talents of their juniors. This potion is indeed good, but it seems I can't use it. Yunfeng looked at the potion in his hand, feeling a bit regretful. However, if I first raise my talent to E-level, wouldn't I be able to use this potion? Thinking this through, Yunfeng carefully stored the potion into his spatial ring. At this point, he also confirmed one thing: he was really going to make it big. Others had to go to great lengths to collect fragments, while he only needed one piece. This advantage might not be obvious at the black iron and bronze levels, but the further he progressed, the greater the advantage became. However, he also discovered a problem. This ancient jade seems to be beyond my control. As long as I hold the fragments, they immediately merge into a whole piece, making it easy to expose in the future. This piece of ancient jade is absolutely the foundation of his survival in this world. Once discovered, it could bring fatal danger in an instant. How can I touch the fragments without them immediately merging into a whole piece? This is currently the most troubling problem for Yunfeng. However, just as this thought arose, he seemed to have a sudden inspiration, feeling that he could control the ancient jade. To verify his hypothesis, he picked up a piece of dark black crystal shard again, which contained a battle knife. Sure enough, this time the ancient jade did not emit a green glow. Then, he communicated with the ancient jade using his thoughts, causing the green glow to appear in the shard to transform into a complete item. Yunfeng clenched his fists tightly. Now he no longer had to worry about being exposed. It's actually very suitable for beginners to use. He weighed the newly synthesized alloy saber in his hand. The saber's design resembled a tang sword, incredibly cool. Whether in hardness, sharpness, or wear resistance, it is far ahead of the current forging level on Blue Star by several years. Yunfeng's gaze shifted to the last fragment. The relics left by his parents consist of 4 fragments, 2 black iron grade, 1 bronze grade, and 1 gold grade. Currently, only the bronze grade potion is of no use to me. He picked up the last piece of black iron crystal, which contained a combat suit. When he communicated with the ancient jade to transform the fragment into a complete suit, a smile appeared on his face. Black iron grade combat suit, it's perfect. Compared to the black iron grade alloy battle knife, this combat suit moved him even more. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he deeply understood that staying alive is the most important thing. Subsequently, he took out 2 other items from the metal box and unfolded the slightly yellowed letter that had been read many times. My son Yunfeng, we had hoped this letter would never fall into your hands, but as we frequently traverse various dimensional spaces, no one can predict whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Thus, we left this letter. If you awaken a good talent, the fragments in the box might be of use to you. If your talent is not ideal, the funds in the card should be enough to ensure a stable life in the safe zone. The road ahead is one you will walk alone, but we believe you will overcome difficulties and grow into a brave, upright, and kind person. Looking at the letter in his hand, Yunfeng's eyes turned slightly red. For 10 years, although his parents were mostly absent, they never stopped caring for and looking after him. They awakened extraordinary talents and bore a mission. Whether for themselves or for the safety of humanity, they had to enter the dimensional space to slay monsters. Father, mother, I will not let you down. Yunfeng tightly held the metal box. The fragments left by his parents would be the foundation of his rise. Mount Woming connects to mountains beyond. Moonlight spills over Xiangshan. Singing to himself, suddenly, the phone rang. Yunfeng took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Black Monkey Zhouquan. What good news, monkey? He composed himself and answered the phone. Crazy, Bamboo Pole invited us to dinner at the night market. Come quickly. Bamboo Pole's treating? Looks like there's good news. Wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Yunfeng placed the 2 black iron grade pieces of equipment into his storage ring and quickly stepped out of the house. At this moment, the sun was setting in the west, and the city lights were just beginning to shine. Under the flickering neon lights, the streets were bustling and lively. Behind the scene lay countless awakened individuals tirelessly slaying dimensional space monsters, safeguarding the peace of those in the rear. For this, countless lives were sacrificed. The night snack street is not far from Yunfeng's home, just a 10-minute walk away. Madman, you're here. That's great. The 2 stood at the street corner, waving at him. What do you want to eat? How about having some spicy hot pot? The tall guy spoke. He lived up to his name, tall and skinny, with jet black hair combed entirely to the right side, looking just like Hanawa from Chibi Maruko-chan. Then let's go to Malatang. I heard a new place called Zhongliang Malatang just opened. Let's give it a try. Black Monkey finished speaking and led the way inside. At this moment, it was the busiest time on the night snack street, with the aroma of various snacks filling the air and whetting people's appetites. Tastes good. I really like spicy food. That's true, especially the girls. Yunfeng casually responded. Can you two be serious? Don't you want to know what talent I awakened? Seeing the two chatting idly, Zhugan became a bit anxious. Yunfeng and Black Monkey exchanged a smile, understanding each other perfectly. Not interested, not interested. Hurry up and eat, hurry up and eat. With such a response from the two, Zhugan couldn't eat a single bite. I say, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Not asking me, yet I still have to say it. After speaking, the thin man cleared his throat. To tell you the truth, I awakened a B-level talent. You'd better show me some respect from now on. Yes, yes, B-level big shot. The perfunctory attitude of the two made the lanky man roll his eyes in anger. The other people in the shop, however, glanced sideways, showing expressions of awe. In the eyes of ordinary people, a B-level awakener is already a top-tier existence. The surrounding gazes gave the lanky man a slight sense of vanity satisfaction. Actually, both of them knew that Bamboo Pole had no other problem except for loving to brag. Alright, stop showing off your useless talent. Black Monkey couldn't stand it and said to Bamboo Pole. He knew that Yunfeng had only awakened an F-level talent today and definitely didn't want to talk about this. Just said it and regretted it. A B-level talent is trash, then Brother Feng's F-level talent. I'm done eating. What about you? I'm done too, let's go. Hey, I haven't finished eating yet. The Bamboo Pole paid while chasing after them. The three strolled out of the night snack street and arrived by the small river, where the surrounding crowd gradually thinned out. Madman, Black Monkey, hurry up and tell me your awakening results today. I'm dying of curiosity. The Bamboo Pole walked uncomfortably to the side, his face looking worse than constipation. Can't you see the lunatic doesn't want to talk about talent? No sense of tact at all. The Black Monkey nudged the Bamboo Pole, trying to make him shut up. Brother Feng, what happened? The Bamboo Pole quickly asked. I'm fine, don't listen to Black Monkey's nonsense. Yunfeng felt the concern of the two brothers and waved his hand. It's just an F-level talent awakening, nothing significant. What? Brother Feng, you're actually F-level? The Bamboo Pole widened his eyes in disbelief. Brother Feng, with one A-level, one B-level, and you, we can still make a name for ourselves in the dimensional space. Black Monkey, you're an A-level talent? This hit the Bamboo Pole harder than finding out Yunfeng was F-level. He was both worried about his brothers suffering and afraid they might be dragged down. Just now, the lanky guy boasting about his B-level talent instantly wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Ding! As the crisp sound of the class bell rang, the classroom immediately became solemn and respectful. After waiting all morning, the much-anticipated practical combat class finally arrived. Zhang Xingyu, take your classmates to room 8 in Area C of the practical combat training building. Li Yanjing finished her announcement and then stepped out of the classroom. Wow, we can finally enter the legendary practical training building. I'm so excited. Yeah, I've always wanted to go in and take a look, but unfortunately, only awakened ones are allowed inside. Who do you think will teach us the practical combat class? Could it be Teacher Xiao Zhan? He's so handsome. Stop overthinking. It definitely can't be Teacher Xiao Zhan. He's the practical training teacher for senior year. We have no chance. Walking all the way to the practical training building, the students were all full of anticipation. Yo, isn't this class 32, the trash collection center? You're here for the practical training too? Haha, trash collection center. What a fitting name. From now on, class 32 will be called that. In the distance, the mocking voices of Class 5 students pierced the air. Black Monkey heard this and immediately became upset, wanting to rush out to stand up for Yunfeng. Forget it, barking dogs don't bite. You can't stoop to the level of a dog, can you? Yunfeng held Black Monkey back. However, the classmates of Class 32, upon hearing those words, intentionally or unintentionally avoided Yunfeng, as if standing next to him would lower their own worth. As for Zhang Xingyu, the class monitor, not only did he fail to intervene, but he also quickened his pace, distancing himself from Yunfeng like the others. This situation only provoked the students of Class 5 to laugh out loud. Madman. Yunfeng looked at the situation before him and didn't pay much attention, merely shaking his head at the Black Monkey. Holding the ancient jade and having experienced 2 lifetimes, why would he care about the ridicule of these little brats? The key is, he hasn't truly exerted his strength yet, otherwise, he would have already gone up to slap their faces. Without strength, what's the use of just talking? Soon, they arrived in front of a magnificent and enormous square building. That was the practical training building, covering nearly nearly half of the school's area. The entire building was divided into 12 zones, each zone containing 10 training rooms, with each room spanning over 1,000 square meters, impressively luxurious. Guided by the signs along the way, Class 32 finally reached Room 8 in Zone C. Wow, this is so spectacular. The spacious room is filled with various equipment and weapons. At the very front hangs an enormous display screen, showing intense battles between awakeners. In the footage, one person transforms into a majestic giant tiger, exuding dominance. On the other side, a blazing fireball is formed, radiating overwhelming power. The two clashed fiercely, sparks flying, and the tiger's roar echoed like a forest trembling. This is the Battle of the Awakened? So cool. When will I be able to become this powerful? Just as everyone was immersed in the intense scene on the screen, a figure quietly appeared at the doorway, and the battle scene on the screen abruptly stopped. Everyone's eyes turned to the doorway. The figure was both familiar and unfamiliar. Is that Mr. Lee? So tall. Several boys hurriedly covered their mouths, trying to hide the drool about to slip out. The black combat suit perfectly complemented her impressive figure. What's wrong? Don't recognize me in this look? Li Yanjing looked at the crowd's astonished expressions, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. She herself did not expect that this outfit would have such an impact on more than 300 men and women. Everyone was accustomed to her professional attire, and the sudden change was so drastic that it was inevitably a bit hard to adjust to. Only Yunfeng's gaze was entirely fixed on the combat suit Li Yanjing was wearing, because just yesterday he had also received a combat suit almost identical to hers, except hers was clearly more advanced and should be of bronze grade. Who would have thought that Teacher Li is actually a little rich lady? You all, don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a bronze-level combat suit. Not every teacher can afford one. It is said that in the Awakeners Trade Alliance, a set of black iron-level combat suits costs 100,000 Hua currency, while bronze-level ones are 10 times that amount. Meanwhile, 2,000 Hua currency is enough for an average family to live comfortably for a year. Are you satisfied with this practical training room? The students below nodded rapidly like chickens pecking at rice. Do you have any objections to me being your practical training teacher? The nodding quickly turned into frantic head shaking. Very well, let's begin the first practical lesson of your lives. Before the class starts, I want to ask, what is your understanding of talent? Teacher, talent is the ability granted to us when the awakening stone unlocks our genetic lock, giving our bodies the opportunity to break through to higher levels. Everyone's genes are different, so the talents awakened naturally vary from person to person. As the question was posed, the students responded enthusiastically and in a lively manner. Very good, everyone is correct, but those are all textbook knowledge. What we are going to learn today is how to apply textbook knowledge to real combat, to actual battles. Li Yanqing clapped her hands, signaling everyone to quiet down. As we all know, awakened talent levels are divided into 9 grades, with SSS being the highest and F being the lowest. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes turned to Yunfeng. After all, he is the lowest F level. Talent level has a significant impact on combat. For example, with the same fire element talent, the power of skills released by a B level far exceeds that of a C level. This is just one aspect, the rest you can experience for yourselves. We roughly divide talents into 4 categories. The first category is the system type, mainly related to physical abilities such as strength, speed, perception, etc. The second category is the beast type, referring to those who transform into fierce beasts for combat. The third category is the elemental type, mostly used for long-range attacks and highly popular. The fourth category is the aberrant type, rare and powerful. You should know your own talent type. Now, please arrange yourselves into 4 formations from left to right according to the 4 categories mentioned earlier. As Li Yanqing gave the order, everyone sprang into action. However, the so-called 4 formations were more like 3, as the special category stood alone with only 2 people, Yunfeng and another B-level talent holder, Li Rui, whose awakened talent was replication. Didn't the teacher say that the special category is very strong? What's with this F level? Although it's a good category, the level is too low. What a pity. This F level might have some special skills to defeat SSS. Ha! The classroom erupted in laughter, but who would have thought this joke would later come true? Seeing everyone mock the unique type talent, Li Rui felt extremely uncomfortable. With your trash F level talent, what makes you think you can stand next to me? He felt insulted. If it weren't for Yunfeng, he would have long been basking in the envious gazes of others like a proud rooster, but now he was being questioned and met with cold stares because of Yunfeng. Heh, someone who doesn't know might think you awakened an SSS level ability. Yunfeng looked at the other person's venomous gaze and couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that their mental resilience was really too weak. Li Yanjing felt that the classmates were going too far, mocking a fellow classmate like this. Talent level is indeed important, but if one cannot face their talent properly and develop it earnestly, even an S-level talent may fade into mediocrity. Conversely, some low-level talents can also rise above others. Her tone was serious, tinged with a hint of anger. There are plenty of such examples in history. In the 135th year of the Awakening era, an S-level individual indulged indulged in their high-level talent without striving for progress and ultimately perished at the hands of a monster of lower rank. In the 178th year of awakening, a D-level awakener continuously developed their talent and ultimately killed a level 60 monster with level 55 strength, gaining widespread fame. Do you still think talent level is the only standard for measuring strength? Li Yanqing's statement made those who had mocked earlier lower their heads, avoiding eye contact and not daring to speak. Yunfeng looked at Li Yanqing on the stage in surprise, not expecting her to erupt in anger on his behalf. Now, let me talk about how to develop the 4 major talent categories to maximize their power, Li Yanqing said. The system category primarily enhances one's own abilities and is usually suitable for close combat. For example, Zhou Quan's extreme speed, as the name suggests, grants extraordinary speed, making him an agile attacker. The system category also includes combat, defense, and support types, such as Li Kuei's bronze skin and Zhang Feng's perception, which are respectively suited for defense and support. Only by finding one's own role can one better contribute. The beast category talent mainly involves transformation. The more parts of the body that transform, the stronger the power. The element category is primarily used for long-range attacks and is a talent type favored by many. As for the different types, I don't know much about them. They are complex, and a specialized teacher will be arranged to teach you. After speaking, her gaze swept toward the 2 individuals who stood apart from the 3 main categories. Teacher, what kind of talent did you awaken? Someone asked curiously. Li Yanqing looked at the questioner, then with a thought, a sharp eye spike suddenly appeared at the center of the person's forehead and disappeared immediately, scaring them into a cold sweat. You must remember, our innate attacks are meant to deal with monsters and must never be used against teammates. Do you understand? Alright, the first lesson is about partners. In the dimensional space battles, lone wolves are always the most dangerous because very few innate abilities can cover all bases. Unless your ability can ignore all dangers, teamwork and cooperation are the best ways to complete tasks. Now, begin forming teams freely, 5 people per group. I hope you choose carefully because for the next year and a half, barring special circumstances, these 5 people will be your bound team. Start now. As soon as the words were spoken, the classroom became lively. Zhou Quan, can I team up with you? I awakened the C-level Iron Bone ability, so I can handle frontline defense and ensure you can attack freely. Zhou Quan, count me in. I have the C-level Flame ability and can coordinate with your long-range attacks. Zhou Quan, I. As the only A-level talent in the class, Zhou Quan naturally became the target of everyone's efforts to win over. Several other B-level talent holders were also surrounded by people, but Black Monkey completely ignored these people and turned his gaze to Yunfeng. Forgot to mention, Yunfeng and Li Rui won't be participating in team formation this time. Originally wanting to team up with Yunfeng, Black Monkey could only reluctantly give up. The absence of a Class B talent choice made everyone more anxious, as no one wanted to remain unnoticed in a weak team. Talent levels vary greatly, and not everyone can find a team they are satisfied with. After a long selection process, all 63 teams were finally formed before the end of class. Well, the combinations are fairly reasonable, so I'm relieved. Starting from the next practical class, you need to familiarize yourselves with each other's talents and prepare for the dimensional space training a month from now. Yunfeng, Li Rui, come with me. Class dismissed. Li Yanqing left with Yunfeng and Li Rui, while the others laughed and returned to the classroom. Next month we're entering the dimensional space? I'm a little scared, a girl said timidly. You, silence. With talent, monsters aren't scary. I'll protect you. Her teammate, a boy with a sharp face and monkey-like features, said attentively. It must be said, that girl was quite good-looking, and her frightened appearance further aroused the boy's protective instincts. Humph, we awakened our talents to kill monsters. My broadsword has been itching for action for a long time. More people were eager to give it a try. After all, only by killing monsters could they gain spiritual power and strengthen themselves. On the other side, Li Yanqing had already brought Yunfeng and Li Rui to the teacher's office area. Along the way, Li Rui looked at Yunfeng with a gloomy expression, constantly mocking him. Li Rui, I'll take you to the Talent Research Institute. Yunfeng, you go to the vice principal's office. He wants to ask you about something. Alright, teacher. By the way, teacher, you look really dashing today. Yunfeng finished speaking and hurriedly ran to the vice principal's office. This brat. Li Yanqing's cheeks turned slightly red from amusement. After all, she knew that this combat suit was indeed snug and form-fitting. However, Yunfeng being able to say such words indicates that he is relatively optimistic about his F-level talent. Knock, knock, knock. As soon as Yunfeng knocked on the door, it automatically opened. Principal, you were looking for me? Do you know why I'm looking for you? You're not going to fire me, are you? It can't be because of my F-level talent, right? Yunfeng smiled awkwardly. That's right, it's your talent. The vice principal adjusted the glasses on his nose. From what I understand, your talent has never appeared before. It's a completely new talent with immense research value, so I'm just a guinea pig, huh? Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Can you tell me the entry for your talent? The vice principal ignored Yunfeng's complaints. The awakening stone can only display the talent level and name of the awakened, while the entry is known only to the awakened themselves. Yes, over the years, every new talent that emerged was registered for record-keeping, allowing the Institute to develop suitable tools to help awakeners better utilize their talents. The talent description states that it can plunder part of the spiritual power from slain monsters. Yunfeng couldn't refuse and had to respond. However, he quietly altered some details, not revealing the latter part of the entry. That part looks anti-human. Does plundering refer to plundering spiritual power? The vice principal frowned. I want to test how much spiritual power you can actually plunder. How to test? Yunfeng was curious. Actually, he wanted to know too. The vice principal led Yunfeng into a huge sealed room. A hidden door in the wall opened, and a metal cage was pushed out. Principal, it's just a rabbit. Why use such a big cage to keep it? Yunfeng circled around the cage, his face full of confusion. This is no ordinary rabbit. As soon as the words fell, the rabbit's eyes in the cage turned crimson. Then, under Yunfeng's shocked gaze, the rabbit's body suddenly expanded, muscles exploded, and it stood upright over a meter tall. Bang! The rabbit swung its fist and fiercely smashed the cage, causing a loud rumble. Holy crap, what breed of rabbit is this? This is from the dimensional space. Looks pretty tasty. The vice principal couldn't even continue speaking. Is this line of thinking normal? This is a level 1 monster, violent rabbit. In a moment, I'll beat it to near death and you go finish it off. Principal, can the monsters from the dimensional space be brought out? Others can't, but I am a research institute staff member and have authorization. Yunfeng nodded, feeling it was reasonable. The vice principal handed Yunfeng a pair of glasses. What is this? Pretty cool. Yunfeng fiddled with the pair of futuristic glasses. Put them on and you'll understand. I wasn't supposed to give them to you this early. Yunfeng put on the glasses, and a momentary dull pain in his temple instantly disappeared. Please enter your name. A virtual screen appeared in front, with a blinking underscore floating in the center, waiting for input. Truly high-tech. Yunfeng's interest was instantly piqued. Yunfeng. The words Cloud Peak immediately appeared on the screen. Not the crazy kind of foam, but the peak of a mountain. Yunfeng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that this thing wasn't all that sophisticated after all. After the naming was completed, a virtual screen appeared to the left front of Yunfeng, with a row of data prominently displayed. Name, Yunfeng. Level 1, 0/100. Initial combat power, 5. Talent level, F level. Whoa, Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the data. Isn't this just like the online games I played in my previous life? However, the data seemed much simpler, lacking equipment, skills, and similar elements, probably because he hadn't acquired these resources yet. He turned to look at the vice principal, and another virtual screen appeared in front of him on the right, displaying level 49. Combat power, 426348. Alert! Danger! Alert! Danger! A large red exclamation mark kept flashing on the screen. Whoa, over 400,000 combat power. How am I supposed to survive with my measly combat skills? However, based on the display, when observing others, only their level and combat power can be seen, other information won't be disclosed. Immediately after, Yunfeng turned his gaze toward the caged violent rabbit. Monster, violent rabbit. Combat power, 30. Skill, furious punch, delivers a punch of rage, causing extra damage. At the same level 1, this rabbit's combat power was actually 6 times his own, leaving Yunfeng feeling a bit defeated. Principal, this thing is just too useful. He has absolutely no intention of taking off these combat goggles right now. We spent quite a bit of time developing this thing. Alright, no more talking, let's officially start the experiment. As soon as the cage door opened, the violent rabbit dashed out instantly, throwing a fierce punch toward the vice principal. The vice principal casually flicked out a finger. The violent rabbit was catapulted away at an even faster speed, hitting the iron railing before falling to the ground. Yunfeng was really worried that this rabbit might be killed with just one finger. Enough, you can start now. Principal, you wouldn't make me go up there and use my fists, would you? I'm afraid of pain. Yunfeng raised his fist, pretending to be intimidating. The vice principal waved helplessly, and a long sword appeared out of thin air in his hand. Whoa, how did this thing come out? Yunfeng looked at the long sword in the vice principal's hand with a face full of surprise. In fact, he knew the vice principal definitely had a storage ring, but he had to pretend he had never seen such things before. The vice principal urged him disdainfully to quickly end the life of this violent rabbit and complete the experiment. Of course not. Yunfeng knew the act was almost over and tightly gripped the sword in his hand. At this moment, the data on the virtual screen changed, and the combat power increased to 8. This indicates that the sword added 3 points to his combat power. This should be an ordinary alloy longsword, not one synthesized from fragments or forged from monster materials, otherwise, the increase wouldn't be so minimal. He raised the sword and thrust it at the collapsed violent rabbit. The blade easily pierced through the rabbit's body. Principal, the combat goggles aren't reacting at all. The monster isn't dead, of course there's no reaction. You can't just poke randomly, you have to stab the head or the heart. The vice principal had already classified classified Yun Feng as a hopelessly stupid student in his mind. "Oh," Yun Feng responded, raising his sword to stab at the rabbit's head. In an instant, he felt a warm current flow into his body, incredibly soothing, as if his body had become stronger. "How is it? What number has the digit behind the level changed to?" the principal asked eagerly. "It seems to have turned into 666. 666? So many?" The vice principal looked completely baffled. "No, principal, I misspoke. It's just 16. The vice principal breathed a sigh of relief. It finally made sense. "In other words, you gain slightly more experience than ordinary people when killing monsters of the same level." The vice principal recorded the data. "The amount of spiritual power humans gain from killing monsters is extremely fixed. Killing monsters of the same level yields 5 points, leveling up requires 10 points, leveling up 2 levels requires 15 points, and so on. Below level 10, every 10 points of spiritual power increase 1 point of combat power. But whether this 1 point is an absolute value or a percentage still needs to be tested again." Soon, another cage was pushed out, containing a 1-meter-tall rooster with dazzling feathers, a gray comb split in the middle, and a tail of vibrant colors. This time, the vice principal didn't give much of an introduction. Yun Feng directly stared at the cage. "Monster, battle chicken. Level 2. Combat power, 60. Skill, Iron Mountain Lean, uses its wings to strike, causing massive damage." "What the heck, a chicken actually has this skill?" It reminded Yun Feng of an old acquaintance. The vice principal took action again. A miserable scream, the fighting chicken toppled to the ground. Yun Feng decisively raised his sword and thrust it toward the chicken's head. "What's the data this time?" He looked at the number following the level. 17 to 6, principal, if I'm not mistaken, that's 11. The vice principal couldn't be bothered to say more. "Alright, after 2 tests, we've roughly figured out your talent. You can go back now." After speaking, the vice principal waved his hand and closed the door. "Follow me." Yun Feng stood still, unwilling to leave. "Do you have something else?" "Vice principal, I think this test is not scientific enough." "Oh, tell me more." After all, it was his student's talent, and the vice principal wanted to hear his opinion. "I think we need to continue testing, preferably up to level 50 monsters. That way, the data will be more convincing." The vice principal hadn't expected Yun Feng to be so shameless. The vice principal finally couldn't hold back and exploded. "Either measure up to level 30, or level 10 will do. Get lost." Yun Feng saw the vice principal about to lose his temper and quickly ran away. "Remember, combat goggles cannot be worn in the safe zone, or you will be apprehended by enforcers." "Got it." Yun Feng took off his combat goggles and stuffed them into his pocket, then quickly dashed out of the laboratory. "Earned 17 experience points for free, worth it," he muttered to himself happily. In his eyes, this was exactly like leveling up by killing monsters in a game. Every absorption of spiritual energy made his body stronger. At this moment, his combat power value had already increased to 6. "Feels amazing. I'm getting more and more excited for the dimensional space training a month from now." Inside the laboratory, the vice principal sheathed his long sword. "This kid is quite interesting." Just now, he was furious, but now there isn't a trace of anger on his face. Although Yun Feng has lived 2 lives and is meticulous in his thoughts, some of his actions still seem deliberate in the vice principal's eyes. Unfortunately, his talent is too poor. This so-called plunder talent of the difference system barely absorbs any spiritual energy. It's somewhat useful in the early stages, but later on, it's practically useless. The vice principal shook his head inside, then uploaded the test results to the Talent Research Institute database. "Students, after a month of practical combat classes, do you feel confident about entering the dimensional space?" Although their spiritual power hadn't increased over the month, everyone's teamwork, as well as their understanding and application of their talents, had improved significantly. "Of course, I can't wait any longer. I am full of longing for the sights of the dimensional space." "Teacher, is it dangerous to go to the dimensional space?" "Yeah, can you guarantee our absolute safety?" As soon as Li Yanjing asked, the classroom immediately erupted into chaos. The responses were highly polarized. Most of the boys were brimming with curiosity and eager to enter the dimensional space for training, while the girls, lacking a sense of security, were afraid of potential risks. "Entering the dimensional space naturally comes with dangers. Although we will provide protection, it's impossible to accompany you the entire time, and accidents cannot be completely avoided." Li Yanqing scanned the crowd, and some of the frightened students' faces subtly changed. "So, for those who don't want to participate, you can still withdraw now. Once you withdraw, you will no longer take part in the practical combat classes and will forever lose the opportunity to enter the dimensional space. You can live peacefully as an ordinary person." The fearful individual secretly glanced at Yun Feng, only to find him sitting calmly and composed. "Why are you all staring at me? If you're scared, then don't go. There's no shame in being a coward, at least no one will die." Yun Feng didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Even an F rank like you isn't backing out, so why should we?" Those frightened students immediately retorted, vowing not to lose to this trash F rank. Yun Feng hadn't expected that they would actually actually find courage from him. Alright, since no one wants to back out, let's set off then. Li Yanjing led more than 300 students out of the school gate. Whoa, what is that? So impressive. Never seen it before, huh? I saw it last year when the senior students went for training. It's an armored combat vehicle, absolutely awesome. 3 colossal vehicles were parked at the school gate, their jet black metallic shells glinting faintly under the sunlight, with sharp edges and a strong sense of technological sophistication. 2 rows of massive wheels exude an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is an armored vehicle specifically for leaving the city. Please board in an orderly manner. Each vehicle accommodates 20 teams, with spacious interiors that won't feel crowded. As soon as the words were spoken, the vehicle doors opened, and 2 rows of ladders extended outward. The students boarded the vehicle in an orderly fashion. Why aren't you getting in the car? Li Yanqing looked at Yunfeng. Teacher, did you forget? I don't have a team, Yunfeng said with a hint of grievance. During this period, everyone had been training in pairs, except for him, who was left alone doing physical training, with no talents to familiarize himself with. Even Li Rui, who was also from a different system, was nowhere to be seen, probably undergoing special training. Then you can join that group. Li Yanjing pointed to a 5-person team in the distance. Yunfeng took a look. 4 D levels and 1 E level, the weakest team in the class. After all, in schools like number 9 high, the production rate of E levels is almost the same as A levels. Teacher, can I join that team? I'm just here to gain some experience anyway. He pointed to the team where the black monkey was. There was 1 A level, 1 B level, and 3 C levels, the strongest team in the class, unbeatable. Li Yanjing glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her expression seemingly saying, do you think that's possible? Alright. Yunfeng had no choice but to walk toward that weakling team. The 5 team members saw him coming and stared at him with disdainful looks, silently thinking, don't come over. But due to Li Yanjing's intimidation, they had no choice but to accept. Wow, sitting in the car and being able to see the entire view outside, that's so cool. After getting in the car, everyone noticed that while the exterior was a pitch-black body, the interior turned out to be a transparent space. The armored vehicle started, slowly moving toward the safe zone amidst the roar of its engine. Yunfeng had seen the walls of the safe zone many times, and each time he felt a surge of emotion and deep reverence. The walls stood 50 meters tall, majestic and imposing. The surface was covered with an unknown metal, heavy and solid. Thick black metal cannon barrels protrude from the top of the wall every 20 meters. Men look at them and weep. Women look at them and feel powerless. No, they serve to strongly deter the monsters. Although most monsters have been driven into dimensional spaces, many creatures still lurk in the wild, and new rifts occasionally open. Outside the safe zone, wild grass grows rampant, rocks are scattered everywhere, desolation and ruin prevail. While passing by, one can still see collapsed skyscrapers and cracked highways. This might have been a bustling metropolis, but now only ruins remain. Look, what is that? Someone shouted loudly from the car. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. A black bear, about 3 meters tall and covered in a metallic shell, appeared amidst the ruins, its eyes glowing with a crimson light. Yunfeng wished he could take out his combat goggles to check the monster's attributes. How can there be a black armored furious bear? Wasn't this area already cleared? Could it have wandered here from somewhere else? Inside the armored vehicle, a military officer frowned as he watched the monster outside. The black armored furious bear let out a roar and lunged at the armored vehicle. Ah, the monster is attacking. Some female students screamed. Level 1. Don't panic, this level of monster poses no threat to the war vehicle. The officer then jumped off the war vehicle, facing the black bear directly. He held a 2-meter-long spear, its body faintly emanating the aura of a black iron-grade composite weapon. The officer raised his gun and thrust it straight at the bear's head. The bear, alert, suddenly stood up and struck the gun's tip with its paw. The officer had anticipated this move, lightly flicked his wrist, and the gun's tip immediately shifted toward the bear's chest. Caught off guard, the bear twisted slightly, and its chest was pierced. Roar! The black bear roared in pain, raising its paw to strike the officer. The officer kicked the black bear in the abdomen, using the force to retreat while swinging his spear in a circular motion. Not only did he evade the black bear's paw strike, but the spear also struck its head. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. When can I be as powerful as him? The spear in his hand is so cool, I really want it. The people hiding in the car cheered repeatedly, witnessing for the first time the fierce battle between humans and monsters. Clearly, the black armored furious bear was no match for the officer. After more than a dozen rounds, covered in wounds, it was finally pierced through the head by the officer's spear and died on the spot. While everyone was stunned, the officer carefully removed the metal armor from the black bear. These metals are very precious and extremely valuable, the accompanying teacher explained. Back in the war vehicle, the officer made a call to report the battle situation to the safe zone. After this brief interlude, the war vehicle continued its journey and finally reached its destination half a day later. Gazing into the horizon, a massive void fissure stretches across the sky, resembling a giant eye. Beneath the fissure stands a small base, with the prominent words "Small Jungle Dimensional Space" displayed at the entrance. Outside each dimensional space, a team is stationed to prevent monsters inside from rioting and breaking out. Additionally, they are responsible for verifying the identity of entrants and collecting the corresponding admission fees. Not only is the exterior secured, but the interior of the dimensional space entrance also has a designated safety zone with guards stationed. After the armored vehicle arrived at the base, everyone got off and focused their gaze on the entrance to the dimensional space ahead. The nation's only restriction on entering dimensional spaces is that high-level awakeners are not allowed to enter low-level dimensional spaces. This is because low-level dimensional spaces are equivalent to conquered territories, used to train newcomers, and must provide them with room to grow. Hello, we are from the 9th High School of District 5. These are the newly awakened students this year, here for training today. Li Yanjing handed over the approval document. This time, 22 teachers are accompanying, all meeting the required standards and complying with the entry regulations. The base officer glanced at the document and nodded, saying, "They've already informed us. Follow me." It's actually just a formality. For the first time taking students for training, the school waives the entrance fee. This privilege will not be available in the future. Over 300 people marched grandly toward the entrance of the dimensional space. "I'll go in first, you wait outside." Li Yanjing led the accompanying teachers into the entrance, as potential risks must be investigated first. Soon, she reappeared, confirming everything was fine. 61 teams quickly entered the dimensional space. This is the dimensional space? It's different from what I imagined. Yeah, it's so beautiful, and the air is so fresh. Although named Small Jungle Dimensional Space, the area is vast, with a size of approximately 2,000 square kilometers, equivalent to the size of a county in the previous life, according to the teacher's introduction. The environment is even better than Blue Star, filled with a special aura absent on Blue Star. Everyone, form up in squads, line up from left to right, and stand properly. Squad 1, step forward to receive combat equipment. As soon as the words were spoken, the students began to discuss animatedly. Equipment 2? Could it be fragmentary equipment? In broad daylight, stop dreaming. Even I want to dream such a beautiful dream. Then what else could it be? Ordinary alloy weapons. The school wouldn't bother handing those out. The first squad excitedly moved forward to receive their equipment. Each person gets one set, which can only be used after binding to your identity, plus a rescue flare. Li Yanjing handed out 5 pairs of combat goggles and a metal short tube. TCH, I thought it was some kind of special equipment, but it turns out to be just a pair of sunglasses. The person below snorted disdainfully. Your expressions will change soon, Yunfeng thought to himself. Li Yanjing instructed the first squad to bind their identities and familiarize themselves with the use of the goggles, then distributed them to the remaining squads. Wow, these goggles are amazing. Look at Zhou Quan, he already has 20 combat power at level 1, so strong. My C-level talent only has an initial combat power of 12 points. Why do I only have 11 points when I'm also C-level? It's so unfair. After everyone put on their goggles, they were all pleasantly surprised and full of praise. Yunfeng is probably the weakest in our class. Let's take a look. 6 points, as expected, the lowest. All eyes turned to Yunfeng. He remained calm and indifferent. The E-level team members standing nearby looked extremely grim. Being on par with Yunfeng in combat power made him feel worse than being killed. Alright, everyone should now have a basic understanding of the goggles' functions. Their primary purpose is to detect basic information about monsters. Teacher, isn't it said that all electronic devices are unusable in dimensional spaces? That's true. Electronic devices like phones and cameras are ineffective in dimensional spaces. However, these goggles are the crystallization of centuries of human wisdom, developed using materials from dimensional spaces. They are the only technological equipment humans can use. Only then did everyone understand the value of these goggles. Final reminder, training comes with risks. I hope everyone uses the knowledge learned this month to face the challenges and doesn't easily resort to the rescue fireworks. The training duration is 1 month. I hope everyone achieves good results. Dismissed. As the words fell, the 61 teams had not yet dispersed and began taking equipment out of their backpacks. Yunfeng took a look and found that most of the equipment was imitation made from monster materials. Although it wasn't as good as fragment equipment, it far surpassed ordinary alloy weapons, enough to give them an edge in the early stages of monster hunting. Tell me about your talent so I can plan the combat strategy. The squad leader, Lu Yong, asked Yunfeng. Apart from Lu Yong, the team only had one piece of barely passable equipment, while the rest were all trash alloy weapons. Plunder, killing monsters can slightly plunder the opponent's spiritual power. Since he was assigned to this team, Yunfeng temporarily didn't want to cause a rift. Just for show, useless. The others were dissatisfied. This talent is completely useless. Alright, be careful during the fight. I won't steal your kill. Yunfeng shrugged helplessly, indicating he would go with the flow. We need to find a chance to break away from them. They disliked Yunfeng, and Yunfeng disliked them too. Yunfeng, equipped with a full set of black iron gear, knew that acting alone was the only way to maximize benefits. Attention, we have entered the monster survival zone. Our combat strategy strength is the lowest in the class, so we must find isolated monsters. Lu Yong chose an open area for better visibility. In the team, only Zhao Barui had an E-level farsight talent, which extended his vision range by 5% compared to ordinary people. Though unimpressive, it was barely sufficient for scouting. Brother Yong, there's an isolated monster ahead. Zhao Barui, who was responsible for scouting, proudly said, hinting that he was somewhat useful. Let's go, take a look. Soon, the six approached the monster. Monster, needle fur mouse. Combat power, 25. Skill, flying needle. Monster information is displayed on the virtual screen. Not bad luck, it's a level 1 monster with low combat power. As planned, Ding Mo will defend, Shin Qibin and I will attack, and Li Yu will handle healing. Arranged properly, everyone drew their weapons and advanced toward the monster. Lu Yong awakened the D-level Iron Fist, which grants extra damage and a chance to knock back, equipped with boxing gloves adding 10 points to combat power. Ding Mo awakened the D-level Elemental Earth-type talent. Shin Qibin wielded a Chinese longsword, with his Beast-type monkey talent yet to take shape, temporarily relying on weapons. Zhao Barui took out a longbow, matching his talent. The girl Li Yu awakened a D-level Elemental Wood system, capable only of healing minor injuries. When they were about 20 meters away from the needle-fur mouse, the monster noticed them. The needle-fur mouse was covered in gray-black needle-like fur, with a small body about half a meter long. Soon, everyone faced their first battle with a monster in their lives. As for Yunfeng's first battle, it was destined to be insignificant. Get lost. The needle-furred rat, seeing the group surrounding it, was instantly enraged. Its eyes turned blood red as it lunged at them. Its thick tail lashed through the air like a whip, exuding a menacing threat. Ding Mo raised his shield to block the attack head-on, while Lu Yong and Shin Qibin flanked from the sides. Yunfeng stood aside, nodding to himself. Although their combat strength wasn't particularly strong, their tactics were executed well. Ding Mo attracted the monster's firepower. Though struggling under the protection of the large shield, he could barely hold on. Lu Yong and Shin Qibin took the opportunity to attack. While not far away, Zhao Barui kept firing cold arrows. With this strategy, there was no doubt about killing this level 1 needle-furred rat. Suddenly, several 10-centimeter-long steel needles shot out from the monster's body, heading straight for the three of them. Watch out, it's a skill. Lu Yong crossed his fists to block the flying needles aimed at his face. Ding Mo's shield blocked the flying needles without issue. Shin Qibin, who was solely focused on attacking, was caught off guard and unable to dodge. The steel needle pierced his arm, causing blood to splatter. Shin Qibin let out a painful wail. Damn it! Lu Yong cursed inwardly. Having an injured member in the first battle would inevitably slow down their progress. Qibin, you go down first and let Li Yu treat you. The monster is almost dealt with. Shin Qibin gritted his teeth and retreated. Losing one person wouldn't have much impact, and the monster couldn't continuously cast skills. The spiritual energy of this monster is mine. I'm the main attacker. After leveling up to level 2, I can handle the monster better, and then you can finish it off. Collapsing beside the monster, Lu Yong spoke to the group. Everyone knows well that Lu Yong's allocation is the most reasonable. The recent battle made them realize that even level 1 monsters are not easy to deal with. Only by being strong themselves can they be safe. Agreed, with Brother Yong leveling up, we'll be safer. 20 level 1 monsters we can afford to wait. Zhao Barui spoke up. He has an E-level talent, and even if he levels up to level 2, he would still be on the fringe. If not for Lu Yong taking him in, he would have long been abandoned by the class. Others could only silently accept it, completely ignoring Yunfeng's opinion. One punch defeated the needle fur mouse, and a surge of spiritual energy flowed into Lu Yong's body. This feeling is truly amazing. Lu Yong closed his eyes to savor it. Zhao Barui, go collect the spoils. The so-called spoils are the steel-like hairs from the monsters, which serve as the main source of income for adventurers. As for fragments, it all depends on luck. Shin Qibin, how's your injury? Just treated it, much better now. The arm was bandaged to stop the bleeding. The elemental talent has limited effects in the early stages, especially at D level, so being able to stop the bleeding is already commendable. However, the elemental system is diverse in the later stages, with the wood element being both offensive and defensive. It's normal to make mistakes in your first battle, but I hope you won't repeat them in the future. Shin Qibin knew he had been careless and humbly accepted the criticism. Lu Yong is a qualified captain. He knows how to make plans, takes responsibility, and can summarize. If only his talent level were a bit higher. Yunfeng silently evaluated in his heart. After a short rest, everyone continued searching for the next level 1 monster. It didn't take long to kill a level 1 monster, just 5 minutes per monster, but finding them took time. The sun set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Within half a day, the 5 of them killed a total of 28 monsters, with Lu Yong taking down 20 on his own and successfully leveling up to level 2. The other 4 each got 2, leaving Yunfeng longing in vain. As expected, after Lu Yong reached level 2, his killing efficiency greatly increased. He initially wanted to suggest letting Ding Mo level up to level 2 first, perhaps to handle 2 monsters at once, but feared causing dissatisfaction dissatisfaction within the team, so he dropped the idea. We need to find an opportunity to break away from them. Yunfeng pondered in his heart. Following them left no room to shine, and it was even hard to accumulate experience. On the other side, the Black Monkey team dealt with the monsters much more easily, with 4 violent rabbits joining the fray at once. The B-level diamond talent is truly impressive, with excellent defense, Zhou Quan praised. Their team also consists of 2 attackers, 1 defender, 1 support, and 1 scout. Scouting talent is extremely important. Each dimensional space has vastly different environments and monster characteristics. Although goggles can detect monster information, they are limited, and some monsters are even difficult to see with the naked eye. Soon, the 4 monsters were killed one by one, turning into lost souls. Kill 4 more level 1 monsters, and we can challenge level 2 monsters. Half a day later, 4 out of the 5 people had already reached level 2. This is the difference between teams with varying levels of talent. Zhou Quan and Tan Kaisheng, after reaching level 2, could challenge level 2 monsters, but to ensure safety, they still proceeded cautiously. Brother Monkey, the 2 monsters ahead are not violent rabbits. Level 2 monsters? Are you sure there are only 2? There are absolutely no other monsters around, rest assured. Alright, let's do it. Originally, I didn't plan to challenge level 2 monsters so early, but since we encountered them and their numbers are few, we decided to strike decisively. 2 level 2 monsters have spiritual power equivalent to 4 level 1 monsters, making it worth a fight. Zhou Quan led the team to charge at the 2 level 2 monsters. This monster is quite interesting. In front of him was the middle-parted fighting chicken Yunfeng had seen earlier. The battle quickly commenced. The pressure brought by the level 2 monster was significantly increased. Although Tan Kai was already level 2, his defense was still struggling. Kaizi, hold on. Got it, no problem. Compared to the 30-power violent rabbit, the 60-power battle chicken doubled Tan Kai's pressure. Seeing Tan Kai struggling, Zhou Quan and the fire element teammates accelerated their attacks to ease the pressure. Cluck cluck cluck. The battle chicken suddenly spread its wings, tilted its head to dodge, and charged at Tan Kai, activating the Iron Mountain Lean skill. Clang! The sound of the shield colliding with the metallic chicken wing rang out, and the shield was visibly dented. Tan Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Tan Kai, who was already struggling to defend himself, was injured, teetering on the brink of danger. Kaizi. Upon seeing this, Zhou Quan swung his dual daggers even more fiercely. His extreme speed talent not only enhances his movement speed but also makes his attack speed astonishing. Huff huff. The Black Monkey's continuous offensive left him panting heavily. High-level talent places a significant burden on the body. Fortunately, the quick battle ended with the slaying of a combat chicken, easing the situation. I didn't expect that a level 2 monster would be far more exhausting than 2 level 1 monsters. I was careless. Tan Kai blamed himself for the injury, feeling a sense of responsibility. The Black Monkey looked behind, which was exactly the direction of the Yunfeng squad's advance. I wonder how Madman is doing now. I should have fought harder to get him into my team back then. Yong, we've been in here for most of the day. It should be dark outside by now, right? Why hasn't the sky changed at all here? Zhao Barui trotted along behind Lu Yong, looking every bit like a sycophant. Clearly, you weren't paying attention during the practical class. The teacher said that time in the dimensional space is different from outside. Time here seems to be frozen, with no distinction between day and night. It looks the same now as it did when we entered. Yong, I found another lone monster. Zhao Borui shouted excitedly. Lu Yong led the group swiftly toward the monster's location. Attack! At the command, everyone performed their duties, and the battle quickly commenced. Since Lu Yong advanced to level 2, the originally 5-minute battle was shortened to 3 minutes, with almost no injuries. Squeak! At 1.5 minutes into the battle, another needle-fur mouse suddenly appeared nearby. Lu Yong's expression changed drastically. Although the team could easily handle a level 1 monster, the simultaneous appearance of 2 monsters with only 1 level 2 member was an absolute disaster. Rumble. Zhao Barui, didn't you say there was only 1? How did it become 2? Lu Yong questioned sharply. Yonggu, I clearly only saw 1 just now. Zhao Barui stammered, unable to escape responsibility. If the 2 monsters are left unchecked, they might endanger the entire team. Looks like we need to send a distress signal. Lu Yong said helplessly. But sending a signal means this training is basically over. How is it? Can't hold on anymore, can you? Just as the group was feeling anxious, a mocking remark came through. Yunfeng, what do you mean? Lu Yong was already upset and was angered by Yunfeng's words. Nothing much, just curious to see who you'll sacrifice to get through this crisis. Yunfeng responded with a cold laugh. Zhao Borui's face was pale. This situation was precisely caused by his negligence. Moreover, he was the least talented and least useful in the team. If someone truly had to be sacrificed, it would undoubtedly be him. Liu, standing nearby, trembled slightly, also afraid of being abandoned. Actually, as long as someone distracts this needle-fur mouse, the crisis will be resolved. Yunfeng once again gave Lu Yong some advice. Brother Yong, I can't do it, don't make me go. Zhao Barui shouted in terror, yet hadn't fled. Brother Yong, if it really doesn't work, I'll do it. Li Yu's voice trembled, knowing that she might not be able to escape. Don't worry, no one needs to go. Staying alive is the only hope. At most, we'll give up on this training session. Just as Lu Yong finished speaking, he was about to ignite the rescue fireworks. Wait! Yunfeng suddenly charged at the needle-furred mouse. This was his best chance to leave the team. He had waited for so long, how could he miss it? The words he said earlier were merely to test the reaction, which somewhat satisfied his twisted sense of humor. Yunfeng, you! Lu Yong was utterly astonished. All along the way, Yunfeng had neither contributed nor shared spiritual power, essentially remaining unrelated. Yet at this moment, he was actually willing to risk himself to create an opportunity for them. Little did they know, Yunfeng had already joyfully taken the needle-furred mouse and left far away. But he had not yet revealed his trump card. Pulling aggro alone was extremely dangerous. What are you standing there for? Quickly deal with this monster and go save Yunfeng. Lu Yong struck the needle-furred rat with his fists, refusing to dodge even when faced with its skills, using his calf to withstand the flying needles. The needle-furred rat was killed, and no one cared who delivered the finishing blow. Is the precious opportunity of Yunfeng allowed to be destroyed? After a few people finished killing and pursued, Yunfeng had already disappeared without a trace. Hopefully, Yunfeng can escape danger. Lu Yong sighed. He brought this upon himself. Who can he blame? Zhao Borui said sarcastically. Remember, it's because of him that we can continue to train and level up. Lu Yong slapped him across the face. Zhao Borui was beaten into silence. Yunfeng distanced himself several hundred meters from the danger zone, confirmed no one was pursuing him, and immediately retrieved a black iron-grade battle knife from his storage ring. As soon as the battle knife appeared, the combat power on the virtual screen instantly changed to 106. In other words, this weapon increased his combat power by a full 100 points. Don't underestimate 100 points, even level 3 monsters have combat power of just over 100. Yunfeng wields his battle blade, easily able to challenge opponents 2 levels higher. No wonder it's a highly sought-after synthesized fragment. He gripped the blade, turned around, and slashed at the needle-furred rat. Put! A cold gleam of the blade flashed by, and the needle-furred rat was split in half before it could react. This battle blade is incredible, enough for me to use until level 5, maybe even level 10. He then donned his combat suit, and his combat power on the virtual screen soared once again. Name, Yunfeng. Level 1, 23/100. Combat power, 207. Talent, grade F. Just killed a needle mouse, gained 6 points of spiritual power, and slightly increased combat strength. With this set of F-level equipment, Yunfeng can almost ignore attacks from monsters below level 3, as the black iron-grade combat suit strength is equivalent to a level 3 monster. Heading deeper reduces the probability of encountering other teams, so Yunfeng doesn't need to worry about being discovered. 6 points of experience. 6 o'clock again. Why haven't we reached the level 2 monster area yet? The team acted cautiously and was still in the level 1 monster zone. After killing more than 10 monsters, he finally encountered the first level 2 monster, a majestic black dog. Monster, Iron Claw. Level 2. Combat power, 55. Skill, Tear. Wounds caused by beast claws are hard to heal. This combat power is actually inferior to a battle chicken? Steel Fang is fierce, but its combat power is only 55 points. Yunfeng didn't hesitate and stepped forward with his blade. The disparity in combat power is huge. A level 2 monster is simply not worth considering. Casually slashing twice, easily killing, gaining 11 points of spiritual power. Finally leveled up to level 2. Level 2 monster, nothing special. Yunfeng still did not collect the spoils and continued to advance deeper. According to the teacher, the highest level monster in this dimensional space is only level 5. Based on his estimation, the combat power of a level 5 monster is approximately 500. Even if discovered by a level 2 monster, he pressed on without hesitation, enduring the damage and continuing forward. After spending an entire day, Yunfeng finally reached the level 3 monster area. Strangely, although a day has passed in the outside world, the sky here has not changed. The scorching sun still hangs in the position where it just rose. Level 3 monsters resemble wild boars, with green faces and tusks, the tusks extending about half a meter from their mouths. Monster, Steel Fang. Level 3. Combat power, 124. Skill, Fang Impact. The data was quickly identified by the combat goggles. The combat power of a level 3 monster has already exceeded 100, but it is still no threat to Yunfeng. He did not make a move, bypassed the Steel Fang monster, and continued deeper. Humph! The Steel Fang monster was unwilling to let him go and charged fiercely. Since you're seeking death, I'll grant your wish. Yunfeng raised his blade to face the battle. Level 3 monsters are more ferocious than level 2 ones. Although their combat power is nearly 100 points higher, they are still difficult to kill instantly. Half a minute later, 11 points of spiritual power were credited. On the way to the level 4 area, Yunfeng grew increasingly restless and had no choice but to kill 3 Steel Fang monsters with a combat power of about 125. The level 3 monster monster area is vast, and it took 2 days to reach the level 4 area. During this time, he felt somewhat fatigued and used local resources, eating steel fong monster meat to satisfy his hunger. Check data. Name, Yun Fong. Level 2, 45/500. Combat power, 219. Every 10 points of spiritual power increases combat power by 1 point. Talent, F level. Meanwhile, the goggles display information about level 4 monsters. Monster, Coyote. Combat power, 206. Skill, Earth Spike. At first, Yunfeng thought Coyote was just a figurative name, but unexpectedly, this Earth was not the Earth he had imagined. Level 4 monsters are actually elemental type, quite a challenge, and my combat advantage isn't very significant. Based on past battle experience, every time a monster levels up, its combat power increases by more than just a little. I originally planned to head straight to the level 5 area, but I realized I might not be able to defeat level 5 monsters. Then I'll level up to 3 here. Currently, he is only at level 2. Killing level 4 monsters can yield 16 points of spiritual power, but the path to leveling up is long. Yunfeng swung his blade straight at the coyote ahead. Monster levels have increased, and clustering phenomena have decreased. Although the coyote is named Earth, its appearance is anything but earthy. Approximately 2 meters tall, half a head taller than Yunfeng, with smooth and shiny tawny fur, and limbs as sturdy as pillars. The coolest thing is that fragments of stone float around its body. The hyena roared, gathering the fragments into sharp spikes that shot toward Yunfeng. Damn, this mud is using skills. Totally dishonorable. Yunfeng dared not resist head-on and could only roll sideways to dodge the earth spike. The scattered rubble fell to the ground and slowly gathered back around the earth wolf. It seems the return of the rubble marks the skill's cooldown time. Yunfeng stood up, ripped the knife with both hands, and slashed diagonally at the earth wolf's abdomen. The coyote tilted its body to the side to dodge the attack. Only level 4, yet its combat instincts are this strong? Yunfeng frowned slightly. He adjusted his grip on the knife and thrust straight at the coyote's waist. Wolves have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists. Only by striking the waist can the damage be maximized. Another part is tightly protected by the tail, making it impenetrable. The hyena did not expect Yunfeng to change moves so quickly. The battle knife pierced straight through, hitting the target, and blood flowed along the blade. But the blade was caught by the thick skin and failed to penetrate deeply. Yunfeng prepared to slash a large wound horizontally, but the coyote's tail swung toward his head. Helplessly, he withdrew the blade to dodge and waited for the right opportunity. This earth element monster has really high defense. Yunfeng wiped off the bloodstains and continued attacking the abdomen with a single-handed grip on the knife. The wounds on the coyote increased, and the shattered stones reassembled, ready to unleash a skill at any moment. Yunfeng realized this and slowed his offensive, staying alert for the reappearance of Earth Spike. Man and wolf engaged in fierce combat. After the 4th Earth stab, Yunfeng seized the opportunity and killed the Earth wolf with 1 strike. 5 whole minutes. It was indeed challenging. It seems I can only handle level 4 monsters for now. Yunfeng sighed. Even with a perfect starting hand and an extra 200 combat power, it's still not easy to defeat monsters above his level. Adjusting his mindset, he continued to linger in the level 4 area. If others knew that Yunfeng had ventured this deep in just half a day and night, they would surely be astonished. Brother Yon, there's a needle for mouse corpse ahead, and the loot is completely intact. Zhao Borui excitedly said to Lu Yong. Now that Yunfeng has left, he has become the weakest in the team, only able to desperately exert his limited role to seek a sense of presence. Approaching the corpse, it turned out to be a needle-furred rat that had just died not long ago, with its fur intact. Who was so extravagant? Not even taking the spoils of war? This fur can sell for 50 Hua coins. Don't underestimate 50 Hua coins. It's a week's living expenses for an average family. Yon, 2 more needle-furred rat corpses were found ahead. Zhao Barui continued to report. Lu Yong and the other team members showed expressions of joy. Which team left these behind? Could they all be wealthy people? The always silent Shin Shibin murmured. Could it be that the guardian teacher took action? Absolutely not. The guardian teacher would never act without seeing a distress signal, and we didn't see any signal. Lu Yong rejected Li Yu's speculation. Do you think it could be that F-level Yunfeng who did it? He fled in this direction without leaving any traces. Impossible, absolutely impossible. As soon as Li Yu finished speaking, Zhao Barui screamed. He would rather believe that the needle-haired mouse died of starvation than that Yunfeng did it. That kind of trash, without a team leader, how could they possibly solo a level 1 monster? They were probably devoured by the monster already. Zhao Barui said venomously. Level 1. Alright, it doesn't matter who did it, as long as it benefits us. Lu Yong collected the spoils and continued forward. After killing the coyote, Yunfeng did not abandon the loot as he had before. Elemental monsters are different from ordinary monsters. A crystal core corresponding to their element grows in their heads, making them relatively more valuable. He cut open the coyote's head and extracted a sharp-edged, earth-yellow crystal core, its surface still carrying traces of red and white substances. The crystal core had a regular shape, resembling a delicate work of art, immediately displayed on the virtual screen. Level 4 Earth Element Crystal Core, worth 200 Hua coins. Indeed, earning money through dimensional space training is really fast. Thinking about money, Yunfeng's mind flashed with a thought. It is said that there is a dedicated trading platform for awakened ones. Maybe I can use Hua coins to buy some fragments. Thinking of this, his eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that this was a surefire profitable business. Immediately after, he shook his head with a bitter smile. I missed out on billions by not picking up loot along the way. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, venting all his anger on the coyote. Awesome! This is the 8th Earth Element Crystal Core, totaling 1,600 Hua coins in income. Yunfeng extracted another crystal core from the head of the Earth Wolf. What is that? He kicked aside the Earth Wolf's corpse and discovered a shard of crystal emitting a faint dark glow. Within the shard, a bottle of potion was faintly reflected, with the word strength written on it. Am I this lucky? I've only killed a few monsters, and a fragment actually dropped? Isn't it said that fragments are extremely hard to obtain? He stared at the fragment in surprise, a surge of joy welling up in his heart. Without hesitation, he activated the ancient jade around his neck, a flash of green light illuminating the fragment. Moments later, a bottle of potion appeared out of thin air in his palm. Black Iron Great Strength Potion, increases physical strength by 20 points, maximum usage limit, 10 times. Yunfeng had no concept of what 20 points of strength meant, thinking, I'll drink it and find out. He opened the potion's seal and drank it in one gulp. What a strange feeling. The potion is tasteless upon entry, and it even feels as if no liquid is present. Soon after, the whole body heats up like a shrimp being steamed, with the skin turning red and heat emanating from the surface. After a long while, this sensation gradually fades away. He feels his entire body brimming with strength. Looking at the combat power number, it has risen to 272. In other words, this potion increased his combat power by 40 points. Compared to the 100 points provided by Black Iron level equipment, the potion's value is lower, but potions can stack. Weapons and combat suits do not stack combat power, but potions are different. According to the instructions, the Black Iron Great Strength Potion can be used 10 times. Fully used, it can increase combat power by 400 points. Whoosh! Since there is a strength potion, there must be other types as well. If all are fully used, even with low levels and poor talent, combat power can reach an astonishing height. With the motivation of this Black Iron fragment, Yunfeng is even more diligent in killing monsters. Kill 10 more coyotes, and a fragment drops on the ground. Fragments drop so easily? He was doubtful, suspecting it was due to killing monsters above his level. Picking up the fragment, he saw it was a bottle of potion, with the label changed to speed. Hiss! Black Iron Speed Potion, increases speed by 20 points, maximum usage limit, 10 times. Not bad, it's a good item. He simply drank it, and his combat power increased by another 40 points. Just need to kill 10 more coyotes to level up 3 times. Yunfeng solo leveled up for several days but still hadn't reached the max level, making it hard to imagine how slow other teams were at leveling up. Of course, he spent most of his time traveling. After tasting success, he rampaged through the level 4 area, leaving chaos in his wake. On the 7th day, Yunfeng successfully leveled up to level 3. After killing the last 10 jackals, he unsurprisingly obtained another fragment, still the Black Iron Great Strength Potion. After drinking the potion, he looked at the panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level 3, 7/1000. Combat power, 389. Talent, Grade F. Only at level 3, with combat power nearing 400, it's already extremely astonishing. Yet he still hasn't entered the level 5 monster zone. To verify his idea, he continued hunting jackals in the level 4 area. 20 jackals killed without a shard. It seems the drop rate is related to killing monsters above one's level. He remained calm, wanting to explore how many monsters needed to be killed to drop a shard. After killing 10 more, a shard appeared on the ground. The drop rate is about 1 in 30, not too low. He judged this way. After drinking the speed potion, combat power rose to 462. It's time to go. Now I can start troubling level 5 monsters. This is too hard. We have to kill 100 level 2 monsters to reach level 3. Black Monkey looked at the data and wailed. Their squad of 5 needs to kill a total of 500 level 2 monsters for everyone to level up. Monkey bro, if our squad levels up this slowly, you can imagine the situation for other squads. They prioritized letting Zhou Quan absorb the spiritual energy, but they were still over 100 points short of leveling up. My combat power has reached 78. Killing level 2 monsters is easy. Don't give all the spiritual energy to me, give it to Tankai instead, so he can can pull 2 level 2 monsters. With their combat power increased, everyone was full of confidence, steadily leveling up step by step. Xiaoxue, how's your mastery of the talent this past month? In the practical training room next to the principal's office of the 9th Middle School in District 5, the principal looked gently at the graceful girl. She was the only student in the school to awaken an S-level talent, Shangguan Shui. Principal, I've basically mastered it. When can I go to the dimensional space for training? Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. You'll set off shortly. The principal was all smiles, and if other teachers saw it, they would surely be stunned. Really? That's great. Shangguan Shui jumped up with joy. After spending another 3 days crossing the territory of level 4 monsters, Yunfeng finally saw the level 5 monster he had been dreaming of. All the way, he passed through plains and hills, never encountering any jungles, and had always thought that the names of dimensional spaces were randomly chosen. It was only at this moment that he understood the origin of the name Little Jungle Dimensional Space. Before him stretched a lush, verdant forest, vast and boundless, with the faint outlines of mountain peaks visible in the distance. The forest was teeming with vegetation, with thriving grasses and trees, and the air was filled with a unique, refreshing fragrance. This environment is complex. Finding the monster won't be easy, and it's easy to get ambushed. Yunfeng looked at the dense jungle in front of him, feeling a bit troubled. Just as he hesitated, the leaves in the jungle swayed, and the silhouette of a monster faintly appeared. Virtual screen displays information. Monster, Clouded Leopard. Combat power, 456. Skill, Cloud Leap, leaps into the air to fly a certain distance, with a slight increase in attack power and attack speed upon landing. This is a massive leopard with a body length of 5 meters and a height of about 3 meters. Its entire body is covered in white fur interspersed with black spots, and its light blue eyes are particularly striking. Its limbs are surrounded by mist, moving with exceptional grace. With my current combat strength, I can just handle it, but I don't know how strong the skill enhancement is. Yunfeng frowned in deep thought. His advantage was not significant, and if the opponent's skill enhancement was substantial, he might end up in a dangerous situation. Too risky. He turned and walked in the direction of the level 4 coyotes. There's no need to take risks now. Just kill 30 coyotes, get a fragment, and then challenge the level 5 monsters for a better chance of success. Sorry, little coyote, but I need your help. After a brief moment of silent mourning in his heart, Yunfeng struck without hesitation. With his combat power of over 460, the Earth Wolf with 200 combat power is no match. The Earth Wolf only has one chance to use the Earth Spike skill. Good luck. After killing 28 jackals, Yunfeng obtained another bottle of speed potion. Do they only drop these 2 types of potions here? Can't there be something different? He wasn't really dissatisfied with the attribute potions, but rather curious if there might be something novel. After drinking the second bottle of speed potion, his combat power surged to 533. Clouded Leopard, I'm here. With combat power surpassing nearly 100 level 5 monsters, Yunfeng was full of confidence as he walked toward the depths of the jungle. At first, he was far from the Clouded Leopard, and both sides remained quiet and undisturbed. This time, Yunfeng entered the attack range, and the Clouded Leopard roared angrily as it charged at him. Running, the limbs left the ground and soared. The speed suddenly increased. Wow, starting off with a skill right away. Fortunately, Yunfeng had encountered the coyote's skill before and was well prepared. With both hands gripping the battle knife tightly, his center of gravity shifted slightly. When the Clouded Leopard was about to reach him, Yunfeng suddenly performed an iron bridge maneuver, falling backward and raising his blade to strike and split its belly open. The leopard reacted swiftly, using the increased flight height from its cloud soaring skill to dodge the attack. After landing, Yunfeng saw that the Clouded Leopard's combat power had risen to 508. A slight increase, but quite significant. A combat power increase of over 50 points could be a fatal blow to the squad. Even so, Cloud Leopard's combat power is still slightly inferior to Cloud Peak. Cloud Peak absorbed spiritual energy and drank multiple potions, surpassing ordinary awakeners in both speed and strength. Cloud Leopard's pounce missed, and it swiftly lunged again. The speed was so fast that it almost exceeded the limits of the eye's ability to capture. If it weren't for the 2 speed potions, I would have suffered a big loss today. Speed became the key to the battle. High combat power doesn't necessarily guarantee victory. Yunfeng took a large diagonal step to the left, slightly tilting his body, holding the battle knife horizontally, and thrusting it toward the left abdomen of the Cloud Leopard. Both sides moved extremely fast, competing in adaptability. Yunfeng launched a sudden attack, catching Yunbao off guard, leaving a 10-centimeter wound on its side. Blood stained the grass and trees, but its massive size made the wound seem like a minor scratch to a human finger. Yunbao ignored the wound and continued to dodge nimbly, attacking Yunfeng from all directions with its claws, tail, and mouth. Lasting about a minute, Yunfeng turned danger into safety, with multiple minor injuries added to Yunbao's body. Combat power has dropped back to its original value. It seems the skill duration is about 1 minute. Yunbao panted as he retreated, licking his wounds. You've had your fun, now it's my turn. Yunfeng brandished his blade and raised his hand, pressing closer to Yunbao. Although Yunfeng had already fought his way deep into the dimensional space. The training of other squads was far from satisfactory. Out of 61 squads, 8 had already sent out distress signals and withdrawn from the training. Some teams even suffered casualties and were ordered to withdraw. The remaining 52 squads are struggling to hold on. Unexpectedly, the squad led by Liu Yong, reputed to be the worst in the class, is still persevering in the training without retreating. Defeating higher-level monsters is so thrilling. The principal is really kind to me. Shangguan Shui, holding a long sword emitting a faint black glow, dressed in a blue combat suit, stood panting in front of the corpse of a level 3 monster. This monster is her target to kill. My initial combat power is 30. With this black iron grade longsword and the S-grade talent, killing monsters 2 levels higher is just right. If I had a black iron grade battlesuit, I could directly go after level 4 monsters. The dimensional space she was in was clearly different from Yunfeng's, with distinctly different types of monsters. I heard they all work in 5-person teams, but I still prefer acting alone. Shangguan Shui proudly raised her head and continued forward. This girl indeed has a talent for combat. The principal appeared in mid-air, watching her as she walked away. He had witnessed the entire battle. Although it was her first time fighting a monster, she handled everything and utilized her talents with remarkable skill. The main reason is that I teach well, the principal boasted, secretly following behind. This is the school's treasure, the Star of Hope, and absolutely cannot go wrong. Without the skill boost, the clouded leopard had already become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Yunfeng's eyes. Before you use your second skill, don't even think about turning the tables. Seeing the mist swirling around the cloud leopard's limbs gather again, Yunfeng suddenly intensified his offensive. Finally, before the cloud leopard could use its second skill, he slew it. Check the virtual screen data. Level 3, 661/1000. Combat power, 536. This time, I gained 16 points of spiritual energy. To reach level 4, I still need to kill 22 cloud leopards. Based on the drop rate of fragments I estimated, it seems I can collect 2 more fragments before reaching level 4. Thinking of this, Yunfeng's fighting spirit surged. Venturing deep into the jungle, the light suddenly dimmed, and the dense branches obstructed his view. If only I had a perception-type talent, my meager spiritual power is completely useless. He helplessly thought about his F-grade talent, his face unable to hide his disappointment. The jungle is much more dangerous than before, and monsters could leap out from any corner at any moment. Yunfeng moved cautiously, advancing step by step, always ready for battle. The sound of a snapping branch came from underfoot. He turned his head and saw a clouded leopard quietly appear under the large tree to his left rear, its gaze fierce. Unexpectedly, you didn't launch a sneak attack. Quite honorable. Watching the clouded leopard approach with feline steps, Yunfeng drew his blade to confront it. I don't care about honor. Relying on previous experience, this battle went smoothly, and in just 3 minutes, he tearfully collected 16 points of spiritual power. As he ventured deeper, the monsters became increasingly cunning, sometimes leaping down from the trees, other times emerging from underground burrows. Fortunately, Yunfeng's heightened vigilance prevented any accidents. With no assistance nearby, the only healing supplies he had were a few pieces of gauze and some hemostatic medicine in his bag. After consecutively slaying 5 cloud leopards, Yunfeng's eyes lit up. A piece of black iron-grade fragment unexpectedly appeared under the corpse of a clouded leopard. Black iron-grade defense potion enhances body defense by 20 points, maximum usage limit, 10 times. Coyotes don't produce defense potions, but unexpectedly, the clouded leopard dropped this item. Yunfeng originally thought the speed-type clouded leopard would drop a speed potion, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a defense potion. Never mind, let's use it first. Although defense is not the first choice, a bit more strength means a bit more safety. With the spiritual power brought by the 7 cloud leopards combined with the combat power boosted by the potion, Yunfeng's combat power has risen to 586, just 1 step away from breaking the 600 mark, and he is still at level 3. I hope I can get 2 more fragments before reaching level 4. With anticipation, he continued deeper into the jungle. On the way, he spotted some small animals, mistaking them for monsters, but the virtual screen showed no indication. So it turns out not everything here is a monster. The dimensional space isn't entirely cold and lifeless. A roar echoed, and Yunfeng knew there was work to be done again. Sure enough, a clouded leopard emerged from behind the big tree. Just as he was about to harvest 16 points of spiritual power, another clouded leopard appeared. What the heck? 2 clouded leopards at once. Name, Yunfeng. With his current combat strength, dealing with 1 is more than enough, but 2 would be troublesome. He looked around and his eyes lit up. Talent, grade F. Not far away, there was a tree with a diameter of 10 meters. Fight guerrilla warfare around the tree, and the chances will be much higher. At this moment, escaping is unrealistic. The cloud leopard's speed far surpasses his own, leaving him no choice but to fight head-on. Yunfeng turned and ran in large strides toward the big tree. The 2 cloud leopards activated their cloud leap skill and pursued relentlessly. Just as they were about to pounce on his back, he made a quick sidestep and slipped behind the big tree. The leopard's claw swept across across the black iron combat suit, leaving 3 scratches, but not penetrating it. Yunfeng let out a muffled groan, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Though there were no visible external injuries, his back had been struck by a palm, causing significant shock. After all, the combat strength of both sides differs by over 100, and the clouded leopard is not known for its power. Taking the opportunity to hide behind a large tree. It is well known that leopards are the fastest in straight-line speed but clumsy when turning. Even though they can climb trees, circling around a large tree takes time. The 2 clouded leopards were not foolish. They approached the back of the big tree from both sides. Yunfeng would not let them succeed, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on one of them from behind. The tree's circumference was over 30 meters, providing enough space for him to maneuver and evade. As long as he could take down one first, the situation would improve. Whenever the 2 leopards tried to encircle him, he would retreat in advance. The clouded leopard, with a body length of over 3 meters, was extremely clumsy when fighting around the big tree, while Yunfeng was highly agile. He fought while calculating the time. For now, he sought not to achieve merit, but merely to avoid loss. The 2 clouded leopards had just used their cloud riding skill, reaching their peak combat strength. 1 minute later, their combat strength dropped to about 450, and the opportunity arose. Gripping the blade with both hands, Yunfeng launched a fierce attack on one of the clouded leopards. With a combat strength difference of 130 points, as long as he didn't face both leopards at the same time, the outcome was certain. Under the fierce battle, one was swiftly slain. The remaining clouded leopard wailed and roared in anger, but to no avail. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 clouded leopard corpses were neatly placed under the towering tree. Yunfeng cut off the tips of their 4 claws, collected the spoils, and casually kicked the corpses. There was no expectation, yet fragments were found under one of the corpses. Is the drop rate for fragments this high? He suspected that his previous assumption was wrong again. Could it be that killing 2 monsters simultaneously above one's level doubles the drop rate? But he was unable to verify. Without the help of the big tree, it would be difficult to take on 2 clouded leopards both using their skills. Isn't this a potion? He examined the fragment in his hand closely, and it unexpectedly transformed into a dark dagger. Black iron grade dagger. It seems quite suitable for Black Monkey. I'll find an opportunity to give it to him. He flipped his hand and stored the dagger into the spatial ring. Although the fragments obtained this time didn't enhance Yunfeng's combat power, he didn't mind. After all, dealing with cloud leopards had become much easier now. Moving forward, luck was on his side as he didn't encounter 2 cloud leopards at the same time again. After slaying 13 cloud leopards in succession, Yunfeng finally leveled up to level 4 and obtained another fragment in the process. After synthesizing it, it turned out to be another bottle of defense potion. At this point, Yunfeng's combat power has been newly enhanced. Level 4, 13/2000. Combat power, 651. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Yunfeng was quite satisfied. At level 4, his combat power was already 200 points higher than that of level 5 monsters. He thought to himself, how strong would those S-level and above awakened ones be at my level? He understood that the actual combat power of high-level awakeners was far beyond their panel data, as their talents greatly enhanced their strength. However, his current talent provided no bonus to combat, and his panel data was his true combat power. After reaching level 4, killing level 5 cloud leopards results in fewer fragment drops and less absorbed spiritual energy. Yunfeng sighed lightly, feeling regretful. The highest level of monsters in this dimensional space was level 5, and he absolutely couldn't defeat level 6 monsters at the moment. Does this jungle even have an end? When I looked from afar before, it seemed like there was a mountain peak. Yunfeng followed his intuition, hunting level 5 cloud leopards while heading toward the possible direction of the mountain peak. So far, he had been in the dimensional space for 10 days. The deeper he ventured into the jungle, the more cloud leopards he encountered. Another fragment dropped. This was the 58th cloud leopard he had killed after reaching level 4. Previously, a fragment had also dropped, but it synthesized into a defensive potion. Yunfeng felt that his defense, combined with the combat suit he was wearing, was already enough to ignore the attacks of level 4 monsters. Even the scratches from a cloud leopard couldn't harm him in the slightest. After all, he had already consumed 4 bottles of black iron grade defensive potions, which directly increased his defense by 80 points, translating to a total combat power boost of 160 points. Just as Yunfeng was thinking about relying on his formidable defense to take down the cloud leopard head-on, an unusual sound interrupted his thoughts. He looked around but couldn't find the source of the sound. This sound doesn't seem like a clouded leopard. What is it? Could it be another level 5 monster? Yunfeng cautiously observed his surroundings. A sharp sound of something cutting through the air suddenly rang out. Yunfeng, highly alert, reacted swiftly, sidestepping and turning while swinging his blade to block, his movements seamless and fluid. Although his reaction was timely, the opponent's strength far exceeded expectations. Yunfeng was forced back 5 or 6 meters by the impact, his legs leaving 2 deep grooves on the ground. So strong? His heart trembled. Earlier, he had thought that no monster in this dimensional space could pose a threat to to him. That strike completely shattered his illusion, and his hand was still trembling slightly. If he hadn't blocked it in time, he would have been seriously injured. Yunfeng looked up and saw that the attacker was a giant emerald green python, perfectly blending into the jungle environment. The python had a diameter of over half a meter, coiled around the tree trunk, and its scales emitted a faint sound as it moved. Monster name: Forest Python, Elite. Combat power: 782. Skills: Giant Tail Strike, Venom Spray. Monster information displayed on the virtual screen surprised Yunfeng. It was the first time he had seen a monster's name with the Elite suffix. Compared to the level 5 Cloud Leopard, this forest python's combat power was significantly higher, and most importantly, it possessed 2 skills. Although there were no detailed skill descriptions, Yunfeng vaguely understood the power of the giant tail strike and had just narrowly avoided the venom spray attack. After he successfully dodged the ambush, the forest python flicked its tongue and extended its head from the tree trunk. Seeing this movement, Yunfeng immediately retreated. Sure enough, the python sprayed 2 streams of liquid from its mouth, landing on the spot where he had just been standing. SSS. The venom hit the ground with a hissing sound, accompanied by a faint white smoke, leaving a noticeably large dent in the surface. Is this the power of the forest python's second skill? Luckily, I was alert. If the venom had touched me, I wonder if the black Iron Rate combat suit I'm wearing could withstand it. Yunfeng's heart tightened as he stared at the venom corroding the ground. Seeing that the python had finished releasing both of its skills, Yunfeng decided to make his move. At this moment, his combat power had risen to 796, surpassing the forest python's combat power in its non-skill state. He gripped his battle knife tightly, planted his right foot firmly on the ground to gather strength, and suddenly launched himself toward the python on the tree trunk. As he approached, the battle blade suddenly thrust forward, aiming directly at the opponent's vital spot, the deadliest point for snakes. Clang! The blade collided with the metallic-like giant tail, which blocked the attack. Immediately afterward, the tail flicked, sending Yunfeng flying several meters. Truly worthy of being an elite monster, its combat instincts far surpass all previous monsters. Yunfeng landed swiftly, drew his blade, and struck again. Having never undergone systematic swordsmanship training, he could only swing the blade based on instinct. If not for absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his physical fitness and flexibility, many of his moves would have been impossible to execute. The battle blade left crisscross scars on the giant python's body, but its 7-inch area was tightly protected, and the other wounds posed little threat to it. Whoosh! Another terrifying sound of something tearing through the air came. Yunfeng had to temporarily withdraw and turn to defend. A tremendous force struck, as the giant python's tail slammed fiercely onto the ground, once again unleashing a powerful tail whip. After enduring this blow, Yunfeng became even more vigilant about the venom spray skill. A full minute passed, but the giant python did not use this skill again. It seems the cooldown time for this skill is quite long. Yunfeng, slightly relieved, launched another attack. This guy's scales are so tough, it's like trying to chew on an unbreakable bone. The battle lasted a full 5 minutes, yet Yunfeng failed to inflict any noticeable damage on the giant python, let alone a fatal blow. At this moment, a movement from the giant python sparked an idea in Yunfeng's mind. Although the risk was immense, if successful, it would deal a heavy blow or even a fatal strike to the opponent. The giant python extended its head again under the attack, a precursor to releasing a venomous spray. Yunfeng attacked while calculating the distance. SSS. 2 streams of venom sprayed out. Now's the time. Yunfeng suddenly accelerated, maneuvering behind the giant python and delivering a fierce kick to the head that was spraying venom. SSS. The venom originally aimed at him was deflected by the kick, with half of it landing on the giant python itself. The acidity of the venom caused the giant python's tough scales to quickly lose their defensive function. Seizing the opportunity, Yunfeng specifically targeted the corroded areas, slicing off large chunks of snake flesh with his battle blade, even exposing internal organs and bones. Soon, the giant python lost its strength to struggle and slid down from the tree trunk. The goggles indicated that Yunfeng should cut open the python's head to extract the most valuable venom sac. Forest python venom sac, worth 1,000 Hua coins. At the same time, he was pleasantly surprised to find his spiritual power had greatly increased, absorbing 51 points of spiritual power from this monster. What a generous elite monster! Yunfeng silently praised in his heart. Too bad it didn't drop any fragments. Yunfeng looked at the empty ground beneath the forest python's corpse, feeling a bit regretful. However, he knew that since it was an elite-level monster, the drop rate would definitely be much higher than that of ordinary monsters. Thinking of this, Yunfeng perked up and began to continue searching, as the cloud leopard no longer held much appeal. Elite monsters were indeed rare. It took Yunfeng a full 15 minutes to encounter the second forest python. Relying on his previous experience, this time it was much easier to deal with. After an intense battle lasting nearly 8 minutes, he gained another 51 points of spiritual power. Still no shards, unfortunately. Yunfeng sighed lightly, packed up the venom sac, and continued forward. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, the weeds gradually thinned out, leaving only a few towering, ancient trees standing chaotically. Sunlight pierced through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled shadows and creating a mesmerizing Tyndall effect. But Yunfeng was well aware that behind this beautiful scene lay countless hidden dangers, with the possibility of encountering a giant tail strike or venomous attack at any moment. After another 20 minutes, the third forest python finally appeared. At this rate, leveling up to 5 today won't be a problem, Yunfeng calculated inwardly. Although only 2 elite monsters could be slain per hour, the spiritual energy they provided was 5 times that of ordinary monsters. With the continuous improvement of combat power and practical experience, this battle ended in just 7 minutes. Did it drop? While sorting through the spoils, Yunfeng finally found the item he had been longing for beneath the giant python's corpse. To his surprise, this time the fragment was not dark black but emitted a faint blue glow. Could this be? Yunfeng quickly picked up the fragment and examined it closely. Holy crap, it's really a piece of bronze fragment. His heart was instantly filled with joy. He hadn't expected that in this lowest level dimensional space, a bronze-grade fragment could actually drop. In his understanding, the fragment's grade should be determined by the monster's level, but now it seemed far more complex than that. At the center of the fragment was a battle blade, with a striking flame mark on the blade. Its design was far cooler than the battle blade he currently held. Without hesitation, Yunfeng immediately activated the ancient jade. In an instant, a dazzling battle blade with a faint flame appeared in his hand. Bronze-level flame battle blade, combat power 1000, attack comes with flame burn effect. Compared to the black iron level battle blade, the combat power of the bronze battle blade increased tenfold. With the additional burn damage effect, it was simply extraordinary. Just as Yunfeng thought he could dominate the battlefield with this warblade, he unexpectedly discovered that he couldn't wield it. What's going on? It clearly doesn't feel heavy, so why can't I use it? Although he could hold the warblade, he couldn't muster any strength to use it in combat. At the same time, he checked the virtual screen and found that after equipping the bronze-grade warblade, his combat power not only didn't increase but actually dropped by 100 points. Wang Defa, how could this happen? Yunfeng couldn't help but wail. This was as unbearable as having a peerless beauty nearby but being unable to approach her. In the end, feeling helpless, he could only put away the bronze-grade battle knife and draw out the black iron-grade battle knife again. Maybe it's a level restriction. I'll try again when I reach level 5 or level 10. Actually, this bit of knowledge should have been covered by the combat instructor. Equipment that enhances combat power at the bronze level requires reaching level 11 to use. Who would have thought that a level 4 minion could drop a bronze fragment and even allow it to be crafted into a complete piece of equipment? It's simply absurd. After clearing the battlefield, Yunfeng carried the black iron-grade saber and continued forward. The appearance of the bronze-grade fragment greatly boosted his morale. Although he couldn't use it for now, holding it in his hand still brought him comfort. As for the black iron-grade potion not reaching the usage limit, that's not a problem at all. Once you return, there will definitely be stock on the Awakener's trading platform. Merely killing 3 elite monsters yielded a fragment. The drop rate is unbelievably high. But on second thought, at this stage, there are probably very few who can kill elite monsters above their level. Name, Yunfeng. Even for SSS grade talent Awakeners, the initial combat power is 50 points, and after leveling up to 4, it's only 410 points. Even with equipment, it's just 610 points. Of course, with the addition of SSS level talent, it might be possible to challenge elite monsters across levels, but such cases are extremely rare. Talent, grade F. It is said that in the 6 districts of Jiangnan province, fewer than 10 SSS level Awakeners have emerged this year. Keep in mind that Jiangnan province, as one of the 9 provinces of Hua Nation, has a population of nearly 1 billion, with 5 million students participating in the awakening process, which shows just how low the probability of an SSS level awakening is. Motivated by the bronze fragment, Yunfeng unleashed his full combat power, and the battle time against the forest python grew increasingly shorter. It seems there's only this type of elite monster here. After slaying 4 forest pythons in succession, he saw another fragment appear before him. No surprise, it's still a bronze fragment. After combining the fragments, it turned into a potion. Bronze level strength potion, increases strength by 200 points, maximum usage limit, 10. Another good item, but unfortunately unusable. Yunfeng was about to try opening it, only to find that it couldn't be opened at all. However, he was already accustomed to these restrictions. After all, if a level 1 newbie could wield silver or gold grade equipment, the dimensional space would be thrown into chaos. He casually glanced at the ring on his finger. This thing can be used at level 1, so it should belong to a special type of item with no level restrictions. After all, it doesn't enhance combat power, it's a functional tool. Thinking of this, Yunfeng roughly figured out the usage rules for items synthesized from fragments. Anything that boosts combat power generally has level restrictions, while functional tools do not. Time slowly passed, the sun hung high, seemingly unchanging. The only difference was that 10 days ago the sun had just risen, but now it was already high in the sky. After more than 10 hours of searching and fighting, Yunfeng had slain 24 forest giant pythons, pythons, finally leveling up to level 5. These 24 elite monsters brought him 6 bronze fragments and 1 black iron fragment. 6 bronze fragments include 2 bottles of strength potion and 3 bottles of speed potion. Holy crap, am I seeing this right? Yunfeng picked up the black iron fragment, his mouth slightly open, unable to contain his excitement as he blurted out a curse. The surprise brought by the bronze fragments couldn't compare to this black iron fragment. At the center of the fragment, a bottle of potion was displayed, with the word talent written on it. It exuded an enchanting allure, captivating and mesmerizing. It's actually a talent upgrade potion. I'm rich. Yunfeng was so excited that he almost jumped up. The next second, the fragment transformed into a bottle of potion in his hand. Black iron grade talent upgrade potion. Chance to upgrade F grade talent to E grade. Although it's only a chance, as long as it's used enough times, there will always be a possibility of improvement. Yunfeng did not hesitate and immediately drank the bottle of talent upgrade potion. It seems like there's no reaction. Just as he expected, a single bottle of potion couldn't possibly succeed immediately. The demand for black iron grade talent upgrade potions in the outside world is not high. After all, upgrading from F grade to E grade has limited effects, and it can't be achieved with just one bottle. But for Yunfeng, this was a priceless treasure. According to the teacher, when a talent awakener reaches level 5, they will automatically comprehend a talent skill, and thereafter, they will comprehend another every 5 levels. Yunfeng looked at himself, having yet to comprehend any skills, and couldn't help but feel a bit bitter. This is the helplessness of an F-grade talent, known as a life-type talent. Even upon reaching level 5, no skills will be comprehended. Level 5. Comprehending skills is a qualitative leap for awakeners, especially for those with elemental talents. The difference between having skills and not having them is like night and day. My lousy talent, even if I manage to comprehend it, probably won't be of much use. Yunfeng mocked himself, his gaze falling on the virtual screen. Level 5, 28/3000. Combat power, 927. So far, he had already consumed 4 bottles of defense potion, 3 bottles of speed potion, and 2 bottles of strength potion. Since talent upgrade potions drop here, I'll just take my time farming. Although the drop rate decreases after reaching level 5, it doesn't matter much. Yunfeng continued deeper into the jungle, focusing on farming forest pythons. After he reached level 5, the spiritual energy provided by the forest pythons dropped to half, but 26 points were still sufficient. Now it takes 3000 spiritual energy to level up, and all of this comes from killing ordinary monsters of the same level. It would take 600 kills to level up. Thinking about this, Yunfeng felt a sense of dread, but fortunately, he could kill monsters above his level. However, once others reach level 5 and learn skills, they might also be able to kill above their level. These are not things he needs to worry about right now. With the ancient jade in his possession, he is confident he can stay far ahead. The top priority at this stage is to gather enough talent upgrade potions to raise his F-level talent to E-level. The depths of the jungle were dark and silent. Despite the sun shining as brightly as noon, the atmosphere felt gloomy and oppressive. If only there were more forest pythons, Yunfeng sighed. It only took about 5 minutes to kill one, but most of the time was spent searching for monsters. Unfortunately, this time the drop wasn't a talent upgrade potion fragment. After killing 10 forest pythons, another fragment dropped. Black iron grade mental potion, enhances mental strength by 20 points, usage limit, 10. Yunfeng held the new potion, its liquid resembling a dazzling starry sky, mesmerizingly beautiful. Drink it and see. Without hesitation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Unlike the previous 3 types of potions, the mental potion brought a clear and refreshed mind upon consumption. The fatigue from continuous battles instantly vanished. This mental potion is quite interesting. Although its effect is mainly sensory comfort, its combat power boost is far inferior to other potions. Time passed quietly, and Yunfeng had already spent 3 days deep in the jungle. With continuous hunting, the number of forest pythons has significantly decreased. Originally, he could encounter one every 20 minutes, but now it takes more than half an hour. Over these 3 days, he has killed a total of 100 forest pythons. In addition to the initially obtained spirit potion fragments, 9 more fragments were acquired. The total harvest includes 3 bottles of talent upgrade potion, 4 bottles of spirit potion, 1 piece of black iron grade combat suit, and 1 bottle of bronze grade strength potion. A fruitful harvest. This time, Yunfeng did not immediately use the talent upgrade potion, intending to save up a few bottles to take them together. Perhaps it was the influence of playing card games in a previous life, but he always felt that the probability of a 10 draw was far better than a single draw. This drop rate really suits my taste. Yunfeng was overjoyed. The previously obtained black iron grade dagger and now a black iron grade combat suit were just enough to complete a full set of equipment for Black Monkey. As for Bamboo Pole, his family is well off and should help him prepare everything. Already at the end? Yunfeng walked to the edge of the forest and vaguely saw the outline of the mountain. He approached, gazing at the gently sloping mountain range, and immediately felt a surge of intense interest. There were already elite monsters deep in the forest. Could there be even stronger beings on the mountain? mountain? With curiosity in his heart, Yunfeng stepped forward toward the mountain. After nearly a month of trials, the small jungle dimension space now resembles the evening hours. A crimson, blood-like sunset hangs halfway over the western frontier. The returning teams under the sunlight have their shadows stretched long. At the exit of the dimension space, the gathering crowd grows larger and larger. This upgrade is just too difficult. In a month's time, I couldn't even reach level 5, and I almost lost my life several times, one team member muttered under their breath. Tell me about it. I'm only level 4, with a combat power of just 356, and only a C-level talent, another person sighed. Oh my god, you're already that high? I'm only at 287, someone remarked with emotion. Most teams returned looking dejected, clearly indicating that the past month had not gone well. 5 people per team. To level up everyone to a certain level, countless monsters must be killed. Lu Yong, come with me. Li Yanjing saw Lu Yong return with only a 5-person team, her face anxious. What do you think? Why did only 5 people come back? Hearing the teacher's question, Lu Yong remained silent. Was Yunfeng sacrificed so the team could continue their training? Even if he volunteered, Lu Yong couldn't bring himself to say it. Hurry up and tell me, where's the other person? Li Yanjing's voice was loud enough to echo across the scene, and everyone turned to look at them. If you don't speak today, this team can forget about participating in training in the future. Her voice was icy, and her tone was severe. A student suddenly went missing, making it difficult for her to explain to the other students. Lu Yong still remained silent. Good, very good. Li Yanqing was furious. Teacher, at this moment, a voice came from the crowd. Zhao Barui, what do you want to say? Li Yanjing's sharp gaze fixed on the person. Teacher, I want to talk about Yunfeng. Zhao Barui was forced into nervousness by the stern gaze, his face turning pale. Zhao Barui, if you dare to speak, don't even think about joining my team. Well, threatening a classmate right in front of me. Lu Yong, you sure have guts. Li Yanjing was so angry that she laughed. Zhao Barui, tell me, does Lu Yong have the right to do this? Even if he excludes you, I can still arrange for you to join another team. Hearing the teacher's words, Zhao Barui mustered up his courage. Brother Yong, even if you don't want to train, I still want to continue. After that, he recounted everything that had happened that day in detail. Is this how you act as a captain? Sacrificing team members for your own benefit? You could have sent a rescue signal, you clearly could have. Zhao Barui's words made Li Yanjing's lips tremble slightly, her face pale. An F-level talent awakener facing a monster alone at level 1 has almost no chance of survival. Teacher, we later chased in his direction but found nothing. Since Zhao Barui had spoken, Lu Yong no longer concealed the truth and admitted that the team hadn't found Yunfeng's body or belongings, but instead picked up quite a few spoils along the way. Li Yanjing frowned deeply upon hearing this and finally sighed helplessly. Hopefully, he's okay. However, unlike Li Yanjing's sorrow, the other classmates seemed somewhat gloating. Yunfeng didn't have a good relationship with them to begin with, often speaking harshly. In the class, only Zhou Quan could be considered his friend. Now that he had awakened a trash-level F-grade talent, to them, he was nothing more than an eyesore. An F-grade, it's not surprising if something goes wrong. Even the teacher said there are risks in training. Yeah, if you're weak, don't come in. Saves us the eyesore, and I won't have to transfer classes either. I was ready to transfer schools, but I stayed when I heard the school was planning to expel him. Stop talking, Zhou Quan's team is back. Just as everyone was discussing, a 5-person team came striding in with great momentum. It was the strongest team in the class, led by Zhou Quan. Madman, how's your training going? Before arriving, the voice was already heard. The scene was utterly silent, so quiet it made hearts race. Black Monkey's gaze locked onto Lu Yong's position because he knew Yunfeng was in their group. Lu Yong, where's the lunatic? Why is it just the few of you? The atmosphere was tense, and Black Monkey's face showed anxiety. Zhou Quan, I'm sorry. Lu Yong apologized softly. As soon as those 3 words were spoken, Black Monkey's chest felt as if it was being crushed by a heavy weight, making it hard to breathe. If it weren't for absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy this month, greatly improving physical fitness, I might have fainted by now. Don't you dare say sorry to me. What the hell is going on? The Black Monkey roared furiously, its voice deafening. No one expected that the frail Lu Yong would possess such immense power. Zhou Quan, calm down. Li Yanjing hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. How can I calm down? The whole class has returned, but my brother is nowhere to be seen. How can I possibly stay calm? Black Monkey was almost hysterical. Enough, stop it. Training inherently comes with risks. I've said this before. Li Yanjing unleashed her aura, forcibly calming the Black Monkey. Although she understood his emotions, this was not the place to deal with such matters. Moreover, the sky in the dimensional space was about to turn dark soon. Before the sun completely sank below the horizon, Li Yanqing led the other teachers to safely escort all the students out of this dimensional space. Originally, 306 people entered, but only 302 emerged. Even in the lowest level dimensional space, training is fraught with risks, and accidents can happen at any moment. After everyone left, the dimensional space was plunged into complete darkness. A round moon slowly rose, marking marking the transition from day to night as daylight turned into darkness. If someone were to look down from high above, they would see countless scarlet lights illuminating the entire dimensional space. Meanwhile, the protagonist of everyone's discussion, Yunfeng, was still climbing the mountain. Damn, are we trapped in some kind of ghost wall? Why does it feel like I've been climbing forever and still can't see the summit? Yunfeng looked up and felt the peak was still far away. They should have all gone out by now, he muttered to himself. From the foot of the mountain to now, Yunfeng had already spent over 10 days. If he hadn't planned to stay behind instead of leaving with the main group, he would have given up long ago. As for why he didn't return with the main group, it was simply because his current combat power was undeniable. A mere F-level talent with a combat power of level 5 exceeding 1000, it was practically defying the heavens. I can only keep it from you two for now and find an opportunity to make up for it later, he resolved silently. Along the way, there were few monsters. In over 10 days, only 38 forest pythons were slain. Though the number was considerable, it was still relatively limited. Fortunately, these pythons dropped 3 fragments in total, including previous accumulations. Yunfeng's spatial ring currently contained 5 bottles of black iron grade talent enhancement potions, 5 bottles of black iron grade mental potions, 4 bottles of bronze grade strength potions, 3 bottles of bronze grade speed potions, 1 bronze grade battle knife, 1 black iron grade dagger, and 1 set of black iron grade combat gear. As the sky darkened, Yunfeng's vision became greatly restricted. What is that? A pair of scarlet lights lit up in midair not far away, sending chills down his spine. Could it really be a ghost? He looked around nervously, his heart uneasy. The scarlet lights gradually approached. Damn, I really ran into a ghost, Yunfeng exclaimed, preparing to retreat. He wasn't cowardly, but having read too many supernatural novels and watched too many horror movies in his previous life, he truly felt a sense of fear toward such things. Fortunately, it wasn't completely dark yet. With the faint light, he finally saw the approaching figure clearly. It turned out to be the giant forest python. However, this time the forest python is different from before. Monster name: Forest Python Frenzied Elite. Combat power 1028. Skills: Giant Tail Whip, Venom Spray. The level and skills remain unchanged, but combat power has surged by over 200 points. No wonder the teacher repeatedly emphasized that this training session lasts only 1 month and we must leave once the time is up. At night, monsters enter a berserk state, posing an almost fatal threat to ordinary little Karamis. But Yunfeng is not among them. He glanced at the virtual panel. Level 5 1546/3000. Combat power 1119. Even though the forest python is in a berserk state, its combat power is still far superior to the opponent. Since that's the case, what's there to fear? Even if the ghost comes, it will be knocked down. Yunfeng raised his blade to face the battle. After a few rounds, he discovered that although the opponent's combat power had greatly increased, the frenzied state of the forest python actually made it easier to deal with. Its intelligence had clearly diminished, relying solely on instinct in battle, which made things much easier for Yunfeng. In less than 2 minutes, the forest python completely closed its blood-red eyes. It was time for the joyful looting moment, but unfortunately, no fragments appeared. Yunfeng kicked the corpse and continued climbing toward the mountain peak. The dark environment made him extra cautious. After a few battles, he felt helpless. What's the point of being cautious? Those 2 red lights can be seen from far away. It's hard not to notice them. After slaying another forest giant python, Yunfeng finally gained something. He extracted a fragment from its abdomen. Originally, he thought the increase in combat power would lead to a higher drop rate, but it turned out to be the opposite. It's still a mental potion. Yunfeng looked helplessly at the potion in his hand and drank it without hesitation. This is... Although his vision did not improve in the dark, he felt his sensing ability suddenly enhance. Previously, except for the first bottle, all the mental potions were kept unused. He had intended to save them for Bamboo Pole, as the latter had awakened a rare lightning elemental talent. Now it seems unnecessary. These potions can enhance perception, so it makes sense to use them himself first. When I drank the first bottle, I didn't feel much. Yunfeng poured all the remaining mental potions from the storage ring into his mouth. After consuming 5 bottles of potions, his sensing range greatly increased and his hearing became more acute. As a result, his combat power rose to 1375. However, he knew that since he didn't have an elemental talent, this combat power was somewhat inflated. How about upgrading the talent as well? He glanced at the 5 bottles of black iron grade talent upgrade potions and felt tempted. If it succeeds, it would be great, but if it fails, it would waste precious resources. Forget it, this probability is really unpredictable. Better to wait until I have 10 bottles and use them all at once. After all, even if it upgrades to E level, it would at most enhance spiritual power, with limited improvement to combat strength. No longer hesitating, Yunfeng continued toward the mountain summit. With the aid of the mental potion, his sensory abilities were enhanced and his pace significantly quickened. The higher he climbed, the less frequently the forest pythons appeared. A day later, he could hardly see any trace of the pythons, and the sky grew even darker. But Yunfeng didn't dare to light a torch. Lighting a fire here was no different from putting putting up an advertisement. I'm here, come find me. As he was moving forward, Yunfeng was suddenly struck in the chest by a tremendous force and sent flying. What the hell was that? He clutched his chest, which hurt terribly, but before he could react, he had already been knocked several meters away. Another heavy blow landed on his back, slamming him directly to the ground and leaving a striking trail as he slid forward. Yunfeng quickly got up, spat out the fallen leaves from his mouth, and activated all his mental energy to sense his surroundings. Damn it, could something dirty have come? He felt nervous, but there was nothing unusual within the sensing range, nor did he see the familiar scarlet eye sockets. Too bad these goggles don't have night vision or thermal imaging functions. I wonder if such technology is ineffective in dimensional space. Yunfeng sighed softly. Crack. After being attacked several times, he finally heard the faint sound of a dry branch breaking. On the left. He sidestepped to the right, sensing a gust of wind sweeping past him and then disappearing behind a large tree, leaving no trace. If his hearing hadn't been enhanced, he wouldn't have noticed this subtle change at all. At this moment, he can only confirm the monster's presence but had no clue about its specific appearance. It is speculated that this monster excels in stealth and speed, even capable of evading psychic detection. The good news is that its attack power is still within a bearable range. Yunfeng focused intently on the tree opposite, knowing that the monster was hiding behind it. Rustle. Unexpectedly, this time the sound came from behind. Yunfeng couldn't react at all and was once again knocked to the ground, falling in a humiliating manner. Damn, could it be two monsters appearing at the same time again? He exclaimed. At this point, the monster's combat power was no joke. If he really encountered two one after the other in such a narrow environment, it would be impossible for him to handle. What should I do? It's too late to retreat down the mountain now. Curiosity really kills the cat. Yunfeng perked up his ears, carefully listening to the sounds around him. Currently, the only detection method he could rely on was his keen sense of hearing. The monster seemed to be toying with him, occasionally launching surprise attacks from behind different trees, causing him harm. But this also brought an important piece of information. There was only one monster in this area. Time passed slowly, the wound gradually worsened, and blood soaked the collar. However, there was no trace of grief or despair on Yunfeng's face. The next moment, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. Then, he casually swung his blade in one direction. Clang! The blade struck something metallic, sparking a flash. Immediately after, the object fell onto the dry leaves with a sound. Yunfeng's smile deepened at the corners of his mouth. Although he had been beaten repeatedly during this time, he had finally figured out the monster's attack rhythm and methods. Dang! Another slash was delivered, and sparks flashed in the air once again. This time, the sound of the collision was accompanied by faint wailing. Afterward, Yunfeng's blade swung unpredictably in the air, each strike producing a spark. After dozens of exchanges, the monster finally realized its concealment technique had failed and was forced to reveal itself. Amid the shadows, he vaguely saw a small creature about 20 centimeters tall. At this moment, the virtual screen displayed the monster's information. Monster, Shadow Mink, Rare, Combat Power, 1220. Skills, Shadow Shuttle, Phantom Strike, Senseless, Passive. This is yet another brand new suffix, and it possesses 3 skills, with combat power nearly 3 times that of ordinary monsters of the same level. Evidently, the ability to flexibly change positions is precisely Shadow Shuttle, and its cooldown is extremely short. Name, Yunfeng. Senseless is clearly an unperceivable passive skill, exceptionally formidable. No wonder it's so troublesome. This must be a higher level existence than an elite monster. Talent, Grade F. More importantly, it hasn't entered a berserk state. Thinking about how he was almost defeated by a monster with combat power far inferior to it, Yunfeng's heart burned with rage, vowing to eliminate it. Now, having fully mastered the attack rhythm of the Shadow Mink, defeating the opponent is only a matter of time. As the battle blade and Shadow Sable clashed repeatedly, the sparks gradually diminished, and the blade finally cut into flesh, emitting a soft, sticky sound. 7 or 8 minutes later, the Shadow Sable let out a miserable cry before falling completely silent. Yunfeng felt a warm current flow into his body, and the values on the virtual screen changed accordingly. A single Shadow Sable provided 51 points of spiritual power, 10 times that of an ordinary monster of the same level. Finally solved. He gasped for breath, exhaustion evident on his face. If there were light, one could see his face covered in sweat, slightly pale, and his hand holding the knife trembling slightly. This monster was the greatest crisis he had encountered during his training. Fortunately, the increase in speed gave him an advantage. If his strength had been slightly weaker, it would have been fatal. Yunfeng walked to the corpse and touched the surface, which was not soft fur but a layer of fine scales. Prolonged combat had left it covered in cracks, fragile and damaged. Shadow Mink outer shell, worth 50,000 Hua coins. Yunfeng couldn't help but complain, damn, this is so valuable? 50,000 Hua coins are enough to buy half a piece of black iron grade equipment. He stored the outer armor in his spatial ring, full of joy. Are there any other unexpected surprises? Sure enough, a crystal shard was found beneath the Shadow Mink's corpse. Even in the dark dimensional space, the silver-white radiance could not be concealed. That radiance was particularly beautiful in Yunfeng's eyes. Silver fragment? His hand trembled slightly, overwhelmed with excitement. At the center of the silvery white glow was a bottle of potion. Seeing it was a potion, Yunfeng felt slightly disappointed. After all, even bronze-level potions were temporarily unusable, let alone daring to hope for silver-level ones. However, the word healing on the potion reignited his interest. He activated the ancient jade, combining the fragments into a finished product. A potion of red liquid appeared in his hand, resembling a Bloody Mary. Silver-grade healing potion, can heal 60% of injuries, 10 uses. Isn't this just like the big red potion in games? And it heals directly by percentage, absolutely game-breaking. Yunfeng was stunned by this potion. What was even more shocking was that the description mentioned the number of uses, not a usage limit. In other words, this bottle of potion can be used 10 times consecutively. Without hesitation, he directly poured a mouthful down his throat. This time was different from before. After taking one sip, the liquid in the bottle only decreased by about 1/10. After taking the potion, he felt a warm current surging through his body, like a spring breeze brushing his face or the warmth of the winter sun. In less than a minute, most of the injuries caused by the shadow mink had healed. Truly worthy of a silver-grade healing potion, the effects are immediate. Putting away the potion, Yunfeng continued climbing toward the mountain peak. Now, if he were to encounter the shadow mink again, he would feel no fear. Bring more shadow martens, the silver shards are too tempting. He looked up towards the deeper darkness. At the same time, he also wanted to see what was hidden at the mountain peak. The summit might offer breathtaking views, but the path was fraught with thorns. For others, it might be a deadly trap, but for Yunfeng, it was an opportunity and a reward. Fighting in the dim light, moving forward in the darkness. The shadow mink is indeed a rare monster. It takes half a day to encounter one. Fortunately, the dimensional space upgrade has limited capacity, otherwise, he would find it hard to stay. Relying on previous experience, dealing with the second shadow mink was much easier. After a minor injury, mastering the pattern, and gaining a peeled outer shell and a body fragment in just over 10 minutes. The second silver fragment is still a bottle of potion. Silver-grade speed potion, increases speed by 2000 points, usage limit, 10. Too bad I can't use it right now, otherwise I take off immediately. Yunfeng sighed, clearly covered in treasures, yet unable to use them for the time being. Does the rare monster drop rate really have a 100% chance? His eyes sparkled with excitement. However, over the next day, neither of the two shadow minks dropped any fragments, delivering a harsh blow to him. Still too wishful thinking. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Just as he was about to continue forward, he suddenly felt as if there was an obstruction ahead. Clearly there's nothing in front, so why does it feel like there's an invisible wall? Could this be the boundary of the dimensional space? Yunfeng was deeply puzzled and tried various methods, but he couldn't break through this seemingly invisible wall. It seems this journey through the dimensional space can only end here. Stay alert, stay alert. The few people guarding the exit of the small forest's dimensional space immediately whispered a warning upon seeing the figure gradually emerging in the distant haze. At this moment, the night in the dimensional space had quietly receded, and the east was tinged with faint morning light. The entire space was shrouded in a thin white mist, with the air exuding a mysterious yet unique beauty. "Boss, look at that figure, it seems to be a person," one of the guards said softly. "Yeah, this kind of low-level dimensional space probably won't have any dangers," another person agreed. Although the group became alert, they didn't take it too seriously. After all, only students from the school would enter here, and currently, it's the restricted period for the dimensional space. Dimensional space must not be compromised. Better safe than sorry, the leading guard reminded sternly. "Hello?" Yunfeng walked toward them and greeted warmly. This made a few people slightly lower their guard, but they were still puzzled as to why this person appeared here. At this moment, Yunfeng was wearing a simple combat uniform, the standard training gear issued by the school. "Are you a student brought by Teacher Li?" a guard asked. After all, only Li Yanjing had brought her class of students to this dimensional space. Several people's combat goggles lit up, displaying Yunfeng's information. Combat power, 175. That's right, this was exactly the value displayed on their goggles. In fact, after Yunfeng learned he could no longer continue toward the mountain peak, he had no choice but to settle for the next best option and search for the shadow mink. In order to attract the shadow mink, he even risked lighting a torch. Fortunately, shadow minks are rare, and no more than 2 have ever appeared at the same time. On the way back, after killing a shadow mink, a crystal shard dropped. This shard was Yunfeng's most satisfying and surprising find in the dimensional space. Silver-level camouflage potion, can disguise one's level and combat power, undetectable below level 30, duration, 30 minutes. This also explains why the information seen by the guards differs greatly from reality. If they were to see Yunfeng's real data, they would likely report it immediately, and Yunfeng might be sent to a research institute, becoming a test subject. Level 5, 2764/3000. Combat power, 1521. This is the true strength of Yunfeng at present. That's right, I am a student of District 5, 9th Middle School, Yunfeng responded calmly. family. If it weren't for the disguise potion, he would have had to rack his brains to find a way to leave the dimensional space discreetly to avoid suspicion. But now, all these concerns no longer exist. With your level of combat power, how did you survive? Several guards stared in astonishment at the little guy in front of them, who was only level 3 with a combat power of just over 100. Even at night, the monsters here were insignificant to them, yet this kid had managed to escape from the jaws of a raging beast, which was simply unbelievable. I told them I was too skinny to eat. Do you believe me? Yun Feng said with a smile. I believe your nonsense. The group almost wanted to crack open his head to see what was inside that could make him say such absurd things. Actually, not long after the training began, I got separated from a few teammates. Later, I got lost, and when it got dark, I was scared, so I found a place to hide. I only dared to come out at dawn. Yun Feng adjusted his story, preparing these words to go along with the disguise potion. Although full of loopholes and unable to withstand scrutiny, the disguise potion's cover made it impossible for the guards to spot any flaws. The group exchanged glances. Although they felt like they were being played, the data on their goggles and Yun Feng's words seemed to align. Go on, and be more careful in the future. The guard stepped aside, signaling for him to leave. This kid surviving is simply a miracle, someone remarked. A level 3 little guy actually managed to endure an entire month in the dark. His ancestors must have been immortals, another person joked half seriously. I always feel like he's not telling the truth, someone said doubtfully. Yun Feng stepped out of the dimensional space, and the guards were either shocked or suspicious. Did you just come out from inside? An officer walked over. He recognized this officer. It was the leader of the base who had received them. Yes, I. Yun Feng repeated his earlier words. The officer gave him a puzzled look but said nothing more. Put away the goggles. It's best not to use them outside the dimensional space, the officer instructed. Also, a small combat vehicle will head to the safe zone in half an hour. You'll take that vehicle back then. Thank you, sir. Yun Feng saluted and turned to wait. A half-hour wait felt endlessly long. He began organizing the gains from this dimensional space. All usable black iron-level equipment was utilized, leaving only the dagger and combat suit. Bronze-level equipment consisted of a flaming battle blade and various potions. Silver-level items included 1 strength potion, 2 speed potions, and a used healing potion. The harvest is extremely abundant. Some people spend over a decade collecting fragments, yet the equipment they synthesized cannot compare to what he gained from this experience. Rumble, the war vehicle's engine roared. Yun Feng stepped onto the war vehicle and looked back at the spatial rift behind him. One day, I will uncover the secrets behind the space wall. Returning to the safe zone, the sky was already nearing dusk. Let's head to the trading post first, he muttered to himself. The storage ring was filled with spoils of war. He needed to free up some space. At the same time, he also needed funds to buy some fragments. As for the little money left by his parents, he would use it when necessary. Although it wasn't much, it was enough for emergencies. Thinking of this, Yun Feng called a taxi and headed to the trading post in the safe zone. In the past, he might have been reluctant to take a taxi, as public transportation within the safe zone was free. In the 6 major districts of Jiangnan State, each district has a large trading center, providing a marketplace for awakened individuals returning from their adventures to trade their spoils. Although transactions do not have fixed prices, they are fair, attracting numerous buyers. Not only can items be sold, but necessary equipment can also be purchased. The taxi quickly stopped beside a massive building. Night fell, and the exchange was brightly lit. Yun Feng had passed by this place many times, and each time he felt a longing in his heart. However, as soon as he stepped inside, he was dumbfounded. This place resembled a marketplace. In the towering hall over 20 meters high, a dense crowd surged like a tide. The clamor rises and falls. Buying all kinds of venom sacks, no matter how many. Selling weapons and armor, come and take a look. Fragment acquisition ongoing. Sellers, come boldly. Look at this extremely rare pangolin metal armor. I put in a lot of effort to collect it, and there's only a small bit of damage. Your offer is way too low. I'm sincerely here to do business. Don't cheat me. Can this alloy longsword be a bit cheaper? The trading post is divided into 2 main sections, the purchasing area and the selling area. Pushing through the bustling crowd, Yun Feng struggled to reach a purchasing counter. There are fewer people here, and the location is remote. Before entering, he had already taken out all the spoils from his storage ring. Spreading out several large sacks, the buyer was instantly stunned. Student, we don't take trash here. Please take your things away. The buyer was a man in his 40s, scruffy but fairly amiable. In his view, the young appearance combined with a few bags of junk made it hard to associate them with hidden treasures. Haha, where did this little kid come from, carrying a few sacks to make us laugh? Several people at nearby purchasing stations saw Yun Feng and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Old Zhang, are you not opening for business, or are you starting off with something this big? One person joked. Old Zhang, when did you start collecting scrap? Let me know earlier next time, and I'll pick some up for you at home. Another person chimed in. The buyer known as Old Zhang seemed to have long been accustomed to these sarcastic remarks, nearly lowering his head without saying a word. At this moment, Yunfeng seemed to see his own shadow in him. Ever since his talent awakened, weren't the faces of those classmates and teachers just the same? Even his life had become insignificant. If it weren't for the concern of his best friend and the homeroom teacher, whether he returned to school or not would have long ceased to matter to him. "Uncle, do I look like someone who sells trash?" Yunfeng knew his entrance wasn't ideal, but it shouldn't have reduced him to the role of a trash seller. Helpless, he was about to open a burlap sack. "Is he really planning to open a trash bag here?" someone exclaimed in shock. "If you keep doing this, I'll have to call the enforcement team," someone threatened. "I didn't sell it to you, so why are you whining? And you, calling yourself the law enforcement team? Did I break the law? What are you even?" Yunfeng originally didn't want to bother, but as the other party became increasingly arrogant, he could only fight fire with fire. "Kid, do you even know where you are? This is not a place where you can spout nonsense." Someone sneered coldly. "Where is this place? Is it your living room? Or your kitchen?" Yunfeng retorted without backing down, leaving the other party speechless. After all, in this safe zone, as long as no laws were broken, he had no intention of dealing with these idle people. "Uncle, open it yourself and take a look. It definitely won't disappoint you," Yunfeng said sincerely. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to open the sack. Even if it really is trash, at least it will put his mind at ease. The purchase counter was in a remote location, and with his stubborn personality, business had always been slow. He was close to being unable to pay the rent. This is... Old Zhang lifted a corner of the burlap sack, revealing the contents inside, and was astonished. As a procurement officer, he was well-versed and experienced, but the item before him still made his eyes light up. "What's wrong, Old Zhang? Did the stench of the trash knock you out? Ha ha ha." Yunfeng couldn't help but tease. "No matter how smelly the trash is, it can't compare to your mouth," he retorted back. "Classmate, are you sure you want to sell all these things to me?" Old Zhang hesitated. The first item was the outer shell of a rare creature, the shadow mink. He didn't ask about the origin of these items, as it was part of his professional ethics as a buyer. He hadn't expected that someone would actually bring such rare materials to sell. "Of course, why would I come here if I wasn't selling? Just calculate how much these things are worth," Yunfeng responded confidently. Old Zhang began taking out items one by one. With each item revealed, the people at the nearby purchasing counters were visibly astonished. It wasn't because the items were of high grade, but rather because some of them were extremely rare and seldom seen. "Damn, I actually misjudged it. What's going on?" "Old Zhang, I don't think you can afford to buy it all. How about sharing some with us?" "Yeah, I'll offer a fair price." The people who once mocked Yunfeng now had a complete change in expression, smiling as they stared at him. Yunfeng turned his head to look at the middle-aged man busy calculating prices, as if asking whether this was credible. "Classmate, everything you're selling is within my purchasing capacity," Old Zhang said with a bitter smile. "No problem, finish calculating first and then we'll talk." The nearby buyers cursed inwardly. Why pretend to be a big shot when you don't have money? An hour later, the 3 bags of items were counted. "Classmate, the total is 1,235,832 yuan, Old Zhang reported the number. Yunfeng was not surprised upon hearing this, it matched his estimate. Although there were many items, most were products of low-level monsters and had limited value. The most valuable are the 12 sable cloaks and nearly 200 venom sacks from forest pythons. "How about this? Since you've provided quite a few rare materials, I'll give you a fair price. Let's round it up to 1.2 million, Old Zhang said generously. Yunfeng's head was filled with question marks. The number was clearly over 1.23 million just now, so how did it become 1.2 million now? Are you really serious? Yunfeng was speechless. "Young friend, I'm a bit tight on funds. Could you make an exception?" Old Zhang said sincerely. Yunfeng could tell the other party genuinely wanted to buy, but was short on funds, otherwise, they wouldn't be bargaining in reverse. "I've been collecting a few fragments before, but they haven't sold, so I'm short on funds." "But don't worry," Old Zhang explained. "Fragments? What fragments?" Yunfeng asked in confusion. "You don't even know about the fragments?" Old Zhang doubted whether these things belonged to Yunfeng himself. Yunfeng explained, "I'm asking what fragments you have. If there's something I'm interested in, you can use the fragments to offset the debt." Realizing he had rolled his eyes less than usual, Yunfeng smiled faintly. "Is what you said true, young friend?" Old Zhang hurriedly took out all the fragments he had. Yunfeng took a look and saw a total of 8 crystal fragments. 5 were dark black, 2 emitted a green glow, and the last one shimmered with silver light. "Wow, there's even a silver fragment." Yunfeng's heart was filled with joy. Check one by one, the 5 black iron-grade fragments were all usable for him, one each of strength, speed, defense, and mental potions, plus 1 healing potion. As for the 2 bronze fragments, he wasn't very interested, 1 defense potion and 1 mental potion. After all, these things couldn't be synthesized for his use now, he'd wait until after reaching level 10. Finally, Yunfeng's gaze fell on that silver fragment. Inside the silver crystal lies a book, with the title prominently displaying the 4 characters Heavenly Fiend Blade Technique. Only then did he understand why there were silver fragments in his hand. It turned turned out to be a martial arts fragment. During the initial awakening phase, such martial arts fragments are extremely valuable. Back then, the country mobilized enormous resources to collect fragments of martial arts from across the nation, striving to gather a complete set. After long-term research, it finally became possible to create martial arts rubbings. The effectiveness of the rubbings was only 1/3 of the original, but they were far more convenient for learning compared to collecting fragments. As a result, few people later collected martial arts fragments unless they were from entirely new martial arts, as their value was limited. This is also the reason why no one has ever wanted old Zhang's silver fragment. Others would rather spend money on a complete set of rubbings than buy this useless fragment. But for Yunfeng, this fragment shines brightly. The probability of learning martial arts from rubbings is low, especially for silver grade, which is less than 1%, while iron grade is about 50%, and gold grade or above is almost 100% mastery. These 8 fragments are all quite good. Yunfeng decided to take the 2 bronze fragments he wasn't interested in. Little brother, take a closer look at that silver fragment, a few buyers nearby reminded him. I saw it. Though I can't use it, it's good for collection, Yunfeng replied. This time, he didn't retort, as they were speaking on his behalf. Young friend, are you serious? You even want this silver fragment? Old Zhan was almost kneeling in gratitude. Yunfeng not only bought a large amount of materials from him but also helped him get rid of the silver fragment that no one cared about. Stop dawdling, quickly calculate the total price, Yunfeng urged. Black iron fragments are 15,000 each, bronze fragments are 50,000 each, silver fragments are 120,000, for a total of 295,000, Old Zhan muttered while pressing the calculator. Young friend, I don't have much cash here. Can I transfer you 960,000 instead? No problem, just transfer it to my card. Yunfeng readily agreed. When the phone was taken by the teacher upon entering the dimensional space, he could only use his bank card. This card was specially issued by his parents to make it easier for him to manage his living expenses. Old Zhang quickly handed the 8 fragments to Yunfeng while transferring the money. Young friend, don't forget to come back if you have more materials, Old Zhang said, his face brimming with joy. Yunfeng waved goodbye and stepped toward the sales area. With a fortune in his pocket, Yunfeng was overjoyed, humming a tune, Today the common folk, oh so truly happy. He stepped into the selling area, where there were far more people than in the purchasing area. The goods were dazzling and came in a wide variety. There are way too many types of weapons here. Yunfeng couldn't help but marvel as he looked at the diverse array of blades in the weapons section. Most of these weapons were crafted using imitation fragments made from materials taken from monsters. Although they weren't as perfect as composite fragments, they were affordable and barely usable. Level 5. Classmate, the battle knife in your hand is an imitation of the bronze level Thunderstrike battle knife. It can increase your combat power by over 300 points and can be equipped at level 10 or above. It's only 250,000 and it's absolutely stylish, the seller enthusiastically introduced. Yunfeng held a long knife flickering with lightning, somewhat similar to the flame battle knife in his storage ring, but with different attributes. Listening to the seller's pitch, he gently put down the battle knife, knowing well that this replica was far inferior to the original. After all, his flame battle knife could provide about 1,000 points of combat power. Some of these weapons were also made from fragments, but their prices were ridiculously high. A bronze-grade battle knife starts at 500,000, and even an average awakened family has to grit their teeth to buy one, not to mention silver equipment worth millions. Gold equipment is considered the store's treasure, not for sale, and equipment above the gold grade is strategic level material that no one would easily sell. Classmate, 220,000 will do, or 200,000. 200,000 you can take it. I really can't go any lower, the seller hurriedly called out as he saw Yunfeng about to leave. But with delicacies in hand, how could Yunfeng settle for such inferior goods? However, through these replicas, he saw the resilience and wisdom of humanity in harsh environments. Passing through the weaponry section, he directly skipped the martial arts area, which was full of rubbings. Yunfeng felt there was nothing novel there. Name, Yunfeng. Arriving at the fragments section, he found that the fragments for sale were very few, almost the same in every shop. After all, most fragment holders choose to trade on platforms, only selling them when in urgent need of money. Talent, grade F. Basic attribute potion fragments are the easiest to synthesize and require the fewest fragments, with only 4 needed for the black iron level. Most of the fragments sold by merchants are of this type. Although Yunfeng's basic potions have not yet been used up, he doesn't want to spend money here. Money should be spent wisely. Classmate, just tell me what you need, the merchant greeted with a smile. Yunfeng didn't even lift his head, feeling annoyed by the merchant's relentless sales pitches. The principle for shopping is simple. If I don't ask, don't bother me. If I ask, just answer. He wandered around but never found any fragments he liked. Currently, he mainly wants to collect silver fragments he can use, as well as some rare black iron and bronze fragments. Excuse me, how much is this fragment? Yunfeng stood by the counter, holding a piece of cyan crystal fragment. Behind the counter was a frail, undernourished girl, but her face was lit up with a warm and youthful smile. smile. She was wearing a school uniform, clearly having come here right after school. This is a bronze-level sleeve dart fragment, classified as a concealed weapon, considered auxiliary equipment. The girl spoke with professional ease. This type of fragment is quite rare. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yunfeng looked up at the girl and glanced at her school uniform. Are you from District 5, 2nd High School? Awakened just this year, he asked casually. The girl appeared slightly shy and responded with just a nod. These fragments can't all be brought back from the dimensional space by you, right? Yunfeng continued to ask. The girl did not answer, only smiled. Yunfeng knew that this meant she possessed the ability to kill elite monsters of the same level, whether alone or not, clearly having awakened an extraordinary talent. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. I want to collect and give it a try. These pieces together, calculate the price for me. He didn't ask further, turning his attention to the items. He casually picked up a silver-grade martial arts fragment and 2 black iron basic attribute fragments. Alright, it's a total of 201,000. I'll round it off for you, 200,000. The girl quoted the price. Yunfeng didn't bargain and directly handed over his bank card. Just acquired 960,000, instantly spent 200,000. He felt no pain, but rather excitement. If resold, the value of these fragments after being combined would surely multiply several dozen times. Welcome back next time. Accompanied by the girl's sweet voice and friendly smile, Yunfeng left the sales point. Then he wandered around a bit, bought some odds and ends, and went home. It was already close to 9 o'clock in the evening when he returned home. Fortunately, he lived alone and was free from restrictions. Fragment synthesis, let's go. Yunfeng excitedly took out all the fragments he had bought. First, he synthesized a few black iron level fragments. Obtained 2 bottles of strength potion, 2 bottles of speed potion, 1 bottle of defense potion, and 1 bottle of spirit potion. Drink it while it's hot. He gulped down all 6 potions in one go. A surge of heat rushed from his lower abdomen straight to his head, an indescribable sensation of exhilaration. Only someone as extravagant as him would think of drinking all kinds of potions to their limit. Ordinary people are more targeted. Joquan focuses on speed potions, supplemented by strength potions, while the other 2 are almost unused. Elemental types mainly use mental potions, supplemented by speed potions. After taking the medicine, Yunfeng took out a bronze fragment. After synthesis, a sleeve arrow appeared in the palm. Good stuff, but unfortunately, you have to wait until level 10 to use it. Hidden weapon type equipment is different from other weapons. Even if you hold multiple swords, your combat power is calculated based on just one, whereas hidden weapons provide additional bonuses. Putting away the sleeve arrow and 2 bottles of bronze potions, Yunfeng turned his gaze to the 2 silver fragments he was most looking forward to. One was a blade technique martial art obtained from old Zhang, and the other was a movement technique martial art sold by the female student earlier. With the help of the ancient jade's green glow, a fully translucent jade mini-book appeared in hand. Silver level martial art, heavenly fiend blade technique, comprehension attempts, 10. Using protective goggles at home is fine. The virtual screen synchronously displays relevant information. No wonder they say the original is much simpler than the copy. This is a one-time product, usable 10 times. Yunfeng played with the jade book, unable to put it down. He pressed the book to his brow, the cool sensation penetrating straight to his core. His eyes slowly closed, and a black and white ink painting appeared in his mind. In the vast white background, a figure stands solemnly, holding a battle knife pointed diagonally. After a moment, the figure moved, like ink flowing on white paper, unfolding a majestic set of knife techniques. Sometimes thrusting forward, sometimes slashing sideways, sometimes spinning, sometimes flicking upward. The movements were fluid and graceful, a delight to behold. That's it? The demonstration of the sword technique ended, and Yunfeng finally reacted, feeling slightly bewildered. Why didn't I remember anything at all? Unwilling to give up, he took out the black iron battle knife and tried to imitate the moves, but he couldn't do it at all. It's too difficult. No wonder they say the higher the level of martial arts, the harder it is to learn. This silver level technique completely left me dumbfounded. He looked at the mini book. The count showed 9 times remaining. Feels like I wasted one. I don't believe it. He pressed the book to his forehead again. The familiar scene reappeared. This time he focused intently on the shadow. Only after reflecting 5 times did he put down the book. In his mind, a rudimentary form of the blade technique finally emerged. Probably no one has ever treated a silver tier original martial art as poorly as I have. He looked at the clock on the wall. The second hand ticked, and the hour hand slowly pointed to 12 o'clock. Unwilling to miss the sword techniques flashing in his mind, he grabbed a watermelon knife and began practicing at home. He didn't dare use a battle sword for practice, fearing it might tear down the house. Even without serious practice, the trajectory traced by the watermelon knife already exuded a faint sharp aura. Half an hour later, Yunfeng was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Silver-level martial arts are indeed not something I can use properly at my level. He felt he was close to mastering it, but his inner spiritual power was insufficient to control it. That's it for today, we'll continue tomorrow. He turned to look at another miniature jade book. Silver-level martial arts Start, Phantom Step, Comprehension Attempts, 10. Ah, so comfortable. Yunfeng stretched lazily. During the training in the dimensional space, there was almost no sense of fatigue, as every day was filled with intense combat and heightened vigilance. Now back in reality, this sleep was incredibly satisfying. Just as he was about to get up, he glanced at the calendar. April 28th. Whoa, he suddenly jumped out of bed. He remembered it was only April 25th when he fell asleep. Could he have slept for 3 whole days? He touched his head, doubting whether the clock on the wall was broken. His phone had been confiscated by the teacher, so he could only turn on the TV to confirm. A previously blank section of the wall turned into a massive display screen when Yunfeng pressed the switch. The time was clearly shown as Awakening Era, year 321, April 28th. News scrolling on the screen. Yunfeng is currently unable to delve deeper. Early yesterday morning, a riot broke out in the Shenlong dimensional space, with a large number of monsters attacking the space exit, causing significant casualties. After 5 hours of fierce battle, all the invading monsters were completely eliminated. Yesterday, the level 58 powerhouse Long Zhanya ventured alone into the netherworld dimensional space, with results highly anticipated. Reportedly, a dimensional space in the beautiful country went out of control, resulting in the death of all training personnel. So sooner or later, I will also get involved in these matters, and it won't be too far off. Turning off the TV, Yunfeng walked out of the room. I should still go to school, at least to get my phone back. With the concealment potion, as long as I don't run into the school's higher-ups, it should be fine. Most of those advanced experts don't wander around the school. They're either in dimensional spaces or on their way to training. Report. During the morning class, Li Yinjing stood at the podium, while hundreds of students quietly worked on their assignments. A report broke the silence, and everyone looked toward the door. You are Yunfeng? Li Yinjing rubbed her eyes, doubting if she had seen it wrong. The other classmates stared at him as if they had seen a ghost. Since Yunfeng's disappearance, Class 32's strength has surged, quickly becoming the second strongest class in the grade. Although the school outwardly expressed regret for the loss of several students, that regret was only for others and definitely did not include Yunfeng. They even secretly felt relieved by his sacrifice, as the disgrace had finally vanished. The school discreetly rewarded Li Yanqing, but she firmly rejected it. Madman, you're back? Black Monkey suddenly stood up, staring in disbelief at the doorway. His face showed obvious signs of exhaustion and weariness, and his small frame appeared even more diminutive. Teacher, it's been a while. Could it be that you don't recognize me? Yunfeng said with a playful smile. Classmates, you must have missed me a lot. He waved downward, then walked toward Black Monkey under Li Yanqing's and everyone's gaze. Madman, I've been saving this seat for you all along. Black Monkey's voice trembled. Yunfeng lightly patted Black Monkey's shoulder, conveying all his emotions. The classroom fell silent again, then erupted into noise after a brief moment of shock. Whoa, how did he come back? How could he possibly return? How did he survive alone in the dimensional space? Just got second place in the grade. Looks like it's about to be taken away. Everyone was talking about Yunfeng, who suddenly appeared after more than a month. Yunfeng, come out for a moment. Li Yanjing lowered her voice and called him out of the classroom. Yunfeng had just warmed his seat when he was called out. What do you want to do? Li Yanjing looked at him, first stunned, then reached out her hand with a look of surprise. Teacher, I just wanted to get my phone back. What are you thinking? Yunfeng waved his hand, revealing a strange smile. Seeing that smile, Li Yanjing really wanted to hit him, if it weren't for her identity as a teacher. I'll give you the phone later. First, tell me what's going on with you. She is still in a state of confusion. What's wrong with me? Aren't I doing just fine now? It's precisely because you're doing fine that there's a problem. Teacher, turns out you can't stand me doing well either, just like the others. Yunfeng lowered his head after speaking, pretending to be heartbroken. No, that's not what I meant. Listen to me. Li Yanjing panicked, but didn't notice Yunfeng's suppressed smile. Well, you little rascal, you even dared to joke with your teacher. Seeing the smile on his face as he looked up, Li Yanjing realized she had been tricked. Tell me, what exactly happened in the dimensional space? She asked seriously. Yunfeng stopped joking and recounted the matter exactly as it was. As the story unfolded, Li Yanqing's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, forming deep creases by the end. Teacher, do you not believe me? Yunfeng looked at her with grievance. These words of yours are meant to fool ghosts, but even ghosts wouldn't believe them. Talking about getting lost, encountering monsters and fighting in groups, picking up spiritual power by chance, hiding in caves when it gets dark and only coming out days later, do you believe it? Do you even believe it yourself? She never expected Yunfeng to have the audacity to ask her whether she believed it. Then, teacher, what should I say to make you believe? Li Yanjing was momentarily speechless. Logically speaking, an F-level awakener couldn't possibly survive and return from that environment without assistance, but Yunfeng is now standing right in front of her alive. If she were to find a reason, she wouldn't be able to explain it. It's good that you're back. No matter what others say, you're still my student. Go back to the classroom. Yunfeng didn't want to say more, and Li Yanjing didn't press further about the training experience. Is there anything else? She asked, puzzled. Teacher, I want to take a 2-month 2-month leave from school. This was Yunfeng's carefully considered decision. He would rather train in the dimensional space than waste time at school. Yunfeng, you don't have to do this. I promise to handle school matters for you. Li Yanjing thought he still held a grudge. Level 5. Teacher, please agree to this. I'll be fine. Alright, take these months to adjust your mindset. Got it, thank you, teacher. Yunfeng nodded and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Meeting a teacher like Li Yanjing was truly his good fortune. Watching Yunfeng walk away, Li Yanjing secretly put on her goggles. The data on the screen disappointed her. Could everything he said be true? Yunfeng had just reached the doorway when he vaguely heard the classroom buzzing like a marketplace, with him as the main topic of discussion. The most surprised of all was Lu Yong. He had once doubted whether Yunfeng had truly been killed by the monster and whether the spoils he brought back were really from the monster Yunfeng had slain. But every time he doubted, his heart would deny it. He doesn't believe that an F-level awakener could do such a thing. Madman, I really want to know, how did you even survive? Black Monkey asked in a low voice. Don't pry into adult matters. Yunfeng had no mood to explain. Many classmates in the class had awakened auditory talents, and Yunfeng also understood that now was not the time to talk. What level are you now? What's your combat power? Level 5, combat power 872. Black Monkey was completely open with Yunfeng. Damn, your combat power is so high at level 5? Hee, awakened an A-level talent. The school gave some rewards, sold some loot from training, and my parents chipped in some money. Used potions? Yeah, bought 6 speed potions and 3 strength potions. 9 potions, spent hundreds of thousands. You're really something. Yunfeng was happy for his close friend. Madman, once my level and combat power are up and I have money, I'll definitely set you up with one. Set me up. The two looked at each other and burst into laughter, their laughter filling the classroom. The next class is a practical session. After Li Yanjing finished speaking, she walked out of the classroom, marking the end of the morning class. Black Monkey, after today, I won't be coming to school anymore, Yunfeng said to his friend. Why? With me here, who in the class dares to say anything about you? I'll beat them up. The drugged-up Black Monkey was even more arrogant and domineering. Alright, I know you're tough. There are some things I can't explain right now, but you'll understand in the future. Keep it up. Work on leveling up and improving your combat power. After Yunfeng finished speaking, he got up and caught up with Li Yanjing. Teacher, where's my phone? He shouted. After retrieving his phone, Yunfeng didn't return to the classroom, feeling it was unnecessary. As long as those who cared about him knew he was safe and sound, that was enough. Practicing martial arts at home is indeed inconvenient. I can't fully utilize my moves, he thought. Yesterday, while practicing with a watermelon knife, he almost destroyed half of the furniture at home. Luckily, the noise wasn't too loud, otherwise, the neighbors might have called the police. Just now, while practicing the phantom step, he accidentally knocked over quite a bit of furniture, leaving the room in a mess as if it had been ransacked. Why not head to the dimensional space and train while comprehending martial arts, he decided. Early the next morning, Yunfeng once again took a ride to the trading post. However, he didn't enter the first floor area but instead crossed the corridor and headed straight up the stairs to the second floor. The second floor of the exchange is the task release center. Many awakened individuals who want to train in dimensional space often come here first to select suitable tasks and earn extra income. In the hall, 5 giant screens continuously scroll through various task information. There are tasks issued by the government of the safe zone, by major forces and individuals, as well as team recruitment information. The number of fire spirits in the dimensional space of Fire Rock Mountain has surged. Request to eliminate them. For every 100 killed, a reward of 100,000 Hua coins will be given, calculated based on the number of fire crystals. Requires level 15 or combat power above 12,000. Purchasing rare material, Frost Snowman Heart. No limit on quantity. Head to the storm dimensional space to eliminate elite monsters, storm horned horses. Loot will be evenly distributed. Requires elemental awakeners of sea level or above, preferably ice type, with combat power above 50,000. Below the large screen, countless small screens are densely packed, with almost every screen being operated by someone to filter tasks. Yunfeng arrived under the first large screen, where there were fewer people. He found a screen that no one was operating and began searching for a task he liked. This one looks pretty good, he murmured to himself. Among the numerous tasks, he finally found one most suitable for himself. A super-level monster may appear in the Half-Autumn Mountain dimensional space. Please investigate and resolve. Required level, 6 to 10, combat power above 3,000. According to the requirements, this is definitely a dimensional space above level 5, which perfectly matches Yunfeng's needs. Moreover, the combat power requirement is quite high. Normally, an A-class awakener would need to reach around level 10 to achieve 3,000 combat power, not counting the use of stimulants. Although Yunfeng's combat power doesn't meet the requirement yet, it is believed that he will quickly fulfill the conditions after entering the dimensional space. He pressed the task acceptance button, and a transparent crystal card emerged from the side of the device. This is the task credential. After entering the dimensional space, place the card near the goggles to input the task information. After accepting the task, Yunfeng arrived at the transportation center next to the trading building. Here, countless war vehicles depart daily for various dimensional spaces. Waited for a moment, Yunfeng boarded the small armored vehicle heading to the dimensional space of Bankyo Mountain. Inside the vehicle, there were over 10 awakened individuals scattered around, most of them under 18 years old. Most of them were in 5-person teams, except for Yunfeng, who sat alone, inevitably drawing some sideways glances. Brother Long, do you think that kid going to Bankyo Mountain alone is reliable? Maybe he awakened an SSS level talent. Do you think SSS level talent is as common as cabbage? Awakened just because you say so? Yunfeng glanced sideways out the window, ignoring the idle chatter. With the ancient jade, he is destined to walk the path of a lonely strong man. Friend, you're alone. Would you like to join our team? At this moment, a young man from another team, dressed in military uniform, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and a tall and upright figure, approached and asked softly. Anyone daring to venture into the dimensional space alone is either incredibly capable or incredibly foolish. Yunfeng withdrew his gaze from the distance and turned to look at him. Sure, Yunfeng agreed readily. Longbin was stunned upon hearing this. Something seemed off with the script. Aren't experts supposed to be arrogant? Why is this kid so naive? I could tell at a glance that your team is extraordinary. Definitely experts. Just let me join. I won't do anything else, just focus on last hitting and picking up loot. Yunfeng blinked his big eyes, innocent and pure. Longbin doubted his sixth sense had failed him and awkwardly stepped back. Brother Long, I told you that guy was unreliable, but you just had to get close, someone complained. He doesn't look very smart. I guess I misjudged him. Longbin said helplessly. The armored vehicle crossed the wasteland and arrived at the half-autumn mountain dimensional space after half a day. Luck's on our side, no monsters in the wilderness. The uniformed driver jumped out of the vehicle, grinning. Everyone got off the vehicle and gathered at the entrance, waiting for level and combat power checks. Yunfeng adjusted the concealment potion, now showing level 6, combat power 890, fearless of detection. May you have a fruitful harvest. The base guard completed the inspection, saluted, and allowed passage. Entering the dimensional space, Yunfeng immediately put on combat goggles. The virtual screen displayed the information again. Level 5, 2764/3000. Combat power 1561. Recently, no monsters have been killed, only a few potions were consumed, so combat power hasn't increased significantly. Found a secluded spot, equipped the battle knife and combat suit, and combat power instantly rose to 1761. Too bad I didn't get the talent upgrade potion fragments last time, he murmured. The dimensional space of Bankyo Mountain is filled with rolling hills. The peaks are not high, and dense forests cover the area. The mountain's name originates from its trees, whose leaves often carry a slight yellow hue, resembling the early autumn of the outside world. Yunfeng stepped on the withered yellow wild grass and headed deeper into the mountain. Soon, a 2-meter-tall rhinoceros monster appeared, with sturdy twin horns and an imposing presence. Monster, Iron-Horned Rhino. Level 6. Combat power, 764. Skill, Iron Horn Strike. My combat power now far surpasses these monsters. Yunfeng glanced over, showing little interest. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered there was another matter to attend to on this trip. Then I'll use you to test my skills. He gripped his blade and assumed the starting stance of the Heavenly Doom Blade technique. Channeling spiritual power, he swung the blade, its edge faintly revealing a pitch-black aura. Slash! The battle blade swept through, forcing the Iron-Horned Rhino back, and spiritual power increased by 11 points. Damn, that's sharp, Yunfeng exclaimed. Given his current strength, achieving such ease was truly remarkable. It seems that after learning martial arts, the combat power panel hasn't shown any significant changes, but the actual combat ability has clearly improved. He finally experienced the charm of martial arts. In the dimensional space of Bankyo Mountain, a gentle breeze swept through, blowing down the green and yellow leaves covering the mountain, forming a golden path. Yunfeng stepped lightly on the fallen leaves, producing a rustling sound, which carried a unique charm. Over the past few days, he had traversed through areas with level 6 and level 7 monsters, finally arriving at the territory of level 8 monsters. Along the way, he casually killed numerous monsters, and his level had also risen to level 6. Blocking his path ahead was a ferocious black and white striped tiger with glaring eyes. Its front half appeared ordinary, but its tail, resembling that of a venomous scorpion, had a curved, sharp tip emitting a faint glow, sending chills down one's spine. Monster name, Scorpion-tailed Tiger. Level 8. Combat power 1580. Skill, Poison Tail Frenzy. Finally, a bit of a challenge, Yunfeng thought to himself with secret delight. The level 6 and 7 monsters before didn't even qualify for him to use his martial arts attributes. Roar! The scorpion-tailed tiger let out an angry roar, its venomous tail raised high as it charged fiercely at the intruder. As it ran, its tail swung like a venomous snake, ready to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. Good timing, Yunfeng said fearlessly, raising his blade to meet the attack. He stepped repeatedly, hitting strange positions, and his figure suddenly suddenly became elusive. This was the new footwork he had learned, Phantom Step. The scorpion-tailed tiger, which had originally locked onto him, suddenly lost its rhythm, and its movements became sluggish. Perfect opportunity. Yunfeng activated his footwork and instantly appeared at the tiger's left rear. The blade, gleaming with a dark light, stabbed straight at the tiger's hindquarters. The tiger's backside is untouchable, but I'll try today, he said with a smile. It wasn't until the blade penetrated 10 centimeters deep that the scorpion-tailed tiger realized. Its tail swiftly swung to strike, while the poisonous tip aimed straight at Yunfeng. Yunfeng drew his blade and turned, his steps agile, evading the poisonous sting. The battle blade pierced the right side of the tiger's rump once again. Roar! The tiger let out a painful cry, a mix of anger and helplessness. This is the rhythm of battle I want. Yunfeng stepped with elusive movements, his blade wielding a deadly aura, launching a series of attacks that left the scorpion-tailed tiger powerless to retaliate. In just 2 minutes, the scorpion-tailed tiger, whose combat power was only a few hundred points lower than his, turned into spiritual energy and collapsed to the side. The spoils can't be wasted. This scorpion tail is worth quite a bit. He cut off the tail, stored it in his spatial ring, and gained 1,000 Hua coins. Rare materials are indeed valuable. Previously, materials from level 5 elite monsters were worth 2,000. Yunfeng reminisced about the products of elite monsters, eagerly anticipating the arrival of rare monsters. He did not venture deeper. Level 8 monsters were sufficient to provide spiritual energy and space for practicing martial arts. After consecutively killing dozens of level 8 scorpion-tailed tigers, suddenly 3 angry roars erupted simultaneously. He realized that while he was collecting the spoils, he had been surrounded by 3 scorpion-tailed tigers. This doesn't make sense. How could 3 appear at the same time? He wondered in disbelief. How could tigers act in groups? This isn't a zoo. But Yunfeng did not panic. After the fierce battle with the first dozens of scorpion-tailed tigers, his proficiency in silver martial arts had greatly improved, though continuously using 2 martial arts left him slightly fatigued. Come on, let me see what level the Phantom Step can truly reach. His combat power is just over 2,000 now, and facing 3 scorpion-tailed tigers with combat power around 1,500 each is indeed somewhat strenuous. However, with the advantage of speed in the Phantom Step, escaping is still easy. Rather than injuring all 10 fingers, it's better to sever one. Taking them down one by one is the best strategy. He drew his blade and charged at one of them. Although the 3 tigers surrounded him, they lacked coordination and each fought on their own. This gave Yunfeng an opportunity. He feigned a strike with his blade and swiftly shifted towards another scorpion-tailed tiger using his elusive footwork. This move disrupted the rhythm of the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, leaving them unable to react in time. Monsters are ultimately monsters. Their combat instincts are strong, but the intelligence gap is obvious, Yunfeng sneered. The blade tip pierced the only soft spot of the target. Roar! The scorpion-tailed tiger let out a painful wail, its tail trembling. While you're in pain, I'll make you scream. Yunfeng surrounded the scorpion-tailed tiger, delivering a frenzied assault amidst the tangy sharpness. The tragic cries caused the other 2 tigers to go weak in their limbs, their attacks feeble and powerless. Soon, amidst the siege of the 3 tigers, he forcefully killed one. The remaining 2 tigers couldn't hold on for long and fell one after another. Fortunately, the 3 tigers collectively dropped a black iron speed fragment. After consuming it, his speed improved further. I can already handle 3 level 8 monsters at the same time. I really look forward to seeing how strong I'll be at level 10, Yunfeng thought. He did not rush deeper but instead explored the sides. Level 3. Just now, the simultaneous appearance of the 3 tigers made him suspicious. The level 8 monster area is vast, and Yunfeng is in no rush to advance to level 9. Although he is confident in dealing with level 9 monsters, if multiple ones appear at the same time again, the danger would be unpredictable. A wise man does not stand under a collapsing wall, especially since this is not a game. Death here means no revival. Defeating higher level monsters is thrilling, with more spiritual power and higher drop rates. Yunfeng picked up another fragment. At this point, his absorption of speed potions had reached its limit. After slaying around 200 scorpion-tailed tigers along the way, he was just 1 bottle short of maxing out his strength potions. Occasionally encountering a few scorpion-tailed tigers appearing at the same time, he probed but found no abnormalities. Yunfeng looked at the virtual panel. Level 6, 3392/4000. Combat power, 2745. Clearly, the effect of the medicine was gradually slowing down. Roar! A sudden roar and sounds of fighting arose in the distance. Someone is fighting here? Yunfeng frowned. The dimensional space is vast, and the number of people in lower-level spaces is sparse, making encounters with other awakened ones rare. Following the sound, he quickly appeared at the edge of the battlefield. 3 scorpion-tailed tigers were seen besieging one person. The person was dressed in a black combat suit adorned with red edges, with a slender figure. Holding a 3-foot-long silver sword, the blade danced and emitted a series of resonant sounds. A ponytail atop their head swayed like a lively sprite. Name, Yunfeng. Battle attire stained with blood, shattering the idyllic scene. After the fierce attack by the 3 tigers, the figure was was forced back over 10 meters, the hand gripping the sword trembling slightly, body leaning forward and gasping heavily, revealing signs of exhaustion. Talent, grade F. Is it her? Yunfeng recognized the person, a flash of surprise in his eyes. Bailey Luyun propped herself up with both hands, panting heavily. That move just now was the strongest skill she had comprehended after her level 5 awakening. Although it repelled the 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, it failed to kill them. Is it possible that today I will perish in this dimensional space? Her heart was filled with despair. How could so many scorpion-tailed tigers appear one after another? She had once managed to deal with 2 at the same time, but now she had reached her limit. No, I can't fall here. I still have too many unfinished matters. She tried to pull out the long sword embedded in the soil, only to find her hands had lost their strength. The 3 injured scorpion-tailed tigers became even more ferocious, roaring as they charged at her again. Need help? A deep voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Yunfeng appeared, and the person in front of him was the girl selling things he had met at the exchange that day. It's you? She turned around in surprise, knowing reinforcements had arrived. Don't mind me, just go quickly. Her expression changed drastically as she urged urgently. She saw Yunfeng alone, with a combat power of just over 1500 displayed on the virtual screen, around level 6. She didn't want to burden him and sacrifice together. This dimensional space is unusual. Please make sure to report to the safe zone. Yunfeng's deliberately displayed combat power explained why she was so anxious. The 3 scorpion-tailed tigers were already closing in, making escape impossible. Sai, you're too foolish. With this level of combat power and rank, you shouldn't be here. Bailey Luyun closed her eyes in pain. What's going on? After waiting for a moment, the sounds of fighting gradually ceased, and Bailey Luyun opened her eyes in worry. Right in front of her, a pair of bright eyes came into view, so close their noses almost touched, and she could faintly hear his breathing. She hurriedly stepped back, a blush spreading across her cheeks as her heartbeat involuntarily quickened. Are you okay? You don't seem to be hurt. Yunfeng chuckled lightly. The once dominant 3-headed scorpion-tailed tiger now lay on the ground, its body separated from its head. Did you kill this? Bailey Luyun asked, puzzled. Yunfeng smiled in response. Could there be anyone else? I suppose I'm your savior, right? Time to introduce myself. Bailey Luyun only then realized that the other person had just saved her from the brink of death. Bye. Bailey Luyun, she replied, her face still slightly flushed. The vast blue sky stretches endlessly, with flowing clouds spanning hundreds of miles. What a great name, just like the person. Yunfeng exclaimed. Yes, it's the Luyun with the grass radical. He teased with a smile, surprised that this girl, so decisive in sharp and battle, was shy and bashful in private. My name is Yunfeng. Yunfeng? She frowned deeply. The top 10 high school's recent awakenings of advanced talents, she knows them all, but has never heard of an advanced talent named Yunfeng. However, she has heard of a disgrace to 9th high school with an F-level talent, also named Yunfeng, but it definitely wouldn't be the person in front of her. Thank you for saving me. The spoils from these scorpion-tailed tigers are yours. They were mine to begin with. Yunfeng said with a smile, walking toward the fallen scorpion-tailed tigers to collect the spoils. If I hadn't severely injured them, would you have been able to kill them? Bailey Luyun thought indignantly. Are you training alone as well? Then your awakened talent must be quite strong. She asked tentatively, hinting at her own impressive abilities, hoping to catch Yunfeng's attention. You shouldn't ask too much, you know? When you become curious about someone, it actually means you've started to like them, Yunfeng said casually while tidying up. Upon hearing this, Bailey Luyun's face flushed red once again. This guy really has a sharp tongue. Fragments. There are fragments, Yunfeng. She noticed keenly and reminded him. I see it, but it's just a piece of fragment. Yunfeng picked it up calmly and casually stuffed it into his backpack. At this moment, with outsiders present, he couldn't reveal the storage ring. After all, carrying a gold-level storage ring at such a low level was indeed unusual. What do you plan to do next? Bailey Luyun asked. Keep killing monsters to level up. Or did you think I came here for sightseeing? No, that's not it. This time the dimensional space has encountered an issue. We should retreat first and report the situation. If you want to go back, go ahead. The task I accepted is to investigate the anomalies here. Packed up, Yunfeng continued deeper into the mountains. Are you really not afraid of death? Your combat strength is too low. If I hadn't injured them just now, you might not have survived. I advise you not to go any further. Yunfeng paused but didn't look back, proceeding straight ahead. Bailey Luyun watched the receding figure and thought, your combat strength isn't as high as mine, so why are you so arrogant? Forget it. I'll follow and see. Why are you following me? Be straightforward. Stop following me. Go wherever you feel comfortable. Yunfeng is currently better off hunting monsters alone. The secret cannot be revealed. Although humans unite to fight against dimensional monsters, internally they are not entirely united, and people's hearts are unpredictable. I'm also hunting monsters in this direction. Can't I go? Bailey Luyun retorted stubbornly. Go wherever you want, just don't follow me. Yunfeng didn't look back and kept moving forward. However, Bailey Luyun stuck to him like a piece of gum. If you keep following following me? Do you believe I'll end you with one strike? Yun Feng angrily drew his battle knife and held it against her neck. Bai Li Lu Yun was intimidated by the killing intent, her neck already feeling sticky that was blood. Watching the crimson blood flow down Yun Feng's fair neck, he remained indifferent. It must be said, Bai Li Lu Yun possessed an exceptionally oriental beauty. The combat suit is slim-fitting and flattering, revealing fair and radiant skin, willow-shaped eyebrows, a cherry-like small mouth, and eyes as clear and transparent as a spring. Her shy expression is particularly captivating, evoking a sense of tenderness. Looking further down, however, she appears thin and emaciated. At that moment, Yun Feng truly felt a surge of murderous intent. He needs to quickly improve his strength and doesn't want a woman by his side, even if she might be very powerful. In the end, he cast her a cold glance, sheathed his blade, turned around, and left. Solo grinding was the real deal. After parting ways with Bai Li Lu Yun, Yun Feng continued his monster grinding journey. With his current strength, the most suitable area was undoubtedly the territory of the scorpion-tailed tigers. Soon, he encountered two scorpion-tailed tigers standing side by side, one on the left and one on the right, glaring at him menacingly. I can handle 3 of them, let alone just 2, Yun Feng thought confidently to himself. He swiftly approached one of them, slashing 4 or 5 times in quick succession, not even giving it a chance to use its skills. It vanished instantly, yielding 16 points of spiritual energy. The other scorpion-tailed tiger, seeing its companion fall so quickly, glared angrily, and lunged forward. Unfortunately, its lunge was merely an opportunity for Yun Feng to collect more spiritual energy. Not bad, another piece of black iron shard. Yun Feng smiled as he placed the shard into his storage ring. With my current combat strength, I could try my hand against level 9 monsters. He pondered for a moment, but ultimately decided to continue honing his skills in the level 8 monster zone for a while longer. Once his level increased or he drank a few more potions, heading to the level 9 zone to hunt monsters would naturally become much more efficient. Over the next few days, Yun Feng remained in the level 8 area, slaughtering scorpion-tailed tigers. Sigh, when will I awaken a powerful talent? He muttered to himself. Although his ability to slay monsters was decent, every time he saw others using flashy elements or transforming into fierce beasts, he couldn't help but feel that his long blade paled in comparison. However, he understood that now was not the time to seize talents. He couldn't go around killing innocents just to snatch talents, especially since the drop rate for talents was extremely low, leaving him with no certainty. Farming monsters alone is fast, but it does feel a bit lonely. Yun Feng walked while lightly tapping the surrounding vegetation with his battle knife. Actually, it would be nice to have a girl tagging along, he thought to himself, but it was just a thought, as secrets couldn't be easily revealed. Before long, 3 roars echoed again. It seems the problems with the dimensional space are getting worse. Yun Feng frowned. 3 monsters appearing simultaneously has become increasingly frequent. He has encountered this situation several times along the way. Among these 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, one looks quite different. He carefully examined the panel. Sure enough, the one in the middle was larger in size and far more powerful than the other 2. After killing it, I wonder if the spiritual energy will be greater, he thought to himself. Even if the stats are higher, it's not a problem for him. He just looks forward to the enhanced scorpion-tailed tiger bringing some surprises. Roar the large scorpion-tailed tiger, upon spotting its prey, launched the first attack. As it pounced, its tail lashed toward Yun Feng like a long whip. Its might truly surpasses that of an ordinary scorpion-tailed tiger, Yun Feng silently praised. Stepping with elusive footwork, he deftly dodged the attacks. He then charged toward the 2 scorpion-tailed tigers at the rear, his long blade exuding a chilling aura as he slashed down fiercely. This kind of battle was perfect for him to practice his newly learned martial arts. Fighting 2 opponents at once posed no pressure, and his comprehension naturally progressed rapidly. Slash the blade grazed the side of a scorpion-tailed tiger's waist, leaving a thin, long bloodstain. Ugh! The monster let out a painful screech. Before its voice ceased, Yun Feng had already circled to the other side using his phantom step. The long blade slashed down, leaving a deep wound on the neck that exposed the bone, with blood gushing out. Immediately after, he thrust the blade into its head, clean and decisive. 3 scorpion-tailed tigers, one is already gone. The one that pounced saw its companion decrease and turned to look back. With one companion lost, the battle became much simpler. After dodging the attack of the large scorpion-tailed tiger, Yun Feng took the opportunity to deal with another one. At this point, only the strongest scorpion-tailed tiger remained. Big guy, all alone now, still acting arrogant? Yun Feng taunted. The response was a thunderous tiger roar. Well, still daring to be arrogant. He gripped the knife handle tightly, murderous intent gathering. A single slash, Black Fiend energy swirled. This was his first time using the Heaven Fiend blade technique. The power was indeed astonishing. The blade was filled with fiendish unleash energy, greatly enhancing its attack power while also weakening the enemy's defense. Slash the blade cut through, splitting the scorpion-tailed tiger in half. Its death gruesome. Few after continuously using martial arts, Yunfeng felt a significant depletion of physical strength. Although it didn't consume spiritual energy, the physical exhaustion was astonishing, and prolonged use could easily lead to collapse. 48 points of spiritual energy. It seems that the monsters have become stronger, but their spiritual energy hasn't increased. Higher prices without higher quantity, how boring, he mocked himself. After resting for a while, his strength recovered. He organized the spoils of battle and continued onward. Up ahead seems to be a level 9 monster zone. Should we go in? He checked his level, still at level 6, still a bit short of level 7. Forget it, let's stay here for now. If we run into 3 level 9 monsters, and one of them is an enhanced version, it would be trouble if we can't beat them, he thought cautiously. Although he had collected a few pieces of black iron fragments and drank potions during this half-day, there was no need to take risks. Playing it safe is the true way to go. In this way, Yunfeng stayed in the level 8 monster zone for half a day, leveled up to level 7, drank 3 bottles of black iron potion, and his combat power approached 3000. With this combat power, entering the level 9 monster zone shouldn't be a problem, he muttered to himself. Then he strode forward and stepped into the level 9 monster zone. Monster, Greybacked Black Bear. Level 9. Combat power, 2320. Skill, Battle Roar, a roar that boosts all attributes. Just as Yunfeng stepped into the level 9 monster area, a giant black bear blocked his path. A striking white patch of fur on its back made it particularly noticeable. Hee, I didn't expect spiritual power to come knocking so soon. Yunfeng chuckled and, without waiting for the greyback black bear to make the first move, charged forward. Clang. True to its reputation as a defense-oriented bear-type monster, Yunfeng, without using the Heaven's Wrathblade technique, found that his black iron-grade battle knife couldn't easily cut through its thick fur, and the damage inflicted was barely noticeable. The greyback black bear let out a thunderous roar and immediately activated its Battle Fury skill. On the virtual screen, Yunfeng's combat power number suddenly soared to 2648, increasing by more than 300 points. This skill is really fierce. Just as Yunfeng finished his exclamation, he was hit squarely by a heavy palm strike. He gasped sharply, having been momentarily careless and grazed by the opponent's claw tips, leaving several marks on his combat suit. Though it wasn't damaged, it had already caused him harm. Looks like I can't afford to be careless. After activating its skill, this guy's combat power has narrowed the gap with mine significantly. It's definitely not easy to deal with. Snapping back to focus, Yunfeng immediately concentrated on the battle. A faint murderous aura enveloped the battle blade, and after days of practice, he had become proficient in the Heavenly Fiend blade technique. With the aid of the murderous aura, the tough defense of the Tsang-backed black bear was no longer impenetrable. It was soon defeated by him and transformed into spiritual energy. Level 7 Yunfeng defeated a level 9 Tsang-backed black bear and still gained 16 points of spiritual energy. At first, the Tsang-backed black bears he encountered mostly appeared alone. As he ventured deeper, pairs of them became increasingly common, as if in a recurring cycle. Of course, Yunfeng's current combat strength is enough to easily handle 2 grey-backed black bears, but 3 would be somewhat strenuous. Just as expected, a day and a half later, Yunfeng encountered 3 grey-backed black bears. This time, the pressure increased sharply. After the fierce battle, his forearm and thigh were injured, but fortunately, before exhausting his strength, he managed to defeat all 3 grey-backed black bears, though he was nearly drained. He glanced at the virtual panel. Level 7, 2982/5000. Combat power, 3565. The level has been raised to 7.5, and after drinking a few bottles of black iron potion, combat power has significantly improved. Well, it's still not enough to deal with 3 greyback black bears at the same time. Yunfeng sat under a big tree to rest. During this period, there would basically be no more monsters appearing nearby. After recovering his stamina and healing his wounds, he got up and continued forward. Challenging a single greyback black bear is no longer an issue. Even if the opponent unleashes a battle cry, he still has nearly 1000 points of combat power advantage. However, once facing more than 2, the situation becomes entirely different. Fortunately, in the upcoming battles, at most 3 greyback black bears will appear together. Just a few more kills, and I'll reach level 8. Watching the spiritual power value approach full capacity, Yunfeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suddenly, several bear roars sounded simultaneously. 5 greybacked black bears slowly emerged from behind 5 trees. How is this possible? Looking at the appearance of 5 black bears, Yunfeng broke out in a cold sweat. Now he could easily kill 3, but facing 5 was basically hopeless. How about taking a gamble? He only needed to kill 4 grey-backed black bears to reach level 8. Right now, there were exactly 5, and killing them all would be perfect for leveling up. Moreover, he was already surrounded. Attempting to break through would inevitably lead to a bloody battle. It would be better to seize the opportunity and take a gamble. Yunfeng surveyed the surroundings and found the view wide open, with no major obstacles to maneuver around or hide behind. Let's Let's fight. He gripped his battle blade tightly as black ominous energy swept across the blade. At this moment, the only option is to harden my heart and take down one first, otherwise, the excessive losses will lead to certain defeat, and failure means a dead end. Come on, you stupid bear. Yunfeng raised his middle finger at the 5 black bears, triggering his taunt skill. The black bear seemed to understand the provocation and roared as it charged toward him. 3, 2, 1. Yunfeng precisely calculated the speed and distance of the 5 black bears. He crouched and leapt, using his phantom step to dodge the attacks of 3 bears, then charged with all his might toward the last black bear. The battle blade, infused with intense killing intent, pierced fiercely into the bear's head, spraying blood all over his face. No time to wipe, he drew his blade and rolled to dodge the paw of the 4th black bear. Yunfeng calculated as the 3 black bears ahead collided with each other. Although uninjured, they were momentarily stunned in place. He seized the opportunity to deal with the 4th one. After using the high-powered Tiansha blade technique and phantom step twice in quick succession, Yunfeng clearly felt a significant drop in stamina. However, the harvest was abundant, with 2 of the 5 black bears slain. The remaining 3 had their combat strength significantly reduced. After a fierce battle lasting half an hour, the remaining 3 black bears were finally slain. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Yunfeng didn't want to move at all at this moment. If a level 1 monster appeared now, as long as it broke through his defense, it could easily kill him. I'm fighting desperately like this, but if other awakened ones faced this situation, they'd likely have no chance of survival. After resting for more than an hour, Yunfeng slowly got up. Fortunately, the level has finally reached 8. Looking at the nearly 4,000 combat power, he smiled with joy. Keep moving forward, it's time to head to the level 10 monster zone. Not far away, the roar of a black bear with a grayback echoed, and Yunfeng's face lit up with a smile, as if the spiritual energy was calling him. Why is the monster roaring for no reason? Following the sound, he looked over. It was still far away, and the gray-backed black bear shouldn't be able to see him. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Brother Long, how's it going on your side? I can't hold on much longer. If we can't hold on, we still have to, or we're all doomed. Brother Long, I really can't hold on anymore. Xiao Ji, quickly treat Dijhuang. Brother Long, my spiritual power is almost depleted too. Following the shouting, Yunfeng saw a small team struggling to fend off the fierce attacks of 2 gray-backed black bears from a distance. The situation was critical. Within the team, a defensive type awakener was entangled with one of the black bears, covered in injuries and barely holding on. Meanwhile, 2 main attackers were desperately assaulting the other black bear, facing constant danger. Among the 2 support members, the water element awakener was barely managing to perform healing spells with limited effectiveness, looking utterly exhausted. The other, responsible for reconnaissance, could only hold a crossbow and observe from afar. Looks like they won't last much longer. Yunfeng rubbed his chin and decided to step in and help. After all, human lives are at stake, and killing 2 black bears can also earn some spiritual power. As soon as Yunfeng took action, the crisis of the 5-person team was immediately resolved. However, he did not go all out, merely helping to break the siege. With everyone's combined efforts, the 2 gray-backed black bears quickly turned into spiritual power. This dimensional space clearly has issues. I advise you not to linger any longer, Yunfeng reminded while collecting the spoils. It's actually you? The leader of the 5-person squad was none other than Long Bin, who had shared the same vehicle with Yunfeng. Level 9. Combat power, 2258. At level 9, this combat power is considered mediocre, roughly comparable to the grayback black bear. If the opponent activates their skill, it would be extremely difficult to contend. The combat power of the other individuals is similar to Long Bin's, or even lower. One-on-one against the grayback black bear is more than sufficient, but facing 2 at the same time would result in a similarly perilous situation as before. If you don't want to die, then leave quickly. Looking at Yunfeng, whom he had met once and had a good impression of, Long Bin advised. Yunfeng finished collecting the spoils and habitually kicked the corpse. A dark crystal shard was revealed. Hey, there's an unexpected reward. Yunfeng bent down to pick up the fragments. The secondary attacker suddenly spoke. We're about to kill these 2 monsters. You suddenly appeared and snatched the spiritual power. Fine, but the loot must be left behind. Lu Liang, shut up. Long Bin was furious. Without Yunfeng's help, the team might have been completely wiped out. Brother Long, am I wrong? He's clearly here to pick up the scraps. Otherwise, the fragments would have been ours. The other 3 looked at each other, their expressions conflicted. In the end, greed prevailed. Brother Long, I think Brother Liang is right. The spoils must be kept. Although Long Bin was furious, he was powerless to resist. The 4 insisted, and the captain could only relent helplessly. After hearing this, Yunfeng stopped picking up the fragments and instead stepped on them with 1 foot. Want the fragments? Come and get them. He stared at the crowd with contempt. Unexpectedly, he turned ungrateful for a mere fragment. Brother Long, those spoils should rightfully belong to us. Lu Liang's eyes were filled with greed. This team is fully equipped, with the secondary attacker being an elemental metal attribute awakener. The metal attribute is powerful, capable of both close and in long-range attacks, and can even provide defense in later stages, making it a comprehensive type. If you dare to snatch the fragment, we'll part ways here and go our separate paths. Although Long Bin's words were resolute, he did not step forward to stop them. The four insisted, and as the captain, he was powerless to reverse the situation. Hand over what you have, and we'll spare your lives. Lu Liang led the group closer, his gaze fixed on the item in Yun Feng's hand. Seeing the greed in their eyes, Yun Feng understood perfectly. They weren't just after the fragment, they had their sights set on all his possessions. When Yun Feng first made his move, he didn't use his full strength, causing the opponent to mistakenly believe his abilities were mediocre. Coupled with the confusion from the disguise potion, it further deepened the misconception. Just you lot? Yun Feng sneered coldly. Lu Liang was intimidated by the aura and slightly retreated, but the panel data gave him courage again. Your combat strength is similar to ours, but we are 5 people. Yun Feng turned to Long Bin. Long Bin remained silent, his gaze shifting to the side. Seeing this, Yun Feng no longer held back. Check if there are any other teams around. Brother Liang, I checked, there aren't any. Brother Liang, you don't really want to. The scout's words were cut off as he looked at Yun Feng in terror. Look at his clothes, weapons, especially the ring on his hand. Lu Liang's eyes were full of greed. Fortune favors the bold. If we pull this off today, we'll be rich. With money and gear, our combat power will skyrocket. As soon as Lu Liang spoke, the group, who had felt a tinge of guilt, instantly became fervent. Even Long Bin clenched his fists tightly. Human greed is endless. Once the thought arises, it is hard to restrain. Like a gambler, once they taste the sweetness, they become addicted. Don't blame me, blame yourself for meddling and for carrying a fortune. Lu Liang spoke while forming a golden spear. This path has no turning back. Yun Feng stared intently at the opponent, already sensing the murderous aura. Kid, if you won't hand over the treasure, don't blame me for being ruthless. The golden spear flew swiftly toward him. The others, seeing the situation, all entered combat mode. Yun Feng raised his hand and gently flicked. The golden spear flew out in response. How is this possible? Lu Liang was dumbfounded. This was already a full force strike, yet it was effortlessly neutralized. De Zhuang, hold the line. Shao Ji, use water elements to harass. Ah Hui, provide cover with crossbow bolts. Lu Liang sensed the extraordinary nature of his opponent and hurriedly set up his formation. A bunch of clowns blinded by greed. You really think killing 2 blackback bears just now was your own doing? I was merely lending a hand. Yun Feng raised his sword, his steps precise, and charged toward the 4. Ah, my hand. Lu Liang screamed miserably as the sword light swept past, severing his wrist and causing blood to gush out. Brother Liang, are you okay? Kill them. Lu Liang had already descended into madness. The water element awakener screamed and covered their ears, their expression twisted. De Zhuang's shoulder was pierced, and Ah Hui's thigh had a chunk of flesh sliced off. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The scene was utterly tragic. Enough. Long Bin, who was standing to the side, suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself between Yun Feng and the group. Although his teammates had acted improperly, seeing them covered in wounds, he couldn't help but stand up for them. You want to back them up? Yun Feng sneered coldly. Young man, it's better to be forgiving whenever possible. What if I refuse? A cold glint flashed in Yun Feng's eyes. He had been holding back, wanting to see if Long Bin would step forward. Brother Long, we were wrong. Please save us, save us. Several people pleaded desperately, as if clutching at straws. They've been my teammates from the start. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Long Bin looked troubled. When they were trying to kill me earlier, why didn't I see you step in? Isn't it a bit late now? I don't care anymore. Let's call it a day. Ha, you think just because you say it's over, it's over? Who do you think you are? Yun Feng raised his sword and charged at them again. The battle blade and the giant axe collided, sparks flying everywhere. Yun Feng's blade remained unscathed, while Long Bin's battle axe showed a notch. Do you know why they're so greedy? Look at the equipment we're using. If we also had fragment equipment, maybe we wouldn't have needed you to save us just now. Long Bin gripped his battle axe, his expression complicated. They are not very talented, uneducated, and rely entirely on themselves. Seeing Yun Feng's equipment, how could they not feel jealous? So this is their reason for killing and robbing? Yun Feng sneered and charged forward without hesitation. Long Bin's addition instead ignited the team's fighting spirit. The few who had originally shown signs of defeat suddenly became energized, directing all their coordination against Yun Feng. Still have some guts, but mistakes come with consequences. Yun Feng activated 2 silver-level martial arts, his figure quickly blurred, and the black gleam of his battle blade was fierce, like a death curse. A head flew high into the air, blood splattering across the sky. The instigator, Lu Liang, had not yet reacted before he was already decapitated. After killing Lu Liang, Yun Feng was about to continue when he suddenly felt a slight increase in spiritual power, surprisingly gaining 2 more points than when killing monsters of the same level. What's going on? Why would spiritual power increase? Suddenly remembered the talent description. Talent, plunder. After killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder a portion of their spiritual power, with an extremely small chance to plunder their talent. The description specified clarifies that enemy refers to humans, not monsters. I can gain spiritual power by killing people? Isn't this anti-human? Thinking back to when he had only mentioned the extra spiritual power gained from killing monsters to the vice principal, Yunfeng broke out in a cold sweat and his killing intent diminished significantly. "Ah, you killed Brother Liang. You murderer, you deserve to die." A piercing scream rang out, and a long metal arrow shot into Yunfeng's chest, with blood slowly flowing out. Yunfeng grasped the arrow shaft, pulled it out, his face dark and grim. Fortunately, the black iron-grade combat suit blocked it, preventing the arrowhead from piercing too deeply. This arrow enraged him, and a surge of killing intent filled his heart. Before long, the other three lay in pools of blood, leaving only Longbin struggling to hold on. Why do this? They only made a small mistake, and you have to go this far? Looking at his fallen teammates, Longbin's eyes turned blood red, his whole body trembling. If my combat strength were inferior to theirs, would I be the one lying here today? Would you still act this way then? These words left Longbin silent. The scene fell into a brief silence. Evil thoughts are not terrifying. What is terrifying is the moment you act on them. Yunfeng swung his blade, and all five perished. This was Yunfeng's first time killing in his 2 lifetimes. Though he felt no particular emotion, gazing at the gruesome deaths made his heart faintly nauseous, and his breathing grew heavy. After several deep breaths, he finally calmed his emotions. If people do not offend me, I will not offend them. He needs to kill to seize talents, but he does not indiscriminately kill the innocent. Since the other party made the first move, he was forced to take their lives. Now, his murderous aura is overwhelming, striking fear into others. Standing still for a moment, Yunfeng slowly dissipated his killing intent. Unfortunately, I only gained some spiritual power and did not seize any talents. He sighed and shook his head. The plundering probability was simply too low. The opponent's metal-based ability was exactly what he needed. Even if the grade wasn't high, even D-level or E-level, it was extremely precious. After handling the scene, Yunfeng left this troublesome place. Walking while glancing at the virtual panel, his heartbeat accelerated. Level 8/5/5000. Combat power 3940. Talent F level. Plunder. Just now, 2 of the 5 people contributed about 4 points of spiritual power. Absolutely no one can know about this, or I will surely become a public enemy. No one wants a being in the group capable of hunting its own kind to strengthen itself. If he only had an ordinary F-level talent without the ability to kill, it would be acceptable, but that is not the case. Unfortunately, the subsequent entries weren't triggered. The probability is extremely low, probably similar to winning the lottery. Yunfeng thought to himself, although he was unwilling to deliberately hunt humans, if someone provoked him, he wouldn't mind taking advantage of it. He even hoped that more of such useless people would come. Should I consider deliberately exposing my wealth and doing some bait-and-switch enforcement? He secretly calculated. However, it is also understood that it is best not to test human nature. Otherwise, with hands full of blood, one will ultimately become like the person being tested. Be careful, the dimensional spaces have been quite unstable recently. Got it, father. Don't you know my abilities? I really can't feel at ease with you going alone. At this moment, at the entrance to the half-autumn mountain dimensional space, a middle-aged man was repeatedly advising a young man. Father, rest assured, in this dimensional space, no one can cause me the slightest harm. The young man said this as he walked toward the entrance of the dimensional space. Father, I'm going in. I won't come out until I reach level 10. The middle-aged man watched the figure dart away, a gratified expression appearing on his face. Master, do you need me to follow him in? No need. Don't break the rules of the dimensional space. If he needs protection even in such a low-level dimensional space trial, then he doesn't need to come back to see me, the middle-aged man said domineeringly. Finally, I don't have to team up with those trash anymore. Stepping into the dimensional space, the young man's expression completely changed, carrying a hint of hostility amidst his gloom. I heard you're training here too. Wait for me. The young man's expression changed again, his demeanor now tinged with both slyness and anticipation. After equipping himself, he headed toward the picturesque hills. Dressed in a black combat suit with golden edges, he stood out strikingly among the yellowing fallen leaves. At that moment, a level 6 iron-horned rhino suddenly charged out, snorting heavily as it rushed toward the young man in black. The man extended his right hand, though it couldn't be called a hand, it was more like an animal's claw, covered in a thick layer of black scales. His 5 fingers curved forward, with nails as sharp and pointed as deadly weapons. The claw, carrying a fierce gust of wind, reached for the side abdomen of the iron-horned rhinoceros. SSSHHH. 5 massive wounds appeared, with blood and entrails spilling all over the ground. What a truly delicious taste. The young man licked the blood on his claws, revealing a hint of enjoyment. The attacked iron-horned rhinoceros let out an earth-shaking roar. The pain was unbearable. The young man seemed unsatisfied and continued to slash wounds on the iron-horned rhinoceros until no more blood flowed out. Oomph, monsters should be killed like this. Did not take the loot. The young man left directly. 5 days later, Yunfeng stood at the junction between the level 9 monster area and the level 10 monster area. During these few days, Yunfeng had hardly stopped. As his combat combat power increased, the speed of defeating monsters also became faster and faster. However, he did not encounter a situation where 5 monsters appeared at the same time again. In 5 days, Yunfeng's level had not changed and remained at level 8, but he was already very close to level 9. It's time to see what level 10 monsters are like. With this thought, Yunfeng stepped forward toward the level 10 monster area. Monster, Spirit Ape, level 10. Combat power, 2880. Skill, Crushing Blow, swings an iron rod, striking with full force. It is a 3-meter tall ape holding a massive metal rod longer than its own height, draped in a simple set of armor, exuding an imposing aura. Great, the reincarnation of the great sage? Yunfeng stared at the monster's appearance and said blankly, although it looks fierce, its combat power is just average. Yunfeng felt that if it weren't for the fear of multiple monsters appearing at once, he could have come here to farm monsters when he was at level 7. Yunfeng's current combat power has already exceeded 4,000. Dealing with such monsters is simply effortless. Of course, only someone like him, who had taken a lot of drugs and had excellent equipment, would dare to think this way. A typical level 9 awakener usually had around 2,500 combat power, and even after taking a few bottles of drugs, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand the monkey's skill-infused strike. Senior brother, take my blade. Yunfeng, filled with excitement, shouted loudly and charged at the spirit ape with his blade. If anyone nearby saw this, they would definitely call him a lunatic. The spirit ape saw Yunfeng approaching, bared its teeth, and tensed its muscles, wielding a large staff with overwhelming power. Suddenly, the spirit ape leaped high into the air, raising the large staff above its head to the highest point. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, it smashed down fiercely, striking first despite moving later. Is this its skill, a strike to the head? It truly is extraordinary. Yunfeng raised his blade to block forcefully. The staff and blade clashed, sparks flying in all directions. Yunfeng was struck by the powerful blow, forcing him to slide back a few steps, his feet sinking into the mud. This beast has such great strength. Although this strike isn't harmful, its insult is extremely strong. With a forceful push of the battle blade, Yunfeng forced the spirit ape to retreat and pulled his own legs out of the soil, then quickly moved behind the spirit ape using the phantom step. Take my 1,000-year kill. The battle blade was thrust fiercely, aiming at the weakest point of the spirit ape's defense. After the strike, the spirit ape's eyes instantly turned blood red and bulged outward, its tail flailing wildly with nowhere to settle. Even the arms gripping the staff trembled slightly. Such an attack, even for a monster, inflicted pain it shouldn't have endured at this age. Strike while you're down. The phantom step was activated again. With smooth movements and sharp blade strikes, the agile ape quickly fell. The loot can't be this stick, can it? Yunfeng saw the massive metal rod that had fallen to the side and was dumbfounded. With such a large size, even with his gold-grade storage ring, it wouldn't hold much. It seems I have no choice but to part with it. Just as he was about to give up on this trophy, the massive metal rod rapidly shrank until it stopped at a length of 20 centimeters. Are trophies always this user-friendly? Yunfeng quickly picked up the small metal rod. So heavy. Yunfeng thought to himself, this metal rod, who knows what material it's made of, weighs 100 pounds despite being so small. I like this price. According to the goggles display, this rod can sell for 8,000. Absolutely thrilling. A level 10 monster's loot is already so valuable. Imagine how much it will be worth at higher levels. However, the higher the level of the dimensional space, the higher the entry fee. So many awakened aren't as wealthy as people might think. In addition to the entry fee, they also need to buy items, repair equipment, and so on. Many awakened may spend all their savings in order to become stronger. So much money, I have to stay here and kill for a while longer. The spirit monkeys aren't hard to kill, and the loot is quite valuable. Time passed slowly, and a day quickly went by. The crimson setting sun hanging in the west finally lowered its curtain, hiding behind the mountains and disappearing from sight. The sky in the dimensional space also began to grow darker and darker. It seems it's about to get dark here. Yunfeng looked up at the sky, realizing that night was about to fall. The dark night of the dimensional space, he had already experienced it once, so he didn't feel much about it. Just as he was thinking, a whistling sound echoed through the air, and 2 metal rods came crashing down on Yunfeng from different angles. The spirit monkey area had this disadvantage: it's full of tall trees, making it hard to spot those monsters hiding in the treetops, and then, out of nowhere, they'd hit you with a stick. After a day of fighting, Yunfeng had already gotten used to these guys' sneak attacks. Using the phantom step, he dodged one of the metal rods and blocked another with his saber. As long as he avoided the first wave of attacks, the rest would be easier to handle. The cooldown time for the Monkey King's strike skill was 1 minute, which was more than enough for him to take down one of the spirit monkeys. Easily collecting 32 points of spirit energy, Yunfeng picked up the 2 small metal rods on the ground and continued forward. The sky was getting darker and darker at this moment, and according to the time outside, it was already considered nightfall. Just then, Yunfeng heard a piercing scream coming from the distance, breaking through the night. It's almost dark, and there's still an awakened one who isn't afraid of death and hasn't left? From the sound of it, it seems to be a woman's voice. Yunfeng originally didn't plan to go over, Staying here at this time was simply courting death. However, he did not intend to go over, but that sound was getting closer and closer to him. Yunfeng fixed his gaze and saw a slender figure running ahead, with a pair of red dots chasing behind. There's a ghost. The person running ahead kept making trembling sounds. Wow, what is this woman trying to do? Why is she still here? As the figure approached, Yunfeng finally saw the face clearly. Who else could it be but Bailey Lu Yun? And the so-called ghost behind her was a spirit ape with crimson eyes, the standard monster of the dimensional space at night berserk. Spirit power delivered to the doorstep can't be refused, right? Yunfeng swiftly appeared in front of the raging spirit ape and took less than a minute to absorb the 16 points of spiritual power. It's you? Thank you. You saved me again. I mean, are you crazy? You know it's getting dark, yet you still won't leave? Despite his words, Yunfeng glanced through his goggles and noticed that during this time, the girl's level hadn't dropped at all. Judging by her combat power, she was already infinitely close to level 10. It seems that although this woman isn't very bright, her hard work is genuine. She hasn't wasted such great talent. I also want to investigate the abnormal situation here. What are you doing? Why are you getting so close to me? Seeing Bailey Lu Yun slowly approaching him, Yunfeng cautiously took a few steps back. I'm afraid of the dark. As she spoke, Bailey Lu Yun lowered her head in shame. At this moment, Yunfeng had countless curses running through his mind, unsure whether to say them or not. You're afraid of the dark, so why are you going out now? Let's head back right now, okay? Yunfeng pointed in the direction they came from and said seriously, I don't dare. How about you take me with you? I'm really strong now. Hearing this, Yunfeng even suspected that she had been following him all along, putting on an act for him here. However, her trembling body didn't seem to be faking it. At this moment, Bailey Lu Yun let out another scream, clinging to Yunfeng's back shoulder, too scared to look ahead. Yunfeng looked over and saw a pair of scarlet eyes floating in the void. What are you scared of? That's just a spirit ape. Yunfeng straightened Bailey Lu Yun, pointing into the distance. You're leaning on me so much I can't even tell the front from the back. Just sense it yourself and you'll know. Bailey Lu Yun slowly moved her hands away from her eyes, releasing a trace. The spirit ape charged forward like an enraged bull, completely without any technique. Be careful. Roar. Yunfeng pushed Bailey Lu Yun aside and rushed forward himself, not considerate of girls at all. Bailey Lu Yun stumbled from the push and almost fell to the ground, muttering under her breath. Speaking, she finally overcame the fear in her heart, facing those scarlet eyes directly. The virtual screen also displayed the status and combat power of the monster opposite her. Such high combat power, almost 30% higher than usual. The giant club smashed into the ground, sending fallen leaves flying. After all, it's just my spiritual power, hee. The overpowered Yunfeng dealt with the berserk monster with even greater ease. The frenzied spirit ape, fighting without any strategy, soon collapsed on the ground, barely alive, but the low growls from its mouth expressed its defiance. Not convinced? Then I'll send you on your way. The Cloud Peak battle blade descended, and the spirit ape was beheaded. Can I follow you? I really don't dare to stay here alone. Cloud Peak, who was tidying up the spoils of war, saw the other person's frightened expression at this moment and suddenly felt a pang of compassion. You can follow me, but you must obey everything I say. Otherwise, get lost. After thinking for a long time, Yunfeng still agreed to the other party's request. The current situation is different from before. Previously, the other party could survive without following him, but now, if they don't follow him, they will surely die. The night in the dimensional space will greatly reduce our perception, so be cautious. Yunfeng gave a reminder and continued moving forward. Yunfeng, you seem very familiar with the darkness of dimensional space. Bailey Lu Yun wanted to find a topic to dispel the fear in her heart. My lowest requirement for you is to shut up and not speak. Bailey Lu Yun quickly covered her mouth and nodded to show she understood. Didn't walk far before a pair of crimson eyes blocked the path, then launched an attack. You go. If you won't go, then get lost. Yunfeng was not polite at all. If you don't dare to go now, you'll just be a burden later. Go ahead. Bailey Lu Yun, with a trembling voice, carried her longsword and approached the raging spirit ape. It was clear that she was indeed scared. Facing the attacks of the spirit ape, she appeared like a novice and was quickly injured. Yunfeng, watching from the side, did not intervene and simply observed. She had to overcome this mental hurdle, otherwise, the path ahead would be impossible to traverse. After a period of adjustment, Bailey Lu Yun finally let go of the fear in her heart. She quickly slew the spirit monkey. Thank you. Sometimes, people are just forced to rise to the occasion. Time in the dark night always seems incredibly long. Only when encountering monsters does one feel that time is actually flowing. Remember, when fighting in the dark, perception is very important. If possible, I suggest you fully consume the mental power potion. After the battle ended, Yunfeng reminded. Next, with Wenrun's combat strength, even when facing 3 berserk spirit apes, victory could be easily achieved. The iron rod is yours. All the fragments are mine. No objections, right? I understand. Whatever Yunfeng said, she always responded with After all, she owed her survival until now to him. Yunfeng, there are black iron grade fragments. After After killing 3 berserk spirit apes, Bai Li Lu Yun retrieved a crystal fragment from beneath the body of one of the apes, looking somewhat excited. "Let me take a look." Yunfeng took the fragment from her hand. At the center of the fragment was a small pouch. "It's actually a fragment of a black iron-grade storage pouch. This thing is valuable." Yunfeng lovingly stroked the fragment in his hand. Although he already had a gold-level spatial ring, no one ever thinks they have too many of such items. Unfortunately, a storage bag requires 10 fragments to be synthesized. Yunfeng didn't respond and directly put the fragment into his pocket. 10 fragments? That's something only ordinary people need to do. I don't need it. Further ahead should be the elite monster area. After traveling in the darkness for 4 or 5 days, both of them had gained very rich rewards. Yunfeng glanced at his current stats. Level 9, 2278/5000. Combat power 4205. Then he turned to look at Bai Li Lu Yun, level 10, combat power 3700. My combat power is a bit over the top. Name, Yunfeng. Can we defeat a level 10 elite monster now? Bai Li Lu Yun asked with some concern. Talent, F level, plunder. After spending 5 days in the dark, she has completely adapted to it now. It should be about right, just try it and you'll know. Yunfeng was somewhat looking forward to the drop rate of elite monster fragments, as most of his first fortune came from elite monsters. The more spiritual energy absorbed, the higher the level, and the stronger the perception of the surrounding environment. The two stepped out of the level 10 monster area and officially entered a place where ordinary awakeners dared not tread. As the two moved forward, a basin-sized flame rapidly flew toward them. In the dark night, the flame was particularly conspicuous. The two had already noticed it and quickly dodged aside. The flame struck the spot where they had just been standing, igniting the dry leaves. Damn it, setting fire to the mountain will land you in prison for life. Yunfeng looked at the pair of crimson eyes in the distance and cursed angrily in his heart. Monster, Fire Demon Crow, Elite, Berserk. Combat power, 3864. Skills, Fireball, Black Feather Piercing. It must be said, elite monsters are far stronger than ordinary monsters. In Berserk mode, their combat power exceeds that of ordinary level 10 monsters by over 1000. Even Bai Li Lu Yun, who had just reached level 10 and consumed many potions, still fell short in combat power. Level 10. Did you perhaps learn a new skill? Can you attack from a distance? For flying monsters, Yunfeng currently doesn't have any effective methods. It should work. I'll go distract the monster. You focus on attacking. Yunfeng was also somewhat curious about what kind of skill the other party had comprehended. Then, should I give it a try? Bai Li Lu Yun had not used the new skill yet and wasn't sure about its effects. Yunfeng dashed out first, heading toward the distant monsters. From the name, it could be inferred that this was a type of ranged attack monster. Seeing someone attacking, the demon fire crow let out an angry cry and flapped its wings to take flight. Yunfeng pushed off the ground, leaping into the air to close the distance with the monster. Then, stepping on the tree trunk for leverage, he propelled himself higher, raising his battle blade overhead and slashing toward the demon fire crow in the darkness. The demon fire crow truly lives up to being an elite monster. Even in a berserk state, it doesn't completely lose its mind, desperately flying upward to create distance. Meanwhile, countless black feathers fall from the sky. Damn, that's so unfair. Yunfeng, who was in pursuit, had no choice but to retreat to defend and look for another opportunity. Over here, Yunfeng was probing the attack on the demon fire crow, while over there, Bai Li Lu Yun was not idle either, starting to familiarize herself with her second skill. Whoosh, 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 rise. With a soft call from Bai Li Lu Yun, the longsword lying on the ground trembled slightly, as if something was stirring it. Seems like I'm starting to get the hang of it. Bai Li Lu Yun felt a burst of joy. Rise. The sword on the ground trembled more and more violently, then unexpectedly hovered in front of her. Is this sword control technique? How amazing. At this moment, Bai Li Lu Yun felt as if the sword hovering in front of her was held in her hand. Go. With a single thought, the sword shot out swiftly, speeding toward the battlefield. What the heck is that? Yunfeng, who was fighting the demon fire crow, was startled by the sharp weapon that suddenly appeared from behind. Just as he was about to dodge, the longsword drew an arc beside him and stabbed toward the demon fire crow in midair. Ah! The demon fire crow never expected such a situation. One of its wings was pierced straight through. Not only the demon fire crow, but Yunfeng was also stunned by this strike. Is this her second skill? It's a bit excessively cool. The previous sword energy was still within the realm of martial arts, but how did it suddenly turn into fantasy cultivation? He was even about to drool. This talent, this skill, is just too incredible. If I could possess this talent, this skill? Yunfeng didn't dare to think further. He was afraid that if he continued, he would develop a murderous intent. The longsword pierced through the demon fire crow's wing, then made a loop in the air, aiming once more at its heart. At this moment, the demon fire crow's wing was injured and it could no longer fly. If this sword struck, it would either die or be severely wounded. Just as the longsword was about to pierce the heart of the demon fire crow, clang, it fell to the ground. A muffled groan also came from behind. Yunfeng didn't know what had happened, but he first dealt with the demon fire crow flapping its wings on the ground trying to take off, then ran toward Bai Li Luyun. "Are you okay?" "No, no problem, it's just that my mental energy is somewhat drained." Bai Li Luyun shook her head, indicating that she was fine. "Then rest here for a while first." When it comes to flying-type monsters, Bai Li Luyun's role is now quite significant. A great start, the first elite monster already dropped loot. Yunfeng sliced open the chest of the demon fire crow, collected the fire elemental crystal core from its body, and picked up a piece of crystal shard glowing with a greenish hue beneath it. Not bad luck, a bronze-level shard. Bai Li Luyun's eyes lit up as she looked at the shard in Yunfeng's hand. Although she had seen many shards before, even higher-level ones like gold or amethyst, this was the first time she had obtained one from a monster she defeated herself. Spirit Power Recovery Potion Fragment, as long as I synthesize it, I can use it immediately. Bai Li Luyun exclaimed in surprise. This recovery potion has no level restrictions, but the fragments required for synthesis are much harder to obtain compared to attribute potions of the same level. Low drop rate, high quantity required, and being a consumable item severely limit the usage of this type of item. Don't worry, elite monsters have a high drop rate, so there should be plenty of these fragments. The only troublesome thing about the elite monster here is that it can fly, but the second skill you just mastered is perfectly timed and counters it well. I'm rested now, let's continue. Hearing Yunfeng's words, Bai Li Luyun instantly perked up. The symptoms of mental exhaustion caused by using the skill earlier disappeared in an instant, almost like a medical miracle. Don't rush, take some time to recover. Don't end up being unable to handle it after just one poke. You're the one who can't handle it after just one poke. The two, in high spirits, perhaps due to the past few days of getting closer, started bickering playfully. After Bai Li Luyun fully recovered, the two moved forward again. Have you discovered your talent? Originally, Yunfeng didn't want to inquire about this matter, but the other party's skill made him unable to suppress his curiosity. After all, talent is not something too private. It becomes known to everyone on the first day of awakening, whereas the skills one comprehends are the truly private matters. Have you really never heard my name before? Bai Li Luyun asked curiously. After all, among students of the same year, it was rare for someone not to know her, given that she was one of the few with an SS-level talent awakening. Are you very well known? I am one of only 2 people in 2nd High School of District 5 with an SS-level talent awakening. Anyone with a bit of knowledge should know that. After speaking, Bai Li Luyun turned her head away, somewhat sundera. SS level, indeed impressive, but it's just SOSO. In others' eyes, an SS-level talent might be an unattainable existence, but for him, it was only a matter of time. Sour grapes mentality. Bai Li Luyun saw Yunfeng's indifferent expression and muttered under her breath. Should be related to the sword, right? Yes, it's a talent called Heaven-Gifted Sword Soul. When using a sword, it provides a significant attack boost. Heaven-Gifted Sword Soul? So it's this talent, known as the Unparalleled Offensive Talent. Yunfeng still felt somewhat envious in his heart. Didn't you learn a swordsmanship technique? Yunfeng noticed that her usual attacks showed no trace of martial arts techniques. I did have such an idea, but it was vetoed by my uncle. My uncle's exact words, you are now a pure white sheet of paper. Any swordsmanship or martial arts will be a stain on this sheet. Only by comprehending swordsmanship on your own can it become the most beautiful painting on this white sheet. Upon hearing this, Yunfeng suddenly saw the light. That makes sense. Your uncle is extraordinary. Yunfeng kept nodding, expressing his agreement. Of course, my uncle is a master of swordsmanship. I've told you everything, so shouldn't you tell me your talent level too? Actually, if we talk about curiosity, Bai Li Luyun was even more curious about his talent. My talent? F-level talent, gaining some extra spiritual energy from killing monsters. If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why bother being perfunctory? Bai Li Luyun clearly had confidence. If you don't believe it, forget it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Then why is your combat power so high? Mutual questions and answers, that's the end of it. Yunfeng firmly ended the topic. No more discussions about talent, they continued to cooperate in killing monsters. The two worked seamlessly together. Bai Li Luyun first dealt with the flying ability of the demon fire crow, then Yunfeng took action. In this elite monster area, they were like fish in water. It's just that every time Bai Li Luyun kills a demon fire crow, she has to rest for a while, which seriously affects the efficiency of the two in farming monsters. I need to find a way to solve her problem, but this time I really have to thank her. Otherwise, I might not have been this fast on my own. Yunfeng pondered how to speed up the process. Although over the past few days the two had killed enough elite monsters and obtained many fragments, they were still a bit short of synthesizing a bottle of bronze-level spiritual power recovery potion. He had thought about it, making a bottle for her to use first, but the risk of exposure was too great. His secret, even to the closest person, must never be revealed. Now I can only take it one step at a time. A few more days passed, and the dimensional space entered its darkest period. This should be the darkness before dawn, right? Calculating the time, the two had already spent 14 days grinding in the dark. Even though the two shared their spiritual power equally, the spiritual spiritual power gains from elite monsters had pushed Yunfeng's level to over level 10, though it was still quite far from level 11. As for Bailey Lu Yun, after reaching level 11, she stopped finishing off monsters. Level 11, killing level 10 monsters, even elite monsters, doesn't yield much spiritual power. After Yunfeng's level rose to 10, the drop rate of fragments decreased significantly. Now Yunfeng's bag is bulging, filled with fragments dropped from killing elite monsters. Most of them are bronze level fragments, with some being black iron level fragments. Inside, there are also some very special crystal fragments. Among them is a disposable item called the Fire Thunder Pearl, whose explosive power is equivalent to a full force strike of a level 20 awakening. These are all Yunfeng's treasures. Wait here, I'll go take care of something. Without waiting for Bailey Liu Yun's response, he dashed out. This won't do. I'll first synthesize a black iron grade storage pouch. To avoid exposing his ancient jade, he had been carrying this lump of stuff all the way, which was extremely inconvenient. Arriving at a spot where Bailey Liu Yun couldn't see him, he took out a fragment and activated the ancient jade to emit a green glow. Soon, a black iron grade storage bag appeared in his hand. Cloud Peak had not expected that the green light emitted by the ancient jade would be almost invisible during the day, but at night, it shone as brightly as daylight. Frightened, Cloud Peak quickly put the ancient jade away, not daring to use it again. However, things did not change just because he put the ancient jade away. Afterward, Yunfeng heard a series of crow cries, starting close and moving farther away, resembling a piercing symphony. Yunfeng, what happened? Bailey Liu Yun also noticed something was amiss and quickly asked. She also saw that flash of green light just now, but she didn't ask about it at the moment. Instead, she was thinking about how to resolve the current predicament. From where they were standing, they could see pairs of scarlet eyes lighting up one after another in the distance, particularly striking in the pitch-black night. Damn, we've stirred up trouble. Yunfeng hadn't expected that his attempt to make things easier for himself would end up causing such a big blunder. Since it's already like this, why not shine a few more times? Yunfeng once again took out a piece of spiritual power recovery potion and some bronze-level attribute potions, then all the fragments turned into finished potions. This time, it's all up to you. Bailey Liu Yun is already at level 11 and can use bronze-level attribute potions. Hurry, drink all of these. Returning to Bailey Liu Yun's side, Yunfeng stuffed a bunch of potions into her hands. Bailey Liu Yun took the potions Yunfeng handed over in a daze, sensed them briefly, and then her eyes nearly popped out. In her hands were 2 bottles of bronze-grade strength potions, 2 bottles of bronze-grade speed potions, 3 bottles of bronze-grade spirit potions, 1 bottle of bronze-grade mana recovery potion, and 1 bottle of bronze-grade healing potion. How do you have so many finished potions? They had been together these past few days, and she was very familiar with the number of fragments. It was absolutely impossible to synthesize so many potions. Shut up, let's get through this crisis first. In the darkness, scarlet eyes multiplied and drew closer. In the distance, more scarlet lights continued to appear. Bailey Liu Yun knew the situation was critical and hesitated no longer. She took the attribute potion from Yunfeng's hand and drank it all. Carry the other 2 potions close to you, ready to use at any time. Did we stir up a monster nest? Why are there so many? Yunfeng looked at the densely packed demon fire crows, his scalp tingling. Beside him, Bailey Liu Yun, who had just consumed the bronze potion, was already absorbing its power. Her whole body glowed red, steam rising, brighter than the scarlet of the monster's eyes. The demon fire crow that arrived first had already started its attack. One by one, basin-sized fireballs and black flying feathers flew toward the two's position. We must withstand this wave. Yunfeng stood in front of Bailey Liu Yun, who was still absorbing the potion, shielding her. The heavenly Doom Blade technique was unleashed, and at this moment, he could no longer care about the consumption of spiritual energy. The 2 bottles of spiritual energy recovery potion in his pocket were his confidence. However, the incoming fireballs and flying feathers were too dense for Yunfeng to block them all. To prevent Bailey Liu Yun from being affected, he could only use his body to withstand them. After a round of attacks, Yunfeng's body was already covered in wounds. The black iron-grade combat suit had turned into a beggar's outfit, covered in marks from the flying feathers and blood seeping from his body. Fortunately, these demon fire creatures were all long-range attack monsters. After a wave of skill attacks, they didn't approach but waited for their skills to recover, which gave Yunfeng some time to catch his breath. After drinking a healing potion and a spiritual power recovery potion, half of his injuries were healed, and his spiritual power was partially restored. However, this stuff is similar to red and blue potions. It can't be used continuously. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly reduced. Are you done? I can't hold on much longer. Seeing the second wave of attacks about to arrive, Yunfeng felt a bit anxious. In hindsight, he shouldn't have given her so many potions at once. He could have provided more, but he was worried about situations like this. However, the red glow on Bailey Liu Yun's body had weakened, but it was clear she hadn't finished absorbing it yet. Why did I have to be so reckless and activate the ancient jade in the dark? Yunfeng wished he could slap himself twice. Hold on for one more wave, just one more wave. Girl, you better hurry up, my little life depends entirely on you. you. A massive fireball and countless flying feathers tilted toward them once again. Damn it, let's fight. Yunfeng stood in front of Bai Li Lu Yun, wielding the battle blade in his hand, striking at the fireballs and countless flying feathers coming toward him. The second wave of attacks ended, and Yunfeng was already extremely weak at this moment. In addition to being covered in wounds, the exhaustion of spiritual energy was also a significant reason. Just as he was about to take a break during the skill cooldown period, a new batch of flame ravens had already approached. Watching the fireballs and flying feathers surging toward him again, Yunfeng helplessly lowered his arms. A sword's hum rang out from behind, followed by countless sword lights swarming out from the back, heading toward the surrounding demon fire crows. Hoo! Yunfeng finally dared to exhale the breath he had been holding. Wherever the sword lights reached, the demon fire crows scattered to dodge, and those that failed to evade were all slain. With just one strike, dozens of demon fire crows perished. At this moment, Yunfeng looked at Bai Li Lu Yun, whose combat power had already surged to 7364, roughly double what it was before taking the medicine. Yunfeng, are you okay? Looking at Yunfeng, covered in blood and panting heavily, she asked with concern. It's okay, now it's your turn to perform. How should I perform? Yunfeng's words made her feel very strange, and she was also shocked by her current combat strength. First, deal with the predicament in front of you. I'll recover for a bit. Just after fending off several waves of attacks, he was indeed somewhat exhausted. Alright, you just fought desperately to shield me, now it's my turn to protect you. Killing elite monsters is still the most satisfying. At a location about 10 kilometers away from Yunfeng and his group, the young man in black was also engrossed in killing monsters. However, the demon fire crow, which had been entangled with him, suddenly flapped its wings and flew off into the distance. Over there, what's going on? The young man in black looked toward the direction where the demon fire crow had flown, where a strong green light had just erupted. Could it be that some treasure is about to emerge from the dimensional space? No matter what it is, it must belong to me. Shu Sangming. The black-clad youth followed the demon fire crow in that direction, a wickedly charming smile appearing on his face. Look, isn't that the elite monster area over there? Did something extraordinary happen? This feeling, it's like a monster riot. Retreat, hurry, and retreat. Any random monster coming out of there would be enough to give us a hard time. A few teams still grinding monsters in the dark night glanced toward the scarlet glow deep within the mountains, their hearts filled with terror. Hurry out and report the situation here. The members of several squads were retreating toward the entrance in a panic. Isn't this a bit too brutal? After a period of recovery, Yunfeng opened his eyes and looked at the large area of demon fire crow corpses around him, his jaw dropping in shock. Yunfeng, you're better now. If you don't recover soon, all the spiritual energy will be wasted by you. It's not like I want to. With my current combat power, the demon fire crows can't even withstand a single sword strike from me. Just a short while ago, Bai Li Lu Yun had already killed over 100 demon fire crows. If it weren't for the fact that they were elite monsters, she wouldn't even have gained 5 points of spiritual power. At this moment, Yunfeng could only feel like he had missed out on a fortune, as if he had obtained this spiritual power, he might have reached level 11. Level 10, 3826/10,000. Combat power, 4426. Still the same as before. As soon as Yunfeng spoke, Bai Li Lu Yun understood what he meant. She immediately changed her skill, switching sword chi frenzy to sword control technique. With the support of 3 bottles of bronze-grade mental potions, her swordsmanship became even more agile. With a thought, the long sword pierced through the wings of one magic fire crow after another. The magic fire crows flying in the sky fell continuously, like dumplings dropping into a pot. Name, Yunfeng. Dear spiritual energy and fragments, here I come. Yunfeng drew his battle blade and began harvesting the demon fire crows on the ground. Talent, F level, plunder. Without stopping, in just half an hour, he felt that the number of demon fire crows he had killed during this time was more than in the past half month, and his level was not far from reaching level 11. To advance from level 10 to level 11 also required 10,000 spirit points, but without the bonus from level differences, the number of monsters needed to be killed increased. After reaching level 11, the spirit points required to level up each time would reach 10,000. Although the required spiritual power has doubled, the conversion rate of spiritual power has also improved. Between levels 11 and 20, every 10 points of spiritual power can increase combat power by 2 points. As time passed, the number of approaching demon fire crows began to gradually decrease. When the first ray of sunlight broke free from its constraints and pierced through the dark sky, dawn finally arrived, and darkness was ultimately dispelled. What is going on? Could it be that the military has intervened? Shu Sangming, who who had followed the demon fire crow, was stunned by the scene before him. The ground was scorched yellow, black feathers scattered everywhere, and especially the corpses of the demon fire crows, lying haphazardly like trash on the ground, a shocking sight. Not far away, the mournful cries of the demon fire crows could still be heard from time to time. At this moment, the battle surrounding Yun Feng and Bai Li Luyun was nearing its end. From night to dawn, no more demon fire crows came over. Hoo. Yun Feng felt for the first time that absorbing spiritual energy could be so exhausting. The harvest season has arrived. Looking at the ground full of demon fire crow corpses in front of him, he was incredibly excited. So many elite monsters, how much loot would there be? And how many crystal fragments must be beneath those corpses? Bai Li Luyun, upon hearing Yun Feng's words, also joined in collecting the spoils of war. However, at this moment, both of them carried doubts in their hearts. Yun Feng, why did the ancient jade emit such a strong glow during the night in the dimensional space? Why did it attract so many monsters? Bai Li Luyun, what was that green light earlier? Why does he have so many fragments and finished pieces on him? What is his true identity? But soon, the doubts in their hearts were dispelled by the crystal core and the scattered fragments of the demon fire crow. Yun Feng, we're going to strike it rich. This is just too much. Bai Li Luyun held a pile of fragments in both hands, her heart filled with excitement. But my storage bag is already almost full. She took a storage bag to store the spoils when she went out, never expecting it to be filled. Quick, put it here. Yun Feng took out his storage bag. When did you get a storage bag? Of course it's synthetic. Bai Li Luyun didn't doubt it and directly put all the fragments into the storage bag. Who? Come out. Just as the two were happily picking up items, Bai Li Luyun let out a soft shout, and her sword was unsheathed immediately. After all, he had consumed 3 bottles of bronze-grade mental potions, making his perception much stronger than Yun Feng's. Don't be nervous, it's me. A figure emerged from behind a tree, pressed by a long sword. It's you? Shu Songming. That's right, Xiao Yun, it's me. Shu Sangming revealed a smile he thought was kind, but in the eyes of the two, it was somewhat unpleasant. Behind the tree, he had already seen Bai Li Luyun's combat strength and knew he was no match. Xiao Yun, you know her? Yun Feng stood to the side and curiously asked in a low voice. Because when the other party appeared, the data displayed on the screen made Yun Feng feel an overwhelming pressure. Combat power, 4734. Judging from the data, this guy definitely maxed out on potions and even has a set of black iron grade equipment. Who allowed you to call me that? Just call me Bai Li Luyun directly. At this moment, Bai Li Luyun didn't know why, but she felt a bit nervous, afraid that Yun Feng might have some misunderstanding. Xiao Yun, still calling? Bai Li Luyun's swordsmanship was unleashed, and the long sword directly reached Shu Sangming's forehead. Alright, I won't shout anymore. Shu Sangming raised both hands, indicating he had surrendered. There was no choice but to yield. At this moment, Bai Li Luyun's combat strength had already exceeded his imagination. Level 10. I was also hunting elite flamefire ravens here, and then I saw many monsters flying this way. I followed to see what was going on. How about we team up and farm together next? Look at all these flamefire ravens on the ground. I don't think there's any need to team up, right? What are you? I'm talking to Xiao Bai Li Luyun. Do you have any right to interrupt? Already filled with anger, Shu Sangming exploded upon hearing Yun Feng's slightly mocking words. Moreover, Yun Feng's current combat performance value is only 3,200, just an ordinary level 10 awakener. What's the background of this guy? He's a bit arrogant. Yun Feng was a bit dumbfounded. He hadn't said anything, so how did he end up attracting trouble? He does have the right to be arrogant. Out of the entire Jiangnan state, only 2 people have awakened SSS level talents, and he's one of them. Plus, his identity isn't simple, he's from the Chu family. Yun Feng looked at the other party with some surprise. As for the Chu family, he didn't really care, but the mention of an SSS level talent did catch his attention. SSS level talent? What is it? Are you really an awakener from District 5? How can you not know anything about these high talent individuals? Bai Li Luyun rolled her eyes. Beast-type dragon? Dragon? What kind of dragon? Upon hearing the word dragon, Yun Feng immediately thought of the totemic divine dragon of China. I heard it's a black dragon. Black dragon? That's the scum among dragons. Yun Feng said disdainfully. The black dragon is a type of evil dragon, lecherous and ruthless. Filthy creature, you'd better stay away from Bai Li Luyun. Watching the distance between the two grow closer, Shu Sangming said sternly. Oh, what will happen if I get closer? Yun Feng deliberately took a small step forward, his chest pressing against Bai Li Luyun's back, appearing unusually intimate. Almost being trampled upon, Yun Feng could no longer endure. Bai Li Luyun just blushed and lowered her head, without avoiding. Seeing this scene, Shu Sangming bared his teeth and widened his eyes, his hands transforming into dragon claws as he charged directly at Yun Feng. Just wanted to see the true worth of an SSS level talent. Yun Feng drew his blade and likewise rushed to attack the opponent. Yun Feng, be careful. Hearing Bai Li Luyun still caring about the other party, Shu Sangming felt grief and indignation. Black dragon tears the sky. The twin claws carried a ferocious force, one claw striking toward Yun Yunfeng's head, the other toward his chest, as if intending to tear him apart from the middle. It must be said, the opponent's combat power had already reached the pinnacle of this stage. Yunfeng could only rely on his elusive footwork to dodge the opponent's attacks. The fierce wind carried by the fingertips swept past his face, causing a sharp pain. One claw struck, followed immediately by the second and third claws. At this moment, Yunfeng could only struggle to cope, completely unable to counterattack. Whether in terms of talent or attributes, Yunfeng couldn't compare to the opponent. The only advantage he might have over the opponent was his two silver-level martial arts techniques. Dang! Sparks flew as the dragon claw struck Yunfeng's battle blade, the immense force causing the blade to bounce back. The battle blade kept vibrating, emitting a series of soft hums. Yunfeng shook his slightly numb hand, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Facing someone born with a silver spoon and such an extraordinary talent, he truly had no solution now. I didn't expect you could fight me to this extent. Shu Sangming was somewhat incredulous. Hope you can take my next move. As if imagining what would happen next, Shu Sangming revealed a ferocious smile. His foot suddenly enlarged, transforming into a dragon claw. At the moment the foot was kicked out, a sonic boom was unexpectedly produced. Yunfeng truly did not anticipate that the opponent's transformation had reached this level. Already at a disadvantage, he was caught off guard. The dragon claw left a deep gash on his arm, exposing the bone, rendering the black iron-grade combat suit useless. Consider yourself lucky, Shu Sangming said hatefully. Just now, he had indeed intended to end Yunfeng's life in one move, but the opponent managed to evade it. Deserving of an SSS-level talent, truly impressive. Yunfeng glanced at the wound on his arm and casually took a gulp of healing potion. The situation just now had been extremely perilous. If he hadn't gained a deeper understanding of the phantom step technique at the critical moment, he might have been in real trouble. Damn, is healing potion as cheap as cabbage? Is it free or what? Seeing the other party's actions, Shu Sangming felt like he wasn't the real young master here the other guy was. After all, that was a silver-grade healing potion, while he himself only had bronze-grade ones. Thinking of this, Shu Sangming couldn't help but start doubting Yunfeng's identity. Is there a powerful family with the surname Yun in Jiangnan Prefecture? Seems like there isn't. Shu Sangming, that's enough. Seeing Yunfeng injured and Shu Sangming still pressing forward, Bailey Luyun made a move. Swordsmanship controlled the longsword, striking Shu Sangming away with one blow, while the longsword hovered in front of him. Are you sure you want to help him? Have you thought it through? Looking at the longsword in front of him, Shu Sangming half lay on the ground, staring grimly at Bailey Luyun. My affairs are none of your business. Just get lost. Shu Sangming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up with a sinister smile, looked at Yunfeng and Bailey Luyun, said nothing, and turned to leave. This guy is a big trouble. Letting him go today means we'll never have peace in the future, Yunfeng said softly. However, he couldn't defeat the opponent himself, nor could he force Bailey Luyun to kill the opponent. Yunfeng, the force behind him is too powerful, and an SSS-level talent awakener involves too many complexities. If he is killed here, it will be hard for us to escape responsibility. Bailey Luyun had many concerns, and there were some matters she couldn't discuss with Yunfeng here. The person you defeated is yours to deal with as you wish. There's no need to explain to me. Yunfeng's expression changed. Bailey Luyun tightened her grip on the sword in her hand and finally sighed. If Shu Sangming really encountered trouble in this dimensional space, everyone who entered this dimensional space during this period would likely end up on the Chu family's blacklist, and moreover, it would implicate her family. No longer dwelling on those troubling matters, Bailey Luyun suddenly turned to look at Yunfeng. I have many questions in my heart right now. No, you don't. Yunfeng turned and left. You, Bailey Luyun was exasperated. She indeed had many questions in her heart now and wanted Yunfeng to answer them, but it was obvious that Yunfeng had no intention of paying her any attention. Hey, where are we going now? Aren't we supposed to be leaving? Seeing Yunfeng heading further inside, Bailey Luyun felt a bit puzzled. I said, I came here with a mission to investigate the truth behind the dimensional space issue. Starting from the scorpion-tailed tiger, there have already been significant problems. I must figure it out. Then I'll risk my life to accompany you. Bailey Luyun followed along. Actually, during this period of fighting alongside Yunfeng, she gained a lot of advantages. Now that her combat power has increased, she can't just leave on her own. Why are you still following me? You can hardly gain much spiritual power here anymore. It's better to take advantage of your current high combat power and go to other dimensional spaces to level up by fighting stronger monsters. Besides, I saved you once, and you saved me once, so we're even. Bailey Luyun hesitated for a long time. That last time doesn't count. If it weren't for your potion, both of us would have been done for. It should be said that you saved yourself. Yunfeng thought to himself, isn't your reasoning a bit far-fetched? Alright then, but basically none of these monsters will be yours. It might be because they had killed too many demon fire crows earlier, resulting in the two of them walking for 2 days without encountering a single one. Could it be that we wiped out all the demon fire crows? Bailey Luyun looked around, feeling a bit bored. You're overthinking it. When have you ever heard of monsters monsters in a dimensional space being completely wiped out? I'm just saying, don't I know more than you? According to my speculation, we should be nearing the rare monster area. Rare monster? I've only heard about them before, but I haven't seen one yet. Hurry and take me there. Bailey Lu Yun was already a bit impatient. With my current combat power, I wonder if I can defeat a rare monster. Awakeners progress in stages every 10 levels, and the closer they get to the end of a stage, the harder it becomes to improve their combat power. Isn't there still me? I'll knock them out, and you finish them off. Bailey Lu Yun patted her not yet developed chest confidently. That's the only way. If it doesn't work, we'll retreat for now. Yun Feng's combat power is now very close to the 5,000 threshold, and with the invisible boost from martial arts, he still has the strength to fight. The two continued forward, and the demonic fire crow seemed to have vanished completely, never appearing again. Monster, Millennium Demon Maple, rare. Combat power, 4826. Skills, Demonic Vine Lash, Drain, Thick Skin, and Flesh, passive. At this moment, a massive maple tree appeared not far from them, or rather, it seemed as if the tree had always been there. The trunk, with a diameter of several dozen meters, was covered in wrinkles, and its slender branches swayed back and forth like demonic vines. The crown of the tree was adorned with golden leaves, which continuously fell as the branches moved. If it weren't for the occasional terrifying low growl emanating from the trunk, this scene could have been considered a beautiful landscape. Turns out it's a tree spirit monster. Isn't this just a sitting duck? Easy for you to say when you're not the one doing it. Yunfeng rolled his eyes. Sword control technique is truly an overpowered skill at this stage. I'll go up and give it a try first. Yunfeng drew his sword and walked toward the 1,000-year demon maple, evoking a sense of the chilling winds of E River. Level 10. When Yunfeng was still 30 meters away from the demon tree, more than 10 branches shot toward him like vines at lightning speed, as if trying to pierce him into a sieve. Well, you old hag-rong, how vicious you are. Yunfeng stepped with elusive movements, narrowly evading the branches' attacks, while slashing horizontally in battle, cutting several branches to the ground. The demon tree seemed enraged, letting out a roar, and an old wrinkled face unexpectedly appeared on its trunk. More branches, like whips, lashed toward Yunfeng. This must be the demon tree's first skill. Yunfeng dodged while counterattacking. The dense branches made by Li Lu Yun, who was watching the battle from the side, feel a bit overwhelmed, and she secretly broke into a cold sweat for him. This is just too unfair. Is Nanny Rong really this fierce? Yunfeng was forced back by the branches and was about to retreat beyond the attack range of the demon tree. This won't work. If I can't get close to his torso, I'll never be able to land a killing blow. Yunfeng thought to himself, but the first skill of this demon tree is indeed somewhat unsolvable. Yunfeng, do you need me to step in? What kind of joke is this? You think I can't handle such a small problem? If I let you step in at this moment, wouldn't that be a slap in my face? At this moment, Yunfeng was like a dead duck, still stubbornly refusing to admit defeat. Charge again. It can't always activate its first skill. Yunfeng gripped his blade and stepped into the attack range of the demon tree once more. Just as he expected, the demon tree did not activate the skill Demon Vine Lash. However, even without activating a skill, the countless branches entwined together, blocking Yunfeng's path forward. A mere 30 meters of distance was blocked by dense branches, turning it into an impassable chasm. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Forced to retreat, Yunfeng felt uncomfortable and somewhat unwilling to accept it. Yunfeng launched his third attempt to break through. This time, he went all out, unleashing two martial arts simultaneously. The Heavenly Fiend blade technique created a wind wall around him, keeping all the branches outside. Advancing forward, leaves and branches scattered all over the ground. The 30-meter chasm was quickly crossed by Yunfeng. At this moment, he had already appeared near the trunk of the magic tree. Watch me stab you and it's over. Yunfeng gripped his battle blade and thrust it toward the tree trunk. The face formed from the tree folds let out a painful roar, and green liquid flowed out from within. Subsequently, Yunfeng began to move along the trunk of the demon tree, constantly dodging the branches' attacks while leaving scars on the trunk. However, the demon tree's third passive skill only allowed Yunfeng's blade to penetrate the trunk slightly. As long as I keep attacking, why should I fear not being able to take you down? As long as damage can be dealt, there's a chance to kill. As more holes appeared on the trunk, a lot of green liquid had already flowed onto the nearby ground. The branches of the demon tree were also swinging more and more slowly. Just as Yunfeng thought he was about to kill this rare-level monster, the branches on the tree suddenly spread out, stabbing into the surrounding trees and then piercing through them. Yunfeng saw something continuously flowing into the trunks of those trees along the branches. Damn, this dog's skills are more shameless one after another. At this moment, the hole he had pierced in the tree trunk was gradually healing, and the trunk that was about to wither regained vitality. There are only so many trees around here. Let's see how many times you can absorb. Besides, I can recover too. Yunfeng had no intention of giving up. He downed a dose of spiritual power recovery potion and attacked the tree trunk again. The demon tree, under Yunfeng's attack, launched 3 more absorption attempts. Subsequently, all the surrounding trees turned into withered dead wood, no longer available for absorption. You have nothing nothing left to absorb, but I do. Yunfeng took out a spiritual power recovery potion and gulped down another mouthful. Finally, after 5 minutes, he slew the rare level monster, the Millennium Demon Maple. Wow, you really did it. Bailey Luyun quickly ran over to help Yunfeng collect the spoils. After defeating the demon tree, he directly plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath to rest. The battle, which lasted over half an hour, had truly exhausted him. Yunfeng, look, there's actually a silver-grade fragment. Bailey Luyun picked up a piece of silver crystal shard from under the tree root and exclaimed excitedly, "Let me take a look. What kind of shard is it?" It was truly worth the few doses of spiritual power recovery potion she had used, otherwise, she would have suffered a huge loss. Ah, it turns out to be the least valuable martial arts shard. Your luck is just too bad. Bailey Luyun handed the fragment to Yunfeng inside. You don't know a thing, Yunfeng said in his heart. He had tasted the benefits of martial arts and understood the potential of silver-level martial arts. Hand it over, even a mosquito is still meat. Yunfeng took the fragment and put it into his storage bag. That 1,000-year tree heart isn't worth much, so I'll give it to you. Thank you for being so generous. Bailey Luyun was overjoyed. This 1,000-year-old ancient tree heart was worth 10,000 Hua coins. Although it couldn't compare to the fragments, it was still a rare material. Let's continue. No, my current combat strength is too weak to deal with the 1,000-year demon tree. Let's retreat for now. Spending so much time and effort to deal with a rare monster, Yunfeng felt it wasn't quite worth it. Moreover, many things cannot be revealed to Bailey Luyun right now, so she has to be sent away first, and then I can come back later. Aren't you going to investigate the truth behind the dimensional space anomaly? Just moments ago, you were full of confidence, but why has your attitude changed so quickly? You're already starting to back down. Without sufficient strength, forcing an investigation is unnecessary. Yunfeng was the first to retreat toward the entrance. Bailey Luyun saw this and could only follow. Without Yunfeng here, killing them would be even more meaningless. Level 11 killing level 10 monsters, spiritual ones, shards basically don't drop, and rare monsters are no exception. It took a few days, and the two appeared at the entrance of the dimensional space. Shall we return to the safe zone together? Bailey Luyun suggested. Did you forget something? Hurry up and give me the fragment. I'll give it to you when we return to the safe zone. Hurry up and hand it over. I don't want to say it again. Fine, take it. Bailey Luyun stuffed all the fragments from the storage bag into Yunfeng's hands. You go back first, I still have things to do, and don't ask. Seeing Bailey about to speak, Yunfeng directly interrupted with a spell. Fine, don't say anything then. He left, shaking his head angrily. Soon, the roar of the war chariot sounded. Watching the billowing dust fade away, Yunfeng finally felt relieved. So many fragments, this is going to be big. Without another word, he darted into the dimensional space again. Take out a few pieces of black iron-grade fragments. Then, with a flash of green light, 8 bottles of potions appeared in his hand. At this point, all attribute potions of the black iron grade have reached saturation. Meanwhile, his combat power also broke through the 5,000 mark, reaching 5262. Just wait until I reach level 11. My combat power will experience an explosive growth. Yunfeng clenched his fist, feeling that the future was bright. It's time to upgrade my talent. The massive number of demon fire crows he had previously slain provided him with plenty of black iron level talent upgrade fragments. Yunfeng took a look and found that, including the previous 6 pieces, there were now a total of 12. Afterward, he also had 12 bottles of black iron grade talent upgrade potion in his hand. I refuse to believe that 12 bottles can improve my talent. He casually downed a bottle, fully showcasing his extravagance. No reaction? Then let's try another bottle. The second bottle was immediately poured down, followed by the third, and then the fourth. Finally, upon consuming the 8th bottle of potion, a change occurred. Yunfeng seemed to return to the day he awakened his talent, as a profound and mysterious sensation lingered in his heart. Subsequently, the explanation of his talent appeared in his mind. E-level talent, Plunder. When killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder a portion of the opponent's spiritual power, with a very slight probability of plundering the opponent's talent. The talent was upgraded from F level to E level, but the entry essentially remained unchanged, only shifting from an extremely slight probability to a very slight probability. Moreover, Yunfeng discovered a very critical issue. Even with the talent upgraded to E level, he still hadn't comprehended any skills related to the talent. Spent 9 bottles of talent upgrade potion, had already used one before, and that's it? He finally understood why the black iron level talent upgrade potion wasn't very popular. Spent a fortune, and after upgrading, still ended up as trash. Might as well stay in the safe zone as an ordinary person. Damn, is my talent cursed or something? Why do I still not have any skills even after leveling up? If there were a table in front of him, Yunfeng would definitely flip it. This is just too unfair. Then Yunfeng took out the last silver martial arts fragment that had dropped. Silver level martial art, Falling Blossom sword technique, comprehension attempts, 10. It's actually a sword technique. Yunfeng immediately lost much interest. He still preferred the sharp and domineering aura of battle blades. Looks like I'll have to put it on the trading platform to exchange for something. Put away the silver-level martial arts mini-book. He began organizing all the fragments he had collected during this time. Before encountering the demon Firecrow, the fragments he obtained were all basic attribute fragments, with almost no special ones. Bronze-level item, Thunderfire Pearl. Single-use item, handle with care. This item, Yunfeng had long wanted to turn it into a finished product, but had never found the opportunity. Later, I'll let that demon tree taste the power of this little thing. Looking at the dozen or so pitch-black beads the size of ping-pong balls in his hand, he felt delighted. Apart from the Thunderfire beads, nothing else excited Yunfeng. They were basically just some attribute potions and recovery potions. First, deal with those rare monsters, otherwise, once you reach level 11, the rewards will be much less, and it won't be as meaningful. Thinking of this, Yunfeng once again headed deeper into Bankyo Mountain. Try to complete the task before nightfall and return here. He sprinted all the way without stopping, not even engaging with any monsters he encountered. I'll go. That person must be crazy, running around alone in the dimensional space. Judging by that posture, I guess they're heading to the high-level monster area to deliver themselves as food. I think so too, but I've seen people move fast, never seen someone seek death this quickly. Many people training in this space were dumbfounded when they saw Yunfeng recklessly charging inside. Strangely, even after so many days, the number of demon firecrows remains pitifully low, as if the slaughter from a few days ago had severely weakened them. The entire elite monster area appears lifeless and desolate. However, Yunfeng's target is no longer those demon firecrows. After 3 days, Yun reappears in the rare monster area. The previously slain demon tree is no longer in sight. The area now only has a massive crater and ordinary trees around it that have already begun to flourish anew. Dimensional space is truly a magical place. I wonder how its rules were formed. Yunfeng clicked his tongue in amazement. Soon after, he encountered the second millennial demon tree. Take my Thunderfire pillar first. Yunfeng grabbed a pitch-black bead and threw it directly at the trunk of the millennium demon tree. With his current strength, those branches didn't even have time to react and block. The Thunderfire pillar exploded directly on the trunk. Boom! A loud bang shook the entire earth, and a thick plume of smoke rose under the demon tree. The 1,000-year-old demon maple only had time to let out a painful wail before falling silent. When the smoke cleared, the scene before him left Yunfeng utterly stunned. This power is just too overwhelming. A transparent hole nearly 5 meters in diameter exploded on the trunk of the 1,000-year-old demon maple, with raging flames still burning inside. The once arrogant branches, like magical vines, all drooped down, resembling eggplants hit by frost. Didn't even give it a chance to activate a second skill, just wiped it out directly. Yunfeng approached the demon tree, looking at its miserable state, feeling utterly exhilarated. Moreover, Yunfeng also discovered something. The spiritual power provided by this 1,000-year-old demon maple had increased by 1 point compared to before. Looks like this is the effect brought by the talent upgrade, huh? Yunfeng thought to himself. This bit of spiritual power may not seem like much, but for awakened ones who usually kill monsters of the same level, it represents a 20% increase. This thing is so useful, I must collect more fragments of disposable items in the future. Yunfeng looked at the 11 remaining Thunderfire pearls in his hand and quickly put them away. Using bronze-level Thunderfire pearls against a monster like the Millennium Demon Maple is indeed too wasteful. He realized that not only had he lost a Thunderfire pearl, but he also failed to obtain the Millennium Ancient Tree Heart, which had been blasted to pieces, and not even fragments had dropped. You have to kill it yourself to maximize the benefits. Ignoring the 1,000-year-old demon maple, he set off again, heading deeper inside. After filling up on basic attribute potions, Yunfeng's combat ability saw a slight improvement, especially with the 5 defense potions, which gave him more room for error when dealing with monsters. Soon, he encountered the third demon tree. Already familiar with the tree's skill characteristics, Yunfeng destroyed the surrounding trees first before launching his attack. Sure enough, the magic tree that hadn't absorbed its target couldn't recover from its injuries at all. The second skill only had a minor effect, and within less than a quarter of an hour, it was dealt with by Yunfeng. With experience gained, the next steps became much smoother. Moreover, he discovered that without using items, the drop rate of silver fragments was very high. Additionally, he could also obtain a complete ancient tree heart. Rare-level monsters drop silver fragments, and basic attribute potions of this type generally do not appear. As night was about to fall, Yunfeng, who had been wandering in the rare monster area for about 4 days, finally reached the deepest part of the dimensional space. On the last day, Yunfeng had completely lost interest in the Millennium Demon Tree. A day ago, he had already leveled up to level 11, and after reaching level 11, he started gulping down the prepared bronze-grade basic potions one by one. Except for being 2 bottles short of mental power potions, all the others were fully consumed. Just absorbing these potions took him nearly half a day. After finishing the potions, Yunfeng replaced all his gear with the prepared bronze-grade flame battle knife and combat suit, along with the wrist crossbow he had long wanted to carry. Looking at his virtual screen again, he was startled by his current combat power level. 1132/10000. Combat Power 23358. Talent Grade E, Plunder. At this moment, Yunfeng just wants to shout loudly. Who else? SS level talent by Li Lu Yun, under the effect of a few potions she provided, only managed to increase her combat power to over 7,000, while I am now 3 times that. At this level, who can reach such combat power? Good talent is no match for taking more potions and having better equipment. Bronze level potions have effects that are 10 times stronger than those of black iron level potions. Yunfeng took out the ancient jade hanging on his chest and kissed it fiercely a few times. This thing was too domineering. In the deepest part of the dimensional space, he once again touched that layer of ethereal yet tangibly existing gas wall. This wall seemed to declare the end of a world, as if whispering about the unreality of this world. However, Yunfeng no longer cared about these things now. He knew that without sufficient strength, too much curiosity would only add to his troubles. Along the gas wall, Yunfeng explored both ends. The sun in the west gradually sank, and the sky in the dimensional space slowly darkened. It seems that completing the task before nightfall is no longer possible. Yunfeng thought to himself. Name, Yunfeng. Just as Yunfeng was about to retreat, a dark shadow flashed past not far from him. Just now, did something appear? He wasn't sure if he had seen it wrong and quickly ran to the spot where the shadow had flashed by. However, he found nothing. A faint sound came from behind again, like fallen leaves on the ground being lightly stepped on by something. When he turned his head, he still found nothing. Damn it, could it be another disgusting thing like that shadow mink? At this moment, the sky was dark, and Yunfeng calmed his mind, beginning to use mental sensing. 10 bottles of black iron grade mental potions, 8 bottles of bronze grade mental potions. Now his perception ability was incredibly powerful. At this moment, there was indeed a monster around him, but it wasn't like the shadow mink that could block perception. Instead, it was super fast, faster than Yunfeng's eyes could track. The monster seemed to realize it had been detected and stopped using this soul transference technique, avoiding the risk of being exposed. At this moment, Yunfeng finally saw the creature's appearance clearly. It was a silver fox with a silvery white body, and its green eyes carried a hint of eeriness. The corners of its mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint human-like smile. Human child, being able to sense me means you have earned my recognition. Retreat, and you may live. While Yunfeng was still observing, the silver fox unexpectedly spoke in human language, carrying a hint of majesty. For some reason, the goggles seemed to malfunction at this moment. Monster, level, combat power, skills, everything is unknown. Could this be a new type of monster that hasn't been included in the database of this battle visor? Yunfeng speculated. To earn your approval, should I kneel down and thank you? Yunfeng said, rolling his eyes. He didn't find it strange that the monster could speak human language. I see. He had heard from his teacher before that in some high-level dimensional spaces and certain special dimensional spaces, there were indeed many monsters capable of speaking human language. He just hadn't expected to encounter a monster capable of speaking human language in a dimensional space with a level cap of 10. Kid, I've given you a way out, don't seek death. Seeing Yunfeng still acting nonchalantly, Silver Fox's tone turned icy. The fur on its body bristled, standing on end. Waves of terrifying aura erupted from its body. Yunfeng had just experienced a significant boost in combat power. How could he possibly be dissuaded by a single sentence from this monster? First, tell me, those scorpion-tailed tigers and demon fire crows gathering in groups to ambush humans, was it your doing behind the scenes? So what if it was me? So what if it wasn't? What right do you have to question me? Not killing you is already an act of mercy. Upon hearing this, the smile on Yunfeng's lips grew even wider. Although the combat goggles at the moment couldn't read the opponent's combat strength, he knew the opponent was bluffing. Monsters never show mercy to humans. Oh, I'd like to see how exactly you show no mercy. At this moment, Yunfeng had already drawn the flame battle blade. The flame patterns on the blade were particularly striking, resembling a blazing fire. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The silver fox snorted coldly and darted toward Yunfeng like a shadow. Dang! Sharp claws collided with the battle blade, sparking bursts of fire. It's useless. Your speed is indeed fast, but you can't escape my perception. At this moment, Yunfeng closed his eyes, his head slightly bowed, with his battle blade pointing diagonally to the ground, exuding an air of dominance. Silver Fox remained unmoved and continued attacking. Poof! Suddenly, Yunfeng let out a muffled groan, his brows slightly furrowing. Bang! Afterward, his body flew backward as if hit by a speeding car. Kid, now you know how powerful I am, right? I'll say it again, retreat and live. Silver Fox stopped his movement, standing on a tall rock not far from Yunfeng, looking down at him from above. However, Yunfeng just slowly stood up, gently brushed off the leaf debris on his body, and shook his arms, as if nothing had happened. The Silver Fox saw Yunfeng's demeanor and revealed a shocked expression. Did you put all your points into speed? That strength is really feeble, Yunfeng said disdainfully. At this moment, the Silver Fox was not angered by Yunfeng's words but instead took a few steps back. It is not like those ordinary foolish dog-like monsters, it possesses intelligence. The opponent's abnormal perception and defense have already posed a serious serious threat to it. What's wrong? Weren't you just acting all high and mighty? Yunfeng approached the silver fox step by step. Human, what exactly are you trying to do? First, tell me what happened in this dimensional space. How did you appear here? Yunfeng knew that the monster before him had definitely surpassed the limits of this dimensional space. Unknown information, incredible speed, astonishing intelligence, all of these point to the uniqueness of this silver fox. These matters are not something a little kid like you should know. I can only tell you this, dimensional space is not as simple as you think. Saying it is as good as saying nothing. Yunfeng had traversed for 10 years. Although he didn't know the truth of the matter, he could still guess that everything currently happening on Blue Star was far from simple. No other last words? Seeing that Silver Fox didn't want to reveal anything else, Yunfeng prepared to strike. Humph, do you really think I'm made of clay? How is this possible? Silver Fox let out a cold snort and darted away in a flash. Yunfeng only felt a flash before his eyes, and instantly lost sight of the Silver Fox's figure, unable to sense it at all. Damn it, talking big while doing the most cowardly thing. He discovered that the Silver Fox had already fled. How could Yunfeng possibly let the other party off so easily? Hurriedly chased in the direction where the Silver Fox disappeared in his perception. Although his speed was not as fast as the opponent's, it was not far behind. Perhaps the Silver Fox couldn't maintain that high speed for long, as it was soon perceived by Yunfeng again. Human boy, must you insist on a fight to the death? The Silver Fox looked somewhat tired, and its silvery fur appeared a bit dull. Fish dead, net torn? If you had that determination, you wouldn't have run away. Yunfeng chuckled lightly. Looks like I really need to teach you a lesson, Silver Fox said in a deep voice. Yunfeng was unconvinced, feeling that the other party was all bark and no bite, or perhaps not even a bark. However, this time he was mistaken. Suddenly, the tail behind Silver Fox stood upright, shaking as it turned into 2 tails, then 3. Watching the 3 tails swaying, Yunfeng's mind began to feel a bit dazed, as if everything around him had become blurry. In the hazy white mist, a seductive figure appeared faintly, striking various alluring poses. Come on, have some fun. A series of enchanting sounds emerged from the white mist. Is there such a good thing just by fighting monsters? Yunfeng rubbed his chin and looked into the white mist, revealing a look of anticipation. Male humans, aren't they all like this? The Silver Fox nearby, seeing Yunfeng with a lecherous expression, showed utter disdain. Yunfeng slowly walked toward that alluring figure. However, he didn't walk in a straight line but swayed left and right, as if he were drunk. Just as the Silver Fox was still feeling proud of its skill, the sudden sound of a blade rang out, rippling like water waves. Yunfeng's originally lifeless eyes suddenly became sharp, and a battle blade appeared in his hand, carrying an unmatched momentum as he slashed toward the Silver Fox. How is this possible? Didn't you enter the illusion? The Silver Fox screamed. That strike just now left a deep wound on its body, staining its silver-white fur with blood. Do you really think such petty tricks can work on me? The Silver Fox screeched sharply, looking incredulously at Yunfeng, who was just within reach. It never expected that this human in front of it would be so troublesome. Logically, a level 10 dimensional space shouldn't have an existence more powerful than itself. Can you tell me the truth now? The Yunfeng battle blade rested against the opponent's neck. If the Silver Fox dared to say no, the blade would strike without hesitation. Human, I advise you not to touch me, or this dimensional space will become a forbidden zone for low-level practitioners. At this moment, with blades pressing against him, the Silver Fox still did not lower his stance and continued to threaten Yunfeng. Yunfeng's battle knife swept through, and a head fell to the ground. Still daring to threaten me at this moment? Courting death. Yunfeng didn't care whether this dimensional space would become a forbidden zone for the human race. These were not matters he needed to consider. The administrators of the safe zone would make the decisions. Even if all the monsters inside went berserk, it wouldn't matter much. After all, they were just low-level monsters, and at most, this training space would simply be abandoned. After killing the monster, Yunfeng stood in place, bewildered, because this single monster had directly provided him with 377 points of spiritual power. Then Yunfeng calculated according to the rules of spiritual power acquisition, this monster might be a level 15 monster, and its grade is even higher than rare. Now the combat goggles aren't giving any prompts, so we can take the entire Silver Fox corpse back. Fortunately, the Silver Fox isn't very large, just toss it into the storage ring, otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do. Damn, there's an unexpected gain. At the location of the Silver Fox's corpse, a glittering golden crystal shard dazzled his eyes. Goodness, a golden shard. Yunfeng was overjoyed. The surprise came so suddenly that he hadn't even prepared himself mentally. For others, it was just a shard, requiring dozens of pieces to assemble into an item. But in Yunfeng's hands, it was already a golden item. Ah, the silver level items are still waiting to be used, and now there's already a gold level one. Yunfeng sighed. If others heard this, it wouldn't just be considered him showing off, it would probably cause public outrage. Picking up the golden fragment, inside was something resembling a handgun, though it was much larger than a typical pistol and exuded a sense of technological beauty. This is definitely a kind of item. Among the synthesized standardized fragments, attribute potions appear the most frequently, require the least amount for synthesis, and thus have the lowest value. Next are recovery potions and equipment. Finally, there are martial arts and items. However, due to the replication of martial arts manuals, their value is no longer as high as before, but the value of items has always remained high. Looks like it should be pretty good. Yunfeng activated the ancient jade, and a sleek, futuristic-looking handgun appeared in his hand. Golden grade laser pulse gun, powered by light energy, it fires a powerful, highly penetrating laser pulse bullet. Charging time is 24 hours, and when fully charged, it can fire 8 bullets. Seeing this, Yunfeng exclaimed, "Good heavens! The technology of Blue Star is not allowed to enter dimensional space, yet it can synthesize such impressive technological products here." He touched the combat goggles worn over his eyes, feeling that it wasn't such a big deal after all. "Once I reach level 31 and wield this laser pulse gun, won't I be the coolest guy in the entire dimensional space?" Put the handgun into the storage ring. He could already imagine that wonderful scene. After tidying everything up, the sky had completely darkened. It's time to end this training. With the setting sun behind him and stepping on the soft fallen leaves, Yunfeng walked step by step toward the entrance of the dimensional space. What he didn't know was that after he killed the silver fox, the originally somewhat stable dimensional space became completely chaotic. The sun hadn't fully set yet, but the monsters inside had already started going berserk. "Damn it, what's wrong with these monsters? Isn't it still daytime? Why are they going crazy? Stop wasting time and quickly deal with this spirit ape. I feel like something's off." Some squads still training in the dimensional space had their attack rhythm disrupted by the monster's sudden frenzy, and some weaker ones even suffered casualties. "Boss, there was an announcement earlier that some dimensional spaces had issues, and this Bankyo mountain is one of them. You insisted on coming, and what do we do now?" Some squads were already surrounded by more than 2 frenzied monsters, and despair was evident on everyone's faces. "Boss, this dimensional space seems to have a problem." Just when many teams were trying to find ways to exit this dimensional space, one team was actually moving against the flow. "That's not something we need to worry about. We just need to complete young Master Chu's task." It was clearly said in a deep voice to the leader. "Boss, the sky is about to turn dark, and we still haven't seen a single soul." This person sighed and spoke. "In this space, whether it gets dark or not, what difference does it make to us? Stop saying useless things. As long as we complete young Master Chu's task, 5 million huabi will be ours. That's 5 pieces of bronze-level equipment." At this point, the leader's face showed greed and anticipation. 5 pieces of bronze-level equipment. This small team might not be able to gather that even after 2 years of effort, and it would involve great risks. Now, they only needed to kill a middle school student around level 10, which made it worth the gamble. Moreover, according to Chu Xiao, their target has no background or identity, and absolutely won't cause them any trouble. Judging by Chu Xiao's demeanor at the time, he must utterly despise this guy. If we complete the task and establish a connection with Chu Xiao, would we still need to worry about money or equipment in the future? Boss. Just as the leader was indulging in fantasies, his subordinate interrupted his beautiful dream of becoming a CEO, marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman, and reaching the pinnacle of life. "What are you yelling about? Hurry up and find the target for me," the leader said angrily. "No, boss, look. Isn't that the person young Master Chu mentioned? About 6 feet tall, with delicate features, looking like a pretty boy. Except for not holding a battle knife, everything else matches." Afterward, the team of 5 all looked in the direction pointed out by the scout. A figure emerged from the shade of the trees, exuding elegance and unruliness. The person was none other than Yunfeng, who was on his way back. "Hey, you there, can you explain what it means to look like a pretty boy? Be careful, or I'll sue you for slander." Yunfeng's perception was incredibly sharp, and he caught every word the other person said. The few members of the squad were stunned when they heard Yunfeng's words. "What's going on here? What kind of opening line is this? Kid, since you overheard our conversation, you should know the purpose of our trip, right?" The leader was still the most reliable, quickly regaining composure. "Put aside the purpose of your trip for now. Let's talk about the pretty boy first. If you don't explain clearly, don't even think about going anywhere." Yunfeng picked his nose and walked toward the group. "Damn it, do you think we're joking around with you?" The leader of the group was so annoyed by Yunfeng's words that he laughed in anger. "Brothers, let's teach him a lesson first." Young Master Chu said to let him have a taste. Before he could finish speaking, a heart-wrenching scream came from his mouth, utterly agonizing and unbearable. "Is that so?" Yunfeng stepped on his instep, and the front half of his foot, along with the shoe, was flattened into a meat patty. "Boss." Several underlings finally understood what had happened. The opponent actually disregarded martial ethics and ambushed their boss, on the sole of his foot. It's just that after they reacted, they realized one more thing, and that is, what was with that speed just now? None of them had seen it clearly, and the other party had already appeared in front of their boss and crushed his foot. "Quick, get him for me." The leader, wearing a mask of pain, was giving commands. Hearing the boss's voice, a few underlings were just about to act when several slapping sounds rang out. The 4 of them flew straight out, their faces swelling swelling up like a big lump. Looking at the few underlings who had been sent flying and were lying on the ground unable to get up for a long time, the leader slightly opened his mouth, unable to say a word. Only a few words filled his mind. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Realizing he had encountered a tough opponent, he was filled with immense regret. In fact, the combat power of these individuals was not bad. At this stage, they could be considered experts, all at level 10, with combat power close to 4,000. Such a squad could basically dominate this dimensional space. Even if they encountered 2 or 3 scorpion tail tigers, they could handle them with ease. But unfortunately, they encountered Yun Feng. Even if their combined strength were added together, they still couldn't match Yun Feng, let alone the fact that their strength isn't simply additive. Are you here to deal with me? Who is this young Master Chu you mentioned? Yun Feng stood in front of the only leader still standing and said with a smile. Seeing Yun Feng smile, the leader felt a bit uneasy, as if he had seen some kind of demon. I asked, will you let us go? Heh, do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me? I'll talk. Seeing Yun Feng raise his battle blade, the leader trembled all over and quickly spoke. It's young Master Chu Tsangming. He told us to come in and eliminate you. We had no choice. He's the young master of the Chu family. If we refuse him, we won't have a place to stay in the Jiangnan district. The leader cried out in despair. When Yun Feng heard them mention young Master Chu, he had already guessed it was Chu Tsangming. Since you want to play, I'll gladly play along with you. A playful smile appeared on Yun Feng's face. Can we leave now? The leader cautiously said. Of course not. Hearing the word of course, the leader was overjoyed, already imagining how to take revenge on Yun Feng after escaping. However, the next 2 words immediately sent his heart plummeting to the depths. F you, I'm going all out against you. The leader knew Yun Feng would no longer spare them and prepared for a desperate fight. However, this could only be his impotent rage. The massive gap in combat power cannot be bridged by courage alone. 5 people resolved in 5 seconds, leaving 5 corpses on the ground. Out of the 5 people, only 1 provided 100 points of spiritual power. It seems that after the talent upgrade, the spiritual power obtained from killing people has become 2%, but the probability hasn't increased. Seeing this data, Yun Feng felt a chill down his spine. It was too terrifying. Took a glance at his virtual panel. Level 11, 2134/10,000. Combat power 23768. Talent E-level plunder. Talent still hasn't changed, indicating that the second attribute of one's talent hasn't been successfully activated. Collected the backpacks and equipment from several people and placed them into a specially prepared storage bag. Although these items are unmarked, it's better to be cautious. After leaving the dimensional space, Yun Feng returned to the base outside the space. At this moment, the outside of the base seemed different from when he entered. Outside, it was crowded with people, all dressed in military uniforms, exuding an imposing and commanding presence. You, come here. At that moment, a stern voice rang out. Truly a person standing at the front of the team. Level 28. Combat power 82348. Seeing this data, he relaxed slightly. At least the opponent's level did not exceed the upper limit of his disguise potion's effect. Sir, do you have any orders? Yun Feng jogged over. You just came out of the dimensional space. Do you know what happened inside? What happened? Yun Feng lowered his head, pondering how best to respond. Sir, take a look at this. Yun Feng took out the silver fox's corpse. Name, Yun Feng. After thinking for a while, he still felt it was better to explain the situation, as there wasn't much need to keep it to himself. The officer lifted the silver fox's corpse, and the information on his goggles caused his expression to shift repeatedly. First surprise, then confusion, and finally it turned solemn. It's actually a completely new type of monster. Did you hunt this? The officer asked Yun Feng. Yes, I encountered this at the dimensional space boundary. Based on my inference, it should be in existence of a higher rank than rare monsters. Yun Feng's words left the officer increasingly shocked as he listened. You wait here for now. After saying that, the officer hurriedly ran toward a house. Yun Feng looked at the group of people staring at him with wide tiger-like eyes, feeling uncomfortable whether he moved or stayed still. But soon, the officer returned again. Young man, what's your name? A trace of a warm smile appeared on the officer's serious face. Yun Feng felt a bit uncomfortable with the sudden change in attitude. Sir, you're scaring me like this. Yun Feng even took 2 steps back. Immediately, the officer's awkward smile froze on his face, resembling constipation. Follow me. The officer turned around, trying his best to keep his body from trembling. This kid, does he even know how to talk? Meanwhile, the surrounding soldiers pursed their lips, looking as though they were holding back laughter with great difficulty. Yun Feng noticed the displeasure on the officer's face and quickly followed him. What is this? Jiangnan Prefecture, 5th District, the most luxurious villa community, inside a tall 5-story villa. The top floor of the villa houses an exquisite study. Don't be fooled by the fact that it's just a study. It covers an area of over 300 square meters. The study is shaped like a regular octagon, with 4 walls lined with massive bookshelves filled to the brim with books. Upon closer inspection, some of the books are still in in their original packaging. The other 4 walls include 3 adorned with calligraphy and paintings featuring bold, flowing strokes, elevating the sophistication of the entire study by several levels. The remaining wall is a giant floor-to-ceiling window. At this moment, a burly man held a high-heeled glass, gently swaying it, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black distance. By now, that despicable fellow should have perished in the dimensional space. The man was none other than Chu Tsangming, who had clashed with Yun Feng at Bankyo Mountain. In the entire Jiangnan State's 5 districts, no one dares to offend me, Chu Tsangming. Chu Tsangming's somber voice made the air in the study turn cold. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, the high-heeled glass shattered in his hand. The red wine inside, like bright red blood, slowly flowed down his arm and dripped onto the ground with a ticking sound. And as for that wretch Bailey Luyun, one day I'll make you understand my power not anywhere else, but in bed, ha. At this moment, Chu Tsangming's smile appeared sinister and twisted. Young master, the master requests your presence downstairs. A figure suddenly appeared behind him and spoke respectfully. As for what had happened earlier, it seemed as though he neither saw nor heard anything. Got it, I'm coming down right away. After speaking, Chu Tsangming's sinister and terrifying demeanor vanished completely, replaced by an expression only seen on well-behaved children. Under the officer's guidance, Yun Feng followed him to the outside of a pitch-black metal building at the base. Go in. The officer stood at the door, signaling Yun Feng to enter alone. This house appeared to be quite secretive, with no windows, only the door in front, and the entire structure wrapped in metal, making it seem very secure. There won't be any mechanisms or traps waiting for me inside, will there? Yun Feng timidly looked at the officer, not daring to go in. Stop babbling, get in quickly. The officer was already too annoyed to bother talking to this infuriating guy in front of him. Yun Feng peeked inside the door again, only to be kicked on the backside by the officer. Isn't this a bit too much? Yun Feng, who had been shoved into the room, rubbed his backside with a displeased expression. Upon entering the room, the difference compared to the outside was like night and day. The lights illuminated the entire room, and a massive display screen hung on the wall. On the screen, an electronically synthesized figure was watching him with great interest. The figure was wearing a white lab coat, with an aged face and white hair and beard. Young man, did you bring out that silver fox's corpse? Don't be afraid, I am from the Talent Research Institute. You can call me Professor Bai. The old man thought Yun Feng was intimidated by his presence and quickly spoke kindly. Hello, Professor Bai. Yun Feng greeted shyly. When it's time to act, you still have to act. He knew exactly what kind of people were in the Talent Research Institute. Although their combat power might not be high, they were undoubtedly the top elite in the entire country. This silver fox was indeed killed by me at Bankyo Mountain. Can you tell me the specific situation? This is a brand new species of monster, highly valuable for research. Yun Feng knew that this matter was actually quite significant. Once the monster's information was clarified and entered into the central database, future awakeners encountering this type of monster wouldn't be as clueless as what Yun Feng had witnessed. Afterward, Yun Feng recounted everything in detail, describing the situation he encountered with the silver fox and his own speculations. Did you kill it alone? Yun Feng was taken aback. Does this have any necessary connection with studying the silver fox? Yun Feng still answered honestly. What level are you now? What is the grade of your talent? What is your combat power? Professor Bai hurriedly pressed further. No, Professor Bai, isn't this about studying the silver fox monster? Why are you studying me instead? Hearing Professor Bai's 3 fatal questions, cold sweat broke out on Yun Feng's back. Hee, young man, don't be nervous. I'm just curious about how you managed to kill it. Professor Bai said with a smile. According to what you said, I think your reasoning is fine, so the biggest problem is whether you can kill it. The entry restriction for Bankyo Mountain is level 10. Even if you level up to 11 inside, even with SSS level talent, your base combat power would only reach around 6,000 at most. Even if you consume all the basic potions of black iron level, your combat power would only reach 7,600, and this level of power is far from enough to kill the silver fox. After a round of reasoning, Professor Bai looked at Yun Feng, wanting to see what the young man in front of him had to say. However, Yun Feng also quietly looked at Professor Bai, without saying a word. Anyway, I won't say anything. You can guess whatever you want, but whatever you guess has nothing to do with me. Young man, don't you have anything to say? Yun Feng still quietly looked on, playing the rogue. Alright, since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. Thank you for your cooperation regarding the silver fox matter. Once the body is transported to the station, I'll conduct further research. That's all for today. Here's my phone number. Feel free to call me if anything comes up. A string of numbers appeared on the screen, and after a moment, it dimmed. Seeing the screen go dark, Yun Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Talking to someone so engrossed in research still carried a certain certain sense of pressure. "Young man, can you tell me your name?" At this moment, the screen lit up again, and it was still Professor Bai. "Of course, Professor Bai, I'm still young. Please don't scare me like this." Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, my heart was gripped again. "Professor Bai, my name is Yun Feng, and I'm still a student." Yun Feng had just finished speaking when the screen went dark again. Truly fleeting. Yes. Originally, he wanted to ask about what to do with his task now that Silver Fox's body had been taken away, but now there's no way to ask. The task reward is only a few 100,000 huabi. If it's gone, so be it. As for the small amount of money, Yun Feng really doesn't care much about it now. After ending the video call, Yun Feng walked out of the room. He thought the officer would interrogate him further, but instead, they directly sent him to the armored vehicle heading back to the safe zone. That's fine, it saved a lot of trouble. When he went in, it was early May. When he came out, it was already late June. By now, the school should be about to start summer vacation, right? I wonder how those two guys are doing. Yun Feng thought to himself. Earlier, I said I would give 2 pieces of equipment to Black Monkey, but after coming out, so much time has passed that I almost forgot about it. The tank's engine roared violently, charging toward the safe zone. Jiangnan Island, the central area of the safe zone. A skyscraper stands tall, as if overlooking the entire region. Deep beneath the building, there is a completely different scene. A vast area, brightly lit, filled with various instruments and equipment. It is clearly a massive laboratory. Everyone inside is dressed in white lab coats, wearing white masks, hurrying about and working diligently. In the largest laboratory, there is only one elderly man inside, holding a lifelike silver fox corpse in his hands. It's simply like a piece of art. The old man clicked his tongue in admiration. "Yun Feng? As long as I know your name, it won't be hard to find you, will it?" Then the old man called his assistant over, whispered a few words in their ear, and sent them away. The old man then continued studying the monster in his hands. Finally back, another long journey of training, but the gains are quite substantial. The war vehicle returned to the safe zone and headed straight to the trading post. Coincidentally, he also had a batch of materials to handle, and regardless of whether the task was completed or not, he needed to come here to deliver them. The exchange, no matter the time, is always bustling with crowds. "Young friend, you've come over." Seeing Yun Feng walk straight to his stall, old Zhang was overjoyed. Last time, thanks to Yun Feng's materials, he was even willing to let him use fragments as collateral, allowing his stall to finally turn a profit. "Well, I need to sell some materials." Actually, the materials he obtained weren't too many. The spoils from killing monsters earlier were all with Bai Li Lu Yun, and he only took all the fragments. These materials were left from his solo farming sessions. "Rest assured, young friend, my prices are absolutely fair," old Zhang hurriedly said. Yun Feng took out a storage bag and placed all the materials he had prepared for sale inside. "Check them and just give me a price." "Alright, it's always straightforward doing business with you, young friend." After the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the materials were counted. The total is 887,650. "Let me round it off for you. It can't be 880,000, right?" Yun Feng responded, still vividly remembering his last quote. "How could that be? Last time it was also out of necessity, just to round it up to 900,000. "Alright, then 900,000 it is." Yun Feng's subordinates moved back and forth, heading toward the sales counter. After walking around, he silently left. As he stepped out, he turned back to glance at that familiar shop, but unfortunately, the familiar person was no longer inside. Returned to his small dwelling, Yun Feng began to tally up his gains. Compared to the first training session, the rewards from this session were undoubtedly much greater. Just that one gold level item alone surpassed all the gains from the first session. Moreover, after defeating so many elite level demon fire crows and numerous millennium demon maples, he also obtained quite a few bronze fragments and silver fragments. Most of them were synthesized into complete items by him, and some he planned to exchange for special fragments on the trading platform. Additionally, he had many complete items that needed to be sold. Yun Feng ran to his parents' room. Although no one lived in their room, it was still clean and tidy. Didn't expect this smart brain to be used again one day. Yun Feng looked at a small metal box about 20 centimeters square. At the top of the metal box, there was a tiny pinhole with red light flashing inside. "Jones." With Yun Feng's call, the flashing red light turned blue, and then a massive virtual screen appeared above the metal box. "Long time no see, young master. What can I do for you?" Jones is the name of this intelligent brain. I remember when Yun Feng had just crossed over, he often played with the intelligent brain because this thing is true artificial intelligence, not the fake stuff back on Earth. "Jones, open the fragment trading page." "Alright, young master. Subsequently, countless fragment transaction details appeared on the virtual screen, including bartering, direct sales, and purchase requests. From black iron level to red radiance level, all were involved, and Yun Feng even noticed someone acquiring god level fragments. "Help me search for disguise potions above silver level first." He now felt that disguise potions were quite useful, at least they wouldn't reveal too much about himself. If he could find higher level disguise potion fragments, he would be able to navigate dimensional spaces more effectively. today. In fact, disguise potions are considered relatively rare, and their user base is not very large. Many prominent families, in order to protect their outstanding heirs, have their guardians use disguise potions for protection. However, each entry requires one use, which isn't always easy to afford. But this is mostly in the early stages. Later on, there is basically no market for them. Little Master, 56 pieces of information have been retrieved, including 38 gold level fragments, 11 purple crystal level fragments, and 7 red glow level fragments. It seems that 7 color level fragments are still too rare. Yun Feng then looked at the prices of several types of fragments. He was shocked upon seeing them. Just a single fragment alone had an astonishingly high price. The lowest price for a gold level fragment was 800,000 Hua currency, while the highest asking price was 1 million. As for rare items like camouflage potions, 85 fragments are required to synthesize one. The further it went, Yun Feng increasingly felt the power of this ancient jade. Yun Feng wanted to buy all of these fragments. After all, the potion's effect only lasts for 30 minutes, and he often needs to use this potion to help him survive the early stages. Skipping the first 2 levels, Yun Feng directly looked at the highest red radiance level. On the trading platform, the minimum price for red radiance level disguise potions is 1.78 million huabi. This price is somewhat unaffordable even for an average awakened family, not to mention that no ordinary awakened person would spend money to buy such a fragment. It seems that as long as a certain grade is reached, even fragments with no market demand still maintain a high price. Yun Feng shook his head. He didn't have 1.78 million Hua coins on him right now, but he had to acquire this fragment. I have some items to sell. Help me search the platform for the lowest price of the same items, and sell them at the lowest price. Afterward, Yun Feng took out all the useless black iron grade items. These included, but were not limited to, basic attribute potions, weapon equipment, and various tools. Little Master, are you sure you want to sell at the lowest price? Yes, go ahead and sell. With the ancient jade in his possession, he didn't care about a few pennies. Moreover, the main reason he dared to sell so openly was that today's online security is exceptionally high, ensuring that neither the seller's nor the buyer's address would be exposed. Pickup and delivery are both handled by smart machines. Next, we just wait for news. He always sells at the lowest price, so I believe there will be results soon. Sure enough, it took less than half a stick of incense time. Master, 15 bottles of strength potion, 23 bottles of speed potion, 18 bottles of defense potion, and 7 bottles of spirit potion have been sold, totaling 4.8384 million Hua currency, with an average price of 76,800. Seeing this number, Yun Feng saying he felt nothing would definitely be untrue. In his previous life, he had never seen so much money, constantly exploited by his boss, losing his hair, and barely making any money. Now, casually selling some fragmented items earns him more than what others could make in a lifetime. Subsequently, items were continuously being sold, and his savings grew more and more. Eventually, he became somewhat numb to these changes in numbers. When the first payment arrived, he purchased all the disguise fragments, including the red radiance grade disguise potion fragments. For a long time to come, he might need to use this potion to protect his information and avoid unnecessary trouble and suspicion. Now, let's see if there are any high-grade fragments I can use right now. Yun Feng slowly browsed through the trading platform. The dazzling array of various fragments inside left him amazed. However, most of them were not useful to him at the moment, and there was no need to spend a lot of money wasting on these items. He could naturally obtain these fragments later when entering other dimensional spaces. While browsing, a piece of information entered Yun Feng's view. Bronze level trap fragment can be combined into a trap. This thing is quite interesting. Yun Feng was very intrigued. Although there was no specific explanation, Yun Feng could roughly guess the usage of this item. Buy. Yun Feng placed the order without hesitation. This thing isn't very expensive. It only costs 60,000 huabi. Then he searched for similar fragments and bought a total of 3 such fragments. Sometimes, browsing online stores can really become addictive, and Yun Feng ended up sitting here for an entire afternoon. It wasn't until nightfall, when the robot came to pick up the package, that Yun Feng finally left the room. Mount Woman connects to mountains beyond. Moonlight scatters over the resounding water beach. Just as Yun Feng had finished gathering all the items and had just taken his phone out of the storage space, the phone started ringing. Yun Feng picked up his phone and saw dozens of messages, most of them from Li Yanjing, Black Monkey, and Bamboo Pole, along with some insignificant spam messages. During this time in the dimensional space, the phone was kept in the storage ring and couldn't receive any signal. From Teacher Li? Seeing the phone number displayed, Yun Feng quickly answered the call. Hello, Teacher Li. Yun Feng, you little rascal, you still remember you have a teacher like me, huh? It's been so long without a single message, I almost thought something happened to you. You're on a leave of absence, not completely out of school, do you understand? As soon as the conversation started, the other party launched into a barrage of scolding. Yun Feng could only hold the phone farther from his ear, silently enduring Li Yanqing's tirade. Teacher Li, please listen to my explanation. After Li Yanqing finished speaking, Yun Feng finally dared dared to open his mouth. He knew that in the entire school, only two people truly cared about him. One was Black Monkey, and the other was his homeroom teacher, Li Yanqing. During this time, I was training in the dimensional space, so, you little rascal, you're still lying to your teacher. Training? With your talent, isn't it dangerous to train anywhere? It's better to stay in the safe zone. The future might still hold some achievements for you. Hearing Li Yanqing's words, Yunfeng just smiled faintly and didn't reply. Teacher, you don't need to worry about my matters. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment, of course there's something. The final exams are coming up soon. You should come back and take them. If your academic scores pass, you won't have to be demoted. Yunfeng thought to himself, is there really such a good thing? Taking a leave of absence was originally his delaying tactic. He planned to drop out once this semester officially ended. Now that he has this opportunity, he certainly won't let it slip by. Just as the teacher said on the first day of awakening, attending university is very necessary. Teacher, is what you said true? When is the exam? July 13th. I've already applied to the school. You just need to pass the cultural subjects. Alright, I will definitely be there. Yunfeng felt somewhat touched. When the school collectively wanted to expel him, she must have put in considerable effort to secure this privilege. At that time, when Li Yanqing approached the principal to request this matter, the vice principal in charge was firmly opposed. Principal, he is currently on a leave of absence. When he returns next year, he will still be a second-year student. Do you really want him to repeat a grade and stay at the school for an extra year? As soon as these words were spoken, they directly hit the vice principal's sore spot. The thought of that guy becoming the school's disgrace for 2 consecutive terms was something he couldn't accept, so he immediately agreed to Li Yanqing's proposal. After hanging up the phone, Yunfeng suddenly realized he seemed unsure of what to do next. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. Madman, where are you? As soon as the call connected, an excited shout came from the other side. Get you gone, let's all gather tonight. Got it, I'll arrange it right away. Dusk falls, and the city lights begin to glow. Summer evenings always arrive just a little later. It was close to 8 o'clock when the sky finally turned completely dark. As always, the three of them gathered at the night market entrance. The moment they saw Yunfeng, the two ran over quickly and grabbed his shoulders, one on each side. Madman, where have you been for over a month? We couldn't reach you. Vacation, took care of some personal matters. Alright, enough about me. How are you two doing now? His current combat strength at this age was already enough to stand out among the crowd, but what he cared about most was the situation of his two close friends. The two exchanged a glance and shared a knowing smile. Madman, you know I awakened an A-level talent and am a key focus of the school. When it came to matters of awakening, Zhou Quan always wore a proud expression. Afterward, we entered a dimensional space for training. Now, we're already at level 8, and our combat power has exceeded 2,500. Sure, over 2,500 combat power at level 8. You must have used quite a few potions. Yunfeng smiled. Of course, after 2 training sessions, although not many fragments dropped, the materials alone are worth quite a bit of money, and the school also gave some rewards. Zhou Quan was very proud. What's there to be so smug about? Zhao Jingmu, the lanky one, said sourly from the side. With his B-level talent, and being in one of the top schools in District 5, he wouldn't attract much attention at all. Madman, I'm level 9 now, combat power 3120. Do you think I'm impressive? The bamboo pole chuckled, waiting for Yunfeng's praise. Not looking, Yunfeng said disdainfully. The bamboo pole was struck as if by lightning, frozen in place, while the black monkey burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, that thing looks like a toothpick. I won't even bother looking at it. You two are too much. At this moment, bamboo pole's face looked as if it had been smeared with coal, pitch black. Alright, we get it. Your family is rich and powerful. Lacking talent? Just make up for it with drugs. Black monkey actually quite envies bamboo pole. His family has produced an SS level talent, making their family hold a significant position in Jiangzhou. Unlike him and Yunfeng, both from ordinary awakened families, they basically have to rely on themselves. If it weren't for awakening an A-level talent, he reckons he would have been lost among the crowd. Thinking of this, he glanced at Yunfeng beside him. The awakened one's parents died during their training, and now he has awakened a talent of the lowest level. No one knows how far he can go in the future. Bamboo pole, what are you planning to treat us to? Yunfeng's words interrupted Black Monkey's thoughts. Wasn't it you who called us out? Why is it me treating again? You've got money, so who else would treat if not you? So just because I have money, you're all targeting me? Just say whether you're treating or not. Fine, I'll treat, okay? What do you want to eat? Let's just eat skewers. Watching the two people in front with their arms around each other, happily running toward the barbecue shop, Black Monkey followed them. Maybe this is the purest form of friendship. Yunfeng, are you planning to drop out of school? In the barbecue restaurant, a few people were eating and chatting. I did have such plans initially, but today I received a call from Teacher Lee. As long as I pass the final exams and meet the cultural grade requirements, I can still be a senior next year. That's absolutely not a problem. Other things might be challenging, but when it comes to cultural grades, you've always been the top student in the entire grade. grade. Upon hearing this, Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole both realized that Yunfeng could continue his studies. By this time next year, it will be time for the college entrance exam. Have you thought about where you want to go to university? Of course, it's the Awakening Academy of Jingting University. Upon hearing Yunfeng's question, Black Monkey immediately responded. This has been his lifelong dream. Come on, A-level talent is indeed good, but it might still fall short, unless you can reach level 30 within a year. The Bamboo Pole found an opportunity to strike the Black Monkey. How could it let it go? That's still better than you. Even if you level up to 30, you still can't get in. The Black Monkey was not to be outdone and directly retorted. In 1 year, it's basically impossible to level up from 8 to 30. The higher the level, the harder it is to advance. If you only level up by normally grinding monsters, reaching level 20 is already quite good. I'll just find a university in Jiangnan State. My dad and mom can't bear for me to go too far. Shugon said somewhat dejectedly. What are you doing looking like a dead man? I bet you'd rather stay here, or else your little sweethearts would miss you to death. The Black Monkey saw through the dirty thoughts at a glance. Hey, don't talk nonsense, I'll sue you for slander. After saying that, he looked around furtively, which made the two of them burst into laughter. Joyful moments are always fleeting. The three chatted while eating, and 3 hours passed quickly. Let's call it a day. We'll meet again when we have time. During the summer break, you might have to train in the dimensional space. Yunfeng waved his hand and headed home. By the time they returned, those things should have arrived. Yunfeng laughed inwardly. When selling items, he anonymously sent something to the two of them as well. For Black Monkey, it was a set of black iron-grade equipment and a few bottles of bronze-grade strength and speed potions. As for Bamboo Pole, his family conditions were good and didn't really need help, so he gave him 2 bottles of bronze-grade mental potions. Can't give too much, afraid of arousing suspicion. These things, at the very least, can give them a huge leap forward when they just enter level 11. Back home, Yunfeng completely relaxed, just waiting for the items he purchased to be delivered to his door. Some of the fragments are from the same safe zone and have already been delivered, while others are from different safe zones and will take some time. There are still half a month left until the final exams, so Yunfeng doesn't plan to go out and have fun. He'd rather stay in the safe zone. During this time, Bai Li Luyun has been having a rather tough time. Since returning from Bankyo Mountain, she hasn't had a single peaceful day. Originally, with abundant gains and a significant boost in combat power, it should have been something to celebrate. However, due to the matter with Chu Sangming, she now has to face pressure from her family. Lu Yun, just listen to your father for once and apologize to young Master Chu, alright? Do you want to anger your grandfather to death? Besides, I heard that young Master Chu admires you greatly. If you could marry into the Chu family, then our Bailey family. Bailey Jingcheng, say one more word and see what happens. Are you trying to sell your daughter for glory? You dog, you're useless yourself, and now you're thinking of such things. Believe it or not, I'll fight you to the death. Upon hearing this, Bailey Luyun's mother, Qin Feiping, exploded on the spot. She has only one precious daughter, always treating her like a treasure, afraid to drop her if held in her hands, or melt her if kept in her mouth. Yet her useless husband actually uttered such outrageous words. Did I say anything wrong? The Chu family is wealthy and powerful, and that young Master Chu possesses a rare SSS level talent. Paired with our Luyun's SS level talent, it can truly be called a match made in heaven. I'm only thinking of our daughter, what's wrong with that? Bailey Jingcheng was not one to back down. Your petty schemes are obvious even to a blind person. Are you really thinking of your daughter? Isn't it just your own desire to climb up the Chu family's social ladder and achieve fame and fortune? Queen Qin became even angrier. Look at you, such a pathetic sight. Even if you managed to cling to the Chu family's coattails, you'd still be the same lifeless mess. Do you even have the fate for that? Alright, stop arguing, you two. Bailey Luyun shouted loudly. She doesn't want to go back home every day now, because this is the scene she faces as soon as she returns. Dad, no matter what you say, I won't apologize. I didn't do anything wrong. My only mistake was not ending him with one strike back then. Bailey Luyun added silently in her heart. Luyun, you know, our family is in the materials business, and the Chu family is the largest materials buyer in Jiangnan Prefecture. When under someone else's roof, we have no choice but to bow our heads, Bailey Jingcheng said earnestly. However, Bailey Luyun said nothing more, heading straight back to her room, leaving the two outside to continue their argument. So refreshing. Yunfeng stretched lazily and got up from the bed. He glanced at the clock on the wall. As expected, he had slept for 3 days again. Having experienced this before, Yunfeng was no longer surprised. After washing up, I walked straight out the door. The kitchen at home is cleaner than a face, even mice would leave in tears. The July sunlight, even in the early morning, is already somewhat dazzling. I arrived at a nearby breakfast shop. Boss, 1 bowl of 3-tail rice noodles, 2 baskets of steamed buns, 2 shumai, 2 steamed buns, 2 fried dough sticks, and a bowl of soy milk. As Yunfeng rattled off his breakfast order like a rapid-fire recital, everyone looked at him in astonishment. Only awakened ones could usually eat this much, but they rarely came to places like this for breakfast. Yun boy, did you just come back from the battlefield? Why not go to a restaurant specifically for awakened ones? The owner of the breakfast shop is a kind-looking woman in her 50s. Aunt Zhang, I've gotten used to eating here and still prefer this taste, Yunfeng said while stuffing steamed buns into his mouth. If you like it, eat more. Aunt Zhang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Receiving others' recognition is indeed a kind of happiness. Yunfeng was cheerfully eating breakfast when a voice drifted softly by his ear, yet it seemed as though it came from far away. Exiled wanderer for 10 years. Vast lands, thriving people, yet a lonely heart. Coming and going, all are carefree travelers. Where in the world can true knowledge be found? At first, Yunfeng didn't feel much, focusing only on replenishing energy for his empty body. As he listened, Yunfeng stopped his actions, his whole body stiffening. Didn't even dare to turn their head to look in the direction the sound came from. At this moment, time seemed to have come to a standstill, long and torturous. No one knew how much time had passed. The poem was finished, and the noisy breakfast shop had fallen completely silent. At this time, a figure was sitting upright beside Yunfeng. Can I sit here with you? Normally, if someone asked this, Yunfeng would at least tease them. You've already sat down, why bother asking? But at this moment, Yunfeng could only nod with effort. These fried dough sticks and soy milk look good. Can I eat them? Yunfeng nodded again. The person sitting nearby started eating on their own. Unexpectedly, such a remote place has such delicious breakfast. The person next to him finished eating, touched their lips, and said contentedly. Only at this moment did Yunfeng feel that the surrounding time and space seemed to have returned to their original state, and the surroundings became bustling with noise. Yunfeng turned his head and looked to his side. A man dressed in a coarse gray robe, wearing a simple four-cornered scarf, with eyebrows and beard that were white and long, and sporting a pair of sunglasses, appeared to be dressed like a fortune teller. To his left, there was a cloth flag placed sideways, faintly showing the 8 large characters, knowing the will of heaven above, understanding human fate below. Yunfeng's first thought was, a toad yawning, what a big mouth. He is someone who doesn't believe in fate. Fate is determined by me, not by heaven, is his life motto. But thinking about the poem this person recited earlier, he felt it necessary to show some respect to the person in front of him. Young friend, I see your forehead darkened. You might be facing a calamity of bloodshed. Yunfeng's throat moved up and down as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. These words sound so familiar. Why do they feel like something a charlatan would say? Yunfeng thought to himself but didn't respond. He was still savoring the 4 lines of poetry just now. Don't be nervous, young friend. Come with me. The fortune teller in a linen robe stood up, picked up the somewhat tattered cloth flag, and walked into the distance. Yunfeng dared not delay and quickly followed. After walking just a few steps, Yunfeng felt something was off. Isn't this the direction to my house? Sure enough, a quarter of an hour later, the feng shui master Yunfeng was downstairs. Won't you invite me up for a visit? The feng shui master said with a smile. Master, please. Yunfeng said respectfully. The fortune teller in a linen robe nodded and walked upstairs. Yunfeng lived on the 3rd floor, and the conditions in all aspects were considered very good in this area. Back home, the two exchanged glances but said nothing. What's wrong with this guy? I'm pretending to be profound, but what is he thinking? The physiognomist in a hemp robe, seeing the other party invite him up, remained silent, feeling a bit anxious inside at the moment. May I ask, master, what do you mean by a calamity of blood? Just the literal meaning. Hearing the other party speak and ask questions, the fortune teller in a traditional robe finally regained some of his rhythm. Then how should it be resolved? Spend money to ward off disaster. Master, how much do you need? Originally, Yunfeng had already trusted the fortune teller in front of him very much, but through their conversation, he increasingly felt that the other party was more like a swindler trying to cheat him out of money. The money is not for me. Then who should it be for? You'll know when the time comes. When will that be? The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. After saying this, the fortune teller in a linen robe fell silent. At this moment, Yunfeng really wished for the other party to immediately suffer a bloody disaster. He hated people who spoke halfway. It was simply torture for someone with obsessive tendencies. May I ask again, master, what is the meaning of the poem you recited earlier? Yunfeng sincerely bowed to the master of divination. This was the question he cared about the most, and it was also his greatest secret. The meaning lies in what the heart contemplates. The master of divination still maintained an air of profound mystery in his response. SHT, can you stop asking? Do you think I know? This was the inner monologue of the fortune teller at this moment. Thinking about his experiences over the past 10 years, his heart was filled with bitterness. It was only today that he finally saw hope. Following the guidance of his own talent, he would recite a poem today, here, whose meaning even he himself did not understand, and encounter the person who would change his destiny. Just moments ago, his talent gave another hint, which led to the events that followed. Yunfeng listened to the words of the fortune teller in the hemp robe and felt the man was even more mysterious. However, since the other party did not explain further, he refrained from asking more. The two fell into another stalemate. Master, are you also an awakened? In the end, it was Yunfeng who couldn't bear the awkward atmosphere and took the lead in asking. The fortune teller in a linen robe nodded. Could it be that the master's awakening Feng is also a life-related talent? That's right. Why did you say also? Upon hearing this, the face of the fortune teller in a linen robe revealed an expression of disbelief. Could it be that your awakened talent is F? At this moment, the fortune teller in a linen robe could no longer maintain that enigmatic demeanor, just muttering to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could an F-level talent be the one to change my destiny? What's going on? What happened? Are you really an F-level talent? The fortune teller in a linen robe grabbed Yun Feng's arms and asked for confirmation. But with this grip, he noticed something unusual. Impossible, your arms are strong and powerful, clearly the result of absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy. There's no way an F-level talent awakener could achieve this. However, Yun Feng had a different feeling at this moment. When the fortune teller in the hemp robe first appeared, he gave him a strong sense of oppression, and later he felt the other party was very mysterious, but now, seems a bit weak and powerless, and just now, for a moment, it felt like even his voice became soft. At this moment, the hands pressing on his shoulders felt like they were massaging him, soft and boneless, making him wonder if he had been bewitched earlier. You can't really be someone with an awakened life talent, can you? Yun Feng rolled his eyes, wondering if he was being too sensitive, actually getting intimidated by the other person. Quickly, tell me, what exactly is your talent? This is very important to me. At this point, the other person's voice had already become somewhat sharp. Aren't you supposed to be very capable? Why are you asking me about something like this? Yun Feng pointed at the cloth banner on the other side that read, knowing the will of heaven above, understanding human fate below. Faced with Yun Feng's retort, the robed fortune teller was rendered speechless. My abilities are currently sealed. I originally thought you were the one who could break the seal, but now it seems I was wrong. The master of physiognomy, turned around and was about to leave Yun Feng's room. In his view, even if the person opposite him wasn't an F-level talent, he still didn't seem like someone who could unseal him. 10 years ago, he was still a second-year high school student. Like every other student in his grade, he also looked forward to the arrival of the Unified Awakening Day. When standing before the Awakening Stone, he carried determination and dreams in his heart. The moment he touched the Awakening Stone, a golden light shot into the sky, startling the entire school. Everyone cheered for him, shouting his name. At that moment, he felt like the protagonist of this era, a powerful figure about to make his mark on the heavenly rankings. However, the accident came so suddenly. F-level talent, meditation. With the announcement from the Awakening host, the entire school fell into dead silence, and his heart sank into an icy abyss. The Awakening Stone must have experienced some unknown anomaly just now, which caused the golden glow, but his talent indeed shows as F-level. No, I really have an SSS level talent. I'm not an F-level talent. He wanted to explain, wanted to refute, but no one believed him. Is he crazy? F-level talent is F-level, yet he claims to be SSS level. Even lying to yourself shouldn't be this ridiculous. People like this are a disgrace to the school. Just kick him out. Drive him out. Drive him out. The cheers that were originally for him turned into mockery and insults. The dramatic ups and downs of life were vividly reflected in him at this moment. He lowered his proud head and walked out of the school in despair, heading to a place where no one was around. Talent, destiny, SSS level, self-sealed, currently F level, effect unknown, awaiting unsealing by an extraordinary individual. This was the entry that formed in his mind when he awakened his talent. It had no effect, and the conditions for unsealing were ambiguous. Even the term extraordinary individual mentioned within was unclear in meaning. Moreover, the displayed F-level talent completely cut off his path to training in dimensional space. No one was willing to team up with him, and it was impossible for him to venture into dimensional space alone. That would be tantamount to seeking death. Just when he was disheartened, at a loss, and ready to end his remaining days, his talent unexpectedly provided a hint. 10 years later, in the 5 districts of Jiangnan, a destined person will appear. The divine light of fate will return to the world. It was for these 20 words that he managed to survive. Every day, he disguised himself as a charlatan, wandering through every corner of the safe zones. Just today, exactly 10 years later, his talent once again provided a hint that he would encounter someone here and now. As long as he recited that poem, he would naturally sense the extraordinary person destined to unlock his fate. However, apart from a slight reaction when they met, his talent soon fell silent. Could it be that he waited 10 years, only to wait for nothing? Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Yun Feng stopped him. What's wrong with you? You haven't resolved my calamity yet. How can you just leave like this? If you believe, it exists. If you don't believe, it doesn't exist? So you're speaking gibberish to me. Don't believe it? It's fate. I never said I don't believe it. The key is you haven't clearly explained how to solve it. Seeing that the other person didn't seem to be faking it, the fortune teller in a linen robe stopped in his tracks. My name is Yun Feng. I have yet to ask for the master's name. I dare not claim the title of master. I am Wenran Longyu. Wenran Longyu stroked his beard, exuding the full demeanor of a mystic. Master Wenran, you said your talent was sealed. What exactly happened? Can you tell me about it? The reason Yun Feng kept the other party was because he trusted his own intuition. The momentary sense of of oppression and the feeling of time and space freezing during their meeting seemed to still linger in his mind. I said, I have an SSS level talent, do you believe me? Yunfeng put on the goggles, then immediately took them off. I believe you, I believe your nonsense. Just in that moment of distraction, the virtual screen displayed the other party's information. Combat power 5. Isn't this exactly the combat power I had just after awakening? F-level trash fighter. Wenran Longyu did not catch the meaning behind Yunfeng's words and thought he truly believed him, showing a look of joy on his face. 10 years had passed, and finally, someone believed he had an SSS level talent. Could it be that this person was truly the one who could unseal him? Level 1. Afterward, he began to recount to Yunfeng the incident he encountered during his awakening. Of course, he did not disclose when the story took place. Are you saying that I am the one who can unseal you? Hearing Wenran Longyu tell his story, Yunfeng gradually began to believe him. If the hint is correct, it might be you. Wenran Longyu wasn't very confident either. Does your talent have any other indications now? Wenran Longyu shook his head. The gift gave me the final hint. Find you. Follow me? Yunfeng rubbed his chin. He now truly believed the other party's words. As for whether the other party had approached him intentionally, Yunfeng had considered the possibility but felt it was unlikely. After all, in the eyes of others, he was just an F-level awakener with an ordinary background, nothing worth scheming over. Moreover, the other party could even recite such a poem. That poem seemed tailor-made for him. If it was indeed a hint given by the other party's talent, it indicated that their talent was extraordinary. Having someone like that follow him, why not? Since you want to follow me, I will definitely find a way to help you break the seal. Let's make a promise first. Whether it can be achieved depends on fate. That's it for today. Let's exchange contact information and stay in touch. Yunfeng was clearly seeing the guest off, but the other person just stood there, motionless. Where do I sleep? Thank you. Are you planning to sleep here? No way, absolutely not. Yunfeng felt that the saying spending money to avoid disaster had already proven effective here. Is there anything else? Here, this is 1,000 Hua coins. Find a place to stay nearby. He truly hadn't expected that the other party didn't even have a place to stay. Taking the money, Wenran Longyu turned and left gracefully, indeed exuding a bit of an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Still feels a bit strange. Yunfeng frowned, muttering as he watched the figure leaving. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocking sounds echoed. Didn't I give you money to find a place to live yourself? Yunfeng helplessly opened the door. He thought it was that old mystic returning, but upon looking, it turned out to be a robot holding a box in its hands. Please sign for the package. The robot handed the box to Yunfeng and then clanked away. So the fragments I ordered have arrived. Yunfeng said joyfully. Open the outer packaging. Inside is a sealed metal box with a place to input a password. This is a unique signing method for valuable items. During platform transactions, the seller will inform the buyer of the password, and only the correct password can open the box. This is also a measure to prevent the item from being lost. Yunfeng naturally knew the password. He opened the metal box, and inside was a dazzling red fragment, with the appearance of a vial in the center of the fragment. With this vial, unless the person coming is a top-ranked expert, it's unlikely to expose combat strength. Return to the room and close all the doors and windows. Take out the ancient jade. A particularly exquisite potion appears in the hand. Red Radiance level camouflage potion. Awakeners below level 60 cannot see through the camouflage effect. No wonder the effect of the Red Radiance grade medicine is so powerful. Yunfeng picked up the potion and gulped it down in one go. No particular feeling. This type of item, which doesn't enhance actual combat power, is probably the least popular. I bet the person selling the fragments didn't expect it to be sold either. Getting this fragment, Yunfeng no longer had anything to look forward to. In midsummer, the days are long and the nights are short, making time seem especially drawn out. Time quickly arrived at the day of the second-year final exams at number 9 high school. Finally, I don't have to sit around doing nothing at home. Yunfeng got up early in the morning and went out. He had been feeling stifled at home for the past 10 days. He had also visited the exchange a few times but didn't find what he was looking for. Madman, over here. From afar, he saw Black Monkey waving at him. Alright, I see it. Stop shaking. With Yunfeng's current mental strength, he had already seen the Black Monkey. The two got on the bus and headed to school together. Madman, do you know? Something strange happened yesterday. Yesterday? Weren't we having a late-night snack yesterday? What could have happened? Actually, Yunfeng already knew what he was going to say. It's about what happened after the late-night snack. Let me tell you. When Black Monkey spoke, he glanced around and, after confirming no one was paying attention to them, cautiously began to speak. Yesterday, after I got back, my mother said I had a few packages. Do you know what's inside? What is it? Yunfeng pretended to be curious. Inside, there was actually a complete set of black iron-grade equipment, along with a few potions, and it was sent anonymously. The Black Monkey's eyes gleamed sharply as he spoke. Really? Is there such a good thing? To keep up the act, Yunfeng could only continue performing. Madman, I think I've already guessed who sent it over. Hearing the black monkey say this, Yunfeng was genuinely curious to see what he could come up with. Madman, do you think my parents are hiding something from me? They were actually rich all along but pretended to be poor because they were afraid I'd squander their money. Is there a chance that I'm actually a hidden second-generation rich kid? Yunfeng rolled his eyes. This guy really dared to dream, but it was fine as long as he didn't start suspecting him. I think it's very likely. Have they recruited? If not, you might need to interrogate them harshly. Interrogate what? I was questioning them all the way home yesterday and almost got double-teamed by them. The two chatted and laughed, and soon arrived at the school. It was probably because everyone knew that after today, summer vacation would begin, so everyone seemed quite excited. Madman, are you confident about today's exam? Don't worry, it's in the bag. For him, cultural exams were as easy as Uzi playing Kaisa or Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts. After all, in his previous life, he was a top student from a 985 university, and high school knowledge was a piece of cake. On the way to the classroom, Yunfeng noticed that people around him started pointing and whispering about him. With Yunfeng's current perception, no matter how small these discussions were, he could still make out most of them. Didn't that loser drop out? Why is he showing up again? Exactly, just looking at him is annoying. With that kind of talent, he shouldn't be allowed to enter the school as a student anymore. Sigh, I really don't know what the school is thinking. Why not just expel him? Keeping him around is just inviting humiliation. Ah, being too perceptive has its drawbacks. Although these words won't affect me, just hearing them makes my ears uncomfortable. Black Monkey glanced at Yunfeng while walking and found that he showed no change in expression, which finally put him at ease. Having a low level has its advantages too. Low perception means you can't hear all that nonsense. Not bad, Black Monkey thought to himself. The final exam is divided into two sessions. The first day is for cultural subjects, and the second day is for practical combat. The cultural exam takes place in the same location where they usually have their classes. Yunfeng, you're here. At the entrance of the exam hall, he happened to run into Li Yanjing, who was preparing to invigilate. Teacher, thank you so much. After the exam, I'll treat you to a big meal. Yunfeng said with a grin. It's enough that you have the thought. Do your best on the exam. If you can't even pass the academic subjects, then there's really nothing I can do. Don't worry, teacher. These little brats are no match for me. After speaking, he walked straight into the examination hall. Teacher, when Madman treats us to a meal, you must honor us with your presence. Black Monkey quickly added another sentence and followed him inside. Two little brats. Li Yanjing looked at the backs of the two people and felt amused. Walking into the exam room, Yunfeng realized how gentle the pedestrians on the road earlier had been, even whispering behind his back. In the classroom, everyone was going all out, face to face, delivering direct blows. Yunfeng, why are you here again? We just had a few peaceful days, and now you're here to stir up trouble, aren't you? Yunfeng, are you deliberately trying to disgust us? Some words were even harsher. What are you arguing about? Black Monkey glared angrily, looking ready to act at the slightest disagreement. Zhou Quan, you may have an A-level talent, but can you protect him forever? Exactly. Can you alone stand against all of us? As long as I'm in the class, I'll protect him every single day. If you're not happy, come at me. Don't be fooled by Black Monkey's playful attitude in front of Yunfeng. He has a fiery temper, especially when someone belittles Yunfeng in his presence. The exam is coming soon. If anyone talks again, all exam results will be cancelled. Li Yanqing stood at the classroom door and said coldly. Immediately, the room fell silent. Yunfeng just smiled, sat in his seat, and remained indifferent. These people no longer even qualify to provoke his argument. How could a powerful human care about the complaints of ants' language? The sun sets in the west, and a day has unknowingly passed. With the sound of a bell, today's cultural course exams have all ended. It's over. I feel like I'm going to fail the cultural course exam. Even passing seems difficult. Difficult? You actually have that illusion? Anyway, I have no hope at all. Ah, who wouldn't agree? I've been thinking about improving my combat power every day lately, planning to train in the dimensional space, and haven't paid much attention to cultural studies. I advise you all to be more mindful. I've heard that while awakening schools don't have high requirements for cultural grades, they can't be too poor either. Some were happy, some were worried, as the crowd chattered while walking out of the exam hall. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, gather in the lobby of the practical training building on time. Go back and prepare well. The exam rules will be sent to everyone's phones tonight. After the exam, Li Yanjing said a few words and then dismissed everyone. Monkey, do your best tomorrow. Don't worry, Madman. I'm the only one in the class with an A-level talent awakening, and it's for combat too. Alright, that's it then. The two chatted for a while and then went home separately. As for the rules of tomorrow's practical exam, Yunfeng wasn't interested in knowing. He was already eager to find a higher-level dimensional space to showcase his combat power. The call connected, and an elderly voice came from the other side. What is it? Master Wenrun, I plan to go to the dimensional space for training tomorrow. What does that have to do with me? Hearing this, Yunfeng was full of confusion. Yesterday, you said you wanted to follow me and lift the talent seal, and and now you're going back on your word? You're not going? How can I go? You can't go to the low-level one, and I can't go to the high-level one. No worries, as long as you want to go, I have a way. Beep. This call ended way too quickly. Nothing was even agreed upon. Let's get in touch again tomorrow morning before we leave. After speaking, Yunfeng took out 2 mini books and continued to comprehend martial arts. Each book still had 5 opportunities for comprehension. Now he no longer needs to demonstrate at home while comprehending. With the increase in his mental attributes, he can already refine martial arts within his consciousness. Great, great. Finally I have the chance to go to the dimensional space. In a small apartment less than a kilometer away from Yunfeng's home, a fortune teller dressed in coarse linen had none of the demeanor of a reclusive master, jumping and laughing around the room. Moreover, judging by the voice, there was no trace of an elderly tone. Instead, it sounded rather crisp. Okay. 10 years, it's been 10 years of silence, and now I can finally enter the dimensional space for training. Wenrun Longyu's eyes unexpectedly shed sparkling tears. He knew that this time he had finally found the right person. Dong dong. A series of urgent knocks on the door pulled Yunfeng out of his sweet dream. Who is it, disturbing my sweet dreams so early in the morning? Yunfeng squinted his eyes halfway and reluctantly climbed out of bed. When he opened the door, who else could it be but Wenrun Longyu, that charlatan? Wenrun Longyu saw Yunfeng with his upper body bare and quickly turned his back. Yunfeng had a face full of question marks. Me? What's wrong with me? You should put your clothes on first. We need to get going. Yunfeng glanced at himself. This physique, chest muscles, abs, well defined, does it look bad? Master, that's not necessary. We should at least prepare a bit. I just woke up. It's not necessary, not necessary. Yunfeng was really speechless. Wenrun Longyu also seemed to realize he was a bit too excited. Then hurry up. I'll wait for you outside. After speaking, he slammed the door shut, almost hitting Yunfeng's nose. Rushing around like that, where's the demeanor of a master? Yunfeng touched his head and walked toward the room. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare. Just bring the spatial equipment. The rest didn't really matter. Dressed neatly, Yunfeng walked out of the room. Master Wenrun, drink this before entering the space. Wenrun Longyu took the small medicine bottle handed over by Yunfeng, looked at it carefully, and his hand involuntarily trembled. Gold-grade disguise potion. This. Wenrun Longyu was so excited that he could hardly speak. How do you have something like this? Although disguise potions are indeed not very valuable on the market, synthesizing a bottle of gold-level potion requires quite a significant cost. Don't bother, don't ask. I don't want people to know I'm a hidden tycoon, Yunfeng said righteously, leaving Wenrun Longyu dumbfounded. A hidden tycoon? Are we going to take the bus? Otherwise, how could I be called a hidden tycoon? Yunfeng pretended not to notice the teasing tone in Wenrun Longyu's voice and continued walking toward the bus stop. Seems like I need to get a means of transportation, Yunfeng pondered in his heart. Soon, the two arrived at the trading center. Do you want to buy something? Wenrun Longyu asked curiously. First, let's get you a pair of combat goggles, and then we'll go to the second floor to see if there are any suitable missions or dimensional spaces. Combat goggles are sold in many places, and some people prepare several pairs of them, as no one can guarantee that the goggles won't break during a fight. After buying the goggles, Wenrun Longyu suppressed his curiosity about them and followed Yunfeng to the second floor. After circling around the mission hall, Yunfeng quickly locked onto his target. Alright, let's set off. Yunfeng took the mission card and led Wenrun Longyu directly to the transportation center. This time, the dimensional space to be visited is quite far from the safe zone, requiring a day's journey by armored vehicle. The journey to the dimensional space is always incredibly monotonous. Although there are quite a few people on the vehicle, most of them are resting with their eyes closed, preparing for the upcoming training. The trip was peaceful and uneventful, and the two arrived at their destination the next morning. Master, have the parameters for the disguise potion been set? Don't worry, as per your instructions, there's no problem. Wenrun Longyu stroked his white beard with one hand and made an okay gesture with the other. By the way, you asked me to set it to level 11. Are we planning to go to a dimension above level 11? Is there a problem? Isn't it a bit risky for you to bring along someone like me, a burden? Don't worry, since you've decided to follow me, I won't gamble with your life. It's not that I'm afraid of dying, but I'm worried about hindering your progress. Yunfeng thought to himself, you're the one who always has a stubborn mouth. If it weren't for you, I would have gone straight to the level 15 dimensional space. As soon as they got off the vehicle, the two heard a noisy commotion. Why won't you let us in? It's not easy for us to come out and train. What on earth is going on with these dimensional spaces lately? If it's not one problem, it's another. I've been to several dimensional spaces, and it's all the same. Sigh, let's wait a bit longer. What else can we do? After all, they're doing it for our safety. Outside the base, quite a crowd had gathered at the moment. Yunfeng and Wenrun Longyu approached and inquired, only to find out that something seemed to have happened in this dimensional space, and it was temporarily closed. Officer, what exactly happened inside? After all, he didn't receive any prompts when accepting the task in the mission hall. Don't ask, just stay put. The officer looked serious and clearly had no intention of wasting words with him. Yunfeng, since we can't get in, why don't we go to the lower dimensional space first? At this moment, only Wenran Longyu showed a joyful expression. Why rush? Let me think of a solution. After speaking, Yunfeng picked up his phone and walked to the side. The call was quickly connected. Young friend Yunfeng, long time no see. Hello, Professor Bai. Yunfeng greeted politely. On the other end of the phone was Professor Bai from the Talent Research Institute, who had communicated once before at the Bangkyu mountain base. The reason Professor Bai quickly answered the call was curiosity, genuine curiosity. That day, after Yunfeng told him his name, he arranged for people to search throughout Jiangnan State for students named Yunfeng with high talent. However, there were over 10,000 people named Yunfeng in Jiangnan State, among whom more than 1,000 were students. The highest talent level found was S grade, but none of them turned out to be the person he was looking for. Professor Bai even once suspected that the other party was lying. May I ask what brings you to me, young friend? Well, I'm currently preparing to train in the skeleton dimension space, but it seems something has changed inside. I want to learn more about it. Just such a trivial matter? Professor Bai frowned. I'll help you check. Before long, a message came back from Professor Bai. There has indeed been a slight disturbance in the skeleton dimension space, somewhat similar to the situation at Bangkyu Mountain. Professor Bai, I want to go in and take a look. Can you open a back door for me? Young friend Yunfeng, your strength is indeed impressive, but the level of this dimensional space. Don't worry, Professor Bai, I won't get into trouble. Yunfeng patted his chest to assure. Alright, I'll help you this time. Young friend, you must prioritize safety. After saying that, Professor Bai hung up the phone. Now you've given up, right? Let's go back. Seeing Yunfeng return, Wenran Longyu quickly grabbed him, ready to leave. Why rush? Let the bullet fly a little longer. Bullet? What bullet? Wenran Longyu was puzzled. May I ask who is Yunfeng? At that moment, an officer walked over. I am. Yunfeng immediately stepped forward. Please follow me. Now you know how powerful I am. Let's go. Yunfeng raised his eyebrows at Wenran Longyu. Although he was extremely unwilling, Wenran Longyu had no other choice but to follow along. What's going on? Why can that little brat go in while we have to wait outside? Seeing Yunfeng and the other person being taken inside, the people outside became unhappy and started making a commotion. What are you making noise for? Quiet down, all of you. Seeing that the group of awakened individuals below was about to erupt, the officer immediately stepped forward to maintain order. Yunfeng, right? Since Professor Bai has given the order, we can make an exception and let you in. However, we cannot guarantee what will happen once you're inside. I've already explained this to Professor Bai as well. The officer took Yunfeng to the entrance of the dimensional space and said solemnly, "Don't worry, sir, I know what I'm doing." Yunfeng naturally understood what the other party meant. It was nothing more than fearing that something might happen to him inside, and worrying that his close relationship with Professor Bai might cause trouble for him. After speaking, Yunfeng took the old mystic and walked directly into the dimensional space. The sky of the entire dimensional space was a depressing shade of gray. The land resembled an ancient battlefield, littered with broken weapons and torn fabric. Many areas were dark red, exuding a pungent smell of blood. In the safe zone at the entrance, the two donned their gear and prepared to set off. I remember giving you a black iron-grade battlesuit. Why aren't you wearing it? I'm used to wearing this. It's fine. Besides, with my combat strength, it doesn't make much of a difference whether I wear it or not. With you protecting me, I think there's no problem. Yunfeng looked at the other person suspiciously. Although there was nothing wrong with those words, he still felt that something was off. Not long after leaving the safe zone, the two encountered their first monster. Monster, skeleton swordsman. Level 11. Combat power, 3868. Skill, tetanus strike. In front of them stood a tall skeleton, the size of a normal person, with ghostly green light emanating from its eyes and holding a rusty, large blade. Damn, this skill is really freaking vivid. If you get hit by that broken blade, you'd definitely get tetanus. Yunfeng thought to himself silently. I'll go up first to weaken it, you finish it off. After speaking, he was about to go up and fight, but he noticed that the old mystic had turned his back at this moment, his body trembling slightly. What's going on? You're not afraid of these skeletons, are you? That's not true. How could I, an old man, be afraid of such things? Wenran Longyu retorted. Alright, stop pretending to be an old married couple. I figured out a long time ago that you're faking it. Then, under the incredulous gaze of the old mystic, he rushed out. A lump of grayish-white substance fell at Wenran Longyu's feet. At this moment, Wenran Longyu looked at the thing beneath his feet, not knowing what to say, his mind completely blank. What are you thinking? Hurry up and finish it off. Yunfeng didn't expect the other party to be this afraid of skeletons. Wenran, my brother, if you don't finish it off soon, that skeleton is going to get back up. Hearing Yunfeng say this, Wenran Longyu was so frightened that he swung his battle knife wildly. Unexpectedly, he accidentally managed to chop off the skull soldier's head. Alright, stop chopping, the monster is about to be smashed to pieces by you. Yunfeng simply couldn't bear to watch anymore. I killed the monster? After a long while, Wenren Longyu stopped his actions and asked in confusion. At this moment, he felt warm all over, with a stream of warmth surging through his body, extremely comfortable. Is this what it feels like to absorb spiritual energy? It's so comfortable. What? Not afraid now? How much spiritual power did you just gain? Yunfeng grabbed Wenren Longyu's shoulder with a grin and said cheerfully, "What are you doing?" Wenren Longyu shuddered, shook off Yunfeng's hand, and stepped back. "Why are you standing so close to me? I only said I would follow you, not that I wanted to be your sworn brother." "Alright, brother Wenren, stop pretending." Yunfeng clapped his hands, picked up the battle knife, sliced open the skull's brain, and extracted a gray granular object from inside. This thing is the unique loot of the skeleton dimension space, the soul crystal. This thing can create some items that enhance the spirit, which are relatively popular in the trading market. Seeing Yunfeng's actions, Wenren Longyu, who had just started feeling a bit better, felt his stomach churn again, almost wanting to vomit. "Here, take it and put it into your storage bag." Wenren Longyu took the gray lump of particles and quickly stored it away, feeling as if it were a lump of brain matter. "Brother Wenren, then remove your disguise. There's no need to keep hiding it from me. How did you figure it out?" "At first, I really didn't notice, but you might not have realized there was a moment when your voice became very clear and crisp. From that moment, I started to suspect. Later, I began paying attention to your every word and action, and finally confirmed my thoughts. So I was exposed so early." Wenren Longyu looked like a defeated rooster. As he spoke, Wenren Longyu pulled off his graying eyebrows and beard, revealing a fair and delicate face. A man as refined as jade, unparalleled in the world. The description couldn't be more fitting for the person in front of me. If it weren't for seeing your Adam's apple, I would really think you were a girl. Yunfeng stared at Wenren Longyu's face, carefully examining it. Who looks at people like that? Wenren Longyu subconsciously touched his Adam's apple and stepped back again. "Why are you acting like a girl, even getting shy?" Yunfeng shook his head. "Yunfeng, that monster just now gave me a full 50 points of spiritual power." Without the disguise of the old man's identity, Wenren Longyu seemed to have become a bit more cheerful and said to Yunfeng with a smile, "Of course, that was like defeating a monster 10 levels higher than you. Naturally, the spiritual power you gained is a lot. Let's keep moving forward and get you to level 11 first." At this moment, Yunfeng unexpectedly took on the role of a power leveling trainer. It's just that the skeleton swordsman earlier didn't drop any fragments, which Yunfeng couldn't accept. A level 10 overkill without a drop? The probability seems off. Afterward, the two encountered a second skeleton swordsman. 1 second later, a gray skeleton collapsed at Wenren Longyu's feet. With the experience from the first time, Wenren Longyu raised his blade and struck, severing the opponent's head, gaining 50 points of spiritual power. His level successfully rose to level 2. Collect the loot? Huh? Don't tell me I have to collect it from every single one. Yunfeng stood aside, clearly unwilling to move. Wenren Longyu could only squat by the body and use a knife to extract the soul crystal from the skull. However, throughout the entire process, his head was tilted to the side, not daring to look straight ahead. "With this, how can you survive in the dimensional space?" Yunfeng said helplessly, wasting an SSS level talent. Yunfeng kicked away a pile of shattered skeleton soldiers. "What's going on? This is impossible. What's wrong? Is there something off?" "Something's wrong, very wrong." 2 consecutive kills and no fragments appeared. Yunfeng suddenly looked up, staring at Wenren Longyu. "To be honest, does your talent have some hidden attributes, like being particularly unlucky? Fragments aren't supposed to drop that easily, isn't this normal? What do you know? The greater the level gap, the higher the fragment drop rate. I've tested this. Could it be that I'm really just unlucky?" Wenren Longyu was starting to lose confidence. "Let's try again. Maybe these two are exceptions." Next, Wenren Longyu went from doubting to completely believing that he was truly unlucky. All the way through, Yunfeng gave him the right to kill all the monsters, yet not a single fragment dropped. "Why don't you just stop following me?" Yunfeng said with a bitter expression to the handsome young man beside him, who looked completely indifferent. "It always feels like this deal is a huge loss. The SSS level talent hasn't even been seen yet, and a bottle of golden grade potion is already gone. That won't do. Words once spoken are like water spilled. How can they be taken back so easily? Upgrading feels so good. How could one possibly retreat?" In just half a day, Wenren Longyu's level had already skyrocketed to level 5. "Let's move further inside. The monsters here can no longer provide you with much spiritual energy." With Wenren Longyu now at level 5, along with the absorbed spiritual energy and equipped gear, he was no longer in the awkward situation of being severely injured by a single touch from a monster like when he first entered. Moreover, Yunfeng also wanted to investigate what changes had occurred in this space. Soon, the two entered the level 12 monster area. Monster, Skeleton Blade Axeman. Level 12. Combat power, 4831. Skill, Spinning Throwing Axe. The level 12 Skeleton Axeman looks noticeably stronger than the level 11 Skeleton Swordsman. Even the bones on its body appear sturdier. The 2 axes in its hands also gleam with a cold light, incredibly sharp. sharp. The monster saw Yunfeng and immediately hurled 2 spinning axes. Starting trouble with me right away, huh? Yunfeng raised his battle knife horizontally and, with a light flick, sent the 2 axes flying away. The skeleton that had thrown the axes and rushed over suddenly froze in place. Your own axe is gone, how can you fight? Shouldn't the axe hit the opponent, then you pick it up again to continue attacking? Why is there no sense of experience at all? Yunfeng saw the skeleton axeman staring blankly at the axe that flew out, and couldn't help but feel like laughing. Ah, this is just too funny. Unexpectedly, Wenrunlongyu, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but start laughing. Before he finished laughing, another skeleton fell in front of him. What's so funny? Finish it off. Faced with Yunfeng's arrogant attitude, Wenrunlongyu just wanted to say, bring it on. It takes 3,000 spiritual power to upgrade from level 5 to level 6, and Wenrunlongyu's leveling speed has also slowed down. 5 days later, the two passed through several monster zones and arrived at the depths of the dimensional space. At this moment, Wenrunlongyu finally reached level 10. Just as he reached level 10, he was surprised to discover that his talent showed signs of activity. Yunfeng, there's good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? Can't you just say them both at once? Yunfeng rolled his eyes. You're so boring. Wenrunlongyu was somewhat annoyed. The good news is, my talent has been unlocked, and I've also mastered 2 skills. Yunfeng felt that his recent stint of hard work hadn't been in vain. Let me finish first, there's bad news too. Then hurry up and say it, stop dawdling. The bad news is, the talent hasn't been fully unlocked, and out of the 2 skills you've grasped, only one can be used. At this moment, Yunfeng's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster, plummeting from the highest point to the lowest. Damn it, damn it, damn it. A common and easily seen plant was repeatedly mentioned by him. Then tell me, to what extent has the seal been lifted? What are the 2 skills? Have there been any new hints about your talent? This is just too unbelievable. The current talent level is considered grade E. The 2 skills are a bit strange. One is a passive skill called Insight, which can be considered a detection type skill and is currently usable. The other is called Prediction, which cannot be used. Wait, you just mentioned level 10, but you've only unlocked to level E? Why yeah, it seems like that's the case. Really? Seeing Yunfeng's face darken, Wenrunlongyu hesitated a bit. I'll send you back now. Just consider these past few days as me giving you a favor. Anyway, I don't need you to follow me anymore. Whoever wants to unlock your talent can go ahead and do it. What's wrong? Weren't things fine before? And my talent has indeed been unsealed, which means I found the right person. Wenrunlongyu looked at Yunfeng, his face full of despair as he spoke. He had no idea what he had done wrong. Do you know that, with your current unsealing progress, you'll need to reach level 80 to unseal to SSS level? Level 80. Yunfeng almost shouted. Isn't this a very simple thing for you? Look, in just 5 days, you've already brought me to level 10. Calculating it this way, is that how you calculate it? Yunfeng almost coughed up blood. Alright, let's not talk about that for now. Is the insight skill you comprehended useful? Useful. Seeing Yunfeng change his mind, Wenrunlongyu quickly explained, fearing Yunfeng might drive him away. The detection range isn't very large, currently only about 200 meters, but the functionality is quite comprehensive. It can detect disguised and invisible monsters nearby. Hearing this, Yunfeng's eyes lit up, and he let out a sigh of relief. This skill's functionality is indeed powerful, and judging by his words, as the level increases, the range of insight will also expand. Not bad, at least there's something to scout the way. Yunfeng felt somewhat comforted in his heart. Monster, Skeleton Knight, Elite, level 15. Combat power, 11260. Skills, Charge, Throw. This was the first level 15 monster they encountered upon entering this dimensional space, a skeletal warhorse over 2 meters tall, draped in a somewhat tattered coat of armor. On the back of the warhorse sat a knight clad in full black armor, gripping a long spear and sitting upright. Yunfeng, with this combat strength, we should retreat. Wenrunlongyu felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the towering skeletal knight. No one knew how the skeletal warhorse made a sound, but with a shrill neigh, it charged straight at them. It's a bit late to back out now. Yunfeng pushed aside Wenrunlongyu and drew his sword, charging at the skeleton knight. Under the overwhelming disparity in combat power, the skeleton knight soon turned into a pile of white bones, collapsing to the ground. This time, Yunfeng didn't let Wenrunlongyu finish the job. He hadn't even had soup for several days, and his energy was almost depleted. He extracted the soul energy from the skulls of the skeleton knight and skeleton warhorse, kicked away the pile of broken bones, and a silver fragment suddenly appeared outside. Now you know how unlucky you are, don't you? Yunfeng picked up the fragment and stored it in his storage ring, feeling delighted. After so long, I finally see the loot I wanted. I'm not just unlucky, I'm a harbinger of doom. Wenrunlongyu was heartbroken. SSS. Yunfeng, how about letting me try again? Maybe the elite monster will be different, he said unwillingly. From now on, all the monsters are elite level or higher. Don't even think about finishing them off. Giving them to you would be a waste. Not even a shred. Along the way, thousands of monsters have been killed, yet not a single fragment has dropped. Moreover, Yunfeng also needs to absorb spiritual spiritual energy to increase his combat power. Now, killing elite monsters while being 4 levels lower yields quite a bit of spiritual energy. A single skeleton knight gave him 127.25 plus 2 points of spiritual energy, which translates to 25 points of combat power at level 11 and above. I'm about to enter slaughter mode, so take care of your own safety. After saying this, Yunfeng walked deeper into the dimensional space. This world is always shrouded in gray, making it impossible to see the distant scenery, giving people a very oppressive feeling. The environment inside is also unpredictable. It was a forest just now, but now it has turned into a plain, perfect for the skeleton knight's charge. However, along the way, the charging skeleton knights all turned into Yunfeng's spiritual power. Da da da. The sound of hoofbeats echoed. Yunfeng, something's wrong. 3 skeleton knights are approaching from different directions. Using the insight skill, Wenrun Longyu exclaimed in shock. The 3 skeleton knights charged simultaneously, making it unlikely for Yunfeng to protect himself. Yunfeng frowned. This situation was so similar to what happened before at Bankyu Mountain. Could it be that a monster beyond level existence has appeared here? Thinking of this, Yunfeng actually trembled with excitement. Yunfeng, are you scared? Are we really going to meet our end here? Seeing Yunfeng trembling all over beside him, Wenrun Longyu was almost in despair. His SSS talent hadn't even had the slightest chance to come into play yet. Boom, boom. 2 massive rumbling sounds interrupted his imagination. 2 small mushroom clouds of dust rose into the air, and the 2 charging skeleton knights seemed to be lost in the smoke and dust, never emerging again. Yunfeng himself charged toward another skeleton knight. As the smoke and dust cleared, a 2-meter diameter pit appeared there, filled with a pile of scrap metal and shattered bones. Meanwhile, Yunfeng had also dealt with the other skeletal knight. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. What was that just now? So impressive. Just a small prop. Stay calm, stay calm. Yunfeng was quite satisfied with the power of the Thunderfire Pearl. Using this kind of one-time prop was also to ensure nothing unexpected happened to Wenrun Longyu, and as long as a piece of silver fragment dropped, it was worth the cost. After rummaging through the bone fragments of several skeleton knights, luck was on his side. There was indeed a piece of silver fragment. At his current level, killing the skeleton knight basically has about a 30% chance of dropping fragments. Moreover, in spaces above level 11, the probability of elite monsters dropping bronze fragments and silver fragments when killed across levels is about the same. With Yunfeng's endless array of methods, Wenrun Longyu has already started to believe that he is a hidden tycoon. It's still more satisfying to kill elite monsters across levels. Yunfeng put away the fragments and looked at his data panel. Level 12, 1247/10,000. Combat power, 25600. Talent, grade E, plunder. During this period, Yunfeng's combat power has increased pitifully little, mostly from the spiritual energy absorbed by killing nearly 70 skeleton knights in the past few days. However, even so, this level of combat power is enough to dominate this dimensional space at this stage. Of course, heirs with talent from major families like Chu Sangming should also have the ability to fill up bronze-grade potions at this stage, but Yunfeng believes that this advantage is only temporary. The further into the later stages, the greater his advantage will become. That kind of advantage cannot be compensated for with money, as some fragments are strategic-level materials that cannot be bought, and he only needs one piece. Do we need to keep going? Wenrun Longyu asked timidly. He didn't know how many of those powerful one-time use items Yunfeng still had, nor did he know if Yunfeng would be willing to keep using such items for him. Of course, we need to keep going. Yunfeng had originally planned to take Wenrun Longyu to level 10 before switching to another dimensional space. This was also the reason he chose to come here in the first place, because there is a zombie dimension space near this skeleton dimension space. If Wenrun Longyu found out, he would definitely be speechless. The two continued forward, repeatedly overpowering the skeleton knights here. Name, Yunfeng. Later, they also encountered several instances where multiple skeleton knights charged together. Whenever there were more than 3, Yunfeng would take out disposable items to deal with them. During the time at home, Yunfeng often wandered around the trading platform and bought quite a few bronze-level disposable item fragments. Among them, besides Thunderfire beads, there were others like explosive grenades, freezing bombs, and so on, all of which were very effective against these monsters. Moreover, for him, the cost was not high. Yunfeng, I admit it, I really admit it. You're not a hidden tycoon, you're just a tycoon who uses expensive bronze-level disposable items to farm monsters. Absolutely no one. They're meant for survival. Good to know, let's move forward. Yunfeng collected the spoils and continued onward. If his guess was correct, they were about to encounter a rare-level monster. Sure enough, the two crossed a small hill, and a massive, solitary city appeared before them. The city walls towered dozens of meters high, their surface pitted and uneven, as if bearing the scars of countless wars. The city gate was half open, with bloodstains swirling around it, strikingly conspicuous. Let's go in. There should be rare-level monsters inside. Yunfeng took the lead and walked through the city gate. The city was deserted, with nothing but a scene of chaos remaining, fully displayed displaying desolation and ruin. Yunfeng, it feels a bit creepy in here. A gust of wind blew through, bringing a chill that scared Wen Runlongyu into quickly moving closer to Yunfeng. What are you afraid of? You're all destined to become souls under my blade. With the flaming battle knife in hand, Yunfeng strode forward. The city is vast, with avenues extending in all directions. Soon, at a corner, the two finally encountered a monster. Monster, Skeleton General, Rare, Level 15. Combat Power, 14820. Skills, Summon, Enhanced Charge, Devour Recovery. The appearance of the Skeleton General is somewhat similar to the Skeleton Knight, as both ride tall horses. However, the Skeleton General, whether it is himself or the warhorse beneath him, is much sturdier, and he is also equipped with a more exquisite set of silver full-body armor. It truly is a rare-level monster with 3 skills, and its combat power is close to 15,000. Yunfeng gripped his battle knife, ready for action, while Wen Runlongyu had already run far away. The sound of hooves suddenly rang out, as if it could reach top speed without needing a running start. And indeed, the Skeleton General galloped swiftly toward Yunfeng. Is this the enhanced charge? No need to activate, and it's even faster. However, this was not a challenge for Yunfeng. After fully mastering all 10 martial arts techniques, Yunfeng's Misty Step had reached the mastery level. Although it couldn't match the opponent's charging speed, dodging was no problem at all. And this small range movement happens to be the nemesis of linear charges. The Skeleton General's proud skill immediately lost its effectiveness. Seeing its charge rendered useless, the Skeleton General became furious and began launching relentless attacks on Yunfeng. Unfortunately, the gap in combat power between the two was too great. The Skeleton General was beaten back step by step, and his silver armor was slashed into tatters by the battle blade. The Skeleton General knew he was no match, so he controlled his warhorse to retreat a few steps. Suddenly, he drew the sword from his waist, raised it high, and let out an angry roar. Cracks appeared in the wall bricks inside, and skeleton arms reached out from within. Yunfeng looked over and found that there was even information displayed on the goggles. Monster, Skeleton Guard, Summon Creature, Level 15. Combat Power, 8800. This is the Skeleton General's first skill, Summon. Although the combat power of these skeleton guards is not high, they have the advantage of being numerous, with as many as 20 of them. I wonder if killing these skeleton guards will yield spiritual power. If it does, Yunfeng gripped his blade and looked at the skeleton guard closest to him. Under the blazing battle knife, the bodies of these skeletons were as fragile as thin paper. Sure enough, I was too naive. Looking at the shattered skeleton debris on the ground, I didn't absorb even a bit of spiritual energy. It seems the dream of using this rare monster to farm is about to be shattered. Since there's no bug to exploit, I'll just have to kill it directly. When Yunfeng killed a few skeleton guards, he realized he had underestimated the shamelessness of this skeleton general. How is this thing even more shameless than that 1,000-year demon maple? He saw that the skeleton guards he had killed all turned into powder and gathered toward him. Then he noticed the injuries previously inflicted by Yunfeng were gradually being repaired under the effect of this powder. Devour and recover. What a shameless skill. Yunfeng looked at the skeleton general surrounded by skeleton guards and cursed loudly in his heart. But he could only helplessly cut down all the surrounding minions. Skills, none. As all the skeleton guards were slain, the skeleton general's injuries recovered to 80%. As long as it doesn't fully recover, it's fine. Yunfeng began the second round of attacks and finally managed to kill the skeleton general before it could initiate its third summoning. With a combat power advantage of 10,000, it's still this hard to kill. All I can say is, it's so damn shameless. However, Yunfeng was still very excited. According to his speculation, in dimensional spaces above level 10, killing rare monsters beyond one's level might drop golden fragments. Yunfeng kicked away the skeleton general's corpse, revealing a crystal shard underneath. What a pity, it's just a silver shard. Yunfeng picked up the shard and took a look, his eyes lighting up. Although it's a silver shard, it's a very rare item fragment. Silver level spatial item, not bad, not bad. Seeing Yunfeng finish off the monster, Wen Runlongyu finally dared to step out from the street corner. Afterward, the two began to stroll through this dilapidated city. Apart from encountering a few skeleton generals, there was basically nothing else to be found inside. Slowly, the two began to move toward the center of the city. In fact, Yunfeng wanted to place Wen Runlongyu in a safe location and fight alone, but in the dimensional space, there was no absolutely safe place, so he could only keep him by his side. The closer they got to the center, the more skeleton generals they encountered, sometimes even two at the same time. Yunfeng had no choice but to use more disposable items to counter their attacks. Once, a skeletal guard had already crept close to Wen Runlongyu's side. Fortunately, Yunfeng noticed in time and fired 3 sleeve arrows, resolving the crisis. When I'm fighting in the future, you'd better stay as far away as possible, or I can't guarantee your safety. Wen Runlongyu didn't dare to argue, as the earlier situation had indeed been extremely perilous. Not long after, the two arrived at the center of the city, where a massive palace appeared before them. If the palace were not so dilapidated, it would surely be magnificent and and majestic. The two ascended the steps, heading toward the palace above. Yunfeng had a feeling that the giant entity of this dimensional space was inside this palace. Over 1,000 steps are enough to demonstrate the enormity of this palace. Passing through the steps, the two stood in front of the palace's main entrance. The plaque on the gate was only half intact, with just the characters Shanging remaining. The grand hall's doors were tightly shut, and the interior was pitch black. This area shouldn't have any other monsters. Stay here, I'll go in alone. Let one Renlongyu stand far enough away from the gate. Yunfeng walked alone toward the 5-meter-high door. With just a gentle push, the door opened in response. The hall was very spacious but appeared extremely dim, with only faint rays of light seeping through the cracks in the windows. Yunfeng held the flame battle blade and walked step by step toward the depths of the great hall. In the dim light, a faint silhouette of a person sitting upright could be seen. At a distance of about 100 meters from the silhouette, information finally appeared on the virtual screen. Monster, Skeleton King, Leader, Level 15. Combat Power 21780. Skills, Sword Strike, Command of Thousands, Bloodsucking Aura, Passive, Undying Monarch. As the information was displayed, that figure also stood up. Standing 3 meters tall, clad entirely in golden armor, even the bones were golden yellow. With a crimson cape draped over his back and a crown of gold and jade on his head, if that skull wasn't a bare skeleton, he would undoubtedly exude the aura of ruling the world. With over 20,000 combat power and 4 seemingly formidable skills, it brought immense pressure to Yunfeng. Yunfeng glanced at his own combat power. The 40-plus skeleton generals he had previously slain allowed him to absorb some spiritual energy, which at least boosted his combat power to 27,055. The combat power has increased so much, it should be fine. Although Yunfeng knew that the higher the rank of the monster, the higher its hidden combat power, he also had hidden combat power of his own. Disturbing my slumber, unforgivable. The Skeleton King let out a deep voice, drew the sword from his waist, and charged forward. Wow, another high-intelligence monster. Yunfeng gripped his blade, stepped into a phantom-like movement, and unleashed the Heaven's Calamity Blade technique, charging forward without showing any weakness. The battle blade and the long sword clashed together, sparks flying everywhere, signaling the official start of this fight. The two stepped back 3 paces each, standing opposite each other. What tremendous strength! He had consumed a total of 10 bottles of black iron and bronze-level strength potions. An evenly matched opponent made Yunfeng excited. One tall, one short, one golden, one black, 2 figures tangled in combat in the vast hall. The strength of the two was indeed similar, but the Skeleton King moved like a rusty machine, appearing somewhat sluggish. On the other hand, Yunfeng had mastered the Phantom Step, so for most of the time, the Skeleton King was on the defensive, his golden armor already battered and somewhat broken. Suddenly, the Skeleton King let out a roar, and his longsword swung upward with a fierce thrust. Yunfeng habitually swung his battle knife down forcefully. Yunfeng was directly knocked back dozens of meters by a single sword strike. Damn, secretly using a skill, shameless. He clearly felt that this sword strike was noticeably different. The long sword struck the air. Interesting indeed. Yunfeng shook his arm and continued his attack. Although that sword had caught him off guard, it was still far from being able to harm him. Seeing that his first skill had no effect whatsoever, the Skeleton King felt his dignity had been greatly challenged. Holding the sword hilt with both hands, the tip of the sword pointed downward, he thrust it fiercely into the ground. Come forth, my servant. It was very similar to the scene when the Skeleton General activated the summoning skill earlier. Countless cracks spread out from the tip of the sword, splitting toward all directions in the hall. The crack grew larger, and one by one, skeleton warriors clad in silver armor emerged from it. Monster, Skeleton Commander, Summoned Creature. Level 15. Combat Power, 12,534. Looking at the densely packed silver-armored skeleton commanders in front of him, Yunfeng was dumbfounded. Is this its second skill? 10,000 commanders assemble? Thankfully, it's not really 10,000. Are all these skeleton monsters so shameless? Can't win, so they call for backup. Counting them, there are a total of 30 skeleton commanders. Fortunately, the combat power of these summoned creatures is solid, and they don't have any skills. Damn it, if I couldn't use silver-level items, I would have blown you all up in one go. Yunfeng thought viciously to himself. Then he took out several thunderfire beads and grenades from his spatial ring. As the Skeleton King shouted loudly, all the skeleton commanders rushed toward Yunfeng. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Seeing all the summoned creatures crowding together, Yunfeng threw 3 thunderfire orbs and 3 grenades into their midst. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rang out continuously, shaking the entire hall. The skeleton generals at the center of the explosion were directly blown to pieces, and those farther away were all blasted into the air. Even the Skeleton King deep in the rear was forced to retreat dozens of steps by the blast, with his armor shattering inch by inch, revealing the golden bones inside. I originally wanted to treat you as a normal opponent, but in return, I got sneak attacks with skills and despicable summons. Fine, no more pretending. I'll lay it all out. I just have a lot of items. Looking at the now solitary Skeleton King, Yunfeng grinned and said. The Skeleton King naturally couldn't understand what he was saying, roaring as he attacked again. Oomph. Without your minions, you're nothing. Skills, none. Black ominous energy flickered on the flaming battle blade. The ominous energy carried by the Heavenly Fiend blade technique wasn't very effective against the skeleton, but it did have a certain corrosive effect on his armor. As the battle progressed, the armor on the Skeleton King became increasingly damaged, and cracks began to appear in the golden bones within. After half a quarter of an hour, the bones of the Skeleton King shattered inch by inch, eventually turning into a pile of fragments scattered on the ground. It's finally over. Yunfeng let out a sigh of relief. Kill. What's going on? He discovered that after killing the Skeleton King, he hadn't absorbed any spiritual energy. Yunfeng looked at the pile of shattered bones, and then, to his astonishment, they reassembled into a new Skeleton King, half kneeling on the ground. The king shall not die. Amidst the low growl, the Skeleton King used his sword to support himself and slowly stood up. Damn it, resurrecting at full health right on the spot, could you be any more shameless? Yunfeng cursed under his breath and had no choice but to begrudgingly continue the fight. After spending another quarter of an hour, the Skeleton King finally fell completely. This time, the surging spiritual power made Yunfeng feel utterly refreshed. In fact, calling it a surge might be an exaggeration, as it only increased by 400 points. However, for an average person, this would require killing 80 monsters. After defeating the Skeleton King, it was time to collect the spoils of war. In the display of the goggles, this Skeleton King surprisingly possesses two rare materials. One is the translucent soul crystal stone in its skull, and the other is its undying heart. Moreover, the value displayed in the goggles is extremely high. The combined worth of these two items actually exceeds 1 million huabi. This is the most valuable material he has collected so far. The most thrilling moment has arrived. Yunfeng rubbed his hands, staring at the pile of golden skeleton fragments with an expectant look, carefully flipping through the fragments, searching within them. A purple glow emanated from the bone fragments, leaving Yunfeng stunned. It's really a purple elite level fragment. According to his speculation, in the dimensional spaces from level 11 to level 15, there is indeed a chance to obtain a purple crystal grade fragment by killing a leader level monster across levels, but the probability is about the same as his current chance of plundering talents by killing others. Could it be? There's no way I used up all my luck for life today. Yunfeng put away the purple crystal grade fragment. No matter what was inside, today's trip was absolutely worth it. The purple crystal fragment emitted a captivating glow. In the center of the fragment was a simple and unadorned necklace, without any pendant. What is this? Just as Yunfeng was about to take out the ancient jade and combine it with the necklace, a massive oppressive force made Yunfeng feel extremely uncomfortable. Yunfeng disregarded the purple grade tool fragment in his hand and quickly ran outside the main hall. Outside, the originally grayish sky had turned incredibly dark, with snowflakes continuously drifting down from the sky. And outside, Wenran Longyu was currently prostrating on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yunfeng, hurry, run! Wenran Longyu said to Yunfeng with difficulty. Yunfeng looked up at the sky, where a figure was weaving through the clouds, its massive form blocking out the entire sky. Seeing that figure, Yunfeng felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Monster, level, combat power, skills. Seeing this information reminded Yunfeng of the silver fox he encountered last time at Bankyo Mountain. Moreover, the pressure brought by this monster was 10 times greater than that of the silver fox, even though he was now at level 12 and almost fully stocked with bronze potions. You go into the main hall first. If I don't come to find you, don't come out. Yunfeng looked at the terrifying figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Although the monster's information wasn't displayed, Yunfeng was very familiar with this figure. In his previous life, he had seen this figure countless times in the game, and it was almost identical to the frost dragon from Warcraft. Not good. The entire body is composed of ice blue bones, with ghostly blue flames flickering in its dragon eyes, frostwhite cold air emanating from its dragon mouth, and snowflakes falling as its skeletal wings flap. Its two dragon claws are sharp and menacing. As if sensing Yunfeng observing it, it let out a low, angry roar, instantly covering the entire ground with a layer of frost. I knew this would happen. When facing the Skeleton King, Yunfeng already knew that the anomaly in the dimensional space was definitely not caused by him. Although the Skeleton King can speak human language, it sounds mechanical and wooden, as if it were pre-programmed. Moreover, the Skeleton King is considered a normal monster in this space, without any concept of surpassing levels. The frost dragon that appeared at this moment, however, is truly an existence that surpasses the level of this space, and by far more than just a little. Facing such a giant creature, there's absolutely no hope. Whether I can escape or not is entirely up to fate. Yunfeng glanced at the grand hall behind him and ran towards the outskirts of the city. Seeing Yunfeng flee before the fight even began, the frost dragon sneezed disdainfully, then swung its tail and adjusted its direction to chase after Yunfeng. As for Wenran Longyu in the grand hall, he was already its meal on the plate. Whoa, this damn speed is way too fast. Looking back, just a flap of its wings had closed a significant distance, Yunfeng abandoned the idea of leaving the city. Outside the city was a vast emptiness, and he would undoubtedly be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered.
Human, what is the point of running like this? I can already smell its scent on you.
The frost dragon had already caught up to Yunfeng, spewing a breath of icy frost in his direction. At this moment, Yunfeng was fleeing to the corner of a street. He immediately activated his phantom step, adjusted his direction, and turned onto another street, narrowly avoiding the dragon's breath. However, the ground and walls swept by the dragon's breath were frozen and then quickly shattered. Yunfeng didn't dare to look back, only feeling a chilling aura brushing against his back, freezing him from his heels to the top of his head. What terrifying power! If I had been grazed by even a little of that dragon's breath, I would have been crippled. Yunfeng secretly felt relieved in his heart. However, the current crisis was still unresolved. Yunfeng recalled the synthesized fragments he had collected during this time, among which there was something that could help him escape the current predicament. It was a rare golden grade potion fragment he had bought on the trading platform, called the invisibility potion. When Yunfeng saw this potion at the time, he couldn't have been happier. Who wouldn't like the ability to become invisible? However, as a potion, it is not permanent and can only last for half an hour. Although this potion could allow him to escape, one run long you would definitely be left waiting to die in the hall. Forget it, being chased by the frost dragon like this isn't a solution. I'll first get out of its sight. Thinking of this, Yunfeng took out that expensive potion and prepared to drink it. The frost dragon followed behind Yunfeng, occasionally spewing dragon breath, which Yunfeng narrowly dodged each time.
Human, have you killed a silver fox before? I don't know what silver fox you're talking about.
Yunfeng, who was about to drink the potion, suddenly stopped his action. He felt that he could get some information from this frost dragon.
Sure enough, upon hearing Yunfeng's response, the frost dragon did not breathe out dragon breath but continued to question Yunfeng while chasing him. Humans are indeed cunning. Stop pretending. Only the one who killed it would have its aura. The frost dragon shook its massive head, clearly not believing Yunfeng's words. Are you here to avenge it? Yunfeng countered. Avenge it? Is it even worthy?
It's just that your killing it disrupted certain plans, so you must pay with your life.
What if I didn't show up in this dimensional space today? Yunfeng asked curiously. My appearance here is purely coincidental. Even if it weren't me, there would be someone like me to find you and kill you. It's the same in any space, unless you never enter dimensional space again. One last question, what are your plans? Yunfeng hurriedly asked.
The frost dragon realized it might have said a bit too much, but it wasn't bothered, as in its eyes, Yunfeng was doomed to die.
Die, once you're dead you'll know.
Before the frost dragon could finish its sentence, Yunfeng disappeared completely from its sight, leaving not even a trace of breath behind. The frost dragon, which had just been toying with Yunfeng, now felt it had been tricked and let out a furious roar.
Human, you can't escape. You absolutely can't escape.
Afterward, endless dragon breath spewed continuously from its mouth, scattering across various parts of the city, but Yunfeng's figure was nowhere to be seen. At this moment, Yunfeng was hiding in a secluded corner, watching the dragon breath rain down from the sky. We must quickly come up with a way to deal with the frost dragon, or Brother Wenrun's life will be in danger. Since I brought them in, I must do everything in my power to ensure their safe exit. By the way, earlier a purple crystal level fragment dropped, but I still don't know what it is. Thinking of this, Yunfeng hurriedly took out the fragment and then summoned the ancient jade for synthesis. An ancient and simple bone necklace appeared in his hand. The necklace had no pendant, but its surface was engraved with mysterious runes.
Z-grade undying bone chain. Effect, blocks one fatal area-wide damage and reflects double the damage back to the opponent. Can be activated once every 24 hours. No wearing restrictions. Seeing the description of this necklace item, Yunfeng's heart was filled with immense joy. Searching high and low only to find it effortlessly, this thing came at just the right time. At this moment, Yunfeng was already planning how to use this item to deal with the frost dragon. As long as the design is appropriate, it might even be possible to kill the frost dragon. Even if it can't be killed, it could still deal a heavy blow to the opponent. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Yunfeng's mouth. The frost dragon, circling around the city, continued to vent its anger. The already dilapidated ancient city became even more rundown under its ravaging. Humans, even if you escape today, what about next time? Feeling it could no longer catch Yunfeng, the frost dragon prepared to fly back to the Great Hall to enjoy its lunch first. As for whether there would be punishment later, it no longer cared. Big dumb dragon, I'm right here. Come and bite me. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and the frost dragon turned its head to look. Who else could it be but that ant from before? Damned human, how dare you show up again? The frost dragon, already filled with rage, became even more furious. However, Yunfeng knew it wasn't enough. He needed to fan the flames further. The furious frost dragon spewed its breath as it charged toward Yunfeng, determined not to stop until it froze its opponent into an ice sculpture. Closer, a little closer. Yunfeng was highly tense at this moment, constantly calculating the distance between himself and the frost dragon. His palm, clutching several thunderfire orbs, was slightly sweating. Go for it! When the dragon's breath was only about 20 meters
meters away from him, Yunfeng suddenly leapt up and threw all 9 Thunderfire Pearls from his body. Before the dragon's breath arrived, several Thunderfire Pearls collided with each other in midair. A thunderous explosion shook the heavens. The flames from the Thunderfire Pearls explosion engulfed the dragon's breath and surged back toward the Frost Dragon. The incoming Frost Dragon was hit square in the face by the flames. For the Frost Dragon, this act caused 0 damage but was utterly insulting. Already on the verge of exploding, the Frost Dragon completely lost its mind at this moment, instantly activating Dianwei's ultimate move. Those who have played Honor of Kings will understand. Humans, you truly deserve to die. The Frost Dragon roared madly, a terrifying aura gathering around it. Yunfeng knew his goal had already been achieved. Is it coming? The sky seemed increasingly oppressive, with gusts of piercing cold wind arising out of nowhere, stinging Yunfeng's face. What is that? In the distant sky, a dark figure appeared, then descended at an incredible speed. As it got closer, Yunfeng could clearly see what was coming down. It was a massive icicle, large enough to crush 10 of himself. Moreover, from the moment the icicle appeared, he knew that no matter which direction he fled, he couldn't escape its attack. It's actually a homing attack skill. However, Yunfeng never intended to run away. The opportunity had already presented itself, and he had to seize it. I hope the damage from this skill is within the tolerance range of the Undying Bone Chain. According to the effect description of the Undying Bone Chain, this item has a damage tolerance range. Time seemed to pass slowly, but in reality, from the appearance of the ice spike to its arrival in front of Yunfeng, only a few breaths had passed. The ice spike fell, along with Yunfeng, crashing into the ground and forming a massive crater. Numerous buildings in the ancient city were destroyed by this strike, turning into sand and rubble, raising a huge cloud of dust. Just as the Frost Dragon was satisfied with its masterpiece, a piercing pain inexplicably arose, causing it to let out a sorrowful roar. Moreover, it discovered that the icy blue bones on its body had begun to crack, and the situation was becoming increasingly severe. On the ground, as the dust settled, a figure stood leisurely at the bottom of the deep pit. Who else could it be but Yunfeng? Damn human, why is this happening? Why are you completely unharmed? And what exactly did you do to me? The Frost Dragon roared as it flew away into the distance. It was afraid, truly afraid. Its strongest attack had not caused any harm to the human in front of it, and it had inexplicably suffered a terrifying counterattack. Unfortunately, this strike wasn't fatal to it. Watching the staggering Frost Dragon fly away, Yunfeng sighed with some regret. Although he didn't achieve the result he wanted, at least he managed to scare the opponent away. Come out, let's go. Yunfeng arrived at the entrance of the main hall and called One Run Long Yu out. Yunfeng, why you're still here? What? Did you think I left you here because I wanted to abandon you and escape alone? Yunfeng said irritably. No, it's not that. I mean, alright, stop talking, let's hurry and leave. It won't be good if that big guy comes back. Without wasting any words, the two quickly headed out of the dimensional space. A few days later, the two safely appeared at the exit of the dimensional space. Several guards could be seen with solemn expressions, standing ready and alert. Yunfeng walked into one Dao. Are you two okay? A few days ago, there was an extremely strong pressure in the space. Do you know what happened? Several guards saw that the visitor was Yunfeng and quickly asked, as they remembered that the officer had specifically allowed them to enter. I will explain this matter to the officer here. Greeted each other, and the two immediately left the dimensional space. As soon as they came out, they saw the situation was the same as last time at Bankia Mountain, with people standing all around outside. Young friend Yunfeng, you finally came out. I thought, sir, the situation inside is a bit complicated. Yunfeng gave the officer a meaningful look, and the latter immediately understood. Follow me. The two then went to a secluded place. So, what's going on? The officer asked eagerly. Here's the situation. This dimensional space has indeed undergone changes, and significant ones at that. Afterward, Yunfeng half-truthfully recounted the events that had occurred within the dimensional space. He only mentioned that a terrifying creature beyond the usual level had appeared inside and suggested that they might need to strengthen the guard forces here, among other things. Thank you, young friend Yunfeng, for bringing this important information. I will report it to my superiors. The officer was also a decisive person. After speaking, he left Yunfeng there and got busy. Yunfeng didn't mind and soon went to find One Run Long Yu. You saw the situation a few days ago. Following me is too dangerous. Sometimes the crises that arise might even be hard for me to handle myself. Yunfeng knew that from now on, he could no longer take this guy along. Isn't everything fine? What's going on? Your talent has already been unlocked now, and as your level increases, it will gradually unlock further. You don't need me at all anymore. Besides, you already have some abilities and can find a team to train with on your own. Yunfeng ignored One Run Long Yu's words and continued speaking. The words of the Frost Dragon gave him a certain sense of crisis. If every time he entered a dimensional space he encountered such terrifying beings, then he was destined to remain a lone wolf in the times ahead, which suited him just fine. Seeing that Yunfeng had made up his mind, and realizing that he was indeed a burden at the moment, One Run Long Yu could only accept reality. Yunfeng originally planned to go to the neighboring zombie dimensional space, but today's events gave him a sense of crisis, prompting him to decide to prepare more thoroughly before venturing out to explore and level up. On the way back, there were only the two of them inside the entire armored vehicle. Even though it was a small one, it still felt empty.
Yunfeng, seeing the other person's hesitant expression, Yunfeng asked curiously, "When will we meet again after this farewell? If you want to meet, you can come find me anytime. It's not like you don't know my address and contact information."
Yunfeng found it somewhat amusing. This big guy, why is he being so hesitant? The war vehicle fell into silence once again. A day later, the two returned to the safe zone. First, they went back to the trading space. Since Yunfeng had taken on the task of acquiring soul crystals, he didn't go to the first floor to sell materials. They went to the second floor and directly submitted their task. Before long, someone came over to find the two of them. The visitor was dressed in a neatly tailored suit, wearing a pair of refined glasses, looking every bit like a butler.
"Are you two here to complete the soul crystal task? Follow me."
He then led the two to a dedicated reception room.
"May I ask how many soul crystals you have obtained?"
At Yunfeng's signal, Wenrun Longyu took out a storage bag and emptied its contents.
Seeing the storage bag, the butler didn't find it strange.
Most adventuring teams would find a way to obtain a storage bag to collect their spoils.
Only some of the lowest grade soul crystals?
Seeing the table covered with gray soul crystals, the man was somewhat disappointed, though the quantity was considerable. The more turbid the color, the poorer the quality of the soul crystal.
"Go back. Let's talk about the price first."
Yunfeng didn't rush to take out all the crystals. He wanted to see the price first. "For this lowest quality soul crystal, considering you have a large quantity, I can offer a price 5% higher than the market rate."
"Is there something you need? What about this one?"
Yunfeng took out a soul crystal dropped by an elite monster.
"For this one, I can offer this price."
Seeing the soul crystal in Yunfeng's hand, the other party's eyes lit up and raised one finger.
"Indicates it can exceed by 10%.
Obviously, the butler knew that only elite monsters of this level could produce soul crystals.
"What about this one?"
Yunfeng once again took out the soul crystal from the skeleton general.
What is this?" The butler's aloof demeanor instantly collapsed as he spoke excitedly.
"Young friend, please make sure to sell this crystal to me." The butler quickly stood up, looking sincerely at Yunfeng while handing over a business card. Yunfeng took the business card with both hands and glanced at it.
"Longshan Materials Research Company, Ltd. General Manager, Zhao Huai."
Seeing the information displayed on the business card, Yunfeng's face revealed a smile.
"Isn't this the company of the Zhugan family? There's nothing more to say."
Yunfeng thought to himself and took out all the soul crystals he had collected in the skeleton dimension space.
"Uncle Zhao, they're all here.
Please check them, and we'll go with the price you mentioned." Zhao Huai was still somewhat regretting his impulsive action earlier, worrying it might make the other party raise the price, but unexpectedly, they agreed so straightforwardly.
As Yunfeng poured out the last soul crystal, Zhao Huai's eyes widened in astonishment.
It was an almost completely transparent soul crystal, so beautiful it was mesmerizing. A pure soul crystal. This is actually a pure soul crystal. Looking at the crystal, Zhao Huai even began to doubt his own eyes.
That was something only monsters of commander level or above could possess.
He didn't expect to be so lucky. He had some business at the trading center today and happened to come across such a good opportunity. The young man in front of him was about the same age as his nephew, yet he hadn't expected him to be so capable. Comparing the two, he suddenly felt a bit disappointed in his nephew's lack of progress.
"Since you call me Uncle Zhao, I definitely won't let you down on the price. May I know how to address you, young friend?" "Wenran Longyu," Yunfeng blurted out without thinking.
He couldn't reveal his real name yet, as the person in front of him might be close to Zhugan. Wenran Longyu, sitting nearby, looked at Yunfeng with a face full of confusion.
"What do you mean? I'm sitting right in front of you, and you're still pretending? Alright, Wenran, my young friend, I'll start counting right away."
After a thorough count, the total value of all the soul crystals exceeded 1.5 million. Just the last one alone was worth over 500,000.
"Wenran, my young friend, I hope you'll think of us first for good materials in the future." Zhao Huai smiled as he saw the two off.
"Take all this money, consider it your starting funds for training." Yunfeng gave all the money from selling the materials to Wenran Longyu.
"Contact me if anything comes up. Goodbye." Yunfeng waved his hand and directly got on a bus.
At this point, the two officially parted ways. Wenran Longyu watched Yunfeng's carefree departing figure, somewhat lost in thought. Actually, he could follow along, and he had a reason to do so. After all, the house rented near Yunfeng hadn't been vacated yet.
However, there was no longer any need.
Indeed, as Yunfeng had said, his talent had been unlocked, and he now had a certain degree of self-defense ability.
He turned around and walked into the second floor of the trading post again.
"It's time to find a team for myself,"
Wenran Longyu murmured.
After parting ways with Yunfeng, Wenran Longyu hurried back home without delay.
He must prepare thoroughly for the upcoming journey to the dimensional space. Invisibility potions are indeed useful, a top choice for escaping, but it's still necessary to find one's of higher quality. If the opponent's level is too high, they won't be effective. Jones, help me retrieve fragments of invisibility potions above the gold level. Yes, young master. Subsequently, rows of transaction information appeared in front of Yunfeng. Gold level invisibility potion fragment, priced at 510,000. Zing grade invisibility potion fragment, priced at 980,000. Although there is a lot of sales information, there are only these two specifications. As for Hong Yao grade and 7 colored divine grade, not even a shadow can be seen. Invisibility potions are different from disguise potions. If used well, they can be life-saving items, so of course, they are much more expensive. Buy it first and talk later. Gold tier and purple tier respectively bought a few pieces. Jones, help me find some special items, no restriction on grade. Yes, young master. Afterward, the interface was filled with a dazzling array of items, which left Yunfeng utterly dazzled. Many things among them made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Black Iron Yo-Yo deals considerable damage to canine monsters, with higher monster levels resulting in greater damage. Bronze stylish skate shoes can serve as an important means of transportation in smooth surface dimensional spaces. Finding something useful to himself among these diverse fragments indeed requires a lot of time. Sharpening the axe won't delay the chopping of firewood. Yunfeng can only take his time to sift through. In just a few days, he really managed to find quite a few good items. This time in the dimensional space, even if we encounter that frost dragon, there won't be any more problems. Looking at the pile of tools in the storage ring, he felt a strong sense of security. It's time to set off again. Yunfeng boarded the bus and headed to the trading post. This time, his target was still the zombie dimension space. It was said that the 16th level white-haired zombies there had a relatively high probability of dropping bronze-grade talent upgrade potions, which was the main reason for going there. The armored vehicle started moving, and Yunfeng embarked on the journey alone once again. Although fighting alone is lonely, to become strong, one must endure solitude. A day later, Yunfeng appeared at the entrance of the zombie dimension space, accompanied by more than 10 other teams. Coincidentally, there were basically no girls in these teams. Initially, Yunfeng wanted to warn the base leader about the potential danger, but after thinking it over, he realized his words would likely lack credibility and might even cause resentment, so he decided to give up. Moreover, according to the Frost Dragon, even if such a monster appears, it should only target him. Upon entering the dimensional space, everyone scattered and began searching for their prey. Yunfeng put on his gear, donned his goggles, and headed toward a less crowded area. The dimensional space has a peculiar feature that has always baffled people. Starting from the space's entrance, no matter which direction you move in, you will eventually reach a single endpoint, and that endpoint seemed to be suddenly interrupted. While moving forward, Yunfeng quickly encountered the first monster. Monster, white-haired zombie. Level 16. Combat power, 10086. Skill, poison claw. It truly lives up to its name. Standing before me is a zombie covered in fine white fur all over its body, and even whiter than the fur is its ghastly pale face. For fangs protrude from its mouth, with traces of blood still clinging to them, sending chills down one's spine. No wonder there aren't many girls in those teams. It does look a bit scary and unpleasant. A level 16 monster, with combat power slightly lower than a level 15 elite, was nothing more than a small fry in Yunfeng's eyes. With one slash, he dealt with the white-haired zombie in front of him. Not much luck, huh? Yunfeng collected the corpse poison from the white-haired zombie and glanced below, but no fragments appeared. Next, Yunfeng began continuously killing white-haired zombies in order to obtain bronze-level talent upgrade fragments. Perhaps he had used up all his luck last time when he killed the Skeleton King. After killing more than 30 white-haired zombies, he managed to get 5 or 6 bronze-level fragments, but only one pitiful talent upgrade fragment. Yunfeng casually used the ancient jade to turn the fragments into a potion. So far, he already had 2 bottles of bronze-level talent upgrade potions on him. It's so satisfying to train alone. If there are fragments, just synthesize them directly. If there are potions, just drink them. Feels great. He poured the 2 bottles of upgrade potions into his mouth. As expected, his talent didn't change in the slightest. However, Yunfeng was not in a hurry. This thing was just a matter of time for him. It's still a bit too slow. Looks like I need to speed things up for myself. Yunfeng took out a tool that resembled a beast trap. It was the bronze-grade lure trap he had obtained earlier. Although it looked like a beast trap, its usage was entirely different. As long as you place this thing on open ground, it will emit a peculiar scent that lures monsters over. Now we just have to wait for the monsters to come. This thing only lasts for half an hour, so I hope it won't disappoint me. Yunfeng placed the trap on a large flat area, then climbed up a tree nearby. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, not a single monster has appeared. Could this be a scam? Just as Yunfeng was about to leave a bad review, there was some commotion in the distance. A white-haired zombie hopped towards the trap's location. Looks like I was too impatient. After all, the effect only lasts for half an hour. Soon, more white-haired zombies began to appear one after another. Until half an hour had completely passed, hundreds of white-haired zombies had gathered here. It's time to harvest. Yunfeng smiled and took out several Thunderfire pearls from his storage ring. With so many zombies, he certainly didn't want to kill them one by one. Several Thunderfire pearls all landed near the trap, causing violent explosions. Yunfeng only felt spiritual energy continuously rushing into his body, an indescribably wonderful sensation. Apart from a few white-haired zombies on the outer edges, the rest were all blown away. Yunfeng jumped down from the tree to deal with the remaining dozen or so white-haired zombies. This wave brought him nearly 3,000 spiritual power. Killing monsters to level up is only profitable for Yunfeng. Others might not even earn back the cost of admission. Even if the fragment drop rate reaches 50%, the dropped fragments can't cover the cost of the consumed items. Let's see how many fragments can drop from over 100 white-haired zombies. Yunfeng rummaged under the bodies of a group of white-haired zombies. I suspect that guy passed his bad luck onto me. Yunfeng looked at the 3 bronze-level talent upgrade fragments in his hand, on the verge of tears. 3 bottles of bronze-level talent upgrade potion should be enough. Yunfeng immediately drank 1 bottle. Same as before, no reaction at all. Then he drank the second bottle, still no reaction. Who the hell can afford this? The success rate of the bronze-level upgrade potion is clearly lower than the iron-level one. Yunfeng now felt like cursing out loud. But thinking about it, if talent upgrade potions were so easy to succeed with, humans would have already piled up some high-level talents. Whatever, it's do or die, no, succeed or perish. Yunfeng downed the last bottle of bronze-level talent potion. Damn it, this is just too unfair. Yunfeng stomped his feet in anger. Including the previous 2 bottles, a total of 5 potions were consumed, yet it didn't cause even the slightest ripple. I just don't believe it. Yunfeng took out another trap and repeated the same trick in a different location. Not far from Yunfeng, there were several other teams also hunting white-haired zombies. After all, the talent upgrade potion dropped by these things is really valuable. Boss, doesn't something feel off? The number of these white-haired zombies seems unusually low. Yeah, these are supposed to be the lowest level zombies here. Logically, their numbers should be the highest. Several teams searched around for a long time, but not a single zombie was found, leaving everyone puzzled. Boss, what do you think that patch of white over there is? One of the teams arrived near the battlefield where the white-haired zombies were killed before reaching Yunfeng. Let's go, take a look. The leader of the group walked toward that pile of white. As they got closer, several people gasped in shock. They saw the ground littered with the corpses of white-haired zombies, scattered everywhere. Boss, look. In the midst of the scattered corpses, there is a tool resembling a beast trap. Who could be so ruthless, using a trap to farm monsters and level up? No wonder we can't find any white-haired zombies around here. The leader is clearly someone who knows their stuff. Let's go, we'll head somewhere else. The team leader knew that there was no way to farm monsters here anymore. The traps had at least lured all the white-haired zombies within a 2-kilometer radius. The other team members could only follow dejectedly, wasting quite a bit more time again. Yunfeng ran over 10 kilometers and set up the trap again. After waiting for about 10 minutes, several white-haired zombies began to appear. Based on the previous experience, Yunfeng threw a few Thunderfire beads again. Sure enough, it's a tough thing to deal with, really hard to get rid of. This time it's even less than last time, only 2 fragments. Let's drink it first and then talk. Sure enough, the scene he wanted to appear still didn't show up. Next, Yunfeng used the trap 3 times and had already accumulated 8 bottles of bronze-level talent upgrade potion. Still not successful, still not successful. Yunfeng originally wanted to say something harsh, but realized that if he failed, he could only keep trying. However, now that his level had increased by 1, the drop rate was even lower, and the Thunderfire orbs he had were almost depleted. Drank 1 bottle, then another. He drank 5 bottles in a row, but there was no reaction. Impossible, I've already poured down 12 bottles, the probability is just too low. It must be that unlucky guy one run. Yunfeng picked up the last 3 bottles and drank them with a look of despair. He no longer held any hope. However, things turned out unexpectedly. As soon as he drank the first bottle, Yunfeng felt a surge of heat emanating from his heart, flowing through all his meridians. This tangy sensation made him involuntarily moan. If someone else heard it, they might think he was doing something embarrassing. After a quarter of an hour, Yunfeng slowly opened his eyes. Although his talent had upgraded and his apparent combat power hadn't increased much, he clearly felt that something about him had changed. Hurriedly looked at his own data panel. Name, Yunfeng. Level, 13, 2451/10,000. Combat power, 30461. Talent, D level, Plunder. The talent has been upgraded by 1 level, reaching grade D. Yunfeng once again meditated on his talent entry. Grade D talent, Plunder. When killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder part of the opponent's spiritual power, with a very small probability of plundering the opponent's talent.
talent. After advancing to grade D, the only change in the entry is that the probability of the plunder talent has increased from extremely small to very small. However, Yunfeng is not too concerned about this ability for now. He can't go on a killing spree just for such a tiny probability. Of course, for those who come to him seeking death, he doesn't mind trying his luck. What frustrates Yunfeng the most is that the skill he longs for still shows no signs of appearing. You're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? My talent is already at D level, so why can't I still comprehend a skill? Looking at the empty skill slots, Yunfeng was so frustrated he almost ground his molars to dust. After successfully upgrading his talent, he no longer needed to waste time on these white-haired zombies. Let's keep going deeper. I want to see what kind of monsters are lying in wait to ambush me. With this thought, Yunfeng strode forward, heading deeper into the space. The level 17 monsters here are a type of creature called green-haired zombies, with a combat power of around 12,000. Their appearance is similar to the white-haired zombies encountered earlier, except with a different hair color. Yunfeng did not linger and continued to venture deeper. Level 18 monsters, red-haired zombies. Upon reaching the level 19 monster area, the zombies' appearance underwent significant changes. Monster, Iron Corpse. Level, 19. Combat power, 16380. Skill, Iron Bone. This is a type of zombie whose entire body seems to be forged from steel, with a taller stature. Each leap makes the ground appear to tremble. Let's see how much extra spiritual power a D-level talent can bring me. Yunfeng drew his blade and slashed at the iron zombie before him. In his view, a monster whose combat power barely reached half of his own should be dealt with in a single strike. However, it wasn't. The blade cut through the iron zombie's skin but stopped at its bones. The sound of metal clashing echoed. The blade felt as if it had gotten stuck. So that damn iron bones is literally what it means. Those bones were seriously tough. In the impotent rage of the iron corpse, Yunfeng drew his battle blade. What the heck is this thing? Yunfeng noticed some rotting flesh hanging on the blade, emitting a foul stench. Yunfeng quickly activated the flame energy of the blazing battle blade to burn away the filth on it. Then, he unleashed the Heaven's Wrath blade technique and struck again. This time, the battle blade, carrying a black glow, easily severed one of the iron corpse's arms. Then, with two swift slashes, he finished off the iron corpse. I've gained a total of 38 points of spiritual power, which means after leveling up, the extra spiritual power has increased by 1 point. Based on this calculation, if I kill monsters of the same level, the increase is as high as 60%. However, as the level increases, the degree of talent development for awakeners becomes higher, and the skills they comprehend become more numerous, so they generally no longer focus on ordinary monsters. Even when killing ordinary monsters, they are capable of handling groups of them. This was also the reason why, at the time, the vice principal said during his testing that the extra spiritual energy absorbed by his talent was basically useless. Having obtained the results he wanted, Yunfeng collected the spoils and continued to venture deeper. His target is a level 20 elite monster. Teacher, which dimensional space are we going to this time? At the gate of Zone 5 9th High School, tens of thousands of students were standing in a vast crowd, while hundreds of armored vehicles were parked nearby. The students kept asking their teachers questions, eager to satisfy their curiosity. The final exams are over, but taking a vacation is out of the question. Today is the scheduled training day for the second-year students, soon to be third year, of 9th High School. Classmates, everyone quiet down. Every summer vacation, our school organizes this kind of training, and I believe other schools do the same. The purpose is to help you enhance your abilities before your third year and prepare for the college entrance exams a year from now. This time, we have carefully selected 10-dimensional spaces for everyone, with every 3 classes entering 1-dimensional space. For this training, we will have a competition. The results will be based on the total value of materials collected by each class. The classes with higher rankings will receive rewards. Good luck, everyone. One last thing, competition comes second, safety comes first. Let's go. As the vice principal finished speaking, everyone headed toward the armored vehicles. This time, class 32 will definitely have a place among the rewards. Black Monkey gripped the black iron grade dagger that someone had mailed to him, feeling full of confidence. 2 days later, Yunfeng passed through the area of level 20 monsters, the bronze corpses, and finally saw the elite monsters. Monster, Silver Corpse, Elite, Combat Power, 21609. Skills, Super Defense, Pounce. Level 20. The appearance of these zombies is not very different, making them easy to distinguish. This combat strength poses no challenge for Yunfeng, except for the second skill which requires some attention. The battle commenced as Yunfeng drew his war blade. These silver corpses, though they appear clumsy with their hopping gait, are actually very agile. Yunfeng raised his blade and struck down, only to see the silver corpse sidestep to dodge. Then, with its arms extended horizontally, it swept across, its sharp and elongated nails seemingly aiming to sever his neck. Goodness, this silver corpse is not simple. Yunfeng quickly crouched down, dodging the attack of the claws while sweeping his battle knife horizontally, aiming to slash at the opponent's feet. The man and the corpse began a small
tug-of-war. The silver corpse suddenly jumped far away. Yunfeng thought the monster was going to escape, but then he saw the silver corpse bend its knees almost into a squat. Then suddenly exerting force, the whole body abruptly lunged toward him. The silver corpse shot toward Yunfeng like a white streak at high speed. The speed was so fast that Yunfeng was somewhat surprised. SSS. Yunfeng turned sideways trying to dodge, but he was still a bit too slow. Sharp claws grazed his bronze-level combat suit, leaving a blood-stained tear on it. Damn it, my combat suit. This tear would cost at least 10,000 Hua coins to have it repaired by a specialist. The battle is not without losses, it's just that Yunfeng rarely gets injured in previous fights. Of course, whether it's items synthesized from fragments or those imitated by humans, as long as they haven't suffered catastrophic damage, they can be repaired upon returning to the safe zone. Glancing at the scar on his right arm, Yunfeng stared grimly at the silver corpse. Today, you better drop a good fragment for me. Before long, the silver corpse fell with hatred under Yunfeng's furious attacks. The zombie dimension space is the same as the skeleton dimension space, the only loot is corpse poison. However, the corpse poison differs depending on the level of the zombie. After collecting the corpse poison, Yunfeng kicked aside the silver corpse, revealing a green fragment quietly lying there. What a huge loss. It turned out to be just a bronze-level fragment. Sure enough, I'm completely out of luck right now. Yunfeng shook his head helplessly. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have mentioned Wanren Longyu's name when facing Zhao Huai and would have just said any random name. Although it's a bronze fragment, it's still considered a rare item fragment, which gave Yunfeng a bit of consolation. Put away the fragments, Yunfeng continued searching for the silver corpse. The level and combat power of the silver corpse are quite suitable for his current leveling, and the key is its abundant spiritual energy. Fighting monsters across 7 levels, and it's even an elite monster. One monster can provide 178 spiritual energy. In the following time, Yunfeng basically stayed in the silver corpse area. Is what the frost dragon said true? Yunfeng has been here for a few days now, and his level is about to reach level 15, yet he hasn't seen any special monsters appear. What am I blindly expecting here? Isn't it better if nothing shows up? Yunfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly and continued grinding monsters. Half a day later, the level finally increased again. Level 15, 68/10,000. Combat power 33680. Name, Yunfeng. Talent, D level, Plunder. Regarding not comprehending any skills upon reaching level 15, Yunfeng had already shown great composure. It's time to face even stronger monsters. Walking out of the elite monster area, heading deeper inside. At this moment, the sky in the zombie dimension space had already started to darken. The originally grayish sky now appeared even gloomier. It seems it's about to get dark here soon, really not a good time to arrive. After it gets dark, he won't dare to use the ancient jade again. The lesson from last time is still fresh in his memory. As for why the incident happened last time, Yunfeng himself still has no clue for now. In the dim jungle, Yunfeng saw a hint of golden color. Monster, golden corpse, rare. Combat power, 26540. Skills, golden armor counter-strike, passive, weakening roar, body duplication. Level 20. Iron corpse, bronze corpse, silver corpse, golden corpse. Looking forward to seeing what the next tier of zombie will be. The golden corpse is even more formidable than the silver corpse, its golden hue almost dazzling. Could that be pure gold? However, in this world, there is no particular demand for metals like gold and silver. Yunfeng raised his blade and charged forward. Leveled up twice, significantly increasing combat power, the golden corpse posed no threat to him. The battle blade struck the golden armor of the golden corpse, producing a crisp sound while leaving a scar several centimeters deep. Beneath the golden armor was a decayed body, emitting an especially foul stench as the rotting flesh inside oozed out. Yunfeng stepped back, distancing himself from the unpleasant odor. Yunfeng, who wanted to continue attacking, noticed a subtle scratch on the skin inside his combat suit. So disgusting. This should be the first skill of the golden corpse, the golden armor counter-strike. Yunfeng frowned. Even after using all the defensive potions, this kind of passive counter-damage skill still caused harm to him. However, this minor damage would heal itself in a few minutes even without taking any measures. The golden corpse, slashed with a blade, let out a thunderous roar, and even Yunfeng, standing several meters away, could smell the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Moreover, Yunfeng felt that after the roar, his body had undergone some inexplicable changes. Roar! Let's end this quickly. Yunfeng simply couldn't stand the unbearable stench coming from these zombie-like creatures. With one slash, a deep wound exposing the bone appeared on the golden corpse. Yunfeng let out a muffled groan at the same time. A wound 10 times larger than the previous one appeared on his body, visible even from the outside, with blood staining his combat suit red. This monster is so disgusting. Yunfeng felt that even if this thing stood still, some teams wouldn't be able to do anything about it, and there might even be casualties. The golden armor's counter damage combined with the weakening roar is simply a perfect match. However, this golden armor's counter damage probably doesn't have much effect on ranged attacks. Yunfeng took a sip of healing potion, treated his
his wounds, and decided not to engage in close combat, at least until the weakening roar effect wore off. Retreating to a distance, Yun Feng raised his left hand. A sleeve arrow shot out swiftly, directly piercing the wound of the golden corpse, and a stream of light green liquid sprayed out. Indeed, attacking from a distance results in much less counter damage, and the farther the attack range, the lower the counter damage. This makes things much easier. Whoosh! The sleeve arrow is not like the electronic pulse handgun, it can't be used casually. The speed of the golden corpse couldn't match Yun Feng's, let alone the elusive steps, leaving it no choice but to passively take hits. Yun Feng leisurely dodged from a distance while continuously going by Yubi. Just when he thought it could end like this, the golden corpse finally used its last skill. Its outstretched hands suddenly expanded and infinitely extended, attacking Yun Feng. Damn, is that even possible? Yun Feng quickly dodged aside. Who would have thought those hands could turn, and immediately chased after Yun Feng again. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Yun Feng drew his battle blade, turned it over, raised the blade, and executed the Heavenly Fiend blade technique, striking down with all his might. The extended arms fell to the ground with a sound, and Yun Feng's hands also suffered 2 massive injuries. The golden corpse, now without hands, was quickly killed by an endless barrage of sleeve arrows. Don't ask where the arrows came from, they were in the storage ring anyway. After collecting the corpse poison from the golden corpse, Yun Feng looked down. I knew people wouldn't always be unlucky. Yun Feng picked up a golden crystal fragment, feeling delighted. Originally intending to use the ancient jade, Yun Feng saw the completely darkened sky and could only reluctantly put the fragments away. Let's wait until daylight or deal with it when we return. Yun Feng continued searching for the golden corpse. Although killing the golden corpse is relatively troublesome, the spiritual power it provides is still quite considerable, and the dropped fragments are at least silver level or higher. Originally, farming monsters was going very smoothly, and after dark, the berserk golden corpses were even easier to kite. It only required using wrist arrows to slowly wear them down. Until 2 golden corpses appeared at once, Yun Feng realized that something had emerged, though it was clear that whatever it was didn't want to show itself just yet. Come on, let me see your true face. With plenty of items at hand, he wasn't that intimidated. At worst, he could just run away. Faced with 2 golden corpses, Yun Feng was not overly worried. Golden corpses mainly focus on defense, and their offensive capabilities are not very strong. This time, Yun Feng not only used sleeve arrows for attacks but also took out some disposable items in an effort to achieve a quick victory. As he progressed, Yun Feng absorbed more and more spiritual energy. After killing the 40th golden corpse, his level surged to level 16, and his combat power increased by another 2,000. There shouldn't be any golden corpses ahead, right? Yun Feng saw that the path ahead was blocked by a mountain wall, and at the base of the wall, there was a 5-meter-high cave entrance. In the dim environment, it was impossible to see anything inside the cave. It seems this is the end of the zombie dimension space. Yun Feng possesses an extraordinary sense of perception and directly walked toward the dark cave. A foul smell rushed toward him, making one feel like vomiting. Moreover, this smell was completely different from the rotten flesh odor of the zombies encountered earlier. Pinching his nose, Yun Feng frowned and walked inside. After several twists and turns in the cave, a relatively spacious cavern appeared. Inside the cavern, there was even a faint glow of firelight. Yun Feng looked up and discovered a crimson crystal hanging from the top of the cavern, with the firelight emanating from within. Under the illumination of the firelight, one could faintly see a figure standing tall in the deepest part of the cavern, its shadow flickering in the light. Monster, Immortal Corpse King, Leader, Combat Power, 32126. Skills, All-Encompassing Corpse Aura, Double Hammer Strike, Corpse King Monument, Borrowed Corpse Revival. Indeed, it's a leader-level monster. Immortal Corpse King, what a domineering name. Approaching the depths of the cave, the appearance of the Immortal Corpse King. Level 20. There was no outer armor on its body, nor any foul-smelling rotting flesh, but rather a shriveled corpse towering 10 meters high. On the corpse's wrists were 2 thick iron chains, dragging on the ground, with a massive iron ball at the end. On the zombie's back, it carried a huge stone tablet, inscribed with some strange and unknown characters. Grew 1. The Immortal Corpse King took a step forward, causing the iron chains on his arms to emit a series of clanging sounds. Whoosh! The Immortal Corpse King suddenly shook both hands, sending 2 iron balls hurtling toward Yun Feng's head with a deafening whoosh, as if aiming to give his temples a rather intense massage. Yun Feng felt unable to enjoy such a massage and could only use the phantom step to politely decline. With the battles during this period, Yun Feng had become increasingly adept at using the phantom step. This was also thanks to the absorption of more spiritual energy, which strengthened his physical condition. The 2 iron balls collided in mid-air, producing a thunderous sound. Damn, if this hits, it might smash the brain to bits. Yun Feng let out a silent breath. It's only polite to return the favor, so he raised his hand and launched a sleeve arrow. However, the sleeve arrow struck the surface of the Immortal Corpse King and was directly deflected away. What a powerful defense, even bronze-level sleeve arrows can't cause any damage. Yun Feng had no choice but to draw his battle knife, preparing preparing for close combat. The immortal Corpse King, seeing its skill easily dodged by the opponent, began to swing the iron chain in its hand, repeatedly attacking with the iron ball. Yunfeng advanced continuously between the iron ball and the iron chain, getting closer to the immortal Corpse King. Suddenly, a gray-green gas began to emanate from the undying Corpse King's body. As soon as his battle blade and combat suit came into contact with the gas, they emitted a sizzling sound, and small areas on the blade and suit were visibly corroded. What a domineering corpse aura! This is too difficult to deal with. Yunfeng could only retreat for the time being. Although his combat power was slightly higher than the opponent's, it wasn't by much. The main disadvantage was that he had no skills at all, which put him at a significant loss. As the corpse aura gradually dissipated, Yunfeng charged at the immortal Corpse King once again. This time, no corpse aura emerged, as skills couldn't be used endlessly after all. The battle blade struck the immortal Corpse King's body, as if hitting an alloy plate, leaving only a shallow mark. Damn, this thing is powerful and has strong defense, really hard to deal with. Yunfeng unleashed the Heaven's Fiend blade technique, and the dark blade light swept through, finally leaving a considerable wound. Looks like I need to get my hands on a more advanced martial art when I return. Dang. As long as there's damage, killing it is only a matter of time. While Yunfeng was continuously inflicting damage on the immortal Corpse King, a sudden earthquake shook the ground. The massive stone tablet behind the Corpse King was slammed heavily onto the ground by it. Yunfeng seized the opportunity to retreat. Yunfeng thought to himself, he had always wanted to see what exactly the stone tablet on the Corpse King's back was, only to see the stone tablet fall to the ground, emitting a large amount of gray-green corpse aura. As the aura grew and condensed, 1 meter tall little zombies began to appear beside the stone tablet. The zombie king let out a roar, and those little zombies charged at Yunfeng recklessly. Of course, they never had life to begin with. These little zombies didn't even appear in the information displayed on the goggles. Yunfeng tried to launch a sleeve arrow, but the little zombie was pierced by the arrow and directly turned into a cloud of corpse aura, returning to the zombie king's tablet. It seems that unless the Corpse King's steel is shattered, these little zombies will never stop coming. On the Corpse King's steel, bizarre characters glowed green as the immortal Corpse King gripped an iron chain, standing ready and watching Yunfeng intently. The corpse aura emanating from the steel continued to heal the injuries on the Corpse King's body, further solidifying Yunfeng's resolve to destroy the steel as quickly as possible. Yunfeng gripped his battle knife, aiming at the stone tablet. After attacking for a while, Yunfeng discovered that the Corpse King was almost obsessively protective of the stone tablet, unwilling to let it suffer even the slightest damage, even if it meant getting injured himself. Could it be this stone tablet isn't as sturdy as it appears on the surface? A sudden suspicion arose in Yunfeng's heart. However, there were too many little zombies, and it was also necessary to dodge the chains and iron balls flying from who knows where, making it extremely difficult to approach the Corpse King's steel. It seems I have no choice but to use some tricks. Yunfeng took out a boomerang from his storage ring. This was a bronze-level item called the Phantom Boomerang. After the Boomerang Man goes out, he transforms into numerous illusions. These illusions deal very little damage, but their strength lies in their numbers, making them a great tool for distraction. When the Phantom Boomerang is thrown by Yunfeng, it transforms into countless illusions in the air. This scene left the immortal Corpse King momentarily disoriented, swinging the chains repeatedly to attack the illusions. At this moment, the 2 iron balls on the chains became a burden instead. Yunfeng dealt with the frenzied little zombies lunging at him while keeping an eye on the situation over there. Finally, a boomerang phantom broke through the Corpse King's defense and struck the Corpse King monument. A faint sound was heard, and a tiny crack unexpectedly appeared on the seemingly indestructible Corpse King monument. Looks like I guessed right. Seeing this situation, Yunfeng's lips curved slightly upward. As long as the Corpse King's steel can be easily shattered, it won't be that difficult. Yunfeng once again took out a Phantom Boomerang. While throwing the boomerang, Yunfeng began to constantly change his position. The Corpse King now feels immense pressure. Originally, those phantom throwing darts were already overwhelming it, and now there's Yunfeng, whose attacks could come from any time and any direction. It's now. Yunfeng finally found a very unique angle, raised his left arm, and fired more than 10 sleeve arrows in succession. Hearing the sound of an attack coming, the Corpse King immediately turned around and swung the iron ball. Unfortunately, it was still too late. While a few sleeve arrows were deflected, the remaining dozen or so sleeve arrows all embedded themselves into the Corpse King's steel. Amid the Corpse King's furious roar, the Corpse King's steel shattered inch by inch, turning into a pile of rubble. The small zombies still chasing Yunfeng also turned into green smoke and disappeared. After the steel was destroyed, the Corpse King could no longer use the skill, and Yunfeng regained the upper hand. Now, only the last skill has not been triggered. Yunfeng had been paying close attention to this matter. However, even when the Corpse King fell to the ground with a loud crash, the last skill was still not triggered. What he didn't know was that the skill borrowing a corpse to revive the soul requires nearby corpses to be triggered. Roar! Originally, a monster like the Corpse King was not meant to be soloed by one person but required one or even several teams working together to to defeat. During the team kill process, as long as there is one casualty, the condition to trigger the final skill is met.
Unfortunately, they encountered Yunfeng. Captain Sheen, that voice just now, could it be that another top-tier team is besieging the Corpse King?
That's impossible. I've asked around. No powerful team has entered this dimensional space during this time. At this moment, a team of 20 was advancing toward the depths of the zombie dimensional space, aiming directly for the immortal Corpse King's cave. Move faster. I want to see which team dares to compete with me for this Corpse King. The person referred to as Captain Sheen waved his hand, signaling everyone to move forward at full speed. The team quickly approached the entrance of the Corpse King's cave.
Captain Sheen, it's so quiet inside. Could it be that the Corpse King wiped out the entire team?
At this moment, Captain Sheen was also somewhat puzzled.
Logically, any team daring to challenge the Corpse King wouldn't be too weak, so how could they be wiped out so quickly? Li Si, go ahead and investigate. See what's going on inside.
Li Si is the scout of his team, with a C-level talent for hypersensation, making his perception significantly stronger than that of ordinary people. Soon, Li Si returned from scouting.
Captain Sheen, I feel like there's something wrong with my talent. What exactly happened?
He has great faith in this team member, who is absolutely an expert in reconnaissance and has never made a mistake.
There's only one person inside. What about the Corpse King? No other life forms detected.
This sentence was not said by Captain Sheen, but was an exclamation from the people around.
Let's go, take a look inside.
Maybe. Some people already had mysterious smiles on their faces. More than 20 people passed through the winding tunnels and appeared in a cave deep inside. I saw someone squatting beside the massive Corpse King, rummaging through things.
Wait a moment, I'll be done soon. How is that possible? When these people appeared at the entrance, Yunfeng had already sensed them.
Originally, he wanted to quickly collect the loot and fragments and leave as soon as possible. However, the Corpse King's body was simply too massive, which made collecting the fragments a bit troublesome for him. The 20 newcomers had just stepped inside when they heard someone say this, leaving them a little baffled. As they drew closer, they saw that it was just a boy who looked about 15 or 16 years old.
Hey, kid, what do you think you're doing? Yunfeng ignored the other party and continued to search under the Corpse King's body. He found it.
He retrieved a piece of crystal fragment with a vibrant purple hue from beneath the Corpse King's heart. Seeing that fragment, the eyes of the 20 people who had entered instantly turned red. It turned out to be a fragment of the purple crystal level.
Kid, what was that just now? Hand it over quickly. Kid, if you know what's good for you, be proactive. Don't force us.
A group of people started threatening him, each speaking their piece, without even considering why Yunfeng was here or who had killed the Corpse King. Only the leader remained silent, his expression somewhat solemn. Although the data on Yunfeng seen through the goggles didn't show anything unusual, there was still a lingering sense of unease.
This is my spoils of war. Is there a problem with me taking it? Do I need your permission? Yunfeng put away the fragments and prepared to leave the cave. Hold on, young man.
Captain Sheen reached out to block Yunfeng's path. Young man, we are the professional hunting team of Jiangnan Group. I am Qin Xiaopeng, the captain of Team 5. The Corpse King is precisely our target this time.
Professional hunting teams, Yunfeng had heard of them before.
They are high combat squads trained by large corporations, specializing in hunting high-tier monsters within dimensional spaces. They will go to great lengths to suppress their own level in order to hunt within the dimensional space corresponding to that level. Many major forces will form such teams, somewhat similar to gold farming teams in online games of the past.
Their goal is high-quality materials and fragments.
Yunfeng glanced at everyone's combat power, which was indeed formidable, especially since 5 of them had combat power exceeding 25,000. Take an A-level talent as an example. At level 20, base combat power would typically not exceed 21,000. This indicates that these individuals are well-equipped and have consumed quite a few potions.
Captain Sheen, does it mean that no one else is allowed to touch your target? Yunfeng raised his eyebrows.
When the other party mentioned the Jiangnan Group, he already felt uncomfortable inside.
As far as he knew, the Jiangnan Group belonged to the Chu family. Young friend, you're joking. Captain Sheen, why bother talking nonsense with him?
He must hand over the spoils of the Corpse King. At this moment, a man with a fierce expression stepped forward from behind Qin Xiaopeng and spoke. As he said this, it seemed to resonate with the others, who all stepped forward and surrounded Yunfeng tightly.
Captain Sheen, is this how the Jiangnan Group handles things?
Originally, Yunfeng simply disliked Xu Sangming personally, and as for the Jiangnan Group, he merely felt indifferent. But now, Yunfeng realized that birds of a feather flock together. Qin Xiaopeng also frowned slightly. He hadn't planned to fall out so quickly, but given the current situation, he was already in a difficult position.
My brother's intentions are my intentions. I advise you, young friend, to hand over the spoils. With so many of us here, we can't leave empty-handed.
The Corpse King will reappear, but we need to wait another week. Looking at Qin Xiaopeng speaking these words with a smile, Yunfeng felt disgusted inside, acting righteous while being self-serving.
What? Planning to kill and rob? What if I refuse to hand it over? Then it's not up to you. Don't pay, then go to hell.
Before Qin Qin Xiaoping could respond, someone had already lost patience. A long sword thrust out from the crowd, aiming straight for Yun Feng's heart, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow.
Moreover, the attacker was extremely fast, likely having awakened a speed-type talent and probably using related skills. Yun Feng merely shifted slightly and easily dodged the opponent's attack. Although the opponent was quite fast, it was no match for Yun Feng, who had taken plenty of potions. Yun Feng dodged, but the person standing behind him wasn't so lucky. A sword pierced their shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain. "You little brat, how dare you dodge?" Seeing that his sword failed to injure the target and instead hurt an ally, he became somewhat enraged out of embarrassment. Yun Feng did not expect the other party to be so eager, resorting to killing at the slightest disagreement. Of course, he couldn't indulge the other party and directly drew his blade to strike. The swordsman was at a moment when his strength was exhausted and new power had yet to arise, making it impossible to evade Yun Feng's sudden slash. A head fell, blood splattered on the spot. However, this person did not bestow spiritual power and talent upon Yun Feng. The originally somewhat noisy cave suddenly fell silent, so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. You actually dare to kill someone? Brothers, avenge Deng Butai." Without waiting for Qin Xiaoping's order, the remaining 18 people all entered combat mode. At level 20, even support personnel have a certain level of attack capability. "Since you're offering me spiritual power, I won't hold back." Yun Feng sneered inwardly. Although the other side had the advantage in numbers, Yun Feng actually felt a bit excited at this moment. "How dare you not know what's good for you? After hearing that we're from the Jiangnan group, you still dare to resist? Kill him for me." Qin Xiaoping no longer pretended to be polite and directly ordered the encirclement and attack. With the command given, various attacks were launched at Yun Feng. First came a round of long-range attacks, including arrows, fireballs, and ice blades. Yun Feng activated the Misty Step, dodging most of the attacks, while deflecting some away with his battle knife. After the long-range attacks, 8 or 9 people wielding weapons rapidly approached Yun Feng. Leading the group was Qin Xiaoping. Defenders, move up and surround him. Elemental users, use lock-on attack skills to disrupt him. Healers, keep an eye on teammates' injuries. Let's go. Are they seriously treating me like a boss to farm? Watching the opposing teams advance and retreat in perfect order, with attacks coordinated flawlessly, Yun Feng was utterly dumbfounded. However, such an offensive did indeed put a lot of pressure on Yun Feng. The opponent cooperated quite meticulously, and for the moment, he couldn't find any breakthrough. But this wouldn't stump him. After all, if conventional methods don't work, then use unconventional ones. Yun Feng dodged the opponent's attacks while taking out some disposable items from his storage ring. "I haven't used this thing before, so I don't know if it'll work." A small green bottle appeared in his hand, but it was not some kind of a tribute potion. "Take my biochemical attack." Yun Feng suddenly threw the small green bottle, smashing it among the support and ranged attack personnel in the opponent's rear. The small green bottle shattered upon hitting the ground, releasing a large cloud of green smoke. The group of people nearby had their clothes already starting to corrode, and the exposed skin was sizzling audibly. Those farther away began coughing violently, with some even starting to vomit, effectively losing their ability to fight. "What a vicious method. I can't let you live." Seeing Yun Feng resort to such a horrifying tactic, the opponent became furious, completely oblivious to whether their group attack was humane behavior. "To deal with you, this method is just right." Although the human race has always emphasized that mutual killing in dimensional space is strictly forbidden, and once discovered, severe punishment will be meted out. However, dimensional space is basically considered a lawless zone, with no effective means of regulation, so homicides occurring there are nothing out of the ordinary. Judging by their demeanor, they must have done this sort of thing quite often. When they made their move against him, their faces were calm as still water, and some even had a sinister smile. With the long-range attacks no longer restraining him, Yun Feng found it much easier to deal with the close combatants, to the point where he didn't even bother wasting any tools. "Not good. Zhang Quan, He Mingming, Xie Jifa, you guys step up." Qin Xiaoping knew Yun Feng was preparing to counterattack and hurriedly directed 3 defenders to move forward. However, how could these few people possibly block Yun Feng's attack? With just one move, the 3 shield bearers were forced back 4 or 5 steps. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yun Feng also broke out of their encirclement. When Qin Xiaoping saw this situation, his expression changed drastically. Previously, when Yun Feng was surrounded in a small area by them, it was already quite difficult to deal with. Now that he's out of the encirclement, it's like a fish entering the sea or a bird soaring into the sky. The key issue is that the long-range attackers on his side have basically been wiped out. While they were still thinking about how to deal with the current situation, problems had already arisen on the other side. After Yun Feng broke out, he immediately swung a powerful and heavy strike directly at one of the defensive type awakened. Although the opponent raised his shield to block, the transmitted force of the shock directly caused him to spit blood, clearly unable to continue fighting. As the battle progressed, Qin Xiaoping's expression grew increasingly grim, and a layer of dense sweat had already appeared on his forehead. In just 1 minute, 4 of the 9 melee attackers had already fallen, and one of them was
was clearly breathing out more than in likely beyond saving.
Young friend, everything just now was a misunderstanding. Let's talk this over.
If you spare us, I promise to give you 10 million upon returning to the safe zone, along with a set of silver-grade equipment.
I would never lie to you. Don't you trust the strength of Jiangnan Group?
At this moment, Qin Xiaoping already regretted it, realizing he had hit a hard wall.
However, Yunfeng seemed as if he hadn't heard anything.
He didn't care about that bit of money at all, let alone any silver-level equipment. Seeing that Yunfeng had no intention of stopping, Qin Xiaoping knew it was impossible for Yunfeng to stop.
Then let me show you this item.
He took out a bronze-colored rope from his storage pouch.
Go.
The bronze-colored rope, once thrown out, directly coiled around Yunfeng's waist.
What the heck?
Seeing something darting over like a venomous snake, Yunfeng was startled and quickly used the phantom step to evade. However, no matter how he dodged, the rope clung to him like a maggot on a bone, refusing to let go.
This item was originally meant to prevent accidents when killing the Corpse King. Using it on you now isn't a loss either.
Qin Xiaoping became spirited the moment he saw Yunfeng tied up with ropes.
This is a very rare one-time use bronze item, the Immortal Binding Rope. For the duration of one incense stick, don't even think about moving.
Seeing this situation, the other attackers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Yunfeng had put too much pressure on them, and they all thought they were going to lose their lives here. When bound by the cyan rope, Yunfeng did feel a moment of tension, but he quickly reacted differently. This rope is indeed formidable, but it can only restrain groups below level 20 or with combat power under 35,000, and he happens to be outside this category.
Crack boom.
Yunfeng exerted force with his arms, and the highly anticipated Immortal Binding Rope snapped in response. If you could use the silver-level Immortal Binding Rope, I would truly be defeated here today.
Yunfeng shook his arm. How is that possible? How could you break free? Could it be?
Qin Xiaoping's face turned livid, and his heartbeat slowed by a few beats.
There are no other means left, right? If not, then it's my turn.
Yunfeng vented all his anger, almost capsizing in the gutter, on this group of people, while warning himself to remain vigilant in the future. The final trump card did not work, leaving Qin Xiaoping's heart cold.
Everyone, attack together. He must have expended a great deal of spiritual power just now breaking free from the Immortal Binding Rope. Now is the perfect time to kill him.
Qin Xiaoping shouted, but he slightly retreated and then fled toward the cave entrance.
Can you escape?
Yunfeng smiled playfully in his heart, then swung his battle blade left and right, repelling the attackers, and subsequently chased after Qin Xiaoping, shooting sleeve arrows as he pursued. The people attacking again saw their captain unexpectedly abandon them and run away first, all showing expressions of anger and despair.
No one tried to stop Yunfeng anymore.
A sleeve arrow pierced through the calf, and Qin Xiaoping fell to his knees with a scream.
Wait, I am. A head was thrown high into the air. I don't care who you are.
Even if you're the father of the King of Heaven today, you're dying here.
Yunfeng let out a cold snort.
Seeing their captain easily killed, the others all turned pale, some even giving up resistance. Yunfeng showed no sympathy for them, mercilessly killing them all. At this moment, the cave was filled with the Corpse King's stench and a thick smell of blood. However, Yunfeng seemed as if he hadn't noticed at all, standing there dumbfounded with a silly grin on his face.
Is this real?
Seeing his own data panel, Yunfeng could hardly believe his eyes.
Level 17, 7683/10,000. Combat power 39272. Talent D level, plunder B level, element ice. It's here, it really appeared. Seeing the newly emerged talent, Yunfeng's whole body trembled.
Although it was just a B-level talent, it meant that he could have an infinite number of talents in the future.
Could it be that I have no connection with skills? Name, Yunfeng. Because the skill section did not appear on the data panel.
It should be that the talent was just acquired and hasn't been developed yet, so naturally, there's no way to comprehend the skill. Thinking of this, Yunfeng began to study the new talent. As his thoughts shifted, a faint icy mist began to appear around his body.
Condense.
Yunfeng let out a soft shout, and the icy mist gradually condensed into a small ice cone.
However, it shattered after holding on for just a moment. Interesting.
Yunfeng looked at the ice shards on the ground, revealing a look of pride.
After the recent experiment, he roughly understood how to use the elemental talent.
Various elements exist in the air, and those with elemental talents can summon the corresponding elements to fight. The amount that can be summoned depends on the strength of the mental attribute, while the power depends on the level of the talent. Afterward, Yunfeng began to slowly familiarize himself with the newly acquired ice elemental talent in the cave. Just as Yunfeng was immersed in developing his new talent, the entire cave suddenly began to shake.
Stones from the mountaintop kept falling, as if it were about to collapse. This situation, could it be? Yunfeng instantly snapped back to awareness.
I did get a bit carried away just now and almost forgot about the potential danger.
The earth-shaking situation didn't last long.
Beneath the corpse of the Corpse King, a massive crack appeared, slowly expanding as if it were about to split the entire cave in two. Then, a bizarre figure slowly rose from the crack and finally hovered in midair.
Yunfeng's eyes widened in shock.
Although the information displayed inside his goggles was all skull. He had seen this thing before. It was an extremely robust figure, with a bare, dark upper body. Every muscle was perfectly sculpted as if carved by a master sculptor, adorned with demonic patterns. The lower body was clad in crimson armored pants, with a wide silver belt around the waist covering half of the abdomen. Both hands naturally hang down, with long and steel-like nails seemingly extending along the legs down to the soles. The head is no different from a human's, except it appears gaunt, as if a few thin layers of flesh are stuck to the skull.
Isn't this damn thing the appearance of the corpse ancestor Ho Ching? Yun Feng's mind was utterly shaken. This is not something those trash zombies can compare to. This is the ancestor of zombies. How could it appear here? He. Suddenly, a sinister and terrifying laugh echoed through the cave, sending chills down one's spine. What a great show. Humans can never change their greedy nature.
Hearing the other party speak, Yun Feng didn't think twice and directly drank a bottle of purple ing-level invisibility potion, then dashed out of the cave. This was already the highest grade invisibility potion he had on him.
Respond? Chat?
What nonsense. If he didn't run now, he'd be done for. Based on Yun Feng's understanding of Ho Ching, this creature's damage directly targets the soul, and its curses are even more terrifying. However, just as Yun Feng escaped to the cave entrance, he felt a gust of eerie wind coming from behind. Without thinking about how the opponent had discovered him, he rolled to the side on the spot. Yun Feng let out a muffled groan as a gash was cut into his right shoulder, blood gushing out, and the area around the wound even showed signs of decay. Yun Feng quickly took out a bottle of gold-grade healing potion. Although the wound is slowly healing, it does not fully match the effects of a yellow-grade healing potion. After getting up, Yun Feng also turned back and continued to flee outside. Although his undying bone chain had one protective use left, he was unsure if it would work this time.
Damn it, was it really necessary just because I killed a little fox? Yun Feng cursed inwardly. Human, where do you plan to escape to? A figure suddenly appeared on Yun Feng's escape route, blocking his way. Damn, as expected of the flying zombie, the speed is incredible.
Yun Feng realized his invisibility potion hadn't worked, so he stopped running.
A stealth potion of the Ziying level can conceal one's presence for half an hour in front of monsters below level 50. Clearly, the monster ahead exceeds level 50. Looks like that thing can't be avoided.
Yun Feng took out a silver capsule from his storage ring and immediately crushed it. Ho Ching seemed to know the purpose of the capsule and rushed forward to stop him. After Yun Feng crushed the silver capsule, a spatial gate appeared behind him and pulled him inside.
At that very moment, Ho Ching's claw also reached toward Yun Feng's chest.
Yun Feng spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and completely disappeared into the gate. Ho Ching licked the blood off his fingernails, looking at the spot where Yun Feng had disappeared.
One strike from my claw, certain death.
Ho Ching muttered to himself. He lowered his head and unexpectedly found a finger-sized wound on his chest.
Didn't pay attention, then disappeared from the spot.
30 kilometers away from the previous location, a figure appeared out of thin air, coughing incessantly, with large amounts of fresh blood flowing from his mouth. It was Yun Feng, who had narrowly escaped death. Ho Ching's final strike had indeed landed solidly on him. It did cause him significant harm, but although the undying bone chain didn't completely block the claw attack, it managed to deflect 95% of the force. The remaining 5% of the attack almost cost Yun Feng his life.
Thank you for your hard work.
Yun Feng took out the undying bone chain from his neck and saw it suddenly shatter, eventually turning into powder and scattering into the air. He wiped the bloodstain from the corner of his mouth, glanced behind him, and a peculiar anger flickered in his eyes. Actually deploying such a monster to snipe at him. Taking a sip of a gold-grade healing potion, Yun Feng headed toward the exit. Racing all the way, even upon reaching the dimensional space exit, Yun Feng did not dare to relax. Hurriedly leaving the dimensional space, he didn't care whether Ho Ching would chase him out of the dimensional space. Survival came first. If Ho Ching really did pursue him, not a single person in this space would be able to stop him. It wasn't until the armored vehicles roared to life and headed toward the safe zone that Yun Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Yun Feng was extremely disheveled. The bronze-level combat suit on him was already in tatters and beyond repair. Especially in the chest area, a large portion disappeared, revealing the solid muscles inside, with 5 scars on them, looking fierce and terrifying.
Even the healing potion didn't work.
Yun Feng touched the 5 scars on his chest and side. Along the way, he had finished an entire bottle of yellow-grade healing potion.
Although the injuries were completely healed, those scars could not be removed no matter what. After returning to the safe zone, Yun Feng didn't even go to the trading post and went straight home. Finally made it home safely.
If it weren't for the combination of the space capsule and the undying bone chain, I really would have been done for. Yun Feng still felt a bit shaken at this moment, thankful for having prepared thoroughly before setting out. Calming his emotions, he walked into the bathroom, closed his eyes, and let the cold water pour over him from head to toe. The water dripping onto him slowly froze, then spread upward toward the showerhead until no droplets fell. In the next moment, the ice instantly melted and the droplets began to fall again. Just like that, Yun Feng had a great time playing in the bathroom. Suddenly, Yun Feng felt a burst of inspiration, as if he had gained gained new insight into the ice element.
Suddenly, all the water in the bathroom instantly turned into ice. At that moment, Yunfeng had a sudden realization. My first skill has emerged. Yunfeng opened his eyes, his face filled with joy. Hurriedly wiping his body and returning to the bedroom, he put on the combat goggles. Sure enough, under the talents section, a skill column appeared, and the words Ice Spike were prominently listed. Great, I've finally made up for my lack of long-range attack capabilities.
Although he had sleeve arrows, at his current combat level, they were effective against ordinary monsters but not against high-tier ones. The bronze-level sleeve arrows had already shown their limitations when dealing with the Corpse King.
It's time to organize the gains from this dimensional space journey. Yunfeng no longer tried to comprehend the ice element.
Although, based on his current level, he could indeed master 3 skills, he didn't believe that while others needed to level up 5 times to grasp one skill, he could master 3 skills in just one day. First, he organized his storage ring. Most of the materials inside were corpse poison. Only when he killed the Corpse King did he obtain an additional material, the spine behind it, also known as the immortal bone. Just this one item was worth as much as 800,000. Next were scattered crystal fragments, mostly bronze shards, mixed with some silver fragments and a very small number of gold fragments. What Yunfeng looked forward to the most was the purple crystal level fragment dropped by the Zombie King. At that time, the zombie space was in the middle of the night, so he didn't dare to use the ancient jade. He just took a glance and threw it into the storage ring, only knowing that it was a small tower.
Hopefully, it's a life-saving item. Yunfeng silently muttered in his heart and quickly took out the ancient jade.
Subsequently, a small and exquisite tower appeared in his hand.
Zing Great Item, Demon Suppression Tower.
When equipped, damage against demon-type monsters is increased by 50%, and attacks have a chance to trigger a demon suppression strike, dealing massive damage to demons.
Seeing the item description, Yunfeng felt somewhat disappointed.
It's not that the item isn't powerful, on the contrary, it's extremely strong, but it's completely useless at the moment. As far as he knows, there are very few dimensional spaces with magic in the entire Hua Nation, and their levels are all very high. It seems that under the Awakeners University in Pinghai State, equivalent to Earth's Shanghai, there is a dimensional space called the Demon Cave, which apparently contains magical creatures.
Moreover, this dimensional space is exclusively owned by Pinghai Awakeners University, and outsiders cannot enter. It seems, Yunfeng started to formulate a plan in his mind.
Putting away the demon suppression tower, Yunfeng proceeded to assemble the other fragments into complete pieces. A total of 32 silver grade items, 5 gold grade items, several bronze grade items, and a few black iron grade items were obtained. Most of these items are attribute potions and various equipment. Yunfeng picked up 2 bottles of mental potions and drank them, thus fully consuming all his bronze grade potions. He listed some of the items for sale on the trading platform, and anonymously sent some bronze grade attribute potions, equipment, and small tools to Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole.
Let me see what surprises you can bring me next. Yunfeng took out 4 bronze level storage bags and a silver-level storage bracelet from his backpack.
These were all spoils collected after killing those 20 people, not even sparing the usable equipment and weapons on them. First, he opened the 4 storage bags, which were filled with various materials. For an average awakening team, these items would undoubtedly be a considerable fortune, but even a small mosquito is still neat. He packed all these materials together, including around 30 bronze fragments.
Hopefully, the last one won't disappoint me. The silver-level storage bracelet was taken from Qin Xiaopeng.
As expected of a captain, he only used high-quality items.
Mobilize mental power and pour out everything from the bracelet's space. Even Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim in surprise upon seeing these items.
Inside were all high-grade materials, most of which came from rare-level monsters, and some from commander-level monsters. No wonder it's a professional hunting team, they're so wealthy.
Happily putting away the materials, a few fragments inside made him ecstatic.
In front of him were neatly arranged over a dozen fragments, the lowest level being silver grade, and the best one was actually purple. Wow, there's even a purple grade fragment. Yunfeng picked it up and saw that it was something resembling a delicate item.
Good job, another prop.
A flash of green light from the ancient jade revealed a palm-sized object, resembling a copper-cast heart-protecting mirror, in his hand.
Zing level prop, Xuanwu heart-protecting mirror.
When activated with spiritual power, it can deploy a powerful defensive spiritual shield in front of you, limited to 3 uses per day.
Great, this guy is truly my lucky star. Finally, I have a life-saving item.
Although it doesn't feel as powerful as the undying bone chain, it's already quite good. Otherwise, I would have had to search for one on the trading platform. With this, all the gains from this trip to the zombie dimension space have been fully accounted for. Although some expensive items were consumed, the rewards were substantial, and most importantly, a new talent was acquired. Looks like I need to hurry up and make various levels of talent upgrade potions. Unfortunately, that stuff is almost impossible to buy, even fragments of it. I'll have to rely on myself.
Young Master Chu, we've already found that kid's whereabouts. The moment Yunfeng stepped down down from the war vehicle, a sneaky figure dialed Chu Sangming's phone. Young Master Chu is training in the dimensional space. If there's anything, talk to me.
The voice that answered the phone was that of a middle-aged man.
Hello, Uncle Tai.
The attitude of the sneaky person immediately became respectful.
Here's the thing.
After the furtive person finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end, followed by,
follow him, report to me at any time.
When young Master Chu returns, I will talk to him.
If he doesn't come out, I will make arrangements.
After that, the phone emitted a series of beeping sounds. In Chu Sangming's private villa, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes and a chiseled face was standing at the moment.
Sangming, just focus on your training.
I'll take care of such trivial matters for you. The man known as Uncle Tai muttered to himself. After organizing everything, Yunfeng fell into a deep sleep. One day later, Yunfeng woke up from his sleep and suddenly remembered that he had left his phone in the storage ring and forgotten to take it out.
Beep beep beep. A series of notification sounds rang out. Yunfeng opened it to check and saw messages from Black Monkey and Bamboo Pole. Madman, today the school is leading the entire grade in training, and rankings will be decided too. Wait for my good news. Madman, the training is over.
Unfortunately, I didn't get first place. Shangwan Shui from class 6 actually participated, but our class still got second place.
Madman, do you still remember Li Rui from our class, who had the same different system as you?
He finally came back, and I heard he copied a super impressive B-level talent.
My position as the class leader is under threat now.
Seeing these messages, Yunfeng shook his head and smiled.
This guy is still as talkative as ever.
The bamboo pole goes without saying. It's basically showing off its combat power.
Yunfeng, I've already found a team.
The members treat me well, and my leveling up is not slow now.
Looking forward to the day we meet again. The message is signed by One-Run Longyu.
One-Run brother, I hope your bad luck is gone the next time we meet. Haha,
keep leveling up and improving your combat power. I'll be waiting for you.
Yunfeng sent a message back to One-Run Longyu and saw that the other party hadn't responded, probably still working hard to level up in the dimensional space. Then he looked at the most recent message on his phone. Yunfeng, call me back as soon as you see this message. Seeing this message, Yunfeng's hand paused slightly.
Quickly called back. Beep beep.
The phone rang for a full minute, but no one answered.
Could something have happened?
Yunfeng was somewhat anxious, but he wasn't sure if the other party had entered the dimensional space. He called again, but still, no one answered. Yunfeng quickly hailed a taxi to head to the exchange.
Hello, may I ask, was there a young girl here selling things before? Yunfeng spoke while gesturing. You're not talking about Miss Lu Yun, are you?
She often comes over to help.
Hearing Yunfeng's description, the middle-aged woman across quickly said,
Yes, that's her.
She is now. Yunfeng asked nervously. Young man, you wouldn't happen to have any thoughts about my young lady, would you? I advise you to give up on that idea.
The middle-aged woman glanced at Yunfeng. She is someone the young master of the Chu family has his eyes on. Hearing the tone of the other party, Yunfeng was at least certain that Bailey Lu Yun was currently fine, otherwise, the other party wouldn't be speaking so casually.
Of course not, she's just my classmate. I just came over to ask.
After Yunfeng finished speaking, he left the counter.
It seems she has entered the dimensional space. I wonder what she's up to.
Shaking his head, he headed straight to the acquisition area. Since he was already here, he might as well deal with the materials he had on him.
Uncle Zhang, wake up, there's a fire.
Ha, where's the fire?
Hurry and get some water.
Old Zhang, who was dozing off, suddenly raised his head and looked around.
So it's you, kid, always joking around. Is there something good happening?
Old Zhang rubbed his sleepy eyes.
It seemed business in this corner really wasn't doing well. Of course there's something good. Go ahead and count it.
Yunfeng threw out 2 bronze-level storage bags, which was a world of difference compared to the first time he came carrying 2 large burlap sacks.
Young friend, you've struck it rich.
Looking at the 2 bronze storage bags, old Zhang's eyes gleamed.
Just a small harvest, let's keep it low-key.
Yunfeng placed his index finger on his lips and winked at old Zhang. Goodness, young friend, I might not be able to handle this pile of materials.
Yunfeng's heart tightened. Could it be that he had been exposed?
Many of these items were obtained from those 20 people.
The quantity is a bit much. I don't have that much capital right now.
Old Zhang then said embarrassedly.
Oh, I thought it was something serious. I've finished counting for you. The total value is 7.42 million huabi. I currently only have 6 million funds, so, are there any fragments left?
Yes, of course, but I don't know if the young friend would want it.
Take it out and let me see.
Yunfeng felt that old Zhang had collected some obscure fragments that couldn't be sold. Not bad, Uncle Zhang. You even managed to get golden fragments. Looking at the other person holding 1 gold, 2 silver, and 3 fragments, Yunfeng was somewhat surprised.
Ah, they're all just unsellable goods. Old Zhang's face showed a hint of bitterness.
Having suffered a loss last time, he couldn't believe he had repeated the same mistake, silently blaming himself for being too careless. Yunfeng took the 3 fragments from old Zhang's hand, feeling slightly moved. I'll take these 3 pieces, but they're not worth 1.42 million yuan. I'll count them as 900,000.
How about this? I'll owe you for now. now and pay you after these materials are sold.
Old Zhang said hesitantly.
I'll give you 550,000 then. Yunfeng let out a sigh of relief.
Afraid that Yunfeng might refuse, old Zhang reluctantly added 30,000 more.
Alright, I'll come find you next time. Yunfeng didn't care about those tens of thousands of huabi. Ding!
6 million yuan has been credited to the small treasury.
After hearing the payment notification from his phone, Yunfeng left directly. Upon arriving on the second floor, Yunfeng submitted the task for the zombie dimension space. The item delivered was corpse poison.
This time, the person collecting the task item was also from Longshan Company, but it wasn't Zhao Huai, it was an ordinary employee.
Is Uncle Zhao here? Which Uncle Zhao? Zhao Huai. You mean Mr. Zhao? There's no way he'd show up here. Take out your mission items, I'll buy them at a price higher than the market rate. Alright.
Yunfeng took out all the corpse poison he had obtained in the zombie dimension space.
This corpse poison actually has such a high purity?
Seeing the bottle of corpse poison Yunfeng took out last, the buyer was so shocked that they couldn't close their mouth.
Young friend, are you sure you want to sell all of these to us?
Yes, please calculate the price. Yunfeng thought, since they were all being sold to the company owned by the bamboo pole family, it didn't matter who came to collect them.
Please wait a moment.
The buyer immediately began calculating the total value of the corpse poison Yunfeng had brought out. Shortly after, the other party finished counting.
Hello, my offer for that bottle of pure corpse poison is 880,000, which is 10% higher than the market price. Adding the rest, the total value comes to 2,567,000. No problem, let's settle it now. Yunfeng didn't bother to calculate carefully, close enough is fine.
At this point, the private stash had grown by over 2 million.
You're truly straightforward, my friend. Looking forward to working with you again.
After speaking, the buyer handed over a business card.
Shu Han?
Yunfeng frowned slightly upon seeing this name, but didn't think much of it.
In the entire Jiangnan state, there are far too many people with the surname Chu. There will be a chance.
Yunfeng finished speaking and left the second floor of the trading hall. For the time being, he had no plans to enter the dimensional space for training, so he didn't bother looking at the so-called task list.
By the time he returned home, the sun was already setting.
The orange-red sunlight streamed through the sheer curtains into the room, creating a dreamlike hue. Yunfeng stood in the sunlight, reminiscing about everything that had happened during this time, as if he were in a dream.
The waiting time is always somewhat hard to endure.
These days, Yunfeng always felt a sense of emptiness. During the day, he roams the streets and alleys, and at night, he goes on trading platforms to sift through some useful fragments. It seems like he's living a peaceful life, but in reality, his heart feels heavy.
Mount Woming connects to mountains beyond, moonlight scatters over Xiangshui Beach.
Hearing the phone ring, Yunfeng immediately picked it up without even looking.
Sure enough, a light and graceful voice came from over there. Yunfeng, I finally got in touch with you. What's the matter? You seem very anxious. Do you still remember that young master of the Chu family, Chu Sangming? He's been inquiring about you a lot lately, seemingly intending to harm you. It's best for you to stay in the safe zone and avoid entering the dimensional space for now. You haven't realized the seriousness of the matter? Over there, Bailey Lu Yun was clearly a bit anxious. I understand, I'll be careful. He didn't do anything to you, did he? No.
Hearing Bailey Liu Yun's somewhat evasive words, Yunfeng felt a knot in his heart.
He wanted to press further but ultimately gave up.
Facing the colossal Chu family, with his current strength, even self-preservation was difficult, so what right did he have to intervene? However, Bailey Liu Yun's words gave Yunfeng an idea.
Alright then, if you need help, give me a call. Hung up the phone, Yunfeng walked towards home.
During this period, he indeed always felt that someone was following him, but he couldn't find out who. It seems I've already been targeted by Chu Sangming's people, but they just haven't had the chance to act because we're in the safe zone.
Returning home, the lazy expression disappeared from his face.
Jones, search for props, silver level and above, regardless of function and price. Split screen, search for all dimensional spaces that can drop talent upgrade fragments.
Yunfeng was ready to go all out this time. Yes, young master.
In a vast valley, a man stood bent over, gasping heavily for breath. His arms were completely black, and upon closer inspection, they were covered in dense scales. His hands had also transformed into two ferocious claws, with crimson drops continuously dripping onto the ground. And in front of him was the massive corpse of a monster resembling a lizard. Level 20 leader monster Earth Dragon King, I hope your dragon blood will be of some use to me.
This person was none other than Chu Sangming.
Though called the Earth Dragon King, it was merely a slightly more powerful lizard with a trace of dragon genes.
Just wait, soon I will be able to slay a real dragon monster.
Chu Sangming took out the heart blood of the Earth Dragon King and directly poured it into his mouth. The blood, like magma, flowed down his throat, even making a sizzling sound. However, he seemed unfazed, swallowing it in one gulp, and then steam began to rise from his body. Chu Sangming shouted loudly. The black scales on his body appeared even shinier, and his dragon claws became even sharper. Not bad, another piece of golden fragment. Picking up the fragment, Chu Sangming walked out of the valley.
3 days later, Chu Sangming stepped out of the dimensional space. Beep beep beep. Young Master Chu. Uncle Tai, how have things been during the time I was away?
Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Whoever Chu Xiao wants to deal with, none of them can escape.
Then I'll be waiting for your good news.
A sinister smile was clearly visible on Chu Sangming's face, and just after he stepped out of the dimensional space, Yunfeng was also standing at the entrance of another dimensional space.
Ice and snow dimensional space.
This is a dimensional space that Yunfeng carefully selected after a long screening process. Not only is it highly suitable for the application of his new talent, but most importantly, it drops silver-grade talent upgrade fragments.
It's simply killing two birds with one stone.
Turned his head to glance behind him, tilted his mouth, and walked in.
I hope more of you can come.
All the way here, he noticed that in the same war vehicle, at least 3 teams frequently and intentionally or unintentionally fixed their gaze on him.
He went in that direction. Let's go.
Shortly after Yunfeng entered the dimensional space, several teams followed in his footsteps.
The icy dimensional space was a vast expanse of white. On clear days, the blue and white contrast sharply, creating a stunning view.
However, when it starts snowing, the entire world blends into one color, making it impossible to distinguish direction or position. Fortunately, when Yunfeng entered, the weather was decent.
Although it wasn't completely clear, at least there was no raging wind and snow. Unexpectedly, you actually have a day to be useful.
Yunfeng took out a pair of skateboard shoes.
My skateboard shoes, the most fashionable.
Wearing skateboard shoes, humming a tune, he slid into the depths of the icy snow.
Hope you can keep up. Yunfeng also didn't want to encounter them so early.
There are more people on the outskirts of the dimensional space, and even if they did meet, it wouldn't be easy to make a move.
The other party is probably thinking the same.
Such an environment can better accelerate Yunfeng's comprehension of the new talent. Soon, Yunfeng encountered the first monster that came here.
Monster, Forest Snow Wolf. Level, 21. Combat Power, 29806. Skill, Ice Fawn Assault.
Level 21 ordinary monsters are over 5,000 points higher than level 20 ordinary monsters. Therefore, most awakeners will level up to 21 in the level 20 dimensional space before coming here, as it is safer that way.
Let me test my new skill on you first.
With a thought, Yunfeng conjured a half-meter-long ice spike floating in the air.
If the ice element talent is upgraded to grade A, this ice spike should be at least 1 meter long. Yunfeng thought to himself.
The snow wolf saw someone approaching, bared its fangs, and charged directly. Its speed was indeed far beyond that of a level 20 zombie. However, the snow wolf was fast, and the ice spike was not slow either, shooting swiftly with a cold gleam. Seeing the ice spike flying toward it, the snow wolf abandoned its attack and dodged to the side. However, the next ice spike followed closely and pierced directly into its hind leg. The main reason was that Yunfeng was using this skill against an enemy for the first time, and his aim was slightly off. Otherwise, this strike would have taken its life.
Strong mental attributes indeed make the skill condensation speed faster,
Yunfeng said with satisfaction. To familiarize himself with this ice spike skill, Yunfeng did not engage in close combat throughout the entire battle.
With an injured leg, the snow wolf's speed was greatly reduced and it quickly died under several ice spikes.
Close combat emphasizes agility and adaptability, while ranged combat tests prediction and accuracy. Afterward, Yunfeng began to practice crazily in the level 21 monster area. Whenever he encountered other teams, Yunfeng would avoid them, trying not to make contact.
This was also an unspoken rule of training in the dimensional space.
Without any obvious signs of distress, approaching would be seen as provocation and monster stealing.
Boss, are we just going to follow like this? Not far from Yunfeng, a few people were angrily teasing the snow wolf in front of them. What else can we do?
All the teams around here are hunting snow wolves. Unless we can kill the opponent instantly, any fight will definitely attract the attention of others. The leader also wanted to finish the task quickly and leave. Don't worry, once we reach a less crowded area, it will be his death.
Snowflakes flutter, and the cold wind bites.
The weather in the icy snow dimension changes unpredictably. One moment it might be clear skies, and the next it could turn into a snowstorm. In the wind and snow, killing snow wolves is much harder than usual, so farming monsters here sometimes really depends on whether luck is on your side. Of course, Yunfeng doesn't need to rely on luck. Stayed here for 2 days, Yunfeng has killed nearly 600 snow wolves, and his level has risen to 19. Mainly because there are many people farming monsters here, otherwise, the efficiency would be even higher.
The spoils from the ice wolves are those 4 icy fangs, which are excellent materials for crafting replicas of silver-level equipment.
They are highly favored by most material merchants, which is also why many teams are willing to come here to farm monsters.
Moreover, the drop rate of fragments from snow wolves is not low, although they are all fragments of attribute potions. Yunfeng looked at his data panel.
Level, 19, 1124/10,000.
Combat Power, 41764. Talent, D level, Plunder, B level, Element, Ice. Skills, Frost Ice Spike, Ice Armor.
That's right, within these 2 days, Yunfeng has mastered a second ice element skill, and it's a relatively powerful defensive skill. Since he just mastered it, he can only generate ice armor to protect a few critical parts of his body. Moreover, to test the defensive capability of the ice armor, he deliberately took a direct hit from the Snow Wolf's Ice Fawn assault. The ice armor did indeed shatter, but it also blocked the Snow Wolf's skill.
You all seem a bit impatient, don't you? Yunfeng glanced around and walked deeper into the dimensional space.
With such a great opportunity, he wouldn't want to harvest with a D-level plundering talent. Rushing all the way, Yunfeng quickly appeared in the level 24 monster area. There are more people in this area than in the Snow Wolf area because this is the place where silver grade talent upgrade potions are abundantly produced.
Yunfeng did not act immediately.
First, he wanted to familiarize himself with his new talent. Second, he aimed to improve his combat power for more efficient monster farming. And lastly, he intended to temper those followers. Upon arriving here, he saw several teams fighting against snowmen, creating a lively scene. Seeing Yunfeng arrive, several teams intentionally slowed down their attack rhythm, showing some caution.
Anyone who can reach this place alone is definitely not easy to deal with. Carry on, I'll leave right away. Name, Yunfeng. Monster, Yeti. Level, 24. Combat power, 47680. Skill, Eat My Snowball. After checking the monster information, Yunfeng walked toward another place. Damn, I didn't expect this guy to be so fast.
Several teams also arrived late. They originally planned to take action in the level 22 and level 23 monster areas, especially the level 22 monster area. The level 22 Ice Snowstorm Bear has thick skin and tough flesh, and its loot, the Ice Snow Bear Paw, is merely a tasty ingredient for awakeners. Although it tastes good and can quickly replenish an awakener's energy, compared to loot that can enhance combat power, it falls far short. That was originally the best ambush spot and wouldn't attract others' attention, but they underestimated Yunfeng's speed. His trendy skate shoes helped him a lot.
We'll just have to wait a little longer.
Those people were grinding their teeth in hatred, yet they were helpless. The density and number of ordinary monsters are much higher than elite monsters, so there's no need to fight over them. Monsters above level 20 have a significantly greater leap in combat power.
The combat power of this ordinary monster is already much higher than Yunfeng's. Feeling the pressure now, this is what makes it exciting.
The snowman doesn't look like the round ones we build ourselves, but rather a normal human shape over 2 meters tall, entirely made of snow. Just as Yunfeng condensed a mysterious ice spike, the snowman over there had 2 snowballs in its hands, one in each.
Damn, this speed is faster than mine.
Yunfeng immediately felt his spellcasting speed was completely outmatched. A mysterious ice spike intercepted one of the snowballs, while he dodged the other by turning sideways.
After entering this dimensional space, Yunfeng no longer engaged in close combat.
He didn't know what information those coming to kill him had about him, but at least this could confuse the opponent. Even so, the speed of killing the snowman would be very slow, as his own combat power was lower than that of the snowman. Those pursuing Yunfeng saw him deliberately heading toward crowded areas and had no choice but to abandon their intent to kill, following him from a distance.
Boss, has he discovered us? So what if he has? With so many of us here, he can't escape.
The leader was full of confidence. Although Yunfeng had just escaped and embarrassed him, he believed he wouldn't make the same mistake again.
You go contact the other teams and form a circle of encirclement. After arranging everything, they could only stay put and start farming snowmen.
However, they were already at level 25, and these snowmen only provided 1 point of spiritual power, not to mention they rarely dropped fragments, making it a thankless effort. In the distance, they watched Yunfeng and the snowmen strenuously battle for a while before finally panting heavily and killing the monster. I admit, this kid being able to solo the snowman is already impressive, but like this, he won't last a second in front of us.
Boss, look, he dropped a fragment. One of the subordinates pointed at Yunfeng, trembling. The leader took a closer look, and a silver light flashed. What else could it be but a silver-grade fragment?
Alright, that's great.
Boss, are we going to strike it rich?
A few subordinates immediately understood the leader's words. Let Yunfeng live a little longer and work for them, then they can reap the benefits effortlessly. Thinking of this, they were no longer in a hurry to kill Yunfeng. After all, given the current situation, even if the opponent absorbs some spiritual power and enhances their combat strength a bit, it's still impossible to contend with them.
Not bad luck. The first monster dropped something.
Looking at the silver-grade talent upgrade potion in his hand, Yunfeng's grin almost reached the back of his head. Some teams nearby saw Yunfeng explode silver fragments, but no one came to snatch them.
Instead, they worked even harder to kill monsters. Discreetly turning the fragments into potions, Yunfeng stored them in his storage ring.
With so many people around, drinking it now could expose the secret if luck strikes and one bottle succeeds.
Afterward, Yunfeng began theatrically killing snowmen in the vicinity.
Because he wanted to appear somewhat struggling when killing the snowmen, Yunfeng had to rest after killing each snowman, maintaining a pace of 3 snowmen per hour. After 5 days and nearly 300 snowmen killed, Yunfeng's storage ring now quietly held 20 bottles of silver-grade talent upgrade potions. Once I kill this snowman in front of me, my level will reach 20. A quarter of an hour later, the 2-meter-tall snowman slowly collapsed in front of Yunfeng, scattering a layer of snowflakes.
Really? Really? Finally, level 20. Just as he finished speaking, Yunfeng suddenly felt a tremendous shock in his mind, and a mysterious yet familiar sensation surged within him. This feeling. At this moment, he stood still, closed his eyes, as if sensing something. The falling snowflakes around him seemed to slow down. This was a sign of comprehending a skill. Suddenly, Yunfeng's tightly shut eyes snapped open, as if a brilliant light shot out. Immediately, his face showed an expression of ecstatic joy. It's actually a skill comprehended from the plunder talent. Level 20, a whole 20 levels had passed, and this cursed talent finally comprehended a skill. He had thought this talent would never produce a skill in his lifetime. Then he looked at the name of the skill that had been comprehended, and he was completely dumbfounded. Skill, stealing love. Designate and plunder a skill from the opponent, turning it into your own skill. The opponent will temporarily lose that skill. The skill effect lasts for 3 days, with a usage interval of 1 month. What kind of skill is this? It's way too overpowered. Yunfeng could hardly imagine that this was a skill that should appear in a D-level talent. But thinking about it, others have mastered 4 skills while I've only mastered 1. I feel a bit more at ease. This skill is powerful precisely because it has no limitations. In other words, it can plunder any skill, whether from humans or monsters. Of course, it also has quite a few drawbacks. The interval between uses is too long, and the plundered skills can only be used for 3 days. At that time, grab an awesome skill, and you can enjoy it for 3 days, right? However, the person whose skill is plundered might spend 3 days in fear. Using a skill perfectly fine and then suddenly losing it is quite frightening. I don't know if this skill will change when my talent upgrades again. Thinking of this, Yunfeng looked at his storage ring. It's time to upgrade my talent again. Moreover, he also knew that after 5 days, those people should be feeling restless. Yunfeng began heading toward the level 25 monster area. In the ice and snow dimensional space, the least favored monsters were the level 25 ice and snowstorm bears. Not only were they tough and hard to kill, but their loot wasn't great either. The price of 4 bear paws couldn't compare to the snowman's ice core, and it was even less valuable than the level 21 snow wolf's ice fawn. The deeper he walked, the fewer awakened teams there were around. Yunfeng also started gulping down potions bottle by bottle. Boss, the opportunity has come. Let's go, follow them. The leader was well aware that their best chance had arrived. Apart from this team, there were 4 other groups following from different directions. No way, am I really this unlucky? As bottle after bottle of potion went down, Yunfeng started to feel a bit anxious. At this point, he had already consumed 15 bottles of potion and even felt like he might need to use the restroom, yet the talent remained unmoved, showing no intention of upgrading. Big brother, please, we're about to harvest the crops. Don't let this basket leak. 2 more bottles of potion downed, still no reaction. This time, Yunfeng was truly anxious. With only 3 bottles left, Yunfeng opened the caps and gulped them all down in one go. When the 3 bottles of potion went down his throat, Yunfeng knew he had made the right gamble. That feeling has finally arrived. At this moment, he had already appeared in the area where the level 25 ice snowstorm bear was located. He stopped in his tracks, stood in the snow, and waited for the talent upgrade. At this moment, the team closest to Yunfeng caught up. Boss, we're lucky. This prey belongs to us. After saying that, he was about to make a move. The leader stopped him. He knew that even if their squad killed the person ahead today, it would be impossible to claim all the spoils. It would be more fun to wait for everyone to join in, like a group of cats playing with a mouse. Soon, the other 4 teams arrived as well. Old you, I didn't expect you could actually hold back. Otherwise, what? Get surrounded by all of you? The man chuckled and stopped talking. What is he doing? All 5 teams had arrived, looking at Yunfeng not far away with his eyes closed. Who cares, just assume he's waiting for death with his eyes closed. Uncle Tai actually arranged for our 5 squads to kill this kid. Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? You still don't understand Uncle Tai's way of doing things. He doesn't allow any mishaps. Let's go together. As Old Yu's voice fell, all 25 people launched their attack. At this moment, Yunfeng also opened his eyes. Perfect timing. A hint of pride appeared on Yunfeng's face. His talent had finally been upgraded again, reaching sea level. The talent entries have also changed. Sea level talent, plunder. When killing an enemy, there is a chance to plunder part of the opponent's spiritual power, with a very small chance to plunder the opponent's talent. Sure enough, the probability entry has changed again. Wait. Most importantly, as the talent upgraded, the newly comprehended skill stealing love also underwent subtle changes, with the skill effect extending from 3 days to 5 days. Good things just keep coming one after another. Yunfeng was overjoyed, but his movements remained steady. With a single leap, he appeared 5 meters away in the blink of an eye, matching the speed of an A-level speed talent awakener. Bodhwa Dragon Step is indeed more effective than the Phantom Step, truly worthy of being a gold-level martial art. This martial art was also learned by Yunfeng during this period at home while comprehending the mini martial arts Jade book. At the same time, he also mastered a set of golden-level blade techniques called 3 Styles of the Mad Blade. With 2 martial arts as the foundation, he basically mastered it after just 5 comprehension attempts. Step like Bagua, body like a wandering dragon. Yunfeng took just one step to evade all attacks, with only a few element-locking skills hitting him, which were all blocked by the ice armor. How could it be so fast? More than 20 people looked at each other in confusion. Earlier, when they saw Yunfeng dealing with the snowman, he was being beaten and jumping around chaotically, nothing like the graceful movements he displayed now. Could it be that he was pretending all along? This thought arose in their minds and lingered for a long time, unable to dissipate. Cloud Peak, having dodged the attack, didn't remain idle. A more than 5-meter-long ice dragon formed vividly in front of him. Ice Dragon Break. This was a skill Cloud Peak had comprehended during the 5 days of battling the snowmen. Under Cloud Peak's mental control, the ice dragon flew directly toward the crowd of people on the opposite side. However, it was quickly obliterated by a fireball from an awakened fire element talent on the opposing side. After all, it was just a B-level talent skill. It looked fierce, but its power was only SOSO. Long-range suppression, close-range assault. There's no way he can turn the tables. The 5 teams that had initially looked down on Yunfeng now wore serious expressions, realizing that the opponent was not as weak as they had imagined. Actually, Yunfeng's current combat power is inferior to anyone on the opposing side. Every 10-level increase presents a major hurdle, and the difference in combat power between level 20 and level 21 is extremely significant. However, Yunfeng dared to stop and face the crowd not out of recklessness, but because he has many advantages to rely on. Apart from martial arts, during his time at home, he has collected quite a few peculiar and rare item fragments. Can't prolong the battle time. This was the shared thought of Yunfeng and the opponent. Although this area is sparsely populated, it doesn't mean no one will come by. Yunfeng took out something resembling a homemade bomb and threw it to the ground. Subsequently, a thick smoke enveloped the entire battlefield. More than 20 people were completely shrouded in the smoke, losing their vision. Moreover, within the range of the smoke, perception was weakened to the extreme. Gold-level disposable item, locking smoke bomb. This was originally a tool for escaping, but now it's perfect for Yunfeng to counterattack. Ranged attacks can't lock onto him, and in close combat, it's hard to find him. Ah, my arm. Who slashed me? Treatment, hurry up and treat me. Soon, various sounds echoed through the smoke, creating chaos, and most of their injuries were caused by their own people. The smoke grenade's effect lasts only 1 minute, we need to speed up. Yunfeng drew his battle blade and began a killing spree in the smoke. Everyone, don't panic. This smoke has a certain range, let's charge out. Several captains were noticeably calmer and started heading out of the smoke. Yunfeng couldn't block everyone and could only kill a few more people within a limited time. Time passed second by second, and the sounds inside grew quieter and fewer. Some had already escaped the range of the smoke, while others had fallen forever. The long minute finally passed. When all the smoke cleared, Yunfeng stood holding a knife, its tip piercing into someone's heart. Having studied the dominating blade technique, he had put away his originally slender tang sword and now wielded a broad, heavy blade resembling the blood-drinking mad blade. Around him, 11 people lay sprawled in the blood-stained snow. In just 1 minute, half of the 25 people were gone, leaving only 13. Looks like last time was really lucky. At this moment, Yunfeng did not acquire any new talents, but his spiritual power increased significantly. Out of 12 people, 2 provided him with spiritual power. A level 25 awakened, combined with Yunfeng's current C-level plundering talent, has a plundering ratio of 4%. The 2 people provided him with a total of 1600, current level 20,000 4% spiritual power points. PS, regarding spiritual power plundering, I previously miscalculated it as 4% of the total spiritual power, which would be too unreasonable in the later stages. So from now on, it will be changed to 4% of the spiritual power required for the opponent's current level upgrade. The previous calculations have also been corrected. I hope everyone understands. Unexpectedly, just one wave increased the level by 1/10. Such a rapid upgrade speed even made Yunfeng feel an impulsive desire to kill recklessly for leveling up. This is countless times faster than killing monsters, and the further it goes, the more spiritual power will be plundered. You are a devil. The remaining 13 people, seeing Yunfeng suddenly erupt with even more terrifying killing intent just now, felt a chill run down their spines. What are you afraid of? Without that dense fog, what does he have to fight us with? We even have one-time use golden level items. He's definitely a fat sheep. Kill him, and we'll all make up for our losses. Seeing his teammates showing fear, the leader quickly painted a picture to boost morale. A conversation later, it still had an effect. The original fear was replaced by greed. They couldn't even produce a single silver-grade one-time use item. Although the probability of silver-grade fragments dropping is relatively high in the dimensional space between levels 21 and 30, the chance of same-level kills is never significant. Kill, avenge our brothers. Greed replaced fear, and the intent to kill reassembled. Seeing the crowd charging to kill, Yunfeng took out another item. Martial arts can narrow the gap in combat strength between both sides, but the current disparity is simply too great. Yunfeng could only use wealth to suppress them. Golden level disposable item, soul-severing self-severing cannon. It was called a cannon, but it was just a small thing like a firecracker. Yun Feng grabbed it and smashed it hard onto the ground, while simultaneously shutting off his mental senses. Pop! The small firecracker hit the ground with a soft sound, not loud, but the 13 people besieging Yun Feng were stunned as if a thunderclap had exploded in their ears, standing frozen in place, as if their souls had left their bodies. Even though Yun Feng had closed off his mental perception, there was still a momentary lapse of focus. This is the power of the soul-severing cannon. It causes no physical harm but can create a massive shock effect on the soul. Those below level 30 are basically unable to escape its effects unless they've taken sufficient mental potions. At this moment, the 13 people stood dumbfounded in place, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yun Feng knew the soul-severing cannon was formidable, but its effect was limited in duration, so he wasted no time. The 8 trigrams Wandering Dragon Step and the 3 styles of the Mad Blade were unleashed simultaneously, striking toward the 13 people. Swish, swish, swish. Flesh and blood scattered, heads rolled. The 13 people died tragically without even being able to scream. Yun Feng hurriedly cleaned up the battlefield, collected the storage bags of the 5 squads, and disappeared into the snowstorm. Looks like there's a battle over there. Even the ice snowstorm bear is being hunted? Let's go and take a look. Soon after, a squad arrived at the place where Yun Feng had fought, just in time to see Yun Feng's departing figure. Seeing the ground covered with corpses, one person was about to speak but was silenced by another covering their mouth. Shoo! Only after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn did they release their hand. You idiot, do you have a death wish? The captain scolded harshly. If the other side finds out, they might silence all of us. At this moment, the captain and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the person who was about to speak also realized the situation and broke out in a cold sweat. Go, quickly retreat, and report the situation here. One person wiped out a team of 25 and left casually. It was too terrifying, and several people hurriedly retreated. Captain, their equipment is still quite good and hasn't been taken by that person. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of the other team members lit up. Captain, how about we go back and take another look? The few people who were retreating began to hesitate again. Captain, that's more than 20 pieces of equipment. Even if they're not synthesized from fragments, they're still very valuable. This sentence completely convinced the captain. We're going back. Afterward, the group reappeared at the scene of the incident. Once we finish collecting the equipment, we'll retreat immediately. Let today's events stay buried. No one is to speak of them, the captain said sternly, and then the group removed all the equipment from the bodies of over 20 people, regardless of gender. Incidentally, he also helped Yun Feng clean up the battlefield. As a result, beneath the snow and ice, there were now 25 nameless corpses. Due to the sensory isolation when firing the soul cannon earlier, Yun Feng had not noticed someone appearing. At this moment, he stood in a vast expanse of snowy ground, with an ice snowstorm bear lying in front of him. He looked at his data panel, his expression somewhat desolate. Level 20, 4238/20,000. Combat power 45784. Talent Grade C. Plunder Grade B. Element Ice. Skills Steel Love, Frost Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Dragon Break. It seems that last time was really a stroke of luck. This time, even though the talent was upgraded and there were more people, no talent was plundered. However, Yun Feng was not discouraged. After all, it was originally a low probability event, entirely dependent on luck. Moreover, since it happened once, he believed it could happen again. This ice snowstorm bear is indeed boring to kill, but with my current combat power, it seems a bit challenging to take down a level 25 elite monster. After thinking it over, Yun Feng turned around and headed toward the snowman's territory, planning to level up to 21 first before tackling the level 25 elite monster. No need to hold back anymore. Yun Feng's speed in killing the snowman became much faster. In 3 days, he defeated over 600 snowmen, and his level finally rose to 21. Finally, I can use silver grade potions. Before coming, Yun Feng had already placed the necessary potions in his storage ring, waiting for this moment. Silver level strength potion increases physical strength by 1000 points, maximum usage limit 10. Bronze level attribute potions increase the corresponding attribute by 200 points, but the enhancement of silver level attribute potions is no longer a tenfold increase. One potion can boost combat power by 2000 points, 10 potions mean 20,000. If all 4 types of potions are maxed out, the combat power will skyrocket. Fragment Composite YYDS. While advancing toward the elite monster area, he began drinking potions. After consuming 40 bottles of potions, Yun Feng felt his whole body heat up, and in this cold weather, steam rose from his body. He looked at his stats again. Level 21, 12/20,000. Combat power 140384. Name Yun Feng. Things that haven't changed are omitted. The combat power directly exceeds over 100,000. It's simply terrifying. This combat power can basically sweep through all the monsters in this dimensional space. Even the heirs of top-tier families and top-tier forces wouldn't be able to max out the silver-grade attribute potions at this stage, right? Yun Feng speculated in his heart. Moreover, the later the stage, the harder harder it becomes to fully utilize attribute potions.
The required accumulation is too vast, and factions, families, and even nations will engage in purchasing, while the amount individual players can farm is ultimately limited.
Soon, Yunfeng appeared in the elite monster zone of this dimensional space. Monster, Ice Spirit, Elite, Combat Power, 64247. Skills, Ice and Snow Amplification, Blizzard.
In front is a cute little figure over half a meter tall, with 2 pairs of wings, holding a small ice staff, and entirely crystal clear.
Judging by the skill description, it's clear this little creature is a monster primarily focused on elemental attacks.
This combat power, it's a good thing I waited until I reached level 21 to come here, otherwise I might not have been able to win. At this moment, Yunfeng had already changed into a set of silver-grade battle armor. It was still a black, form-fitting battlesuit, but it looked much more refined. The battle blade in his hand had also been upgraded to a silver-grade weapon, with lightning flickering on its surface, exuding an intimidating aura. The 2 pieces of equipment together increased combat power by 10,000.
Such a cute little thing, I almost feel reluctant to kill it.
The ice spirit only had time to unleash a blizzard like a tornado before Yunfeng slashed it in half with one strike, turning it into ice shards that fell to the ground. Killing ordinary monsters above level 20 to 40 has a chance to drop silver-grade fragments, while elite monsters have a chance to drop gold-grade fragments.
Name, Yunfeng.
Yunfeng put away the crystal ball from the ice staff held by the ice sprite. This was the spoils of war, the ice spirit crystal. This thing is not bad, it helps me comprehend the ice element and enhances my innate abilities.
Materials obtained from monsters have many uses.
Some can be used to craft weapons, battle armor, tools, and other items. Others can be used to create recovery potions. Attribute potions can only be synthesized from fragments, and some can be directly used to enhance one's innate abilities. This enhancement, however, is far inferior to an innate ability upgrade.
Cheapskate, not even giving a single shard.
The ice sprite's corpse is so small that whether or not shards have dropped can be seen at a glance. Awakeners at level 25, as long as they're not too weak, generally have a combat power of around 60,000. Therefore, it's still possible to see some teams farming monsters in the elite monster area. Seeing Yunfeng venture here alone, and looking quite young, they couldn't help but show expressions of surprise and doubt.
Little brother, why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? If you got separated, you can join us for now.
Most people turned a blind eye, but there were still some warm-hearted individuals who extended invitations to Yunfeng.
However, Yunfeng politely declined them all with a smile.
As he moved forward, he would attack and kill ice sprites whenever he encountered them, but he didn't go out of his way to search for them.
Level 25. His current target is rare-level monsters and leader-level monsters in the deeper parts of the dimensional space. Dimensional spaces have a common characteristic. Low-level monster areas are horizontally vast, while high-level areas extend vertically deep. The deeper you go, the lower the temperature.
Fortunately, the silver-grade combat suit has a temperature-regulating effect, so it doesn't feel cold. Moreover, Yunfeng felt that the ice elements around him were unusually active, which was more conducive to his development of ice elements. During this period, all the ice spirit crystals he obtained from his kills were used on himself, and he found that the power of his skills had indeed increased somewhat. The original mystic ice spike, which was about half a meter long, had now grown larger.
This should be the most effective way to enhance abilities without upgrading talents, right?
2 days later, Yunfeng left the area where the ice elf resided.
Entered the rare monster area. Monster, Extreme Cold Ice Bird, Rare. Combat Power, 78610. Skills, Sky-Filling Ice Feathers, Ice and Snow Abyss, Ice Egg Rebirth triggered once.
Looking at the monster flapping its ice blue wings in the sky, Yunfeng revealed a smile. He was no longer the same as when he killed the demon Firecrow. Now he had effective means to deal with flying monsters.
Let me try my taunt skill first. Yunfeng looked at the extremely cold ice bird in the sky and extended a finger. You, come here. The stunning combination of the young finger and lion's roar technique had no effect whatsoever.
The ice bird circled above and then gifted him with a translucent yet slightly foul-smelling object.
Yunfeng felt like he had been hit by a taunt skill. With a thought, Yunfeng quickly formed 2 ice dragons.
After downing 10 bottles of mental potions, the casting speed indeed underwent a qualitative change.
The 2 ice dragons roared as they charged into the sky.
The extremely cold ice bird immediately retaliated, shedding countless feathers from its body, which then fell like bullets toward Yunfeng's position. Most of the ice feathers clashed with the ice dragons, while some fell toward Yunfeng.
The falling ice feathers were easily dodged by Yunfeng, but the charging ice dragons were not so easy to deal with.
The 2 ice dragons shattered all the falling ice feathers and continued to charge toward the ice bird without any damage. The ice bird let out a sharp scream and quickly flew to the side.
Too bad this ice dragon break isn't a lock-on attack skill.
Seeing the ice bird narrowly dodge the skill, Yunfeng felt a bit helpless. Just as he was sighing, the spot where he was standing changed. The entire ground surged with ice and snow, forming a vortex as deep as an abyss, as if it were about to swallow him whole. Moreover, Yunfeng noticed that at the center of the vortex, his entire body body felt half frozen, and his movements became sluggish. Swish swish. Level 25. Snowflakes as sharp as knives began to continuously scrape across his body. Although the damage was minimal, the frequency of the attacks was extremely high. Yunfeng looked up and around, discovering that the range of this skill was quite large. Truly worthy of being a rare level monster, it's definitely not easy to deal with. Yunfeng summoned 2 ice dragons once again, but this time, instead of attacking the icebird, they crashed straight into the ground below. Snow and ice scattered everywhere, and the vortex-like ground seemed to twist and deform before slowly returning to normal. The powerful skill of the icebird was officially broken. Yunfeng began to move quickly in the snow while continuously launching ice spikes to attack the icebird. Although the icebird was agile, it couldn't withstand this Gatling-like assault. Soon, its body suffered varying degrees of damage and eventually fell onto the snow. Just as Yunfeng thought he had successfully killed the opponent, he saw the icebird's corpse transform into an egg about the same size as its body, glowing with golden light. Too much bullying. It seems the third skill has been triggered. Yunfeng raised his blade and struck the egg. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, and Yunfeng's battle blade rebounded, almost injuring himself. Wow, this skill actually comes with an invincibility effect. Yunfeng was somewhat tempted should he get this skill. After all, it meant having extra lives. But the thought of turning into an egg was simply unacceptable. As the golden light faded, the eggshell slowly cracked open, and a perfectly intact icebird reappeared. With a soft chirp, it was about to spread its wings and take flight. Yunfeng wouldn't allow it. He raised his blade and unleashed the 3 moves of the dominating blade. Even a phoenix on the ground is like a chicken. This icebird on the ground is basically completely crushed, and its second life ends even faster. The icebird's spoils of war are an ice-type crystal core. This type of ice crystal core cannot enhance the growth talent of ice elements, but it is the best material for crafting ice-type staffs. Can enhance the power of skills for those awakened to ice elemental talents. After collecting the loot, Yunfeng searched around and, as expected, still found no fragments dropped. Yunfeng felt that the higher the grade of the fragments, even when defeating enemies of higher levels and grades, the drop rate seemed to decrease. Next, Yunfeng began farming monsters in the area where the icebird was located. Although the icebirds are flying monsters, now that Yunfeng has long-range attack methods, they are not much trouble. This time, it seems like nothing strange has happened. After killing about a dozen icebirds, Yunfeng felt a bit puzzled. According to the Frost Dragon's explanation, as long as he enters the dimensional space, it will attract the attention of special monsters. But this time, there was no such feeling. This works too. I can focus on grinding monsters and leveling up. Yunfeng didn't think much and continued deeper into the dimensional space. Hee, lucky me, another piece of golden shard. Silver level fragments, not bad, better than nothing. After fighting monsters all the way, they finally arrived at a unique place. If there were no monsters here, it would make a great tourist spot. Dang! Not far from the Cloud Peak, surrounded by mountains, a massive lake lay quietly like a graceful beauty reclining here. The lake's surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was almost dazzling under the sunlight. Yunfeng stepped onto the ice, looking around for any possible monsters. Could the monster be at the bottom of the lake? After all, the surrounding environment was completely visible, and any monster would be spotted at a glance. When Yunfeng looked down at his feet, a massive black shadow was rapidly enlarging from below. Yunfeng quickly used his movement technique to dodge to the side. The spot where he had been standing earlier shattered, with ice fragments scattering everywhere. A massive creature shot out from the lake and rose into the air, causing the sky to darken instantly. Yunfeng fixed his gaze and saw that it was a gigantic python, its body covered in ice blue scales, with a small protruding horn on its head. Monster, Ice Dragon Jiao, Leader, Combat Power, 95620. Skills, Dragon Tail Sweep, Extreme Cold Breath, Pseudo Dragon Power, Passive, Frozen Domain. As the Ice Dragon Serpent burst out of the icy surface, a massive tail swept toward Yunfeng. Yunfeng hurriedly cast the Ice Armor spell on his arm to block the tail strike. Pooh! The ice armor shattered, and Yunfeng was swept dozens of meters away, leaving 2 distinct marks on the ice surface as he slid. The flood dragon that burst out of the lake did not fall back into the water but hovered in midair, its partially dragon-transformed head letting out a fierce roar. Its spittle was almost spraying onto Yunfeng's face. Hey, come on! I've given you enough face. Watch my ice dragon strike. 2 ice dragons formed, and although they were far inferior to the constantly swimming flood dragon in the sky, they were much larger than when the skill was first comprehended. The 10-meter-long ice dragons charged toward the flood dragon from the left and right. The flood dragon glanced at the incoming ice dragons with a look of disdain, not even bothering to defend. The ice dragons crashed directly into the opponent's icy blue dragon scales, leaving only a small white mark without even dislodging a single scale. This is troublesome. The dragon scales have too high resistance to elemental attacks. It seems only physical attacks can be effective. Thinking of this, Yunfeng drew his battle knife. Whenever the dragon swung its tail, Yunfeng would seize the opportunity to launch an attack. However, the attack results were less than satisfactory. Even though his current current combat power is far superior to the opponent's. The damage caused is somewhat disappointing, not non-existent, but far from what he had anticipated. At this rate, if I want to kill the opponent, I'll have to wear them down slowly. The first and second skills of this flood dragon are relatively easy to deal with. It's the last skill, the frozen domain, that's troublesome. It's simply an exasperating skill, with an exceptionally wide coverage area that practically blankets the entire lake surface. The scene, with snow swirling around like knives and ice storms raging within. There was basically no space to dodge, you could only endure it, but fortunately, it didn't last very long. Speaking of the flood dragon's skills, Yunfeng was stunned. Wait, such high defense, could it be caused by the third skill? If I were to seize this skill, Yunfeng was a bit conflicted. If it was indeed the pseudo-dragon power skill at work, then this skill was quite strong, and it was even a passive skill. Level 25. If not, it would mean wasting one of his super skills, especially since the cooldown time was so long. Never mind, I have to test the effect of this skill anyway. While dodging the giant tail sweep of the flood dragon, Yunfeng once again condensed two ice dragons. Seeing the ice dragon attack again, the flood dragon remained confident, neither dodging nor defending. Now's the time. Yunfeng activated a skill he had never used before seizing what others love. At the very moment the ice dragon collided with the flood dragon, the passive skill power of the false dragon disappeared from its body. At the same time, Yunfeng's skill bar gained a new skill. Pseudo-dragon's power, passive immunity to 90% of elemental attacks, immunity to 50% of physical attacks. Seeing the description of this skill, Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim, how could such an overpowered skill appear on a level 25 leader class monster? And if pseudo-dragon's power is already this amazing, what would true dragon's power be like? But now, it's mine. Yunfeng chuckled, even though it was only a short 5 days. The lost pseudo-dragon power skill caused the flood dragon to be hit head-on by the ice dragon, directly creating two large holes in its abdomen. Blood and internal organs scattered through the air, resembling a fountain of blood. The flood dragon, in pain, let out a roar of agony, its body twisting rapidly. Extremely cold breath, resembling dragon breath, continuously spewed from the mouth. I also want to try what it feels like to be bathed in skills. Seeing the skill approaching, Yunfeng did not evade, allowing the seemingly powerful icy breath to fall upon him. Well, not bad, this wind is indeed a bit chilly. After taking a breath, Yunfeng stood still, with an expression of slight enjoyment on his face. This pseudo-dragon power is simply a nightmare for elemental awakeners. Without the pseudo-dragon power, the ice flood dragon was like a defenseless weakling in front of Yunfeng. Not long after, it lost its life under Yunfeng's attack. The ice dragon serpent had two spoils of war, one being the essence blood from its heart, which is a great supplement for beast-type talent users. The other was a short horn on its head. After collecting the two spoils, Yunfeng exerted great effort and finally extracted a crystal from the massive corpse, radiating a captivating purple hue. Yunfeng quickly took out the ancient jade. Looks like there's going to be something good again. A cyan light shone on the fragments around him, and a small conch appeared in his hand. Zing great item, illusory sound conch. Blowing the conch creates a random illusion for enemies with mental attributes lower than your own. The duration depends on the opponent's mental attributes. Good stuff, truly good stuff. Yunfeng, who was happily looking at the prop in his hand, suddenly had a drastic change in expression.